Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Brain Storage. True Spirit World, in a corner of Xianjiun village. Linger, Dad wants to go into seclusion and attack the realm. You stay in the village and wait until Dad finishes his retreat. Dad, just take you to find your mother, okay? Lu Ming touched his little cotton-padded jacket's head and said softly. Dad, is it true? I am no longer a 3-year-old child, I am 4 years old now. You have said this several times. After hearing this, Su Xiaoling, the little cotton-padded jacket, replied with wide round eyes. She was wearing a little red robe, with a round face and round eyes, making her a perfect daughter-slave killer. After listening, Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Have you said it several times? But Dad, I really can't help it. Who told your mother to be so scary? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. In fact, he is not from this world, but came here through transmigration. It's a pity that in this Immortal Cultivation World, he has no cultivation qualifications, so he has no choice but to marry his childhood sweetheart, have children, and become an ordinary person. Then something outrageous happened. 4 years ago, due to the hard work of him and his wife Union, Xiaolinger was born. That day, my wife Union suddenly woke up. She is actually the reincarnation of an Immortal Emperor. Lu Ming was confused at that time. Finally, his wife Union told him that he had many causes and effects that needed to be resolved, and he also had many enemies. In order to protect him and Xiaolinger, they could only leave behind a shielding formation and float away. He also told Lu Ming not to go to her. After she has eliminated all her enemies and cut off all the causes and effects, she will come to find the father and daughter. Lu Ming knew the dangers involved, so he didn't object and quietly became a daddy. Then, something outrageous happened again. Lu Ming awakened the system. The day after his wife Union left, his check-in system arrived. Relying on the sign-in system, Lu Ming silently signed in at Xianjiun village, and his cultivation level continued to rise. Qi refining, foundation building, gold core, nascent soul. True immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, until the current Immortal Emperor realm. That's right, in just 4 years, Lu Ming relied on the sign-in system to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. After reaching the Immortal Emperor realm, he was not in a hurry to find his wife. After all, if the Immortal Emperor could be invincible, it would be impossible for his wife to be reincarnated. Therefore, he continued to take care of his baby while still caring for him. Until today, he finally had a breakthrough opportunity. As long as you go through the divine tribulation, you can condense your divine personality and ascend to the true divine realm. He had already made plans. After successfully advancing to the true God realm, he would find his wife, help her cut off her karma, kill her enemies, and give little cotton jacket a perfect home. Dad didn't lie to you this time. I'll take you to find your mother as soon as I get out of seclusion. Lu Ming touched the little cotton-padded jacket's head and said softly. Okay, let's pull the hook. Little Linger nodded obediently and stretched out her chubby little hands. Lu Ming smiled and hooked up with her. Okay, remember to wait for Dad in the village and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Pull the hook, Lu Ming warned. Yeah, okay, Daddy, Linger is the best and most obedient in the world. Xiaolinger nodded heavily, as if he had taken it to heart. Lu Ming smiled, touched her head, turned and left. Soon, his figure completely disappeared into the cracks in space. Humph, you stinky daddy, you really treat me like a 3-year-old child. I am 4 years old this year. I believe you are a puppy. After Lu Ming disappeared, Xiaolinger snorted in a sweet voice. If you don't take me to find my mother, I'll go by myself, You still want to use the formation to trap me? Hey, I already know how to solve it. Xiaolinger muttered to herself. After speaking, she took out a knife and slashed the space in front of her. In an instant, a crack appeared in the space. "Mother, Linger is here to find you," Xiao Linger said happily and walked directly into the space crack. However, when she stepped into the space crack, all kinds of existences in Xianjiun village are in a state of shock. "WC, what should I do?" This little devil ran out. A big tree spoke. "What else can I do? Just pretend I didn't see it." A white sheep in the village then spoke. "If that guy comes back and finds that his little cotton-padded jacket is missing, won't he kill us?" A wooden horse also spoke. "Why, go and bring her back. Do you have the ability? Why are you panicking? It's not like you don't know the strength of the little devil." "That's right, aside from being at least at the Immortal King level, her divine weapon can suppress an entire era with just one piece. I don't know where that person got so many divine weapons, and he directly armed every tooth of the little devil. It's so inhumane." In the village, many strange things opened their mouths. Some are a well, some are a fish, and some are a grass. "Oh, I wish I, the great ancestor of the monster race, were captured to be the nanny for that little devil." Ares continued. "Hey, what about me? I am a noble scholar, but I was kidnapped by that girl to teach that girl how to read. Don't mention it. I'm still a Tianling fairy peach. Just because the little devil wanted to eat peaches, he caught them for me and planted them here. Who the hell is worse than me? I am a majestic sycamore sacred tree. The ancestors of the Phoenix clan must respect me when they see me. Now I am made into a wooden horse for the little devil to play with. At least you're still alive. He didn't erase your spirituality. Look at the Phoenix ancestor. He was stewed just because he stepped on the little devil. When this little devil leaves the village, the Immortal Cultivation World will explode. At the same time, a terrifying war is breaking out in the veins of Cloud Mountain. It was a woman and a tiger demon. Every time they fight, the space will vibrate, the sky and the earth will change color slightly, and the trees for miles around will directly turn into debris. However, below both sides, there was a blade of grass that was not affected. The grass is knee-high for adults, a bit like thatch, and there is a crystal clear fruit at the top of the grass. That is Xiaohudao fruit. After taking it, people can enter a state of enlightenment, thereby understanding the rules and gaining the opportunity to break through the soul formation realm. Obviously, the woman fought with monster precisely because of Xiaohudao fruit. Li Xingyu, your talent is indeed great, but if you want to snatch Xiaohudao fruit from me, you are just talking nonsense. Suddenly, the tiger demon spoke, his voice was full of anger, and he looked very domineering. You have to try. The woman called Li Xingyu by the tiger demon spoke with a slightly solemn expression. Now she is in the nascent soul realm, not far away from the soul formation realm. Now that she encounters something that can give people an opportunity to break through to the soul formation realm, she doesn't want to let it go. Humph, that's fine. I heard that you, Li Xingyu, have been practicing Taoism for only a few hundred years and you are already a nascent soul. Talent is indeed great. I will kill you today to eliminate a future risk for my monster race. The tiger demon snorted coldly and charged towards Li Xingyu again. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were fighting again. Perhaps both parties were focused on each other, so neither of them noticed that a small figure had suddenly arrived next to Xiaohudao fruit. Hee, come out, I'm out. Smelly dad still wants to trap me, hey, there's no way. Xiaolinger spoke to herself, and as she spoke, she glanced at Xiaohudao fruit from the corner of her eye. Hey, there are wild fruits. They look good. They must be delicious. She said and picked the Xiaohudao fruit without thinking. And after she just picked Xiaohudao fruit, Li Xingyu and Tiger Demon noticed it immediately, stopped their hands, stood in the air and looked at Xiaolinger. I happened to see the scene of Xiaolinger taking Xiaohudao fruit and chewing it. Silence, dead silence. At this moment, time seemed to be frozen. Whether it was Li Xingyu or the tiger demon, their minds fell into a brief blank when they saw the little Linger eating Xiao Hudao fruit as a wild fruit. The two of them had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights over this thing. What now? He was actually eaten as a wild fruit by a little girl? Wow, it's so sweet and watery. It's more delicious than the fruit of the old peach tree. Little Linger didn't seem to notice the person or beast in the air, and was munching on Xiao Wudao fruit. Ah! Damn little thing, die for me! Suddenly, the tiger demon reacted and started to kill Xiao Linger with a splitting gaze. That's what it takes to advance to the monster sovereign realm. It has been guarding this thing for thousands of years. Now that little Linger has eaten it as a wild fruit, how can it not be angry? Not angry? Little sister, be careful. Seeing this, Li Xingyu's expression changed and he reminded. While speaking, she also took action to stop the tiger demon. But the strength of the tiger demon is the same as hers, even stronger than hers. Now that she is angry and takes action, how can she stop him? Wow, big cat, it's big cat. You can still fly. Xiao Linger looked at the tiger demon charging towards her. Shui Ling's eyes were shining and she spoke with an innocent look. Hear the words. The tiger demon's face twitched again. He is the celestial beast equivalent to the human nascent soul true monarch. There is even a trace of the blood of the holy beast white tiger flowing in his body. Whether it's strength or bloodline, he is a very good presence in monster race. Now being called a big cat? Die! The tiger demon was so angry that he came to Xiao Linger in a blink of an eye and slapped her directly. Xiao Linger must be beaten into a puddle of meat. Stop! Li Xingyu shouted loudly and rushed towards this side with all his strength. Unfortunately, it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the tiger demon's claws got closer and closer to Xiao Linger. But, the next moment Li Xingyu was stunned. Chapter 2. What happened? She frowned slightly and spoke in confusion. Because the tiger demon that was killing Xiao Linger was stuck in the air. It felt like being frozen. Of course, the most confused person is the tiger demon himself. It originally wanted to slap Xiao Linger into a pulp to vent its hatred. However, when the claws were half a foot in front of Xiao Linger, it was horrified to find that it couldn't move. Not only actions, words, but even the blood in the body cannot flow normally at this moment. As for the monstrous power in the body, it seemed to have disappeared directly at this time. What happened? The tiger demon was frightened and panicked. Now it is very aware of its own status. If someone attacks it, it will definitely be killed. Hee, big cat, you need to touch and stick on me. Xiao Linger said with a smile. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands and hugged the tiger demon. Stick to your mother. The tiger demon roared in his heart. It was a majestic celestial beast. It is the supreme existence in this mountain range. It wanted to move, even speak, but found that it could only rage in rage. What happened? What happened? The cry of surprise in tiger monster heart. Little Linger doesn't care what the tiger demon thinks. Her hands had already hugged the tiger demon's huge head. Next moment, something happened that frightened the tiger demon even more. Because its body is constantly getting smaller, and it is getting smaller uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a cat. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Linger with wide eyes. The shrinking happened only after the little girl's hands came into contact with herself. Is it possible? Tiger thought in monster heart, and suddenly took a breath of air. This little girl is a strong one? A powerful existence beyond the nascent soul realm? But how is this possible? He looks only a few years old. He looks like 4 or 5 years old. At the age of 4 or 5, his cultivation level is already above the nascent soul realm? Tiger thought in monster heart. I was shocked and felt that it was outrageous, it was so outrageous. However, reality makes it impossible to believe it. Now it has reacted. Why can this little girl appear quietly around Xiao Hudao fruit? There is also the matter of being framed just now. In addition, I can't help but become smaller. Putting it all together, it is enough to show that the little girl in front of me is not simple, extremely not simple. It is definitely a powerful existence above the nascent soul realm. That is the soul formation realm. Yes, it must be. Appearing out of thin air quietly, it must be transmigrate from the void. To transmigrate the void, you need to understand the rules. This is a method only available to soul formation monks. Is this little baby so young actually a soul formation power? The tiger demon thought, feeling frightened and feeling a little inferior at the same time. It has lived for nearly 2000 years before reaching the nascent soul state. Looking at little Linger, he has already reached the soul formation at the age of 4 or 5. This is so meow. As for little Linger being an old monster in disguise, the tiger monster has no such idea. Because there is no trace of the old monster on little Linger. His eyes are clear and his body exudes innocence. This is definitely just a little kid of 4 or 5 years old. Wait a minute, at her age, her cultivation has already reached the soul formation realm. There must be someone powerful behind it. Can train a 4 or 5-year-old girl into the soul formation realm. Then the forces behind her must be very terrifying. If I could just stay with her, hey! Tiger was thinking in monster heart, and suddenly felt like he was lucky. What kind of little girl is this? A perfect adoptive mother. Thinking. The tiger demon immediately started acting coquettishly and cutely, and kept rubbing its head against Xiao Linger's hand. Li Xingyu, who was watching silently from above, was also stunned. Whatever the tiger demon can think of, she can naturally think of it too. However, she couldn't believe this fact. At least in the human history she knew, there had never been a 4 or 5-year-old soul formation realm. Little, Li Xingyu has met the little senior. Li Xingyu took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and came to Xiao Linger to salute. Ah! Good-looking sister, I'm not a junior. My name is... Xiao Linger was stunned and replied. But just when she was about to say her name, she stopped immediately. But she heard from her husband that she shouldn't reveal her information casually when she goes out. Otherwise, it is easy to be plotted by others. Therefore, it is best to use a pseudonym when you are away from home. Xiao Linger thought about it, and then said, my name is Transcendent Level, the most powerful person in the world. My good-looking sister calls me the best. Li Xingyu? Tiger Demon? When the two guys heard this, a row of questions suddenly popped up in their minds. Transcendent Level is invincible and the best in the world? What's this name? The two guys thought in their minds and quickly reacted. It seems that this little girl did not want to reveal her name, so she used a pseudonym. It's just that this is a pseudonym. Meow. The tiger demon's eyes rolled, and it screamed and danced after being sealed. It seems to be saying, yes, yes, you are the most powerful in the world. Now it has only one thought in its mind, hug the thigh. Little Linger must hug this thigh tightly. After all, if one can reach the soul formation realm at the age of 4 or 5, the power behind it must be at least an 8th level power. An 8th level force is controlled by the ancestors of the Mahayana realm. If you can get advice from the person behind it through Xiao Linger, hiss. Tiger thought in monster heart, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Cats are so cute. Little Linger smiled, revealing 2 pointed tiger teeth, making her look even cuter. As he spoke, he grabbed the tiger demon's ears and rubbed them crazily. After hearing this, the tiger demon nodded and turned on the crazy cuteness mode. It knows. Human cubs are not immune to cute things. Should such a cute cat be grilled or stewed? Good-looking sister, what do you think of such a cute cat to make it delicious? Xiaolinger touched the tiger demon's head and said with a smile. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something delicious and swallowed his saliva. The tiger demon who was acting cute was stunned for a moment. It looked at Xiaolinger in confusion, as if to say, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Li Xingyu, who was standing in front of Xiaolinger, couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't keep up with Xiaolinger's brain circuit. 1 second he was praising the tiger demon for being so powerful, and the next second he was asking how to eat it. This. But she soon reacted and a smile appeared on her face. She knew what the tiger demon was thinking and wanted to hug this cute little girl's lap. If it succeeds, it would be a disaster for her and the force behind it, Linglong Pavilion. After all, she, Linglong Pavilion, has had deep grudges with the tiger demon for thousands of years. It's so deep that either you die or I die. If the tiger demon successfully hugged her thigh, Linglong Pavilion would definitely be destroyed in the future. Even if she has soul formation realm monks in Linglong Pavilion, she can't stop her. Because at present, this cute little girl can make her drink a pot of Linglong Pavilion, let alone the power hidden behind it. Now the cute little girl wants to eat the tiger demon. Wouldn't that just help Linglong Pavilion solve a major hidden danger? Thinking like this, she smiled and said, "The best way to cook this cat is to stew it. Not only will the meat be fragrant when stewed, but the soup will also be extremely delicious." Meow. After hearing this, the tiger demon immediately became furious and looked at Li Xingyu with murderous intent on his face. "Does the meat soup taste good?" After Xiaolinger listened, Shuiling's eyes lit up instantly, and tears of disappointment flowed from the corners of her mouth as she spoke. "Then stew, Sister Hukan, can you help me deal with this cute cat? I'm going to order some vegetables. My husband said that eating meat alone will make you very tired, so you have to pair it with vegetables to relieve your tiredness." She continued. "Okay." Li Xingyu happily agreed. After saying that, he grabbed the sealed tiger demon and ran to the side. He didn't give the tiger demon any time to argue. Little Linger didn't take any time off either. First she took out a large bronze cauldron from the storage space. Then he took out some fruits and some vegetables. Finally, he took out a gourd and a golden copper basin. Then, she opened the gourd lid and poured it into the copper basin. Immediately, clear water flowed from the gourd. But on the other side, Li Xingyu, who was dealing with the tiger demon, suddenly felt the spiritual energy around him suddenly surge. It was as if some extraordinary spiritual creature had appeared. "What happened?" she muttered, looking around, finally settling on Xiaolinger. To be precise, it was frozen in the water poured from the gourd in her hand. This is Chapter 3. Look at the clear water pouring out of the gourd. Li Xingyu's expression was sluggish, and even his breathing became tight. In his mind, he thought of the Ancient Divine Objects that he had read. Ancient Divine Objects is a book inherited from her Linglong Pavilion. The books record some strange spiritual objects from ancient times. Li Xingyu clearly remembered that this book contained a record of a strange spiritual object called Primordial Origin Tian Shui. Primordial Origin Tian Shui gathers the essence of heaven and earth and the flowers of the sun and moon. It can wash the marrow and cut the hair, and change the human body's constitution. Ordinary people who take it have a high probability of giving birth to a spirit body. If a spirit body person takes it, there is a high probability that the body will transform into a Dao body. If a Dao body person takes it, there is a chance that it will transform into a sacred body. If a sacred body person takes it, there is a certain probability of transforming into a divine body. She muttered in her heart, staring at the gourd in Xiaolinger's hand, and her breathing became more rapid. Correct. Absolutely nothing wrong. That must be Primordial Origin Tian Shui. If I could get it, wouldn't it be my exquisite spirit body? Li Xingyu thought, her heart throbbing. She was originally the saintess of Linglong Pavilion, and her talent was the strongest in Linglong Pavilion for thousands of years. The reason is because she has an exquisite spirit body. Spirit body, no matter what kind of spirit body it is, its function is only one. It allows the owner to easily cultivate to the nascent soul realm, and there will be no bottlenecks in crossing between realms. It was because of this that she advanced all the way from the chi refining realm to the nascent soul realm in just a few hundred years. But as the realm comes to the nascent soul realm, her cultivation progress slowed down. To be precise, it has stalled. Because in the nascent soul state, the potential of the spirit body has been exhausted. There are only two ways to break through to the soul formation realm. The first one is to obtain the spiritual objects of heaven and earth that can help people realize enlightenment. For example, she competed with the tiger demon for the Xiaohu Dao fruit, or Dao fruit, enlightenment tea, and other spiritual objects that can help people realize the Tao and understand the laws. The second one is to let the spirit body transform. As long as she transforms her spirit body into a Dao body, she can go one step further. Moreover, the benefits of transforming spirit body into Dao body are not just as simple as taking one step further. What is Dao body? Born with great affinity and great body. In Li Xingyu's impression, Dao body is a terrifying physique that can allow a person to advance from the Qi refining realm to the Mahayana realm. In other words, Dao body owners will not encounter any bottlenecks from Qi refining realm practice to Mahayana realm. Take nascent soul realm breakthrough soul formation realm as an example. If you want to break through from the nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm, the key lies in understanding the rules. When you understand a certain number of laws, you can break through to the soul formation realm. However, this level alone has troubled many monks, because it is too difficult to understand the law. Take Li Xingyu as an example. She had reached the nascent soul realm 100 years ago. But for a full 100 years, not to mention comprehending the law, I haven't even touched the surface of the law. However, Dao body is different. Dao body owners, as long as they reach the perfection of nascent soul realm, they can easily understand the laws and even choose which laws to refine. This is the difference between Dao body and spirit body. Now Xiaolinger took out the primordial origin Tian Shui that can transform the spirit body into the Dao body. It is absolutely false to say that Li Xingyu is not moved. However, after weighing the rights and disadvantages, she had no choice but to give up the idea of snatching it. Leave aside everything else. Even Xiaolinger's strength can scare her away. After all, even the tiger demon who could overpower her was easily controlled by Xiaolinger, let alone her. And even if the robbery is successful, they still have to face accountability from the forces behind Xiaolinger. Therefore, no matter what aspect, she could only move but not act. Show it. Li Xingyu sighed and returned to Xiaolinger after dealing with the tiger demon. At this time, the tiger demon has been skinned by her. Senior, I've taken care of it. Li Xingyu smiled. She knew that Xiaolinger could not offend him but could only make friends with him. Ah! So fast! Good-looking sister, I haven't even washed my vegetables yet. Xiaolinger spoke innocently. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but be confused. Haven't washed the vegetables yet? What's the meaning? She was thinking to herself, and suddenly found that the copper basin was already mostly filled with primordial origin water. See this scene? Li Xingyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Shouldn't. Senior, you don't want to use this water to wash vegetables, do you? She spoke in shock. Originally, she thought that Xiaolinger would use this primordial origin Tian Shui to stew the tiger demon. Yes. The water is sweet and the washed vegetables taste good. Xiaolinger nodded innocently. I'm dizzy. After listening to this, Li Xingyu felt numb all over. Who is this person? The ancient divine item primordial origin Tian Shui was actually used to wash vegetables? This. At this time, she no longer knew what words to use to express her feelings. Senior, this water has a great effect on me. Can I use? After struggling for a while, Li Xingyu spoke with red cheeks. There is no way, primordial origin Tian Shui is too important to her. She really didn't want to miss it. Since you can't take it by force, then exchange it for something of equal value. In this case, Xiaolinger will not suffer. The forces behind her know that they probably won't come to hold her accountable. Humph, little girl, I advise you not to have any ideas about my little master. Before Li Xingyu finished speaking, a majestic and old voice suddenly sounded in her head. Hear the words. Li Xingyu's body suddenly trembled. Is there a strong person in the secret? But she soon reacted. Also, when a 4 or 5-year-old girl goes out, there will definitely be a protector. Senior, I just want to exchange for this primordial origin Tian Shui with something of equal value. Li Xingyu replied using her spiritual consciousness. Oh? Since you know that this is primordial origin Tian Shui, you should know how precious this thing is. What can you give in exchange? The old voice sounded again. Li Xingyu was speechless on the spot. The role of primordial origin Tian Shui is there, and its value is extremely terrifying. She really couldn't offer anything of equal value in exchange. Dao weapon, senior, I am willing to exchange for a Dao weapon. Li Xingyu thought for a while, gritted his teeth and said. Dao weapon is a weapon used by monks in soul formation realm. This kind of weapon contains moral authority and possesses weapon spirit. It's the only thing she can get at the moment. Dao weapon? Haha. An old voice came, with a tone full of disdain and ridicule. Look at what kind of existence I am. It's the big cauldron in front of you. The big cauldron in front of you? Hearing this, Li Xingyu looked towards the cauldron. Brush. Just when her eyes fell on the cauldron, she felt her vision flicker. When he saw it clearly again, he actually appeared in another dimension. This is so scary. Dao rhyme. Could it be inside Saint Weapon? Li Xingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath as she thought about it. Saint Weapon, that is a terrifying weapon superior to Dao weapon. It is used by the most powerful people in Saint Realm. As for Saint Realm, it is a terrifying existence above the Mahayana realm. Could it be that the power behind this young senior is the legendary sacred land? As she thought about it, her scalp felt numb. That's sacred land. It is enough to command the terrifying forces in the entire spiritual world. She didn't expect that Xiaolinger came from the legendary sacred land. However, thinking about Xiaolinger's situation, she felt relieved again. At the age of 4 or 5, he has the cultivation of soul formation realm. You can also use primordial origin water to wash vegetables. I'm afraid only sacred land has such a foundation to make Xiaolinger behave like this. Haha! Saint weapon? What kind of garbage is that? Are you worthy of comparing with me? The old voice sounded again, and then a shadow appeared in front of Li Xingyu. What? Chapter 4. Hear the words. Li Xingyu was shocked again. Saint weapon garbage? That's the saint weapon, the weapon saint uses. Even if one thing appears randomly, it is enough to cause practitioners to stir up a storm. Being called trash? Is this cauldron an imperial weapon that is superior to saint weapon? Li Xingyu thought, and her face turned pale on the spot. Imperial weapon. That was rumored to be the exclusive law treasure of Emperor Venerable Realm. The Venerable Realm is a terrifying existence that surpasses the Saint Realm. In today's spiritual world, Emperor Venerable Realm has become a legend. At least, Li Xingyu has never seen the living Emperor Venerable Realm. Not to mention the Venerable Realm, I have never seen it even in the Saint Realm. Imperial weapon? Haha. The old man seemed to see through her thoughts and smiled. How can a mere imperial weapon compare to it? It was originally an immortal king weapon and a legendary spirit communication fairy treasure. Originally, it was the boss in a world and enjoyed a supreme life. Suddenly one day, Lu Ming arrived. Just a gentle grip and it was sealed. In the end, it became Xiaoling'er's special stew pot. Senior, what do you mean? Li Xingye frowned and asked in confusion. You are too weak, there are some things that are beyond your reach. Let's get down to business. Something about this little guy. The weapon spirit of dating waved his hand and was unwilling to say more. Because this matter is a shame for it. Senior, what are your orders? Li Xingye said respectfully. This little guy escaped secretly. She is completely blank about the world of spiritual practice. But unfortunately, she has many treasures on her, very many. Even if you take out just one, it will be enough to cause shock in the cultivation world. The great cauldron artifact spirit spoke. Sneaked out? Li Xingye was stunned. She thought Xiaoling'er was released for training. I didn't expect that he escaped secretly. What I want you to do is very simple. We can't let her be deceived, that is, stop all attempts to defraud her of the treasure. Also, we must respond to her requests. Understand? The great cauldron weapon spirit continued. Clear. Li Xingye nodded heavily. This is not difficult for her. If you can get primordial origin Tian Shui at such a price, you won't suffer a loss. Senior, what about her safety? Li Xingye thought for a while and asked again. In her eyes, Xiaoling'er is a soul formation realm practitioner. This kind of cultivation is very powerful. But if you encounter the body integration realm and Mahayana realm, it is not enough. And when she encounters this kind of existence, she can't deal with it, and Linglong Pavilion can't deal with it either. Oh, you don't need to worry about her safety. You just need to meet her requirements and stop all attempts to defraud her of the treasure. The great cauldron weapon spirit smiled disdainfully. Li Xingye didn't know Xiaoling'er's cultivation level, but she knew it very well. Immortal King Realm, the same realm as its previous owner. This kind of state, even if there is no combat experience, is not something that cats and dogs can deal with. Want to pose a threat to Xiaoling'er? At least it must be in the Immortal King realm. This kind of existence is rare in the practice world of its time, not to mention the current practice world. Not to mention, there is a terrifying existence behind the little girl. Clear. Li Xingye nodded. Well, let's go out. The great cauldron artifact spirit said nothing more and waved his hand. Kick Li Xingye out directly. With a flicker of sight, Li Xingye found herself back with Xiaoling'er. Beautiful sister, why are you so possessed? Are you motionless? I'm talking to you and you're not paying attention to me. Xiaoling'er stared at her with big round eyes. Bewitched? Like a statue? After hearing this, Li Xingye couldn't help but be stunned. It didn't take long for her to react. It seemed that his consciousness had just been pulled into the big cauldron. And this was not of her own free will. Such means. Li Xingye thought, looking at the big cauldron with palpitations. Senior, I'm fine, I just thought of something and got distracted. She recovered her thoughts, took a deep breath and said. Oh. Xiaoling'er nodded, not doubting that he was there. Sister Hukan, what did you want to say just now? You haven't finished speaking yet. After hearing this, Li Xingye hurriedly said, I want to change some of the water you use to wash vegetables. Don't worry, I will exchange it with you for something of equal value. Do you think this is a good career change? While talking, she quickly took out a hairpin. It was an ice blue hairpin that looked extremely beautiful. Of course, this hairpin is also a Dao weapon. She got it from the ruins, but the weapon spirit inside seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Wow, it looks good. I'll change. When I find my mother, this will be a perfect gift for her. When Xiaoling'er saw the hairpin, her eyes lit up instantly. But when she talked about her mother, Shui Ling's eyes flashed with sadness. The kind that makes people feel distressed just looking at it. Mother. Li Xingyu frowned slightly and said in confusion. Yes, yes. I ran out secretly to find my mother. I haven't seen my mother since I was a child. Daddy told me that my mother has something to do. But she never came home. Smelly Daddy told me several times to take me to find my mother. Humph, you never deliver on your promise. You treat me like a 3-year-old child. I'm 4 years old now, he can't fool me. So I secretly ran out to find my mother. Xiaolinger kept talking, complaining about Lu Ming's lie to her, and at the same time full of longing for her mother. Mixed emotions. Seeing this made Li Xingyu feel distressed. Because she has never seen her parents since she was a child. So. She understood Xiaolinger's pain very well. Then do you know where to find your mother? Li Xingyu asked. I don't know, and I don't know where to find my mother. After hearing this, Xiaolinger's mood immediately dropped, and tears filled her eyes. It's okay, sister is here, can I help you find your mother? Li Xingyu touched her head distressedly. Okay, sister, do you know how to find my mother? Little Linger became happy instantly. The child's mood is vividly displayed. Sister doesn't know either, but I heard that there are many people who practice Tianji Great Dao. Sister can take you to find such a person and help you figure out where your mother is. Li Xingyu said. This is also her purpose. Because she also wants to find where her parents are. Okay. Hey, sister, don't you want this water? It's all in here. I gave it to you as a reward for helping me. The teacher said that if you want someone to help you, you have to do both yes and yes. You have to give 2 slaps and 2 candies. My good-looking sister is a good person. There is no need to give her 2 slaps. This water is just like candy. Xiaolinger said with a smile. Her words made Li Xingyu confused. Hum and hum together? Give me 2 slaps and a candy? Is it a combination of kindness and power? She reacted quickly and said with some laughter and tears. Combined, it sounds weird. Hee, almost. Xiaolinger blushed and said haha. The cute appearance also made Li Xingyu laugh. Although Xiaolinger was willing to give her the primordial origin Tian Shui, she still took out the hairpin in exchange. And she didn't ask for Xiaolinger's gourd, she just took out the container and filled it with some primordial origin water. As for the reason, the moment she came into contact with the gourd, her consciousness was pulled into a strange space and she was educated. Sister, do you want to help me wash the vegetables? These vegetables are delicious. Little Linger happily put away the hairpin, pointed at the vegetables and said. Vegetable? Only then did Li Xingyu notice the vegetables that Xiaolinger took out. She looked along Xiaolinger's fingers, her breathing unavoidably stagnant. Chapter 5. Spirit medicine, not to be precise, is a precious medicine. Because the years of those spiritual objects have reached the 10,000-year level. The 10,000-year-old spiritual creature has transformed from spirit medicine into a precious medicine. Not only that. Among them, there are several plants that Li Xingyu feels have reached the 100,000 year level. At the 100,000 year level, that is already holy medicine. Linger, are these the vegetables you want to use? Li Xingyu spoke with a dry mouth. Because Xiaolinger already believed her. So I have told her my real name. Yes, these vegetables are delicious. Little Linger nodded her head. Li Xingyu. They are all precious medicines, and there are even a few holy medicines. How can they not be delicious? Now she was sure. Xiaolinger's origin is definitely not as simple as sacred land. Because things like holy medicine cannot be used as vegetables even if they are placed in sacred land. I'm afraid there is only the legendary forbidden power, Emperor Garden. Li Xingyu took a deep breath and sighed in her heart. If sacred land is the ruler of the spiritual world, then Imperial Garden is the ruler of the spiritual world. I am afraid that only the legendary Imperial Garden can have such capital for Xiaolinger to squander it like this. Xiaolinger didn't care that much. Just put those precious medicines in the basin and start washing. Li Xingyu suppressed the shock in her heart and began to help clean it. Soon, all the precious medicines have been washed clean. In fact, there is nothing easy to wash with this kind of thing. And peaches, this peach is so sweet. It's great for relieving fatigue. Xiaolinger opened her mouth and brought over a few fist-sized peaches. Peach? Li Xingyu was stunned. Looking at Daze, he was stunned again. Because she can no longer see what grade Tao Zi belongs to. But, the scary part is, the fruity aroma exuded by the peach actually made her stagnant state loosen a little. It is definitely something that surpasses primordial origin Tian Shui. What on earth is this? Li Xingyu thought in shock. Heavenly Spirit Peach, something that prolongs life. One pill can increase a person's lifespan by 10,000 years. Suddenly, the voice of the Great Cauldron Spirit sounded in her mind. What? After listening, Li Xingyu's body trembled violently. One pill can extend your life for thousands of years? How can it be? 10,000 years. In her impression, only the terrifying existences in the body integration realm and even the Mahayana realm have such a long lifespan. But now, a peach can give people such longevity? Senior, is this the imperial medicine? Li Xingyu said with a dry mouth and tongue. After listening, the Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit smiled disdainfully. Imperial medicine? What rubbish! This is an upright spirit communication elixir. It is something that even beings in the fairyland are extremely jealous of. It's not something you learn. Just do your thing. The Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit did not explain too much. Because even if he said it, Li Xingyu couldn't understand it at all with his experience in the nascent soul realm. Li Xingyu didn't ask any further questions. Soon after the things were washed, Xiaolinger began to stew. I still use primordial origin Tian Shui as pure water. As for those precious medicines, she threw them all into the cauldron. Too arrogant. Li Xingyu, who was watching silently from the side, muttered with a wry smile in his heart. It's not like she has never seen an arrogant person before. But this was the first time she had seen someone as arrogant as Xiaolinger. Primordial origin Tian Shui is used as water, and precious medicine and holy medicine are used as vegetables. It just so happened that these things were only used to stew a celestial beast. This tiger monster can be stewed with these things after death, which can be considered good news for it. Li Xingyu thought in her mind. As the cauldron automatically ignited the flames, the fragrance soon emerged from the cauldron. Sister is right, the cute cat stew really tastes good. Smelling the fragrance, little Linger's mouth watered. Li Xingyu smiled bitterly and said nothing. Just those precious medicines plus primordial origin Tian Shui. Not to mention stewing monster. Even stewed slippers are delicious. After a while, everything was stewed. Eat, eat. Little Linger danced and said, immediately took out a set of tableware and started to eat. Li Xingyu swallowed hard as she looked at the contents of the cauldron. But she didn't dare to move. Because of these little things. Sister, you should eat it too, it smells so good. Xiaolinger said while chewing the tiger's leg. Ah? Can I eat it? Li Xingyu was stunned and asked weakly. She had a feeling. If you eat these things, you will definitely be able to break through to the soul formation realm. Okay, sister helped wash the vegetables. Come and eat, hee. Little Linger nodded her head and said with bulging cheeks. You can eat if she tells you to. That's an advantage for you, little girl. The voice of the Great Cauldron Spirit sounded. Hear the words. Li Xingyu became extremely excited. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, She hurriedly ran to the side and began to meditate and refine. There is no way, the effect of the medicine is too great. Sister, you don't want to eat? There are still a lot of them. Xiaolinger looked at her in confusion. Sister, you are full. You eat. Li Xingyu smiled slightly, and after explaining it, he began to try to understand the rules. Moment. She entered a state of enlightenment. Hee, then I'll eat more. Little Linger didn't doubt his presence and continued to eat. Buzz. Soon, a momentum burst out from Li Xingyu's body. Soul formation, I finally broke through. She stood up and spoke energetically. Boom. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky. It's Li Xingyu's soul formation thunder tribulation. Hey, it's going to rain. Little Linger, who was still chewing on the bones, looked at the darkening sky and said, Rain? After hearing this, Li Xingyu smiled helplessly in her heart. If only it had rained. This is her soul formation thunder tribulation. Linger, stay away. This is my thunder tribulation. If you follow me, you will be targeted by thunder tribulation. She explained. Hey? Thunder tribulation? What is this? Xiaolinger tilted her head and looked at her and asked. As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu was stunned. Little Linger doesn't know about thunder tribulation? Impossible, monks need to go through thunder tribulation starting from the nascent soul realm. Every major realm breakthrough involves a thunder tribulation. How come Little Linger doesn't know what thunder tribulation is? But watch the thunder tribulation gather in the sky. She didn't have time to ask too much. He just said with a serious look, Little Linger, listen to your sister and stay as far away as possible. Okay. Xiaolinger nodded and stood far away. Seeing this, Li Xingyu looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky. His expression is also more solemn. Soul formation thunder tribulation, just carry it through. She can use the power of law and become a true soul formation monk. But if you can't bear it, you will die. And this soul formation thunder tribulation is also very scary. Only 1 in 10,000 can make it through. Bring it on! She shouted into the air. Boom! In an instant, thunder exploded, and a thunder dragon with the power to destroy the world rushed out of the thunder cloud and charged towards Li Xingyu. The terrifying pressure made Li Xingyu's face turn pale. As for Little Linger, she stood in the distance, gnawing on the tiger's legs and looking at it curiously with her big round eyes. You! A low cry came from Li Xingyu's mouth, and terrifying spiritual power instantly emitted from her body, forming a barrier above her. At this moment, the thunder dragon had already arrived. Boom! The brontosaurus hit the barrier with a loud bang. Moment! The clicking sound kept ringing. Cracks appeared in Li Xingyu's spiritual barrier. Finally there was a click. The spiritual barrier was directly broken. The thunder dragon fell on Li Xingyu with unabated momentum. Ah! Instantly, a scream came from Li Xingyu's mouth. Spider web-like cracks appeared all over her body, like a shaky mirror. The whole person's breath also became sluggish. This is the soul formation thunder tribulation. Just one stroke can make me like this. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this calamity. Li Xingyu's mouth was bleeding, and his face was full of desolation. She turned to look at the little figure. Linger, I'm sorry, sister may not be able to take you to find your mother. She spoke apologetically. Ah! Xiaolinger, who was stunned, came back to his senses. There was also deep anger on his face. If you dare to hurt my sister, I will beat you. She roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Linger, no, please leave quickly. Li Xingyu's expression changed drastically. Xiaolinger's behavior was undoubtedly provoking the law of heaven. Boom! The next moment, thunder exploded. Thunder dragons rushed out of the thunder clouds one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. The eyes of those thunder dragons were all aimed at Xiao Linger. No, little Linger, run, run. Li Xingyu's expression changed drastically and she reminded. There are so many soul formation thunder dragons, and they are also the power of heavenly tribulation. Even if Xiao Linger was a soul formation monk, he wouldn't be able to survive. I won't run away. If you dare to hurt my sister, I will beat them. Xiao Linger said angrily. She is angry now, very angry. Chapter 6. Boom. Just as Xiao Linger finished speaking, all the thunder dragons rushed towards her. Each one exudes an extremely terrifying presence. Little Linger. Li Xingyu's expression changed suddenly. This thunder dragon is much stronger than her. She wanted to move and save Xiao Linger. Unfortunately, she has reached her limit now. Not to mention taking action, even speaking is extremely difficult. Senior, take her away quickly. Li Xingyu hurriedly sent a message to Dating. Why are you panicking? It's just a thunder tribulation. Nothing. The voice of the great cauldron weapon spirit came. The tone was also full of disdain. Senior, Xiao Linger's soul formation cultivation cannot stop this thunder tribulation. Li Xingyu said hurriedly. Soul formation cultivation level. After hearing this, the great cauldron artifact spirit showed inexplicable emotions on his face. Who said Xiao Linger is a soul formation cultivator? That is an immortal king. The same heavenly being as his previous master. Don't panic. It didn't explain, just said calmly. This. After hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned. At this time, all the thunder dragons had rushed to Xiao Linger, facing the charging Brontosaurus. Xiao Linger's face was filled with anger. If you hurt my sister, I'll beat you. She said angrily. Suddenly he punched out. There is no discoloration of heaven and earth, and no terrifying aura. It looked like an ordinary punch. Suddenly, when her little fist touched the Brontosaurus, there was a crisp sound. In Li Xingyu's shocked, stunned, and incredulous look, all the thunder dragons turned into fragments and dispersed between heaven and earth. Not only that, she also saw a fist blast rushing out and hitting the thunder clouds in the sky. Boom! A dull voice sounded. The thunder clouds in the sky were directly blasted into a vacuum by the fist wind. At last. Alas, the vacuum zone keeps expanding. The thunder clouds were all washed away, and the dim color also faded away. This. Shocked. Li Xingyu was stunned. One punch, just a simple punch, actually directly broke her soul formation thunder tribulation? Oh my god! This. She stood there stupidly, with disbelief on her face. You must know that it is soul formation thunder tribulation, derived from the rules of heaven. What Xiao Linger faced was an enhanced version. After all, Xiao Linger's behavior was a provocation to the rules of heaven. Don't say 100 things. Li Xingyu estimated that even if there was just one, it would not be something soul formation realm could deal with. But what about Xiao Linger? A simple punch not only dispersed the thunder dragon, but also directly dispersed her soul formation thunder tribulation. What state is this girl in that she can do this? Could it be the body integration realm on top of the soul formation realm? Li Xingyu couldn't help but take a breath as she thought about it. Little Linger is only 4 years old. Reached the body integration realm at age 4? Sister, are you okay? After Xiao Linger dispersed Thunder Dragon and Lei Yun, she came to Li Xingyu and asked with concern. It's okay, thank you Xiao Linger. Li Xingyu smiled slightly and spoke sincerely. If there is no Xiao Linger, today she will definitely fall under the thunder tribulation. Buzz. At this moment, the rays of light emerged between the sky and the earth, and entered Li Xingyu's body one after another. Her injuries also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey? What is this? It looks good. Looking at the colorful rays of light, little Linger stared with wide eyes and reached out to grab it curiously. Linger, this is a gift from heaven and earth. Li Xingyu touched her head and explained. A gift from heaven and earth? What's this? There's also the thunder tribulation that my sister mentioned. Xiao Linger asked, tilting her head. Li Xingyu also explained to her calmly. It's a pity that Xiao Linger only half understood what he said, and in the end he simply covered his ears and stopped listening. Because it's the same as Mr. taking a class. Let's go, let's return to my sister's power with my sister first. It will be a lot easier for my master to have friendship with Senior Tianji Palace. Upon seeing this, Li Xingyu immediately changed the topic and said. Sister's power? Is it my sister's home? Xiao Linger asked curiously. Of course she doesn't know what power is. Home? That's it. Let's go. Li Xingyu smiled. Okay, let's go to my sister's house as a guest. Xiao Linger immediately danced and spoke. Seeing her lively and cute face, Li Xingyu couldn't help but have a smile on her face. Compared to the practice world where fighting and killing are common, Xiao Linger's appearance is completely unique. There is no scheming or calculation. There is only innocence, the innocence that only belongs to children. Subsequently, after Xiao Linger put away the pots and pans, she took Xiao Linger straight to Linglong Pavilion. Xingyu, have you made a breakthrough? Li Xingyu's master, Ling Xian, looked at her returning and asked with surprise on her face. As for Xiao Linger who was following Li Xingyu, she was ignored by her. Yes, master, I have made a breakthrough. Li Xingyu said happily. She didn't say anything about Xiao Linger, because she knew very well that if Linglong Pavilion knew what was on Xiao Linger, I will definitely try every means to get it, especially the kind of peach that prolongs life. Therefore, she concealed Xiao Linger's matter. Okay, just make a breakthrough, just make a breakthrough. Ling Xian congratulated happily. Master, I want to go to Tianji Palace to find Senior Tianjizi. I know that Master has a relationship with him. Can Master do that? Li Xingyu said with a change of voice. Tianjizi, oh, you still can't let go of your parents. That's it. I will help you contact him. You can just go to Tianji Palace directly. Ling Xian sighed and said. Thank you, Master. Li Xingyu said happily. Ling Xian smiled and waved her hand. You have just made a breakthrough, first consolidate your cultivation. Use the power of law in your body well. This way you won't suffer any disadvantage when you meet monks from the soul formation realm in the future. Hearing this, Li Xingyu nodded heavily. Master, I will help you contact Tianjizi first. If you have anything, you can come and see me. Ling Xian saw this and said no more. After leaving these words, she turned and left. From beginning to end, she never asked about Xiao Linger's origins. After all, in her eyes, Xiao Linger is just a child without any cultivation. Presumably, his apprentice saw her cuteness and brought her back to train her as a maid. Soon Ling Xuan's figure disappeared from the sight of the big one and the little one. Linger, we may have to wait here for a few days. Li Xingyu looked at Xiao Linger and said. However, Xiao Linger didn't seem to hear it. He just tilted his head and looked at the direction Ling Xian left, frowning. Linger, what's wrong? Seeing her appearance, Li Xingyu asked curiously. Sister, there is a ghost inside that old woman. Sister, I'm scared. Xiao Linger came back to her senses and said to Li Xingyu. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Li Xingyu. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu was shocked and confused. Is there a ghost inside my master? Linger, what did you see? She asked seriously. It's just, there's something very ugly in my wife's belly. The whole body is pitch black, there are scales, and there are bone spurs on the arms and head. And it has a lot of big teeth. Ghost, sister, it must be a ghost. Sister, I'm afraid of ghosts. As Xiao Ling'er described it, she crawled straight into Li Xingyu's arms. What? After listening to Xiao Ling'er's description, Li Xingyu's expression changed drastically. Because she already knew what it was. But, how could that thing exist within my master's body? Chapter 7. What Xiao Ling'er said was indeed a ghost. To be precise, an evil spirit. It can be regarded as a kind of alien race in the world of cultivation. Tens of thousands of years ago, the major alien races came to this world and fought a terrifying battle with the human monks. The evil spirit family is one of them. And this clan is extremely bloodthirsty. Everywhere he passed, not to mention people, dogs had to be cut in half, and even eggs had to be shaken loose. In that horrific battle, the human race suffered great losses. But he won in the end. The evil spirit family's passage to this world was also sealed by the human race's powerful formations. And her Ling Long Pavilion is here to guard the seal. It prevents unscrupulous people from opening the seal, and also prevents evil spirits from breaking through the seal. Of course. Now Xiao Ling'er said that there is a clan of demons in his master's body. Doesn't it mean that his master was enslaved by the evil spirit clan? Don't be afraid, Ling'er. Li Xingyu thought, holding Xiao Ling'er to comfort her. While comforting her, she asked, Ling'er, is there really a ghost inside my master? Because this matter involves too much, and the other party is still her master. Must be cautious. Yes, yes, that ghost is so ugly. Xiao Ling'er, whose entire body was buried in her arms, nodded. Senior? This matter. Li Xingyu still didn't believe it, so she asked the cauldron weapon spirit via voice transmission. Humph, how could she, with her simple mind, deceive you? Also, I can tell you clearly. Your master is not enslaved. She must have reached some kind of agreement with that evil spirit. The great cauldron weapon spirit snorted coldly and said. What? Not enslaved, but a deal? After listening to this, Li Xingyu's expression became extremely unnatural. How could it be possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She spoke with a pale face, unable to accept this fact at all. Impossible? Ha! You are also in the soul formation realm now. You should know that the biggest difference between the soul formation realm and the nascent soul realm is the power of law. But your master's laws are not something you can understand by yourself. It's about refining other people's laws for your own use. This type of method is what the evil spirit clan is best at. This clan improves its strength by refining other people's human skills. This is also the reason why this clan likes to fight. The great cauldron weapon spirit snorted and continued. Refining other people's laws for your own use? After listening to this, Li Xingyu's expression suddenly changed. She remembered something. That was a major event that happened in Linglong Pavilion when she was still in the Gold Core realm. A soul formation realm supreme elder from Linglong Pavilion who has a very good relationship with her master is out. But the supreme elder who went out died inexplicably. And when her master came back, he happened to break through the soul formation realm. And the most crucial point is, her master's law is the Wood Series law. Just like the Supreme Elder who died suddenly. However, no one thought much about it at the time. After all, it is unheard of to refine other people's laws for your own use. The senior officials of Linglong Pavilion were just curious about why the Supreme Elder was out. Because the Supreme Elders of Linglong Pavilion are basically in seclusion all year round. The kind that stays hidden from the world. Unless Linglong Pavilion encounters a life and death crisis, he will basically not be born. It's a pity that at that time, the senior officials of Linglong Pavilion did not find out the reason why the Supreme Elder was sent out. But now, through dating's words, she thought of a possibility. What if the Supreme Elder went out at the request of his master? The more he thought about it, the paler Li Xingyu's face turned. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you also afraid of ghosts? Sensing her strangeness, Xiaolinger asked curiously. Fine. Li Xingyu came back to her senses and gave Xiaolinger a forced smile. But there are mixed feelings in my heart. She really didn't expect that the master would cooperate with the evil spirit. In order to break through the soul formation realm, he did not hesitate to kill an elder from Linglong Pavilion. What to do now? Do you want to kill your relatives and accuse your master? Or do you pretend you don't know anything? Li Xingyu thought about it, feeling confused. Sister, you are so soft here. What is this? Suddenly, Xiaolinger's voice came. Her watery eyes were staring straight at Li Xingyu's chest. Ah! Li Xingyu came back to her senses, followed her gaze, and her face immediately turned red. This, how do you want to say this? Linger, be good, you will do the same in the future. She smiled bitterly and explained. Do I want it too? I don't want it. Xiaolinger shook her head with a face full of resistance. As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Sister, I see there are a lot of vegetables there. Can we pick some? I don't think I've ever eaten those vegetables. Xiaolinger's voice sounded again, and she pointed in a direction as she spoke. Li Xingyu looked along her fingers and understood instantly. That area is the spirit medicine garden of Linglong Pavilion. A lot of spirit medicine is grown. Okay, then go pick it. Li Xingyu touched her little head and smiled softly. Now she finally understood some of Xiaolinger's vocabulary. Spirit medicine, precious medicine, etc., in her mouth, they are just vegetables, there is no distinction between high and low. In her mouth, spiritual fruit is just fruit, no matter what grade it is. As for monster, it is the flesh and blood in Xiaolinger's mouth, no matter what his strength is. After saying that, she picked up Xiaolinger and went straight to the spirit medicine park. Meet Saintess! Meet Saintess! Seeing Li Xingyu's sudden arrival, many disciples who were busy in the spirit medicine garden saluted her one after another. Saintess is Li Xingyu's identity in Linglong Pavilion. Face these people! Li Xingyu just nodded calmly in response. Linger, pick whatever you like. You can pick whatever you like. She smiled gently at Xiaolinger. Really, that's great. Pick vegetables. After hearing this, Xiaolinger grinned, opened her short legs and rushed towards the spirit medicine. Wow, what a cute little girl. Yes, Saintess, who is this? Isn't she so cute? Pick whatever you like. I'll go, this can't be Saintess's daughter, right? What Saintess' daughter? This. When the disciples of Linglong Pavilion saw this, they started talking a lot. The female disciple praised Xiaolinger's cuteness. After all, being small and with a little baby fat look, it is very lethal to them. As for the male disciples, they were curious about Xiaolinger's identity. He picks whatever he likes, which shows how much his saintess dotes on that little baby. Shut up, everyone! Breaking through to the soul formation realm, Li Xingyu's hearing was so powerful that he could naturally hear those gossips. However, she is not qualified to be Xiaolinger's mother. Hear the words. Those who gossiped did not dare to speak anymore, but looked curiously at the little figure picking spirit medicine in the spirit medicine garden. Xiaolinger didn't care that much. At this time, she was happily picking in the spirit medicine garden, holding a small basket. While picking, I also chanted. This is so ugly, it definitely doesn't taste good. Wow, this looks good. It must be delicious. Hey, this one also glows, so it must be delicious. She murmured as she picked. But her words fell on everyone's ears word for word. After all, the people present were all monks, and their facial sense perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. The disciples of Linglong Pavilion looked at each other and were speechless for a while when they heard Xiao Linger's words. If it looks good, it looks good, if it doesn't look good, it doesn't taste good? What kind of logic is this? When choosing spirit medicine, shouldn't you choose medicine with good properties and high grade? What the hell is good looking or not? All the disciples looked at me and I looked at you, and they were all confused. Even Li Xingyu was a little bit dumbfounded. However, the more she looked at the little body bouncing around in the spirit medicine garden, the more she liked it. Xingyu, I have helped you contact Tianjaizi. If you want to go, just go. At this moment, her master Lingxuan's voice sounded. Chapter 8. As the sound rang out, her figure immediately appeared next to Li Xingyu. Master, you. Seeing her, Li Xingyu had a complicated expression. She has been without parents since she was a child. As long as she can remember, Ling Xian has been taking care of her. And Ling Xian was also very kind to her. In fact, he responded to her every request. Li Xingyu clearly remembers that when she was a child, she saw other people having monster pets. She also wants it, and she still wants to be different from others. For this requirement, at that time, Ling Xian, who was only in the early stage of nascent soul cultivation, suddenly rushed into the lair of a celestial beast great completion and captured her cubs as war pets. Because of this incident, Ling Xian also suffered extremely serious injuries. The kind that nearly dies. What's wrong? Ling Xian smiled peacefully at her and asked. Looking at the other party's old appearance and wrinkled face, Li Xingyu's heart was so confused that it was as painful as the bite of ants. She bit her lip and stared at Ling Xian for a long time. The words about evil spirits came to her lips, but she could not say them out. Looking at Li Xingyu with a strange expression, Lingxuan's expression darkened slightly. You found out, right? She took the initiative to point it out. Meet the other person's gaze. Li Xingyu nodded palely. So what are your plans? Lingxuan's expression returned to normal and she asked. I don't know. Li Xingyu shook her head with a pale face and said truthfully. In fact, in her heart, she already regarded Ling Xian as her grandmother. Do you believe in being a teacher? Ling Xian did not press for the result, but looked at the sky with a complicated expression and said softly. Xingyu certainly believes in Master, but Master belongs to the evil spirit clan. Master, can you tell me why? Li Xingyu looked at her and asked. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xian would cooperate with the evil spirit clan. Because that is tantamount to treason. Well, you go find Tianjaizi first. How about I tell you the answer when you come back from Tianji Palace? Ling Xian lowered her gaze from the sky to her and said softly. Meet her gaze. Li Xingyu's heart was touched again. She couldn't help but think of the time when she made mistakes as a child. Every time she made a mistake, Ling Xian would look at her like this, smile and tell her it's okay, I'm here. Good. After being stunned for a moment, Li Xingyu nodded and responded. Go ahead. Ling Xian patted her shoulder and walked away. He turned to look at the other person's hunched back as he left. Li Xingyu's heart seemed to be stung by something suddenly. It hurts to the deepest part of my heart. Sister, what's wrong with you? Did I pick too much? I'll plant all the vegetables back. Can you please don't drop the little pearls? At this time, Xiao Linger came to Li Xingyu with a small basket and jumped up, and said a little at a loss. She was very young and did not understand the complexity, sadness, and pain in Li Xingyu's heart. In her opinion, it must be that I picked too many vegetables, which made my sister sad. Linger, be good, this is my sister's own business and has nothing to do with you. Li Xingyu forced out a smile, touched her little head and said. Is that someone bullying my sister? You tell me and I'll beat him up for you. I am the most powerful transcendent level player in the world. Little Linger tilted her head and spoke with a stiff head. As he spoke, he raised his fist and shook it. Li Xingyu, who was in a depressed mood, immediately smiled at her cute appearance. Okay, you are the best in the world. No one bullies my sister. Aren't you looking for your mother? Let's go, my sister will take you to find an expert to figure out where your mother is, okay? She picked up Xiao Linger and said softly. Okay. Go find your mother. Little Linger nodded heavily and danced with joy. Look at her innocence. A smile appeared on Li Xingyu's face involuntarily. Linglong Pavilion, a hilltop. Two figures stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the departing figures, one large and one small. Have you made your decision? The master of Linglong Pavilion looked at Lao Ji next to him and sighed, then spoke with a complicated expression. What other choice do I have? But fortunately, this girl tried her best and broke through to the soul formation realm on her own. Lao Ji smiled bitterly and looked at Li Xingyu's leaving figure, her face full of doting. Pavilion Master, I am the one who is sorry for Linglong Pavilion in this life. Please forgive me for being selfish. After saying that, Ling Xian looked at the Pavilion Master with an apologetic look. It doesn't matter, if it weren't for that girl's parents back then. How could there be Linglong Pavilion today? It's just that I don't have enough strength to help you, Master and Servant, solve this problem. The Pavilion Master let out a long sigh and said helplessly. Don't wait for Ling Xian to speak. She continued, I will only say more sensational words. If you want to do it, then go ahead and do it. It's just that girl. After hearing this, Ling Xian smiled slightly, I have already discussed it with Tianjaizi. He'll stop her for me. The Pavilion Master nodded, that's fine, but I still hope you can survive. After saying that, her figure disappeared into the mountain top. Ling Xian is left alone standing on the top of the mountain. The breeze blew by, and she stared at the direction Li Xingyu left, with a smile on her face. Young master, it's time for me to retire. I hope you can forgive me for my selfishness. She whispered in a voice that only she could hear. Tianji Palace. I've met Senior Tianjaizi. Li Xingyu bowed to the old man in front of him who was wearing a white robe with runes painted on it. The old man looked to be in his 60s, tall and thin, with thin cheeks. It looks harsh. You are also a soul formation monk now. According to the rules of the cultivation world, strength is the only one. I deserve to be a peer, so why should I be so polite? Tianjaizi spoke while making tea. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the little Linger who was looking around curiously. Who is this little baby? Hee, hello, Grandpa. My name is Transcendent Level, the most powerful person in the world. Grandpa, you can call me the best. When Xiao Linger heard this, she smiled innocently at Tianjaizi and replied. Tianjaizi? After hearing this, the people he made tea couldn't help but tremble. Transcendent Level is invincible and the best in the world? Cute little doll. Tianjaizi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Grandpa, my sister said you can help me find my mother. Can you help me? I can pay you. Xiao Linger smiled and said with wide round eyes. Oh? What reward can you give me? Seeing her look like this, Tianjaizi was also amused and smiled. I can give you delicious, sweet fruit. And water that tastes sweet. By the way, there are also vegetables, delicious vegetables. Xiao Linger immediately replied. Ha. After Tianjaizi heard this, he couldn't help but smile. His reputation in the spiritual world is very great. Even the powerful ones in the body integration realm would sometimes ask him for help. The reward for such a strong man to ask him for help is certainly not easy. However, this was the first time he encountered Xiao Linger using fruits, water, and vegetables as reward. But looking at the cute and innocent look of little Linger, Tianjaizi did not refuse, but smiled gently and said, Okay, I'll help you. I don't want so many things from you. Just give me some sweet water to make tea. Okay. It's okay anyway, so it doesn't hurt to help this cute little doll. As for collecting things, that's the rule of his profession. Because calculating people, matters, and things for others will be contaminated by the other party's cause and effect. But if you receive something, it is equivalent to a transaction, and naturally it will not be contaminated with cause and effect. Little Linger nodded heavily. Okay, thank you, Grandpa, hee. She said happily and immediately took out her little gourd. Looking at the small gourd that Xiao Linger took out, Tianjitzi immediately frowned. Because he actually felt a danger from the small gourd, the danger of life. Grandpa, can I give you some water? Pour it into this little pot. Xiao Linger spoke and looked at the teapot in front of Tianjizhi. Yes, just pour it inside. Tianjizhi came back to his senses, smiled and nodded, wondering in his heart whether that moment was an illusion or. Xiao Linger didn't care that much. Linger, just pour a little. Li Xingyu on the side reminded him. Tianjizhi didn't know what was in the gourd, but she knew it very well. However, this was a deal between Xiao Linger and Tianjizhi, and she had no right to interfere. All that can be done is to remind Xiao Linger to control the amount. Little Linger nodded, then took the gourd and poured water into the teapot. And when Tianjizhi saw the water pouring out of the gourd, his eyes were widened on the spot, as if he had seen a ghost. Grooving, this is it. Chapter 9. Primordial Origin Tian Shui. It turned out to be the primordial origin Tian Shui recorded in Ancient Strange Objects. Tianjizhi looked at the primordial origin Tian Shui poured from the small gourd. My whole body was numb. Sweet water? You call this stuff sweet water? Grandpa, it's full. Xiao Linger's laughing voice sounded. Tianjizhi came back to his senses and saw that the teapot was full of primordial origin Tian Shui. He wanted to slap himself in the face. You are so mean-mouthed, why should you be so mean-mouthed? Primordial origin Tian Shui is an ancient and rare thing. Naturally, it is best taken alone. Especially since the tea in his teapot is Lingzhen tea. As the name suggests. After this kind of tea is brewed, it will absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual water like crazy. After the spiritual power in the spiritual water is absorbed, the tea flavor will be released, thereby sublimating the taste of the tea. Now, Xiao Linger poured all the primordial origin water into the teapot. Drinking tea will absorb the unique spirituality of primordial origin water that changes your body. In other words, primordial origin Tian Shui is equivalent to suddenly getting rich when encountering Ling Cha. Tianjizhi looked at the full pot of tea, his heart was complicated and he just wanted to cry. Primordial origin Tian Shui. I even used the legendary primordial origin Tian Shui to make tea. Let's make some tea. At this moment, he was so depressed that he vomited blood. Of course, primordial origin Tian Shui can only be taken once in a lifetime. But the full pot is enough for 3 people. If placed on one's own offspring, at least 3 spirit bodies can be born. Spirit body, as long as it has resources and does not die prematurely, it will definitely be nascent soul in the future. In other words, it's like exchanging 3 nascent soul realm descendants for a pot of tea. What the hell? The more he thought about it, the more depressed Tianjizhi felt. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Seeing Tianjitzi's face changing, Xiao Linger tilted her head and asked. No. It's okay. Tianjizhi waved his hand. Now he felt heartache, liver pain, kidney pain, and pain all over his body. Primordial origin Tian Shui, something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. He actually wasted it like this. He looked at Xiao Linger, opened his mouth slightly, and wanted to say something, but in the end he could only turn into a helpless smile. If I had known earlier that the sweet water in Xiao Linger's mouth was primordial origin Tian Shui. Even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't let Xiaolinger pour it into the teapot. Did you girl already know this? Tianjia sighed helplessly, and his eyes fell on Li Xingye, who couldn't help laughing. Senior, this is a deal between you and Linger. How could I interfere? Li Xingye responded with a smile. Oh, that's it, it's fate. Now that things have come to this, Tianjia can only admit that he is unlucky. After all, no one would have thought that a 4 or 5-year-old baby would have something like primordial origin Tian Shui. Baby, give me a piece of your hair. I will help you figure out your mother's specific location. Tianjia looked at Xiaolinger and said. Okay. Grandpa, can you really help me find my mother? Little Linger nodded happily and immediately grabbed a piece of hair from her head and handed it over. Don't worry, there's no one I can't count. Tianjia said with great confidence. It's just a person, so what's the difficulty? In his eyes, Xiaolinger was a person without any cultivation. Then her mother must be just an ordinary person. It's just an ordinary person's position, you can pick it up at your fingertips. Okay. After hearing this, Xiaolinger immediately danced and cheered. Only. Neither Tianjia nor Li Xingye nor Xiaolinger knew the extremely complicated expression on the face of the great cauldron artifact spirit. How dare this little old man do this? It muttered to itself. You must know that Xiaolinger's true realm now is the Immortal King realm. As for the person behind her, he is a terrifying existence in the Immortal Emperor realm. But even so, that person did not take the initiative to find Xiaolinger's mother, but planned to go after she had gone through the true divine tribulation and condensed her divine personality. The reason why? That must mean that Xiaolinger's mother is not a simple person. Now this little old man only has soul formation realm cultivation, but he wants to use deduction techniques to deduce the position of Xiaolinger's mother. Dating weapon spirits said, be brave. How brave? However, it did not send a message to Li Xingye, but silently prepared to watch the show. A little old man who doesn't know the heights of the world. It wants to see how it ends later. She is such an innocent and free-spirited girl. Looking at the cheering little Linger, a smile appeared on Tianjia's face involuntarily. Subsequently, he took out an extremely simple-looking compass and placed it on the table. Then, put Xiaolinger's hair on top. Do everything right. Tianjitsi immediately closed his eyes, holding strange magic formulas in his hands, and at the same time muttered something in his mouth. The sky is clear and the earth is bright, and all things are traceable. Use the crystallization of yin and yang to hair and skin, and find the source of yin. After chanting, he forced out a drop of blood essence and touched it on the compass. Swish, brush, brush. Instantly, the pointer in the compass began to rotate rapidly. Little Linger squatted aside, holding her chin in her hands and staring curiously at the compass. At this time, Tianjia's expression suddenly changed, and the terrifying power of law emerged from his hand, and he slapped the compass with a fierce slap. Just listen to a muffled sound of bang. The ancient compass turned into several fragments. At the same time, Tianjia spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body became sluggish. His face was even more pale, without a trace of blood. There was deep fear in his eyes. Senior, you. The sudden change made Li Xingye a little confused. Tianjia didn't answer her. He just stared at Xiaolinger. Grandpa, what's wrong? Facing her gaze, Xiaolinger tilted her head and asked. What's wrong? When Tianjitsi heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch violently. Just now he used the searching technique of Tianji lineage. Suddenly I felt a huge crisis. The life-threatening kind. Therefore, he interrupted the deduction regardless of the backlash, and even smashed his ancient compass into pieces without hesitation. Otherwise, he is sure that he will die. It's like being out of your mind. Tianjia looked at the innocent and ignorant little Linger and took a deep breath. Baby, I'm sorry. I can't help you find your mother. When Xiaolinger heard this, she immediately became anxious. Why, Grandpa? Didn't you just say that you would help me find my mother? Also, you have already received my reward. After listening, Tianjai's face twitched again. Thinking of what he just said, he wanted to slap himself in the face. What can you do? Senior, it's just a position. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Li Xingyu also asked with some confusion. If it's an ordinary person, it will definitely be fine. The problem is, this little girl's mother is not an ordinary person. If I hadn't forcibly interrupted the deduction just now, today next year would be my death anniversary. Tianjaizi smiled bitterly. What? After listening to this, Li Xingyu's face was full of disbelief. Senior, isn't that the case? It's just a position, how could it be? In her opinion, calculating a person's location shouldn't be a particularly serious matter. How could it endanger life? Calculating a person's location is not a serious matter. But this little girl's mother is too scary. Calculating her location is like trying to figure out what will happen in the next 1,000 years. Tianjaizi sighed, and before Li Xingyu could speak, he continued, You don't understand what this means. Let me tell you this. A few years ago, a person from Sacred Land asked me to help calculate a person's location. And the person he estimated is a half-step Emperor Venerable Realm-Strongman. That time, I not only calculated the location of half-step Emperor Venerable Realm, I even calculated what he was doing and where he would appear in the future. But this little girl's mother just calculated her position, but just now she gave me the feeling that she would definitely die. Do you understand the meaning? After listening, Li Xingyu couldn't help but stare. Linger's mother is a real emperor of the Venerable Realm. She replied. But think about it, in her eyes, Xiao Linger sneaked out from the Imperial Garden. His father must be a powerful Emperor Venerable Realm. Then how can his mother be simple? Emperor Venerable Realm? Haha, girl, you think too simply. Even calculating the location of the Venerable Realm cannot make me feel certain that I will die. At most it makes me feel a little bit of a crisis. Tianjaizi smiled after hearing this. After saying that, he focused his eyes solemnly on Xiao Linger. This little girl's mother should be the rumored Tribulation Realm. Chapter 10. Tribulation Realm? Li Xingyu stared at Tianjaizi in stunned silence, her whole body as if struck by lightning. She knows about the Tribulation Realm. It was a terrifying existence that towered over the Emperor's venerable realm. In the entire spiritual world, Sacred Land suppresses all Mahayana realm, which is the 7th level forces. Imperial Garden, on the other hand, controls the Sacred Land. The place where the powerful people of Tribulation Realm live is called Immortal Mansion. Because the Tribulation Realm is also known as the false immortal in the spiritual world, as long as you survive the 9-turn ascension tribulation, you can achieve the immortal body, the upper realm of ascension. Li Xingyu knew that Xiao Linger's origin was very terrifying. But she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Not only is there an imperial garden standing behind it, it is also related to the immortal mansion. Girl Xingyu, this little girl. Tianjaizi looked at Xiao Linger with a solemn expression. He never thought that one day he would meet the heir of a strong man from the Tribulation Realm. Senior, I met her when I was fighting for Xiao Wu's Dao fruit. If it weren't for Linger, I would have died in the Soul Formation Thunder Tribulation. So, I promised her to help her find her mother, and she followed me. Li Xingyu smiled bitterly and said. She never expected it. The mother that Xiao Linger was looking for turned out to be the powerful Tribulation Realm. Sister, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at the two of them. She doesn't know about the Imperial Garden, Immortal Mansion, or Tribulation Realm. It's nothing. Senior Linger can't help you find your mother. Li Xingyu sighed helplessly and touched her little head. Ah! What should I do? Sister, I miss my mother so much. After hearing this, Xiaolinger immediately spoke with tears in her eyes. Seeing that pitiful look made Li Xingyu's heart sting slightly. Linger is fine, my sister is here. Sister, I will definitely help you find your mother, okay? She said, holding Xiaolinger in her arms. Really? Xiaolinger stared at her with big round eyes. Facing her gaze, Li Xingyu nodded firmly. Oh, Xingyu girl, why are you like this? The origin of this little doll is so terrifying. With your soul formation realm cultivation, how can you help her? Not to mention your soul formation realm cultivation, not even those imperial gardens can guarantee to help her find her mother. After Tianjia heard this, he sighed. That is the power of tribulation realm. How can such an existence be easily found? Senior, this is my promise to Xiaolinger. I must help her, even until the end of my life. Li Xingyu held Xiaolinger and spoke very firmly. Certainly. What she did was not something that happened to Turing. Just because she saw her former self in Xiaolinger. Sister, thank you. After hearing this, Xiaolinger hugged Li Xingyu's neck and kissed her on the cheek. Linger be good, this is what a sister should do. Li Xingyu rubbed her round face and liked it very much. Forget it, let's not worry about this little girl's affairs for now. Tell me about you. Ling Xian fellow Daist told me that you also want to find your parents. Tianjia stopped persuading and changed the subject. Please ask senior for help. Li Xingyu responded immediately. A piece of cake. Not now. The hexagram just now was forcibly cut off by me, causing it to backfire on me. It takes a few days of practice before I can help you with your hexagrams again. How about you just rest in Tianji Palace for a few days? Tianjitsi waved his hand and spoke somewhat depressedly. Li Xingyu naturally agreed to this. Luo Tower is the residence arranged by Tianjia for Li Xingyu and his wife. Linger, let's wait for my sister to finish her current affairs first, then we can help you find your mother, okay? Since we can't get any clues here, let's go to the Black Tortoise Sacred Land to have a look. Looking at Xiaolinger who was feeling a little depressed, Li Xingyu comforted her. Their spiritual world is called True Spirit World. The entire True Spirit World is divided into 5 areas. The southeast, northwest, and northwest are named after the 4 true spirits, and the center is Zhongzhou. Sacred land exists in every realm. They are currently in the northern Black Tortoise region. The sacred land that sits in this area is the Black Tortoise domain. Although Li Xingyu doesn't know if there is anyone capable in Black Tortoise sacred land who can be considered as the strongest person in Tribulation realm. But that didn't stop her from trying. Yeah, thank you sister. Xiaolinger nodded obediently, and her small body went straight into Li Xingyu's arms. Li Xingyu also hugged her distressedly. Sister, I'm hungry and want to eat some meat. Shall we go find Rira? Xiaolinger snuggled into Li Xingyu's arms and touched her belly. Rira? After hearing this, Li Xingyu smiled. She knew that Xiaolinger wanted to eat monster meat. Logically speaking, as long as people cultivate to the gold core realm, they can neither eat nor drink, they only need to absorb spiritual power. In her opinion, Xiaolinger is a body integration realm and shouldn't need to eat or drink. Can be biased. Little Linger loves to eat monster meat. They came all the way from Linglong Pavilion to Tianji Palace. Little Linger must eat 3 meals a day. Although she didn't know the reason, Li Xingyu would naturally not refuse her request. Anyway, monster meat is also rich in spiritual power, and the vegetables, water, and fruits used by Xiaolinger every time he eats meat are not ordinary things. She can also get some light from it. Okay, I know that there is a monster called Xian Spirit Beast in the area under the jurisdiction of Tianji Palace. The meat of this monster is very delicious. My sister will take you to eat this. Li Xingyu touched her little head and said. Okay, okay. Little Linger's mouth watered when she heard about the delicious food. The Xianling Mountains are where the Xianling beast appears. Although this kind of monster is elusive, it is difficult to be caught. But Li Xingyu is now a soul formation monk, so catching the mysterious spirit beast is a matter of course. Rura. Xiaolinger drooled as she looked at the two pig-like but white monsters held in Li Xingyu's hands. Linger, one is stewed and the other is roasted. Li Xingyu spoke. Xiaolinger nodded heavily and immediately took out the cauldron. Even though she has now broken through to the soul formation realm, Li Xingyu couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she saw the cauldron. She knew it very well. This cauldron is at least an imperial weapon. I've met Senior. Li Xingyu immediately sent a message to the spiritual consciousness of the Great Cauldron. The Great Cauldron weapon spirit responded indifferently. If it weren't for Li Xingyu and Xiaolinger themselves, how could they deal with a small soul formation realm with their status as spirit communication immortal treasures? Not to mention the soul formation realm, even if a real immortal came, it would not care. Senior, don't you know the information about Xiaolinger's mother? Li Xingyu asked curiously. In her eyes, the cauldron is an imperial weapon. Although it cannot be said to be completely equivalent to the imperial venerable realm, it can definitely deal with the saint realm without any problem. Moreover, imperial weapons are not easily corroded by time and can exist for a very long time. Dating should know the information about Xiaolinger's mother. I don't know either. The Great Cauldron weapon spirit replied truthfully. Although I don't know the news about the mistress. But I know you are in trouble. Before Li Xingyu could speak, the Great Cauldron spirit laughed again. Hearing this, Li Xingyu, who was helping Xiaolinger deal with the mysterious spirit beast, frowned slightly. Taking matters into your own hands? What's up? She soon realized that it was probably about helping Xiaolinger find her mother. Come to think of it. Having a soul formation realm by yourself and finding a strong tribulation realm person is a bit overestimating your capabilities. Senior, this is my promise to Linger. I will definitely help her. Li Xingyu replied with a very firm tone. Hey, what I'm talking about isn't about Linger, it's about you. The Great Cauldron weapon spirit chuckled and replied. My own. Li Xingyu frowned slightly. Well, I just heard the conversation of those ants in the mountains. Ling Xian from Linglong Pavilion betrayed Linglong Pavilion and attacked the Supreme Elder guarding the seal. And broke the seal of Naishizi, releasing the evil spirit clan. The Great Cauldron spirit spoke calmly. What? These words fell in Li Xingyu's ears like thunder. The master actually broke the seal and released the evil spirits? Chapter 11. Senior, is this true? Li Xingyu regained consciousness and asked with some disbelief. Is it true? You already have the answer in your mind, don't you? Ever since I knew there was an evil spirit clan inside the little old woman. The answer is already fixed. The Great Cauldron weapon spirit laughed disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact that his little master was very dependent on Li Xingyu, it didn't bother to tell the other party so much. Oh, it smells so good. Sister, come and eat, it's already stewed. It's really delicious. Xiaolinger didn't notice Li Xingyu's condition and was minding her own business stewing the meat. Linger, you eat first, sister has something to deal with. You wait here, sister. I'll come find you after my sister handles the matter, okay? Li Xingyu forced a smile and touched Xiaolinger's head. This matter has nothing to do with Xiaolinger, and she doesn't want him to get involved. Ah! Sister, please don't abandon Linger, okay? I don't want to be alone. After hearing this, Xiaolinger thought that Li Xingyu didn't want her anymore, so she quickly spoke with tears in her eyes. Linger, be good, this is sister's private matter, I can't let you get involved. Li Xingyu hugged her heartbrokenly and tried to persuade her. She knew that Xiaolinger was powerful. But this matter involves too much and will definitely alarm sacred land. The human heart is complex. If only the people in Sacred Land knew Xiaolinger's background. People in Sacred Land may target Xiaolinger regardless of the consequences. Therefore, she didn't want Xiaolinger to get involved. As a person who has been struggling in the spiritual world for hundreds of years, Li Xingyu knows very well that there is darkness in the heart of a practitioner, and how terrifying it is. Once you meet a touching spiritual object, I will definitely get it regardless of the consequences. In her eyes, Xiaolinger is now nothing more than the body integration realm. Such strength is not enough against Sacred Land. No, sister, can you take me with you? Please, I'm great. Little Linger shook her head and spoke pitifully. Li Xingyu looked at her and didn't know what to do for a moment. Take her with you. I'm here. What are you afraid of? The voice of the great cauldron spirit sounded. As an old monster, it knew Li Xingyu's worries. It's just Sacred Land. If it offends Xiaolinger, he can kill him with his hands. Not to mention Sacred Land. Even the Imperial Garden and Immortal Mansion are the same. All right. Seeing Emperor Qi speak, Li Xingyu nodded. Let's go, Linger, I'll take you there. She spoke. Okay, sister is so nice, sister is so considerate. Xiaolinger immediately became happy and kept pressing against Li Xingyu. See this? Li Xingyu, who was originally in a state of confusion, couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Wait for Xiaolinger to put away her pots and pans. Li Xingyu took her straight to Linglong Pavilion. But, halfway through, she had to stop again. Because someone is blocking the way. And the person blocking the road is none other than Tian Jitsi. Senior, what do you mean? Looking at the other party, Li Xingyu frowned slightly. Xingyu, the side of Linglong Pavilion has become a whirlpool. You can't go. Tian Jitsi stood in the void, his voice was calm but full of unquestionability. It concerns master, I must go. Li Xingyu also spoke firmly. Girl, it's your master's intention not to let you go. Before you come to my Tianji Palace from Linglong Pavilion, Ling Xian has already asked me to stop you. Tian Jitsi explained slowly. After listening, Li Xingyu frowned slightly. Don't you want to know about your parents? Now that things have happened, you are qualified to know about your parents. Before she could speak, Tian Jitsi continued. Parents? Li Xingyu looked at him with furrowed brows. Back then, various alien races invaded True Spirit World for unknown reasons. In addition to the Evil Spirit Clan, there are also Poisonous Spirit Clan who invaded my Black Tortoise domain. The Poisonous Spirit Clan's target is the Black Tortoise Sacred Land, while the Evil Spirit Clan's goal is the two major forces, Tianji Palace and Linglong Pavilion. Tian Jitsi explained slowly. He continued, back then, the Evil Spirit Clan was very powerful, and the leaders were all from the Mahayana realm, and there were two of them. On the other hand, in Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace, the strongest ones are only 4 half-step Mahayana realm. Facing the powerful Evil Spirit Clan, the two major forces of Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace should be destroyed. But your parents showed up. The words end here. Tian Jitsi turned his gaze to the sky. Your parents are from the Black Tortoise Sacred Land, and they are also known as Azure Lotus Partners by the world. They are late-stage practitioners of the Mahayana realm. When the two of them arrived, the Evil Spirit Clan was defeated. The seal of Linglong Pavilion was also placed by your parents. And your master Ling Xian and the Supreme Elder who became your master are actually the followers your parents brought here. Li Xingyu finished listening. The whole person was stunned. She didn't expect that her parents' origins were so great. What's more, I didn't expect that my master would be my parents' follower. Senior, do you know about master's cooperation with the Evil Spirit tribe? Li Xingyu asked in a deep voice. That's right, not only I know it, but also all the senior officials of Linglong Pavilion know it. Facing his gaze, Tianjaiza nodded slightly. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but be shocked. Why? Senior, you should know that this is not the right choice for master. She questioned. Oh, it's all because of you. Tianjaiza sighed. But his words struck Li Xingyu's heart like thunder. Because of myself? Back then, after the evil spirits were eliminated, your parents returned to the Black Tortoise sacred land to resume their lives. Of course, 700 years ago, your parents came back. After they came back, they entrusted you to Linglong Pavilion and then escaped. Tianjaiza continued. Escaped? Li Xingyu asked in confusion. What does escape mean? Yes, you ran away because the people from Black Tortoise sacred land are hunting your parents. As soon as your parents left, people from Black Tortoise sacred land came to your door. It was your parents who saved Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace back then. So, we hid something about you. It's just that we don't know why Black Tortoise sacred land hunted your parents. Tianjaiza nodded. Is that so? Li Xingyu murmured in her heart. What about my master cooperating with the evil spirit clan? She calmed down and asked. Alas, because your story was exposed. Hundreds of years have passed, and Black Tortoise Sacred Land's murderous intent against your family has not weakened. It wasn't until your master found us that we knew what happened back then. Tianjaiza sighed. Without waiting for Li Xingyu to speak, he added, back then, after your parents eliminated the evil spirit tribe, they returned to Sacred Land to deal with the poison spirit tribe. They are too powerful and powerful. The two of them joined forces, and they were no weaker than the strongest Saint Realm. If we wait until the two of them break through to the Saint Realm, they will be invincible in the Black Tortoise Realm. With the help of your parents, the Poison Spirit Clan was also eliminated. The alien crisis in the Black Tortoise domain has been lifted. Can. When Tianjaiza said this, he couldn't help but pause and sighed. After a long while, he said, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. Your parents are already powerful. After that battle, they won the hearts of the people of the Black Tortoise domain. How can Holy Lord Black Tortoise allow two people who threaten his status to exist? He found a reason to frame your parents for colluding with foreign races, so he issued a death order for your parents. Speaking of this, Tianjaiza's face was filled with sadness. With the qualifications of Li Xingyu's parents, as long as there is enough time, they will definitely break through to Saint Realm. Even Emperor Venerable Realm is possible. For the Black Tortoise domain, this is a great thing. It's a pity that I met the Holy Lord Black Tortoise who wanted absolute control too much. And your master released the evil spirit clan because Black Tortoise Sacred Land discovered your existence. To protect you. Your master used his body as bait and the evil spirit clan as supporting evidence to attract the attention of Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Let Black Tortoise Sacred Land think she is you. Tianjaiza continued to explain. After listening to this, Li Xingyu felt shocked and complicated. She didn't expect that she would have such a story. What's more, I didn't expect that everything the master did was to protect himself. Girl, Sacred Land is not something you can face now. What you have to do now is run away. Escape as far away as possible. When you have the strength to take revenge, return to the Black Tortoise domain. Instead of diving headlong into the whirlpool, understand? Tianjaiza said with a sigh. Humph, whoever dares to bully my sister, I will beat him. At this moment, Xiao Ling'er, who had been leaning on Li Xingyu's arms, suddenly answered. Chapter 12. Hearing this, Tianjaiza glanced at Xiao Ling'er in surprise. But for a moment, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that she was just a child. After all, it was Sacred Land who wanted to attack Li Xingyu. What is Sacred Land? The Sacred Land is where the most powerful Saint Realm sits. What's more, Black Tortoise Sacred Land has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is unknown how many powerful Saint Realm people are inside. It is also unknown whether there is an Emperor Venerable Realm or a half-step Emperor Venerable Realm. A 4-year-old kid wanting to fight sacred land? Isn't this just childish talk? Linger is good, no one bullies my sister. Thank you, senior, for informing me. I will take Linger and leave now. Li Xingyu touched Xiao Linger's head and did not choose to act out of emotion. She knew that Xiao Linger was powerful, even more powerful than her. But if you want to deal with sacred land, it seemed impossible to her. The best way now is to leave the Black Tortoise domain and settle down in other areas. Wait until you are strong and then fight back to the Black Tortoise realm. It would be great if you could understand the painstaking efforts of the two Ling Xians. Let's go. Tianji Palace has a cross-domain teleportation array, I will send you to other domains. After hearing this, Tianjia nodded happily. He was afraid that Li Xingyu would return to Linglong Pavilion at all costs. Senior, I'm leaving, what will you do? Won't Black Tortoise Sacred Land hold you accountable? Li Xingyu said with some worry. Don't worry, Black Tortoise Sacred Land is strong, but it is impossible to hold us accountable for this matter. Besides, this was done by Ling Xian alone, so what does it have to do with us? Tianjia smiled. It's true that Black Tortoise Sacred Land has a long history. But Tianji Palace and Linglong Pavilion are not made up of mud. Even if Black Tortoise Sacred Land is held accountable, at most, it would be just to punish them for not investigating, and then punish them with some cultivation resources. Let's go. Tianjia said. Li Xingyu nodded and asked no more questions. She knew very well that she was only a soul formation realm practitioner, so rushing to help would only increase her burden. Haha, let's go. Where are you going? But at this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. Then, the whole space seemed to be imprisoned. Both Li Xingyu and Tianjia felt that they were immobilized and unable to move. As for Xiao Linger, he looked like a normal person, looking here and there. The words fell. The void in front of the three people suddenly twisted and finally burst. Immediately, a young man slowly walked out of the void. Not only that, he was also holding a person in his hand. Surprisingly, it was Li Xingyu's master, Ling Xian. Mahayana realm. Tianjia's expression suddenly changed when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect Black Tortoise Sacred Land to move so fast. He actually sent a Mahayana state directly. Master. Li Xingyu looked at Ling Xian sadly. Exquisite body, haha. The young man's eyes fell on Li Xingyu and sneered. Who are you? Li Xingyu looked at him coldly. Me? After all, you should call me uncle. Your father is my senior brother. The young man sneered. Lang Wu, are you really so heartless? Xingyu is just a child. What's wrong with her? Why do you have to kill her all? Ling Xian answered, her face full of despair. She didn't expect that even if she united with the evil spirit clan, she wouldn't be able to escape this disaster. Chwecking, Ling Xian, it seems you don't know what happened back then. I don't know why Sacred Land issued a fatwa to kill the couple, right? Lang Wu snorted coldly and replied. Humph, isn't it just the flying birds and the good bows? The Holy Lord Black Tortoise is afraid of the master and his wife. So, he falsely accused the master and madam of stealing the Sacred Land treasure and colluding with foreign races. Ling Xian immediately retorted. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Lang Wu burst out laughing after hearing this. Afraid? Framed. It's ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. He spoke with a mocking look on his face. Back then, he and I worshipped in the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Master was very good to us. He even treats us as his own sons. He is very talented, and Master is training him as the next generation of holy masters. Do you think Master will frame him? Lang Wu said emotionally. Finished. He looked at Li Xingyu again. Do you know where your exquisite body came from? Exquisite body? Li Xingyu frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. Back then, you were a mortal physique, and your training qualifications were extremely poor. I once advised my senior brother that talents are destined by God. At least they can allow you to grow up without worries. But senior brother doesn't believe in fate. He is unwilling to let you live an ordinary life. So, he made a deal with the Poison Spirit clan. He helped the Poison Spirit tribe recreate the Black Tortoise realm, and the Poison Spirit tribe gave it the method of body changing. The so-called body changing method is to kill other spirit body owners, deprive them of their blood, and integrate them into your body. In order to create your exquisite body, do you know how many spirit bodies your parents killed back then? 10, a total of 10 spirit body. Lang Wu watched Li Xingyu keep talking. After hearing this, Li Xingyu's face instantly turned extremely pale. Impossible. Master is definitely not that kind of person. Ling Xian immediately retorted. Haha, impossible. Ling Xian, you were there when this girl was born. She was born without any spirit body vision. Ling Long's spirit body is one of the top 10 existences among spirit bodies. How could such a spirit body not have visions when it was born? But this girl didn't have any visions, but then she had an exquisite spirit body. This is irrefutable proof. Lang Wu snorted and said. Hearing this, Ling Xuan's expression changed slightly. You said I'm heartless. They are the ones who are truly heartless. Did you know that 3 of the 10 spirit bodies back then were from the demon suppression team? They guard the demon abyss against the demon race. But Sacred Land didn't even save their children. Ling Xian, tell me, who is so ruthless? Lang Wu continued to speak, and the last sentence was almost a roar. No, it's impossible, it won't be. Master, they are definitely not this kind of people. Ling Xian simply couldn't accept this fact. Girl, should you follow me yourself, or should I do it myself? The people of the demon suppression team need an explanation, and I, Black Tortoise Sacred Land, must also give them an explanation. Lang Wu ignored her, just looked at Li Xingyu and said softly. Okay, I'll go with you. The others are innocent and I hope you can let them go. Facing his gaze, Li Xingyu's face turned pale, and endless sadness surged in her heart. She didn't expect that. This is actually what happened. Son of the Emperor, right? Go back to your Tianji palace. Lang Wu looked at Tianjitzi and spoke. Well. At this point, Tianjizhi couldn't prove right or wrong, so he could only sigh and turn around to leave. As for this little doll, it seems very close to you. Before confirming your relationship, I must take her away too. Lang Wu's eyes fell on Xiao Linger and said. No, she was just someone I met in the mountains. Nothing to do with me. Li Xingyu decisively refused. She didn't know what was going on. But clearly, entering the Black Tortoise Sacred Land is like entering a prison. You absolutely can't take little Linger with you. Humph, it's not up to you. Lang Wu snorted, and as he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Linger. Moment. Terrifying laws emerged from the void one after another, forming a huge palm like vines, grabbing at Xiao Linger. When the great cauldron artifact spirit saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You said that if you want to take Li Xingyu away, take her away. Why do you want to take action against your little master? Young man, you are so brave. It murmured in its mind. Chapter 13. Linger, run. When Li Xingyu saw this, she hurriedly spoke to Xiao Linger. Black Tortoise Sacred Land is a place of right and wrong. Once little Linger is caught, Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Leave it alone. Just the treasures on Xiao Linger's body will definitely arouse the covetous eyes of the people in Black Tortoise Sacred Land. By the time, even if Xiao Linger has no relationship with her, the people from Black Tortoise Sacred Land will definitely arrange one. No, he is a bad guy, I want to beat him. Xiao Linger spoke angrily. She doesn't know what is right or wrong. All I know is that anyone who dares to attack my sister is a bad person. Everyone should be beaten. Senior, hurry up, take her away. Li Xingyu had no choice but to send a message to the cauldron eagerly. The great cauldron weapon spirit curled his lips in disdain and turned his back on her. Just a small ant in the Mahayana realm. If you can catch the little linger, it will stew in shit. Senior. Li Xingyu looked at the palm of his hand and shouted eagerly. It's a pity that the great cauldron weapon spirit still doesn't like her. Instead, it was Xiao Linger who took action. Facing the grasping hand, she counterattacked with a punch. Innocent, ignorant little doll. Lang Wu laughed disdainfully. In his eyes, Xiao Linger was an existence without cultivation. The punch was like cotton, not aggressive at all. And what about himself? The real Mahayana realm. Even a casual blow cannot be broken by a person without any cultivation. Xiao Linger also wanted to counter his blow with a soft punch. It is undoubtedly naive and ridiculous. However, the next moment... Boom! A dull voice sounded. I saw that huge palm composed of laws suddenly exploded when it touched Xiao Linger's fist. Those chains of laws have become fragments. What? Shocked. Everyone was stunned. Li Xingyu, Ling Xian, and Lang Wu. This shocking scene made the three of them stunned, and their minds fell into a brief blank. That was a random blow in the Mahayana realm. Even if someone from the top of the body integration realm comes, they must use all their strength to deal with it. But Xiao Linger exploded with just one simple punch? How can it be? How can this be? Linger, you. Li Xingyu looked at the little figure in her arms, her voice trembling as she spoke. What kind of person did he meet in the first place? Don't be afraid, sister, I will protect you. Xiao Linger smiled and jumped out of Li Xingyu's arms. Looking straight at Lang Wu. If you want to hurt my sister, you are a bad person and I will beat you. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily. But this look, coupled with her small body, is particularly cute. Who are you? Lang Wu asked in a solemn voice. Able to defeat his attacks with just one punch. It's definitely not simple. Especially since his cultivation level in the Mahayana realm could not tell the extent of Xiao Linger's cultivation level. There are only two cases of this. Either Xiao Linger's cultivation is at the Mahayana level like him. Either that or Xiao Linger's cultivation far surpasses him. Yes, no matter what the situation is. Lang Wu couldn't believe it. Because now he is already at the peak of Mahayana realm. Already belonged to the top group of people in the Black Tortoise domain. However, it took him 5,000 years to reach this level. Still under the condition that Sacred Land continues to provide training resources. Where is this little doll in front of me? Looks like 3 or 4 years old. The peak of Mahayana state at the age of 3 or 4. Are you kidding me? Not even prodigy from Imperial Garden can do it. As for the second situation, Lang Wu didn't even dare to think about it. Because that proves that Xiao Linger is at least Saint Realm. A 3 or 4-year-old to Saint Realm. It does not exist in the entire human history of True Spirit World. I am the most powerful transcendent level in the world. Xiao Linger followed his example and said with a cold snort. However, her voice was milky and milky, without any dignity at all. On the contrary, it's a bit funny. After hearing this, Lang Wu's face twitched slightly. Transcendent level is invincible and the best in the world? What the hell? I want to see if you are invincible. Lang Wu snorted coldly. As he finished speaking, his thoughts moved. A scroll flew out of his body. Town. He groaned. The scroll flew to Xiao Linger's head and slowly unfolded. As the scroll unfolded, beams of light slanted down and enveloped little Linger. Semi-saint vessel, mountain, and river map. Ling Xuan's face changed drastically and she said in a deep voice. Semi-saint weapon, between Dao weapon and saint weapon. Now it is Lang Wu, the peak powerhouse of Mahayana realm, who is motivating him. It can be said that even those who are at the pinnacle of the Mahayana realm can only be suppressed. Senior, help Ling'er quickly. Li Xingyu naturally knew the horror of the semi-saint weapon and quickly sent a message to the Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit. You're just a piece of rubbish. The Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit replied impatiently. Seal up. At this time, Lang Wu's voice sounded again. Semi-saint's painting of mountains and rivers also rushed towards Xiao Ling'er, seeming to absorb her into the painting. Looking at the mountain and river map rushing towards me. Little Ling'er tilted her head, as if wondering what this thing was. Soon, the semi-saint device came to Xiao Ling'er's head, and a terrifying suction force came from it, trying to suck Xiao Ling'er into the painting. If you want to lock me up, I'm going to blow you up. Xiao Ling'er seemed to have thought of something, and her face became even more angry. Finished. She punched the mountain and river map. It's still a simple punch. But, the moment when the fist touches the mountain and river map. Boom! The entire mountain and river map exploded directly from the middle. The terrifying fist wind counterattacked and even the clouds in the sky were washed away. Ah! As the mountain and river map exploded, a scream came out. Then I saw a little fat man running out of the mountain and river map. Saint Realm, Lang Wu, run away quickly, this little baby is the strong Saint Realm. The little fat man spoke loudly while running towards Lang Wu. What? As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu and the other three couldn't help but breathe. Holy! Saint Realm? Little Ling'er is Saint Realm? What a joke! She is only 4 or 5 years old. However, the three of them had to believe it when they thought of her blowing up a semi-saint weapon with one punch. Otherwise, how could it be possible to explode the semi-saint device so easily? Wow, what a cute little cub! Seeing the mountain and river artifact spirit running out, Xiao Ling'er's eyes lit up. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the mountain and river artifact spirit. The fleeing Shanhe Toki Ling felt his vision suddenly flicker. When he saw it again, it had appeared in Xiao Ling'er's hand, and she pinched it with 2 fingers. At this time, Lang Wu also reacted and tore the void directly to prepare to escape. Saint Realm is not something he can deal with. Humph, you are not allowed to run. Xiao Ling'er snorted coldly and reached out to Lang Wu to grab him. Moment. Lang Wu's expression changed drastically. Can't move. He found that he couldn't move. Not only that, even the power of law cannot be used. Sacred territory, this is definitely a sacred territory. She is really a strong person in Saint Realm. Lang Wu was horrified and his face was full of disbelief. Cultivation together, from chi refining to nascent soul is the spiritual power of cultivation. And what soul formation to Mahayana practices is the law. The Saint Realm above the Mahayana realm is the realm that is cultivated. The Holy Realm is built by Saint Realm, and the Venerable Realm is the Imperial Realm. Now Xiao Ling'er can freeze him without even moving, and he can't even use the law. Only the Holy Land can do this. Let me go, let me go. The weapon spirit of the mountain and river picture was struggling in Xiao Ling'er's hands. No, hee, I want to treat you like a zizai and hang you up like a doll. Little Ling'er pinched it and smiled harmlessly. After saying that, she looked at Li Xingyu again. Sister, I caught the bad guy. What should we do now? Chapter 14. Little doll, this matter has nothing to do with you. You must get involved. I, Black Tortoise Sacred Land, also have Saint Realm strong men. Lang Martial God spoke solemnly. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If I had known better, I would not have provoked this little girl and just brought Li Xingyu back to Black Tortoise Sacred Land. What now? Not only was he captured alive, but the semi-saint vessel was also destroyed. The weapon spirit that was obtained so hard was also captured by Xiao Ling'er. Sacred Land? What is Sacred Land? Can it be eaten? Xiaoling tilted her head and looked at him. To the world of spiritual practice, she is a blank slate. Lang Wu? He looked at Xiaoling in confusion, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Don't know what sacred land is? How did you cultivate to Saint Realm? Linger, sacred land is a force. There are beings as powerful as you inside. Li Xingyu explained hurriedly. Hey? As good as me. After hearing this, Xiaoling couldn't help scratching her head. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled. Then, a small gourd flew out of the void. It was the gourd that Xiaoling used to hold the primordial origin Tian Shui. This is... Seeing the sudden appearance of the little gourd, Lang Wu and Ling Xian were both stunned. Because they all felt how extraordinary this little gourd was. Especially Lang Wu. One can clearly feel a threat to life from the small gourd. Sister, I'm not afraid. Little Hulu said that sacred land is not as powerful as me. After Xiaoling looked at the little gourd for a while, she said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu and the other three were stunned. Is sacred land not as powerful as you? What's the meaning? Linger, what is your cultivation level? Li Xingyu asked in a solemn voice. When they first met, she thought Xiaoling was a soul formation realm cultivator. After experiencing thunder tribulation, she thinks it is the body integration realm cultivation. Now, through Lang Wu's incident, Xiaoling's cultivation is fixed in Saint Realm in her heart. Now, this gourd says that sacred land is not as powerful as Xiaoling. Doesn't it prove that sacred land is not a threat to Xiaoling at all? So what kind of cultivation level is Xiaoling? Emperor Venerable Realm? As Li Xingyu thought about it, her scalp felt numb. Emperor Venerable Realm, the true powerhouse of the true spirit world. As long as the tribulation realm does not appear, Emperor Venerable will be invincible. If Xiaoling is the Emperor Venerable Realm, then that's okay? After all, she is only 4 years old. Ah? Cultivation? Sister, what is cultivation? After hearing this, Xiaoling tilted her head and looked at her. Li Xingyu? Facing Xiaoling's gaze, rows of question marks popped up in her mind. Don't know what cultivation is? Where did your terrifying strength come from? Senior, Linger. Helpless, Li Xingyu could only transmit messages to dating. You can't understand my little master's cultivation. You just need to know that she is very strong, much stronger than you can imagine. At least the turtle you call sacred land doesn't pose the slightest threat to the little master. Dating replied immediately. Xiaoling's cultivation level is the Immortal King realm. This kind of state is simply not something that everyone in true spirit world can understand. It didn't bother to explain to a little Karami like Li Xingyu. Hiss. After listening to the words of the great cauldron weapon spirit, Li Xingyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Could it be that Xiaoling's cultivation has really reached the Emperor Venerable Realm? This. She looked at Xiaoling, her eyes filled with shock. 4-year-old Emperor Venerable Realm. Where did she come from? Hee hee, little gourd said I don't have to be afraid of you turtle's sacred land. Luan luo, bite me. Xiaoling didn't think too much, she made a face at Lang Wu. Lang Wu. He looked at Xiaoling, then at the little gourd that suddenly appeared, his face darkened. Humph, I want to see if you can stop me, the powerful man from sacred land, from coming. He said with a cold snort. Hear this. The great cauldron weapon spirit's expression was inexplicable again. Young man, you are really brave. How dare you say this in front of my big brother Hulu? 6. It murmured in its mind. Lang Wu didn't know what level of treasure the gourd was. But it is very clear. The gourd is not a spirit communication fairy treasure like it, but a divine weapon. A true weapon of God. Moreover, the gourd also protects little Linger the most. Take it for yourself. When he was captured by Lu Ming, he was only given to Xiaolinger for stew, which was something that 1,000 or 10,000 people were not willing to do. And finally, I was almost blown away by the gourd. Now Lang Wu actually dares to threaten Xiaolinger in front of Hulu? Dating said, Yang, little brother, you are so brave. You must know that even this spirit communication immortal treasure does not dare to threaten little Linger. Really? Just as Lang Wu finished speaking, the little gourd shook on the spot. Immediately, the gourd lid opened automatically, and terrifying suction force came from the gourd. Moment. Lang Wu was sucked directly into the gourd. After inhaling Lang Wu, the gourd buzzed and vibrated twice, then left through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Linger, this. Li Xingye was already too scared to breathe. Because the pressure just revealed by the gourd was actually several times more terrifying than Lang Wu in the Mahayana realm. As for Ling Xian, she was still in a dazed state at this time. Because she didn't expect it. The little girl Li Xingye brought back could actually smash the semi-saint device with her bare hands. He could also effortlessly capture Lang Wu, who had subverted his cultivation in the Mahayana realm. Thinking back to the time when I thought that little Linger was brought back by Li Xingye to be trained as a maid, Ling Xuan's heart trembled. Sister, it's okay. Calabash said he was going to visit Turtle Sacred Land. Xiao Linger smiled and said nonchalantly. Going to Turtle Sacred Land? Li Xingye couldn't help but be stunned. Xingyu, follow me back to Linglong Pavilion first. The evil spirits don't keep their word. After I release them, they attacked Linglong Pavilion instead of attacking Black Tortoise Sacred Land. At this time, Ling Xian, who had come back to her senses, took a deep breath and spoke. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Linger and said respectfully, Senior, please help us. Don't worry, we will never let your help go in vain. Afterwards, I will give you a lot of thanks. After hearing this, Li Xingye immediately spoke, Master, this is our business, how can we trouble Linger? She knew that Xiao Linger didn't understand anything. But that doesn't mean you can be deceived. If that big cauldron is angered, no one will be able to survive. Hey? Help! Old lady, what can you give me? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at Ling Xian. What do you think of this? Facing her gaze, Ling Xian took a deep breath, thought about it carefully, and then took out a bead. The bead was the size of a finger, red, and looked like a blood egg. I obtained this thing in an ancient battlefield. I can feel that this thing is very extraordinary, but it's a pity that I can't refine it. Senior, how about this in exchange for your help? Ling Xian spoke nervously. The evil spirit clan is born, and Linglong Pavilion cannot deal with it. Now it's impossible to count on Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Now the only one who can deal with the evil spirit clan is Xiao Linger. If Xiao Linger doesn't help, Linglong Pavilion will be doomed. What a strange bead, sister, why do I feel a strange feeling? Xiao Linger stared at the beads and spoke in confusion. Strange feeling? How does it feel? Li Xingye looked at her in confusion. Yet, I just have a weird feeling. It seems like the beads belong to me, no. Oh, sister, I don't know what to say. Xiao Linger scratched her head and spoke. This. Li Xingye was a little confused after hearing this. Bloodline induction, that bead is a blood amber bead. It is formed by the blood of a strong man dripping on the supreme grade spirit stone. This thing should be related to the mistress. Suddenly, the voice of the cauldron spirit came into Li Xingye's sea of consciousness. Chapter 15. Is it related to Xiao Linger's mother? After hearing this, Li Xingye was slightly stunned. No wonder Xiao Linger said she had a strange feeling. Master, where did you get these beads? Li Xingye asked immediately. She originally wanted to take Xiao Linger to the Black Tortoise Sacred Land to find an expert to see if she could get any news about Xiao Linger's mother. But now that they have broken up with Black Tortoise Sacred Land, this road is obviously dead. This blood amber strain is related to Xiaolinger's mother. Perhaps we can get some clues from where the blood pearl appears. I occasionally obtained this item in the ancient battlefield. Xingyu, do you know what this is? Ling Xian replied. Ancient battlefield? Li Xingyu murmured in her heart. She knows this place. The ancient battlefield is located at the boundary between the Black Tortoise Domain and Zhongzhou. Rumor has it that there is great terror within. Before the cross-teleportation array was established, if you wanted to go from the Black Tortoise Domain to Zhongzhou, you had to cross this ancient battlefield. Unfortunately, in Li Xingyu's impression, no one has ever crossed the ancient battlefield. There is no strong person from Zhongzhou who has crossed the ancient battlefield to come to the Black Tortoise Domain. It can be said, the ancient battlefield spans the Black Tortoise Domain and the Zhongzhou Chasm. As for the origin of the ancient battlefield, Li Xingyu also heard about it. In rumors, that place was a battlefield between immortals and demons in ancient times, 100,000 years ago. It was precisely because of that war that the true spirit world was torn apart and became what it is today. Only, what does this have to do with Xiaolinger's mother? Could it be that the other party participated in that war 100,000 years ago? But judging from Xiaolinger's age, it's obviously impossible. Otherwise, how could she be only 4 years old? Mother Linger should have entered the ancient battlefield. Maybe there are some clues in it. Li Xingyu thought deeply. Of course, this possibility is slim. After all, no one knows when this bloody pearl was left behind. But the so-called flying geese leave traces. Linger's mother has been to the ancient battlefield, so she will definitely leave some traces. Even if it was just a name, it would be convenient for her to search with Linger, instead of looking like a headless fly like now. Thinking of this, Li Xingyu's eyes fell on Xiaolinger. Linger, this bead was left by your mother. Just keep it. Ah? Mother? Where is mother? Old lady, have you seen my mother? When Xiaolinger heard this, her eyes immediately burst into endless hope. This, little senior, I haven't seen your mother either. This thing was accidentally obtained by me on the ancient battlefield. Ling Xian looked at Xiaolinger and said weakly. Seniority in the spiritual world is never based on age, but on cultivation level. Whoever has strong cultivation is the senior. Even though she is older than Xiaolinger by who knows how many years, in terms of cultivation, she still has to respect Xiaolinger as her senior. Sister, let's go to the ancient battlefield to find my mother, okay? Xiaolinger looked at Li Xingyu. Okay, sister will take you there. However, my sister still has to deal with some evil spirits. Can I take you there after my sister has finished solving the problem? Li Xingyu touched her little head and replied. The fundamental reason why the evil spirit clan was born was because of her. She had to take care of this. Okay, I'll help sister. I'm very powerful. Xiaolinger nodded and raised her fist. Seeing that the great cauldron spirit had nothing to do with it, Li Xingyu nodded, okay, thank you, Linger. When Xiaolinger and 3 others went to Linglong Pavilion, the little gourd has arrived over the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. The terrifying coercion it exudes makes everyone in Black Tortoise Sacred Land feel shocked. I wonder which senior came to Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Immediately, an old voice sounded. Then, an old man with an immortal spirit walked out of the void. This old man is no one else. It is none other than the contemporary Holy Master of Black Tortoise Sacred Land, Wu Tianxin. Saint Realm Great Completion Cultivation. Wu Tiangi, who was in the air, looked at the little gourd and frowned. Just now, he was in seclusion to attack the Emperor Venerable Realm. Suddenly I felt a very terrifying aura, so I came out to investigate. Did not expect. It turned out to be a gourd? Imperial weapon, or the legendary immortal weapon. Wu Tiangi looked at the little gourd, his brows furrowed. He knew it was a treasure, but he didn't dare to make any plans at the moment. Not for anything else. Just because of the terrifying aura emanating from this gourd, he felt deeply in danger. I wonder who Dao Venerable is driving. Wu Tiange spoke thoughtfully. Since he is an imperial weapon, or immortal weapon, there must be a weapon spirit. Those who threaten my little master will die. A majestic voice came from the small gourd. Wu Tiange couldn't help but be confused after hearing this. Threatening the little master? Which little master? I have been in retreat in sacred land for nearly 1,000 years and have never been out. Where can you threaten your little master? Your Excellency, is there any misunderstanding here? Wu Tiange spoke quickly. With his Saint Realm great completion cultivation, it is not difficult to block an imperial weapon. But now he doesn't know what level of treasure the small gourd is. One more thing is, it can be inferred from Xiao Gourd's words that this treasure has an owner. Being able to control such a powerful treasure, how could the owner behind it be so simple? Even if you can stop the gourd, what can you do to stop the person behind it? Therefore, he didn't want to take action, he just wanted to reconcile. Xiao Gourd didn't say anything, he just released Lang Wu. Lang Wu? What's going on? Seeing Lang Wu, Wu Tiange's face immediately darkened. He remembered that he sent Lang Wu to deal with the orphan of Azure Lotus Taoist monk. How could you provoke such a being? Master, me. Seeing Wu Tian ashamed, Lang Wu also felt miserable. Now, he regrets as much as he wants. Okay, why do you do it to that little girl? It's good now. To provoke such a terrifying existence. Especially when he thought about threatening Xiaolinger, he wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill him. If there is no such sentence, this terrifying gourd will never come to Black Tortoise sacred land. This person threatens the little master. Anyone who threatens the little master will die. Destroy the forces that threaten my little master. A cold voice came from the small gourd. The voice fell. The glow overflows and envelops the Black Tortoise sacred land. Moment. Black Tortoise sacred land, no matter what kind of cultivator you are, you find that you can't move. Among them, Wu Tiange, the perfect saint of Saint Realm, is included. Immortal weapon. This is definitely an immortal weapon. Lang Wu, who did you provoke? Wu Tiange's expression suddenly changed. He is the Saint Realm great completion, and it is not an exaggeration to call him the half-step Emperor Venerable Realm. With this level of cultivation, he is considered a master in the true spirit world. Even when faced with a real imperial weapon, it still has the power to fight. After all, the imperial artifact is not the imperial venerable realm in the true sense. It can only be regarded as a half-emperor venerable realm. But now, the small gourd has made him unable to move. Only the legendary law treasure immortal weapon, specially designed for monks in the tribulation realm, can do this. Master, I don't know either. Lang Wu spoke with a bitter look on his face. At this moment, he was also very shocked. Who would have thought that a 4-year-old baby would be wearing an immortal weapon? Hear this. Wu Tiange was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, no one knows if it's offended. How did you provoke me? Chapter 16. Ancestor Black Tortoise, save me. Helpless, Wu Tiange shouted. The ancestor of Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise sacred land is the real sea-fixing needle. A black turtle that has lived for an unknown number of years, and its cultivation level is also very terrifying. He is a genuine demon ancestor. Equivalent to the human Emperor Venerable Realm strong man. Well. A soft sigh sounded, and a rickety figure appeared next to Wu Tiange. He has long white hair and a cane in his hand. It is the Black Tortoise sacred land's sea-fixing needle, the Black Tortoise. Your Majesty, how about giving me a humble face and Lang Wu's life in exchange for this matter being revealed? The Black Turtle spoke helplessly. Immortal weapon, it can be unafraid. But what it fears is the person behind it. To be able to control an immortal weapon, the person behind it must be the tribulation realm. Even it is helpless in the face of such existence. Ha! A mixed-haired turtle dares to call himself Black Tortoise. Your face? Who do you think you are? Even if the real ancestor of Black Tortoise comes, I will kill him without fail. I'll just use you to replenish my little master's health. Xiao Gord snorted coldly. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light flew out of the gourd and rushed towards the black turtle. Humph, what a big tone, you're just an immortal weapon, how dare you call yourself a god? Suangi snorted coldly and tapped the crutch in his hand lightly in the air. If the great cauldron weapon spirit were here, he would definitely say, "Old turtle is very brave, isn't he? Dare you say this to Brother Hulu? This is a serious divine weapon, it can really be called a god." With the Suangi crutches clicked. Buzz. A ripple rippled in the air, and finally it was like a sea wave heading towards the little gourd. Ah! The little gourd sneered disdainfully, and the gourd body shook slightly. The ripples dissipated instantly. Suangi's expression also changed suddenly. Can't move. It found that it was frozen and unable to move. You're not an immortal weapon, you're an immortal weapon. A real fairy treasure. Black Turtle shouted in horror. What? As soon as these words came out, Wu Tiangi and Lang Wu were stunned for a moment. As a high-level executive in Black Tortoise Sacred Land, of course they know what an immortal treasure is. Immortal weapon is the law treasure that the transcending tribulation realm can use powerfully. But after all, the transcending tribulation realm is not a fairy, but a pseudo-fairyland. The so-called immortal weapon is just a fake immortal weapon. However, immortal treasure is different. Immortal treasure is the law treasure used by real immortals. There may not be anything of this level in the entire true spirit world. Lang Wu, who the hell did you provoke? Wu Tiangi was angry, and confused. Fairy treasure, a real fairy treasure. Doesn't it mean that Lang Wu provoked a true immortal when he went out for a trip? What the hell? Master, I really don't know. Just a 4-year-old baby. Lang Wu spoke without tears. From the moment he was easily suppressed by Xiao Linger, he knew that he had hit a brick wall this time. But now it seems. Which song is so ironic? This time I kicked myself to the extreme. Unexpectedly, a descendant of true immortal was provoked. Your Majesty, you have broken the rules of this world. True immortal cannot take action against true spirit world. This is the rule of the upper world. As an old monster who has lived for several years, Black Turtle knows many secrets. Among them was one day. People in the upper realm cannot take action against the lower realm. Because the lower realm is the source of new blood for the upper realm. The strength of the people in the upper realm is too terrifying. Once it takes action, the lower realm will be destroyed, thus cutting off fresh blood. Rules? Guys above, did I break the rules? The little gourd sneered. Along with the sound, a stream of light rushed into the sky. When the layers of white clouds dispersed, there was a pair of eyes in the sky. See this? The eyes simply closed and disappeared. It looked like I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Immortal Envoy, help me, Immortal Envoy. This gourd breaks the rules. Xianling saw this and shouted hurriedly. Damn it! At this moment, the people in a palace in the void outside True Spirit World heard this and cursed directly. Help! Save your uncle's life! This small gourd is at least an immortal king level treasure. Shall I save you? Who the hell is here to save me? He complained, choosing not to hear or see anything. You must know that it is an immortal king level treasure. How could he, a mere true immortal, dare to touch it? Not to mention the person behind him, even a small gourd can be killed by him. It's over. Seeing that the immortal envoy did not respond, Suangi immediately felt despair in his heart. Of course, he was more angry. Okay, why bother with an existence of this level? Not even the immortal envoy dared to take care of it. The little gourd stopped talking nonsense, opened the lid of the gourd, and sucked at the 3 Suangi guys. Moment. The 3 guys were sucked into the gourd. Not only that, the entire black tortoise sacred land was also sucked into the gourd. Done everything. The small gourd then dived into the void and disappeared directly. In the void outside true spirit world. Well. The immortal envoy let out a long sigh, his face full of depression. Maid, who is this big boss in the game world? Do you want to report it? This is an immortal king weapon. If you report it, you will definitely be rewarded. The immortal muttered to himself. But after a moment he shook his head again. No, this gourd belongs to its owner. The owner must also be an immortal king. It is impossible for the immortal world to punish an immortal king for such a trivial matter. That's it, that's all. I saw nothing, heard nothing. It's just a small place. If it's a big deal, I'll leave it to the Union Gang. Yes, it is like that. He muttered, said nothing more, and fell into silence. When Li Xingyu and the others came to Linglong Pavilion, what I saw was a miserable situation. Countless evil spirits are killing the monks of Linglong Pavilion. There are also monks from Linglong Pavilion who are killing evil spirits. Pity. Both in terms of quantity and overall strength. The evil spirits are stronger than Linglong Pavilion. This goes on. Linglong Pavilion must be destroyed. Linger, be careful. Li Xingyu put down these words and rushed directly into the battlefield. Ling Xian, who originally wanted Xiao Linger to take action, saw this and said no more. Also rushed into the battlefield. Little Linger chose to stand in one place, looking at everything curiously with her big round eyes. She had no idea about war. But there happened to be an evil spirit targeting little Linger. What a cute little baby, it must taste very good, GGG. Little baby, how about you give me a taste? 2 evil spirits came towards Xiao Linger. As he spoke, he stretched out his long scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Moreover, the cultivation level of these 2 evil spirits is not low, with gold core realm cultivation level. Ugly, so disgusting, you. Looking at the 2 evil spirits, little Linger spoke with a sweet voice. Hear this. The 2 evil spirits instantly became angry. The appearance is reverse scale for their clan. Court death. Hey, little baby, I don't know the heights of the world, I will swallow you. The 2 evil spirits spoke angrily. As he spoke, his scarlet tongue curled up towards little Linger like a vine. Up and down, it was about to split her into 2 halves and swallow her. Looking at the 2 killing tongues, Xiao Linger didn't talk nonsense and just punched out. Boom! A dull voice sounded. The moment the 2 tongues touched Xiao Linger's tongue, they exploded and turned into a pile of minced meat. Not only that, a fist wind went straight towards Huanglong and hit the 2 evil spirits. Boom! The explosion sounded again, and the 2 evil spirits were blasted directly into a pile of flesh and blood before they even screamed. The movement here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Whether it was the Linglong Pavilion monks or the evil spirits, they became dead in an instant. The entire battlefield came to a standstill after Xiao Linger took action. A 4-year-old kid actually killed 2 evil spirits with gold core cultivation? Chapter 17. Both the evil spirit and the people in Linglong Pavilion looked at Xiao Linger with extremely shocked eyes. To know. Those are 2 evil spirits with gold core realm cultivation. Moreover, the evil spirits have extremely strong self-healing abilities. No matter how serious the injury is, he can recover instantly. Rely on this ability. An evil spirit with early gold core cultivation level can fight against a gold core late-stage human without falling behind. This is also the reason why Linglong Pavilion has no chance of winning. But now? A 4-year-old kid blasted 2 gold core evil spirits with 1 punch? She, Isn't she the little girl that Saint Tess brought back? Yes, I saw her in the spirit medicine garden before. Oh my god, how can she be so powerful? Those are two evil spirits with gold core cultivation. Is she a nascent soul monk? Nascent soul level cultivation, are you kidding? How old is she? The people in Linglong Pavilion were discussing. Things about Xiaolinger have long been spread in Linglong Pavilion. Most of the people in Linglong Pavilion know her. Only no one thought that Xiaolinger could be so powerful. Destroyed 2 gold core evil spirits with just one punch. Court death. Haha, awesome little doll, your deity is mine. If you dare to kill anyone from my clan, you will die. The evil spirits also reacted accordingly. They all abandoned the opponents in front of them and started to kill Xiaolinger. Among them, there are dozens of nascent souls, hundreds of gold core realm cultivations, and even more foundation building realm and chi refining realm. They're not stupid. A 4-year-old baby has such strength. It shows that his talent is extremely terrifying. Such existence must be nipped in the cradle. Moreover, the way for their clan to become stronger is to refine the Taoist secrets of the human race. If you can capture Xiaolinger and refine his Taoist skills, the future is definitely great. No, stop them quickly. Little sister, run quickly, run to Saint Tess. Damn it, your opponent is me. When the monks in Linglong Pavilion saw this, their expressions changed instantly. So many evil spirits were killing Xiaolinger. Even if the opponent is a soul formation realm monk, it is difficult to resist. The people in Linglong Pavilion attacked those evil spirits one after another. Pity. All the evil spirits only have eyes for Xiaolinger at the moment, so how can they pay attention to them? Linger. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention in the aerial battle. Seeing the overwhelming evil spirits killing Xiaolinger, Li Xingyu's expression suddenly changed. Now, except for the soul formation realm evil spirit that they were fighting against, all the other evil spirits were basically killing Xiaolinger. It can be said, the evil spirit clan is equivalent to using the whole family's efforts to kill Xiaolinger. So many evil spirits. Even she may not be able to stop it. Xingyu, don't panic, have you forgotten the strength of the junior? Ling Xian didn't worry too much. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are useless. If Xiaolinger is only in the soul formation realm or body integration or Mahayana realm, she will help. But Xiaolinger is a saint realm cultivation base. Such terrifying strength. A group of evil spirits from nascent soul, gold core, foundation building, and chi refining realm will die as many as they can. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of evil spirits were approaching Xiaolinger. There are so many ugly things, disgusting, so disgusting, you. Facing the dense and overwhelming evil spirits, Xiaolinger spoke to herself. Talk about living flowers. She stretched out her chubby little hand and waved forward. Moment. The expressions of all the evil spirits who rushed towards Xiaolinger suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, I can't move? Next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered on Xiaolinger's 5 little fingers. He waved Xiaolinger's palm out. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the sky continued to sound, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into tiny needles. Not only that, there are white flames attached to it. Puff, puff. The sound of sharp objects piercing the skin kept coming. The thin needles transformed from the spiritual power of heaven and earth pierced into the heads of the evil spirits one after another. Then, the evil spirit's entire body also started to burn. In the blink of an eye, all the evil spirits that killed Xiaolinger turned into a pile of black reef powder. Silence, dead silence. Whether it is Linglong Pavilion senior officials or disciples. At this moment, they were all stagnant in place, staring at Xiaolinger with a look of shock and fear. Destroyed, tens of thousands of evil spirits, just with the raising of a hand? What a joke! Those are tens of thousands of evil spirits, and they are not the most rubbish ones. There are also powerful existences such as Nascent Soul Realm and Gold Core Realm. Now, they were all wiped out by Xiaolinger with one move? Gilu. Suddenly, the sound of swallowing was heard. Immediately, there were gasps and shocking discussions. Hiss, she. Destroyed, tens of thousands of evil spirits have been wiped out. One move, just one move. Oh my god, what kind of cultivation level does she have? There is absolutely no way she is in the nascent soul realm. Soul formation? Soul formation can't do this, right? Is it the body integration realm? Are you kidding me? 4 years old, body integration realm. The voices of discussion intertwined and filled the entire battlefield. Everyone was shocked and even frightened by this scene. Same. They were also curious about what kind of cultivation Xiaolinger had. Why are you looking at me? I'm shy. Being stared at by so many eyes, Xiaolinger's face turned red. After saying that, he stepped forward and ran directly behind Li Xingyu to hide. Everyone in Linglong Pavilion couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. Hurting? Shy? Ah, little doll, you are looking for death. When the power of my clan comes, I will kill you. The existence of soul formation cultivation of the evil spirit tribe reacted and roared angrily. After saying harsh words, they directly tore through the void and chose to escape. He didn't rush in to kill Xiaolinger without any thought. After all, with their cultivation level, they couldn't see through Xiaolinger's realm. However, Xiaolinger only used one move to kill them all. The only explanation is that Xiaolinger's cultivation is above the soul formation realm. Only a fool would run up and fight for such an existence. Hear their threatening words. Dating weapon spirit's face became incomprehensible again. You guys are so brave, how dare you threaten? I wonder if my brother Hulu is back. It muttered to itself. Really? Next moment, the space vibrated, and the little gourd appeared beside Xiaolinger out of thin air. As for the soul formation realm evil spirits that escaped, they were all frozen. Look at the gourd that suddenly appears. Everyone in Linglong couldn't help but be confused. What kind of treasure is this that can tear apart the void on its own? Gourd, hurry up and collect these ugly monsters. Xiaolinger spoke to Xiao Gourd. The little gourd buzzed and vibrated, as if in response to her words. Next moment, the lid of the gourd was opened, and all the soul formation evil spirits were put into the gourd without any resistance under the shocked eyes of everyone in Linglong Pavilion. After taking away the evil spirits who have cultivated soul formation, the little gourd vibrated again, then turned into a stream of light and rushed into the space passage between the evil spirit tribe and Linglong Pavilion. Linger, this. Li Xingyu calmed down and asked. Sister, it's okay. Calabash says ugly monsters can't exist. It's going to collect all the ugly ones, hee hee. Xiaolinger spoke innocently. But these words were like a thunder that struck the hearts of several soul formation realm experts in Linglong Pavilion. Go collect all the ugly people? Senior, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Chapter 18. They looked at Xiaolinger with strange eyes. You know, back then the evil spirits invaded True Spirit World. In the end, Li Xingyu's parents, the Azure Lotus monks, only forced him back and sealed the entrance. Instead of entering the evil spirit world and carrying out a bloodbath. The reason for this must be that the Azure Lotus Taoists do not dare to enter the evil spirit world and Black Tortoise Sacred Land. After the aliens were driven back, Black Tortoise Sacred Land did not even go to the alien world to settle accounts. That definitely means you don't have the confidence. If he had that confidence, he would definitely have entered the foreign world long ago. After all, the alien world has huge cultivation resources. If you can beat it, who will give up? Now, a piece of law treasure breaks into the evil spirit world and wants to collect all the evil spirits. In the eyes of several soul formation realms in Linglong Pavilion, it is undoubtedly a joke. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, a law weapon that can tear apart the void on its own is at least a saint weapon. Existences of this level are not something they can provoke. The current pavilion master of Linglong Pavilion, Ling Yu, would like to thank the junior for helping me. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s took a step forward and said respectfully. Thank you, junior, for saving me, Linglong Pavilion, from the fire and water. Several other supreme elders also spoke one after another. Ah! Thank me, shouldn't you give me a reward? The teacher said that a drop of kindness must be repaid with a fist. Xiaolinger tilted her head and looked at a few people. What? Lingyu and several elders couldn't help but be confused after hearing this. A drop of kindness repaid with a fist? Linger, it's the drop of water that repays the favor with the spring. Li Xingyu was immediately amused and corrected him. Ah! That's it, hee, almost. Xiaolinger smiled awkwardly, and her face turned extremely red. This cute look also put smiles on the faces of Lingyu and others. The reward is there. Here are 100 pieces of supreme grade spirit stone. Please accept it, junior. Lingyu spoke immediately and took out palm-sized spirit stones from the storage room while speaking. See this? The expressions of the other supreme elders changed slightly. 100 pieces of supreme grade spirit stone is almost 90% of Linglong Pavilion's heritage. However, thinking that if Xiaolinger hadn't taken action today, Linglong Pavilion would have been destroyed, they didn't say anything. It's not a loss to exchange 90% of the information for Linglong Pavilion's inventory. Ah! Just give me a stone. I don't want stones, I want vegetables and meat. Xiaolinger looked at those supreme grade spirit stones and spoke with disgust. Stone? When everyone heard this, they were all confused. You call this a stone? This is the supreme grade spirit stone, the top spirit stone in the true spirit world. Linglong Pavilion has been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and now it only has this supreme grade spirit stone. He was even disliked. Senior, this. Li Xingyu sent a message to the Great Cauldron Spirit, hoping that it would persuade little Linger to accept it. Supreme Grade Spirit Stone is rare. This thing is useless to my little master. The Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit replied immediately. Xiaolinger's current cultivation level is the Immortal King Realm. A mere Supreme Grade Spirit Stone is indeed a stone to her. It has no effect at all. As the little master said, give her spirit medicine, treasure medicine, or monster meat. Before Li Xingyu could speak, the Great Cauldron Spirit spoke again. Senior, are you sure? Li Xingyu spoke in disbelief. Spirit medicine and monster meat are not as good as supreme grade spirit stone. This matter has something to do with the young master's constitution. Just do as you please. The Great Cauldron Weapon Spirit replied. Constitution. Li Xingyu frowned slightly. The Great Cauldron Artifact Spirit replied calmly, without explaining much. As for the reason, it also didn't know what kind of physique Xiaolinger had. What is clear is that Xiaolinger cannot absorb the spiritual power and fairy power in the Spirit Stone or the Fairy Spirit Stone. In other words, Spirit Stone and Immortal Spirit Stone has no effect on little Linger's cultivation. On the contrary, spirit medicine and monster meat can provide it with magical power. Even the most rubbish spirit medicine or the lowest level monster meat in true spirit world can more or less provide little Linger with a bit of fairy power. This is also the reason why Xiaolinger likes to eat. Eating is Xiaolinger's way of practice. She was 4 years old. The reason why you can have such a terrifying cultivation level is all from eating it one bite at a time. Of course. Among them, Lu Ming's feeding is indispensable. If Lu Ming hadn't been feeding him all kinds of powerful immortal beasts and elixirs all day long, little Linger wouldn't have been able to achieve such a level of cultivation. The spirit of the Great Cauldron said this. Li Xingyu stopped talking. Vegetables? Meat? This. Lingyu and the people beside her looked at each other, and they all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What do vegetables and meat refer to? Pavilion Master, Linger needs spirit medicine and monster meat. Li Xingyu explained immediately. Spirit medicine, monster meat? Lingyu and several supreme elders looked at each other and were delighted. It is best to keep the supreme grade spirit stone. Because the supreme grade spirit stone is of great help to their spiritual practice. Okay, fourth elder, please go and bring all the spirit medicine from Ling Long Pavilion and leave some seeds. First elder, second elder, third elder. Please also trouble the three of you to take your disciples to help the junior hunt monster. Lingyu ordered to go down on the spot. The four supreme elders nodded and took action immediately. Linger, let's wait first. As soon as we get the meat, let's go to the ancient battlefield, okay? Li Xingyu said. Okay, we have to wait for the little gourd. Xiao Linger nodded and followed Li Xingyu to settle down where he lived. The war also came to an end. At this time, the evil spirit world. The little gourd has arrived in the evil spirit world. The moment it comes, the terrifying powerful men of the evil spirit tribe also felt something. They all came to the void from the retreat. Ha ha ha, immortal treasure, everyone has an immortal treasure that fell into our realm. Okay, it turns out to be an immortal treasure. God bless our people. The five evil spirits looked at the small gourd in the sky, were stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Their cultivation level is not low. All tribulation realm. Yes, it turns out to be a fairy treasure. When I refine this fairy treasure, I will definitely be able to use it to break the barrier between our world and the true spirit world. When the time comes, our clan will surely usher in its most glorious moment. Everyone's faces were full of excitement, and even their voices were trembling when they spoke. Oh, what kind of trash are you? A sneer came from inside the gourd. Then, the gourd shook slightly. The five transcending tribulation experts from the evil spirit tribe suddenly found themselves unable to move. Moment. The expressions of the five guys suddenly changed. Your Majesty, please spare your life. It was us who spoke arrogant words and offended your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty. Yes, we are willing to take out the treasure, so please calm down. The five guys spoke one after another, with panic on their faces. What kind of fairy treasure is this? At least it is the immortal weapon, a mysterious spirit dedicated to the power of the golden immortal realm. No need, your family makes little master feel disgusted. So, there is no need for you to exist. A faint voice came from the gourd. Evil Spirit? Chapter 19. The five strong men of the evil spirit tribe looked at Xiao Gourd with confused expressions on their faces. If it makes your little master sick, I will destroy you? What a fallacy! Your Excellency, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. The head of the evil spirits spoke with a gloomy expression. It had already heard the implication of the little gourd's words. The evil spirits are ugly and should be destroyed. So what if I humiliate you? The little gourd laughed disdainfully. The voice fell. The gourd lid was also opened. Turn them all into primordial origin Tian Shui and make stew for the little master. As he spoke, Xiao Gourd took a sudden breath at the evil spirit clan. Damn it! The expressions of the five powerful men from the evil spirit clan suddenly changed. They want to escape and resist. But his body was firmly imprisoned by an unknown force, and so was all his magic power. Under such circumstances, facing the little gourd, there is no other use than the helpless rage in my heart. I could only watch helplessly as I was sucked into the gourd. After absorbing all the evil spirits into the gourd, the little gourd tore through the void and left directly. Not long after Xiao Gourd left, A beautiful woman wearing a white dress suddenly appeared in the evil spirit world. What a terrifying law treasure! It's actually a bit stronger than my own Immortal Emperor weapon, Hongling. Is it the legendary real divine weapon? The woman looked at the direction in which the little gourd was leaving and frowned slightly. The true divine weapon, the person who can control this treasure should also be an Immortal Emperor. Is it cloudy? No, there is no cloudy and heavy aura on this treasure. Could it be that during the time I was reincarnated, there was a new Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Spirit World? The woman muttered to herself. At this time, the space behind the woman fluctuated. Then a man and a woman suddenly appeared behind him. I have met your majesty. The two spoke respectfully. If the senior officials of Linglong Pavilion were here, they would definitely be stunned. Because these two people are Li Xingyu's parents, Azure Lotus Taoist monks. No need to be polite, the evil spirit world has been cleaned up. Your daughter's safety has been relieved. The woman glanced at the two of them and said calmly. Thank you for your help, your majesty. Azure Lotus Taoist Gong Xiao Tao. There is someone else who takes action. When I reincarnate, will there be a new Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Spirit World? The woman waved her hand and asked with a frown. If there is a new Immortal Emperor, it will definitely not be good news for her. The Azure Lotus Taoists looked at each other and shook their heads. I've never heard from the commander. The two replied in unison. No? After hearing this, the woman immediately frowned. How can it be? That gourd is definitely a real divine weapon. A treasure of this level cannot be controlled except by the Immortal Emperor. That's all. Perhaps someone with good luck will find this treasure and recognize its owner. She muttered in her mind. Then he looked at the Azure Lotus monk and asked, how are they, father and daughter? This. The Azure Lotus monks looked at each other after hearing this. Your Majesty, we went to the location you mentioned, but we didn't find any village. The two replied immediately. No? After hearing this, the woman asked in a deep voice, have you ever brought my guide butterfly with you? She remembered surrounding the village with a large formation when she left. Your Majesty, the guiding butterfly was destroyed when my husband and I were exploring the forbidden area. So, please punish me, Your Majesty. Azure Lotus Taoist monk spoke awkwardly. That's all, I think father and daughter should be fine. Let's go, you can follow me to practice in the Forbidden Sea. The woman sighed and said helplessly. Azure Lotus monk nodded. I don't know how your father and daughter are doing. And Linger, he should be 4 years old now. The woman sighed in her heart. She is none other than Xiao Linger's mother, the reincarnated Immortal Emperor, by union. Linglong Pavilion. Pavilion Master, it's all my fault for underestimating the evil spirit tribe's shamelessness, which is why Linglong Pavilion suffered serious losses. Ling Xian spoke apologetically. If Xiao Linger hadn't been here today, Linglong Pavilion will inevitably be destroyed by the evil spirit clan. It doesn't matter, if they weren't Xingyu girl's parents back then. How can there be Linglong Pavilion today? By the way, who is that young senior? And you, weren't you captured alive by Lang Wu? Pavilion Master Lingyu waved her hand and asked curiously. She witnessed Ling Xian being captured alive by Lang Wu. This is all thanks to that little senior. She was the one who solved Lang Wu. Ling Xian smiled bitterly and said. What? Did she help you deal with Lang Wu? Elder Ling Xian, are you kidding? Even though Ling Yu, who had seen countless storms and waves, couldn't help but feel shocked after hearing this. Who is Lang Wu? The personal disciple of the contemporary Holy Master of Black Tortoise Sacred Land. A terrifying existence in the Mahayana realm that subverts one's cultivation. He was actually solved by Xiao Linger? Pavilion Master, it's true. That junior is a strong Saint Realm man. Ling Xian smiled bitterly and said. Holy Saint Realm? After hearing this, Ling Yu was stunned. Elder Ling Xian, do you know what you are talking about? She spoke blankly, obviously not believing it. Little Linger is only 4 years old. The cultivation level of Saint Realm is reached at the age of 4? If you tell me, who would dare to believe it? Pavilion Master, I know this is unbelievable. But the fact is that the junior is indeed a strong man in Saint Realm. And this is not an ordinary Saint Realm. With Lang Wu in her hands, she was suppressed with just one move. His semi-saint weapon mountains and rivers was even punched to pieces by the junior. Ling Xian smiled bitterly and spoke. Even now, she was still frightened by the previous scene. Hiss! A gasping sound came from Ling Yu's mouth. Lang Wu, like Li Xingyu's parents, are both legendary figures in the Black Tortoise realm. The talent is outstanding and the fighting power is unparalleled. In rumors, Lang Wu once used his Mahayana realm subversion cultivation to fight against Saint Realm without losing. But such a thing exists. Was he actually suppressed by Xiao Linger's move? And little Linger is only 4 years old. Thinking of this, Ling Yu couldn't help but shudder. Big terror. There must be a big terror behind Xiao Linger. Then her origin? Ling Yu asked. I heard from Xingyu that she came from a village. Xingyu guesses that the junior should come from the legendary Immortal Mansion. Ling Xian replied. Hiss. After hearing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. From the Immortal Mansion? That is the most top force in True Spirit World, controlling the power of killing in True Spirit World. But to think that he is only 4 years old and has the cultivation level of Saint Realm. Ling Yu felt relieved again. Such a terrifying existence can only be cultivated by the legendary Immortal Mansion. Then she comes to my Ling Long Pavilion. Ling Yu asked very worriedly. This kind of existence is a time bomb for Ling Long Pavilion. Pavilion Master, there is no need to worry, she is here to find her mother. It's just that after I came out, I met Xingyu and treated her like a sister. Ling Xian said. That's all. You tell Xingyu girl to meet all the requirements of the little senior. Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Correct. Before Ling Xian could speak, she added, there are also developments in Black Tortoise Sacred Land that need to be paid attention to. They will definitely not be kind to this matter. Ling Xian nodded. Pavilion Master, big news, big news. At this moment, an old man's voice sounded. Subsequently, the great elder of Ling Long Pavilion walked in excitedly. What's the matter? Ling Yu asked in confusion. Lao San and others sent news that Black Tortoise Sacred Land has disappeared. The great elder said attentively. What? Chapter 20. Ling Xian and Ling Yu were both shocked after hearing this. Black Tortoise Sacred Land disappeared? The two looked at each other. Great elder, what is this so-called disappearance? Ling Yu asked with a frown. There are 2 cases of disappearance. One is to move somewhere else. The second is to be completely destroyed. She wanted to know what kind of Black Tortoise Sacred Land it was. If it is the first type, Black Tortoise Sacred Land may become a potential trouble. After all, Ling Long Pavilion has adopted master and apprentice Xingyu for so many years. It is possible that Black Tortoise Sacred Land will attack Ling Long Pavilion because of this matter. Although Ling Long Pavilion will not be destroyed, at least it will have to shed its skin. The second one is not a good thing either. Because the Black Tortoise Sacred Land is the anchor of the Black Tortoise domain. There is no Black Tortoise Sacred Land. The Black Tortoise domain will be in chaos. Ling Xian stood aside silently, saying nothing. She remembered something. Before, after Xiao Linger suppressed Lang Wu. Lang Wu once threatened. After that, the terrifying little gourd appeared and took Lang Wu away. He also mentioned going to Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Could it be that Black Tortoise Sacred Land disappeared? Ling Xian thought to herself. The news from the third brother and others is that the Black Tortoise Sacred Land has completely disappeared. Not only the people, but also the buildings and even the mountains have completely disappeared. The great elder swallowed his saliva and said slowly. Buildings and even mountains have completely disappeared? After hearing this, Ling Yu frowned. In this case, what exactly is Black Tortoise Sacred Land like? No one knows. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with the junior. Black Tortoise Sacred Land may be completely destroyed. Ling Xian took a deep breath and took the words. Is it related to the junior? Complete destruction? Ling Yu and the elder looked at her in confusion. Meet the two eyes. Ling Xian told Lang Wu's suppression, threats, and Xiao Hulu. You mean, the Black Tortoise Sacred Land was wiped away by that little gourd? The great elder spoke with disbelief on his face. Completely erasing the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. So what level of cultivation do you need to do it? Even Saint Realm is impossible. Impossible. Pavilion Master Ling Yu immediately took over the words and her tone was very affirmative. You may not know that there are actually 4 great saint lands in the 4 realms. Every emperor, venerable realm, is in charge. According to the information passed down from Ling Long Pavilion. The person who sits in the Black Tortoise Sacred Land is a black turtle of the demon ancestor realm. This turtle is the spirit beast conquered by the first ancestor of Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Later, the first ancestor of the Black Tortoise Sacred Land passed away, and this black tortoise lived for tens of thousands of years. With a high level of cultivation, even the imperial garden would not want to provoke him. The gourd you mentioned should be an imperial weapon. Without the imperial weapon activated by the emperor's venerable realm, it would be impossible to erase the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. She continued to explain. After hearing this, Ling Xian and the other 2 were inevitably surprised. There is an ancestor demon in Black Tortoise Sacred Land? That is equivalent to the human emperor venerable realm. So, Black Tortoise Sacred Land should have escaped. After all, Junior is a member of the Immortal Mansion. They must have guessed this, so they chose to hide from the world. Ling Xian answered. That's how it should be. We have to be prepared. The Black Tortoise Sacred Land retreats from the world, and the Black Tortoise domain will surely be in chaos. Ling Long Pavilion and Tianji Palace will definitely bear the brunt. So, we must deal with it carefully next time. Ling Yu took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. Ling Xian and the first elder both nodded heavily. No more suppression from Black Tortoise Sacred Land. All kinds of monsters will appear. Ling Long Pavilion and Tianji Palace are the only 2 major forces remaining in the Black Tortoise domain. It will definitely become a presence at the top of the wave. For these. Of course Xiao Linger didn't know. At this moment, she was drooling looking at the huge turtle in front of her. Wow, sister, what a big turtle. Let's stew. She said while drooling. Li Xingyu, who was standing next to him, stared at the turtle with some confusion. Because this turtle gave her a familiar feeling. I seem to have seen it somewhere. She couldn't remember exactly where she had seen it. Elder sister. Seeing that she didn't respond, Xiao Linger called out again. Okay, it's stewed. Li Xingyu came back to her senses and smiled. Hee, the big turtle must be delicious. Xiao Linger smiled and immediately took out the cauldron. Then he asked the little gourd who had returned from the evil spirit world to pour water into the big cauldron. Soon. The cauldron is filled with primordial origin water. The black turtle was also put into the cauldron and began to stew. Sister, after we finish eating, we can go find my mother, okay? Xiao Linger said while looking at the cauldron eagerly. Okay, after eating, we will go to the ancient battlefield to see if there are any clues. Li Xingyu touched her head and smiled softly. Ling Xian asks to see the junior. Suddenly, Ling Xuan's voice came from outside. It's the old lady. Xiao Linger chuckled. I've seen you, little senior. Here are the vegetables and meat you want. Ling Xian spoke respectfully and handed a ring to Xiao Linger as she spoke. Okay, okay. When she heard the words vegetables and meat, Xiaoling's eyes immediately lit up. She took the storage ring and poured out the contents. First, there are various monster corpses. Most of them are mysterious monsters comparable to the foundation building realm, and there are also many earth monsters comparable to the gold core realm. There are even several celestial beasts that are comparable to the nascent soul realm. Wow, so much meat! Looking at nearly 100 monsters, little Linger was so greedy that her mouth watered. As long as you like it, Junior. Ling Xian smiled slightly. I like it, hee hee. Little Linger was as happy as a child who got candy. Then I won't disturb the little senior. Xingyu, you must take good care of the little senior. If the little senior needs anything, he must give it. Ling Xian looked at Li Xingyu and warned. Xiaoling's identity is astonishing, and her strength is also extremely terrifying. Li Xingyu would definitely benefit from staying by her side. Besides, Xiaolinger is now more dependent on Li Xingyu. This is a big opportunity for Li Xingyu. She didn't want Li Xingyu to give up this opportunity. Yes, Master. Li Xingyu naturally knew what Ling Xian meant and responded. Old lady, why don't you eat some big turtle before you go? The big turtle is delicious. Xiaolinger interjected. Big turtle? After listening, Ling Xian noticed the big turtle stewed in the cauldron. Hey, it turns out to be a rare black turtle. She recognized the species of turtle just by looking at it. Black tortoise is not just a simple monster, it has black tortoise blood in its body. Even in monster race, black turtles are rare. Yes, it's the black turtle. I think I've seen it somewhere. After her reminder, Li Xingyu also remembered it. I don't know where Senior Hulu got such a big black turtle. She muttered to herself. Ling Xian, who was about to leave, paused momentarily after hearing this. Xingyu, what did you just say? This mysterious turtle was brought by Junior Hulu. She turned around and asked. A very scary thought had already occurred in my mind. Could this stew be the demon ancestor of Black Tortoise Sacred Land? Chapter 21. Ling Xian thought about it and couldn't help but swallow secretly. After Xiaolinger took down Lang Wu. The other party has made threats. Later, Little Gourd appeared, collected Black Tortoise and conveyed the message that he was going to visit Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Regarding this matter, Ling Xian didn't care at first. In her guess, the Little Gourd should be going to intimidate Black Tortoise Sacred Land. After learning that Black Tortoise Sacred Land disappeared, she then felt that it was the small gourd's deterrent that worked. So much so that Black Tortoise Sacred Land went into hiding as it became clear that it had provoked an irresistible presence. This is Ling Xuan's guess about the whole thing. But now, looking at the mysterious turtle stewed in the cauldron, another thought came to her mind. Black Tortoise Sacred Land is not about hiding away. The Little Gourd is not there to intimidate but to destroy. Complete destruction of the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Among them is also the guardian beast of Black Tortoise Sacred Land, which is comparable to the human Emperor Venerable Realm. If that's the case, isn't that gourd an immortal weapon? Ling Xian looked at the black turtle stewed in the cauldron, and her heart was filled with turmoil. Immortal weapon. Law treasure used by the strong in Tribulation Realm. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the top law treasure in the True Spirit continent. However, she felt relieved again when she thought of Xiaolinger's identity. A person who came out of the Immortal Mansion. He's protected by immortal weapon, which makes sense. Master, what's wrong with you? Li Xingyu couldn't help but ask when she saw that she stopped and her expression kept changing. It's okay, no problem. Ling Xian came back to her senses, took a deep look at Xiaolinger, then turned and left. A big terror, a huge terror at the transcendent level, absolutely don't dare to mess with it. In Li Xingyu's confused eyes, Ling Xuan's figure quickly disappeared. Wow, sister, it smells so good. Come and eat. At this time, Xiaoling's surprised voice sounded. Good. Li Xingyu smiled slightly. I have no idea what level of existence I am going to eat at this time. She came to Xiaoling's side and filled some soup without touching Suangi. Because she knows. The black turtle belongs to Xiaoling. She just needs some soup. Moreover, this soup is primordial origin Tian Shui. Even if she has already taken it, it cannot change her constitution. But it still has a great effect on cultivation. What's more, there are all kinds of vegetables that Xiaoling put in it. Even if it's just soup, it's as good as some famous elixirs. Thinking. Li Xingyu picked up the bowl and took a sip. When the soup entered her mouth and stomach, she started refining it by running her exercises. However, when she just started refining, her expression changed drastically. Because of the terrifying spiritual change in Danshan. She felt that what she drank was not a sip of soup, but a strain of holy medicine. This. Li Xingyu was shocked and looked at the black turtle in the cauldron. She knew it. The vegetables that Guang Xiaoling put in would never have such an effect. Because the spiritual power of spirit medicine will be lost after leaving the place of growth. Unless there is a way to preserve it, spirit medicine will become an ordinary plant over time. So, many people who obtain spirit medicine will use something to seal it up to preserve their spiritual power. Then find the alchemist to refine the elixir to maximize the effect of spirit medicine. Of course, you can eat it directly, but the effect will be half. Not to mention Xiaoling cooking it directly as a dish. The spirit medicine put in may contain only 1 out of 10 spiritual powers. So down. It is absolutely impossible for a mouthful of soup to have such terrifying spirituality. Therefore, Li Xingyu was sure. The terrifying spiritual power in the Danshan must be related to that black turtle. Because monster flesh and blood is rich in spiritual power, it is also a resource for cultivation. What level of monster is this? Just one mouthful of soup almost filled my Danshan. Li Xingyu thought in her heart. Now that she is a soul formation realm practitioner, her Danshan is already huge. It is already the size of a lake. How can it be so easy to fill it up? Now, just one mouthful of soup does it. Feeling the abundant spiritual power in her Danshan, Li Xingyu didn't have time to care too much. Because she had to refine her spiritual power as soon as possible, otherwise her Danshan would definitely explode. Take a deep breath. Li Xingyu sat down and began to refine his spiritual power. Now she is the soul formation realm. The power of soul formation realm to practice law. How to fix it? Naturally, it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then uses the Danshan as a container to refine the spiritual energy into spiritual power. After the spiritual energy is converted into spiritual power, the spiritual power can be refined into the power of law to improve one's cultivation level. Moment. Li Xingyu opened her eyes, filled with joy and shock. Because of just one mouthful of soup, the power of law in her body actually increased by 3. Don't underestimate these 3 things. Because now she is soul formation realm cultivation base. To condense the power of a law, the spiritual energy required is very terrifying. Li Xingyu knew very well. Now that she wants to condense the power of a law, the spiritual energy she needs can at least support the gold core realm monks from the early stage to the middle stage. If it is replaced by the foundation building realm, it is enough for people to go from the early stage of cultivation to the late stage or even the consummation realm. This is also the reason why it is more difficult to improve the further you go in your cultivation level. Because the consumption is too terrifying. What now? Just a mouthful of soup allowed her to condense the power of the 3 laws. If it were replaced by resources to cultivate other people, you can at least train an early gold core to the nascent soul realm. The soup is so horrible, and the meat. Li Xingyu thought as his eyes fell on Xian Turtle. But she didn't dare to think about meat. Because with her current level of cultivation, she wouldn't dare to eat it at all. Otherwise, there is a risk of being called an explosion. Now she is very curious. What level of monster is this black turtle? The flesh and blood is actually rich in such terrifying spiritual power. Could it be that he is a monster emperor whose cultivation is comparable to that of the human saint realm? Li Xingyu thought about it, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Monster Emperor. A terrifying existence comparable to the cultivation level of the human saint realm. He was stewed by Xiao Linger like this. Sister, why don't you eat meat? It's delicious. Little Linger grabbed a black turtle leg with one hand and said while chewing on it. Linger is good, my sister doesn't like eating meat. Li Xingyu replied with a bitter smile. A mouthful of soup can fill her danshan, let alone meat. Ah! Sister, please drink more soup. The soup is also delicious. Little Linger, who didn't know the reason, didn't think much about it. Li Xingyu nodded and continued drinking soup and refining. The power of law in her body also increased crazily. When the soup and meat in the cauldron are almost consumed, her cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of soul formation. Linger, thank you. Li Xingyu spoke sincerely. If it weren't for those soups from Xiao Linger, she wants to break through to the middle stage of soul formation, but she doesn't know how many years of practice it will take. Ah! Why are you thanking me? Sister, I want to sleep, please hold me. Xiao Linger tilted her head and said. After saying that, he went straight into Li Xingyu's arms. Seeing her cute appearance, Li Xingyu did not refuse and held her in his arms. Soon, little Linger began to breathe evenly. Senior, here's the remaining soup. Li Xingyu's eyes fell on the cauldron. There is still a lot of soup in it. She wanted to give it to Ling Xian. It's just a little scrap, take it. Dating replied indifferently. These things are no longer useful to Xiao Linger, and they are nothing for Li Xingyu. Moreover, the young master is so dependent on Li Xingyu, so there is nothing wrong with giving her some benefits. Thank you, senior. Li Xingyu was overjoyed and carefully packed the soup. This thing is a rare treasure for her. Its value far exceeds holy medicine. Wait until Xiao Linger is completely asleep. Li Xingyu put her into bed and went to find her master. Of course. When Ling Xian saw her, it was like seeing a ghost. Xingyu, your cultivation level. Chapter 22. Ling Xian spoke in disbelief. She follows soul formation, which refines the achievements of other people's laws. His cultivation is only in the early stage of soul formation. Of course, even so, it is still a bit stronger than Li Xingyu who has just made a breakthrough. Now, she found that she couldn't see through Li Xingyu's cultivation. The only possibility is that Li Xingyu's cultivation level is already higher than hers. But how is this possible? Although her cultivation is in the early stage of soul formation, it is not an ordinary early stage. Rather, it is infinitely close to the existence in the middle stage of soul formation. If Li Xingyu's cultivation level was higher than hers, isn't it the middle stage of soul formation? It only took half a day to break through from the early stage of soul formation to the middle stage of soul formation? Are you kidding me? Master, thanks to Linger, I have already reached the mid-level. Li Xingyu smiled softly and said happily. Thanks to the junior. Ling Xian frowned slightly. What kind of blessing can allow someone to break through from the early stage of soul formation to the middle stage of soul formation in just half a day? You must know that this is soul formation realm, not comparable to realms such as chi refining, foundation building, and gold core. Soul formation realm. Some people can't break through a small realm for a lifetime. Ling Xian knew that Xiao Linger had a terrifying origin. But that's just the origin of horror. It shouldn't be possible for someone to break through from the early stage of soul formation to the middle stage of soul formation in just half a day, right? Is such that. Li Xingyu told the story about Suangi soup. Master, I suspect that Black Turtle is the monster emperor. After finishing speaking, she said very firmly. However, after hearing this, Ling Xuan's heart was filled with turmoil. That's right. Absolutely right. That Black Turtle must be the Black Tortoise Sacred Land Guardian Spirit Beast. The terrifying existence of the demon ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could a mouthful of soup have such great effects? Xingyu, that's not some monster emperor. It's a demon ancestor, and it's also the guardian spirit beast of Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Ling Xian smiled bitterly and explained. I'm afraid no one thought of it. The spirit beast who protects the Black Tortoise Sacred Land must have been stewed in a pot. Ah! After hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned. Demon ancestor? A demon ancestor as powerful as the human emperor venerable realm? Or the guardian spirit beast of the Black Tortoise Sacred Land? This. Her mind fell into a brief blank. Unexpectedly, he actually ate the guardian spirit beast of Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Is such that? Ling Xian opened her mouth and explained the disappearance of Black Tortoise Sacred Land and her conjecture. Master, what do you mean? That gourd destroyed the Black Tortoise Sacred Land, and even collected the black turtles from the Black Tortoise Sacred Land to stew for Ling. After hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned. Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Suppressing the terrorist forces in the Black Tortoise domain for who knows how many years. Was he actually killed by a gourd? Among them is also the Zhenzong Suangi from the demon ancestor realm? How terrifying is that gourd? Yeah, originally this was just my guess. However, if you drink some soup, your cultivation will be able to break through from the early stage of soul formation to the middle stage of soul formation. This undoubtedly confirms my suspicion. Ling Xian spoke slowly, feeling extremely complicated. Because of what happened to Li Xingyu's parents. Black Tortoise Sacred Land is like a sword hanging over her head. Who would have thought? This sharp sword was actually pulled out by Xiao Ling. Not only was it pulled out, but it was also smelted into dross, and not even the dross was left. Master, that little gourd is so powerful. Is it the immortal weapon? Li Xingyu came back from the shock and asked curiously. Probably, but with her background, it's normal to have an immortal treasure by her side. Xingyu, you should already know your identity. This is your opportunity. If you can seize it as much as possible. Ling Xian patted her shoulder. Master, Ling saved my life. She promised to help her find her mother. No other ideas? Li Xingyu spoke immediately. She knew that Ling Xian wanted her to curry favor with Xiao Ling. But this was not her original intention. She had already planned to leave on her own after helping Xiao Ling find her mother. Forget it, let's talk about it, you are the master and I am the slave. Old slave shouldn't be like this. Ling Xian sighed and didn't force anything. Because Xiao Ling's background was terrifying, they couldn't afford to offend him. Master, in my heart you will always be my master, not a slave. Li Xingyu said seriously. After saying that, before Ling Xian could speak, she took out the remaining soup and said, Master, this is what my disciple left for you. You are not far from the middle stage of soul formation. With these, you will definitely be able to break through to the middle stage of soul formation. Look at the porcelain bottle in her hand. A loving smile broke out on Ling Xuan's face. She didn't answer it at all. Xingyu, keep this for yourself. I'm old. Even if I break through the middle stage of soul formation, I won't be able to increase my lifespan much. You are different. You still have a lot of time to pursue a higher realm and see a wider world. Also, you have to go find the master and his wife. The higher the cultivation level, the better, isn't it? Ling Xian spoke with a kind face. She had raised Li Xingyu since she was a child. In his heart, he has long been regarded as his own child. Otherwise, how could he act like using his body as bait? Master. Hearing this, Li Xingyu's eyes turned red. The world of spiritual practice is a cruel world of intrigues and intrigues. With Lingxuan's cultivation level, she could have abandoned her long ago. But the other party didn't and always protected her. This is not kindness, but love. Deep in the bone marrow, deep in the heart. Okay, but if you have extra, you'd better give some to Linglong Pavilion. This disaster happened because of the two of us. Sooner or later you and your junior will be separated in the future, and you also need to expand your network of contacts. Ling Xian instructed. Li Xingyu nodded with red eyes. Xingyu, you are not young anymore. I hope to see you get married in my lifetime. Ling Xian continued to chatter. Marry. Li Xingyu muttered these two words. She hadn't thought about it. Because she felt that it was fine to be alone, free and contented. But facing Lingxuan's cloudy eyes, she just nodded silently. This is probably the case for old people. When children are young, they hope that they will be successful in the future. When you grow up, you hope to start a family. Because in the eyes of the elderly, the children will always be children. Still needs someone to take care of her. A partner is the best person to take care of. Master, do you know where my parents have gone? Li Xingyu changed the topic and asked. I don't know the specifics. However, it seems that they met an expert and were favored by him. So, you don't have to worry. Ling Xian said slowly. Okay, Master, I'm going to accompany Linger first. Li Xingyu nodded and said no more. She must be looking for her parents. However, the most important thing at the moment is to help Xiao Linger find her mother first. Soon. Li Xingyu left. However, after she disappeared, there were several porcelain bottles where she stood. It was those soups that were in it. The child has grown up. Looking at those porcelain bottles, a smile broke out on Lingxuan's wrinkled face. Chapter 23. However, we still need to inform the pavilion master about the destruction of Black Tortoise sacred land. She muttered to herself. The destruction of the Black Tortoise sacred land means that the Black Tortoise domain has lost its backbone. Chaos is inevitable. Linglong Pavilion is the only remaining force in the Black Tortoise domain. Naturally, he was the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, you must make plans in advance. Put away the things Li Xingyu left behind. Ling Xian went straight to Lingyu's palace. Soon. Then she met Lingyu. Pavilion Master. Ling Xian spoke respectfully. Why are you so polite? Lingyu waved her hands, her face full of sadness. Black Tortoise sacred land is hidden away and must be sheltered from the limelight. When the storm passes, Black Tortoise sacred land will return. By that time, Black Tortoise sacred land will definitely hold Linglong Pavilion accountable. Certainly. This accountability has nothing to do with Ling Xian. After all, Ling Xian using her body as bait is equivalent to betraying Linglong Pavilion, which has nothing to do with Linglong Pavilion. It is impossible for Black Tortoise sacred land to hold Linglong Pavilion accountable for this matter. But as the saying goes, the world is huge and the face is the greatest. Especially for those in power, face is very important. Because of Lingxuan's incident, Black Tortoise sacred land was humbled in front of Xiao Linger. He had to do something to hide the entire mountain gate. This is a very embarrassing thing for Black Tortoise sacred land. Face lost. Of course I have to find it back. How to find it? It is definitely impossible for the other party to go to Xiao Linger, and Black Tortoise sacred land does not have the ability and courage, so Linglong Pavilion is undoubtedly the best place to vent to regain face. After all, the whole incident is closely related to Linglong Pavilion. If it were just Lingxuan's release of the evil spirit clan, it would be nothing. At most, it is to recruit unkind people and punish them. However, now Black Tortoise sacred land has lost face. If Black Tortoise sacred land returns, it is very likely that Linglong Pavilion will be charged with harboring gangsters. Therefore, Ling Long Pavilion was used as a place to vent his anger. Ling Yu thought, feeling helpless in her heart. She doesn't blame Xiao Linger, nor Ling Xian. It's just that my own strength is too low. Ling Xian, Black Tortoise Sacred Land is hiding and will definitely return in the future. They have lost face and they will definitely get it back. When the time comes, Ling Long Pavilion may become a venting point. What do you think we should do? Should we stay away from this place of right and wrong before Black Tortoise Sacred Land returns? Ling Yu sighed and said helplessly. She has already thought about it. Now that Black Tortoise Sacred Land has not returned, Ling Long Pavilion still has time. The worst case scenario is to leave the Black Tortoise domain and settle down in other areas. Forward. Ling Xian was slightly stunned after hearing this. Black Tortoise Sacred Land returns? Pavilion Master, are you worried about this? She smiled mysteriously and said. What else? It's not like you don't know what Black Tortoise Sacred Land is like. Offending the juniors caused them to shrink back. How can they possibly swallow such a shameful thing? When the junior leaves, Ling Long Pavilion may not be able to survive. Ling Yu analyzed. What the Pavilion Master said is that Black Tortoise Sacred Land has been the overlord of the Black Tortoise domain for tens of thousands of years, and the most important thing is face. Now that they are defeated, they will definitely vent their anger in order to declare their dominance. If Black Tortoise Sacred Land really hides itself to avoid the limelight, Ling Long Pavilion will naturally become an outlet for their anger. But, has the Pavilion Master ever thought that they can't return? Ling Xian took the words with a mysterious smile on her face. Hearing this, Ling Yu frowned and looked at her in confusion. They can't come back? What's the meaning? Pavilion Master, what do you think of this thing? Meeting her gaze, Ling Xian smiled mysteriously, took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. Looking at her doubtfully, Ling Yu took the jade bottle. After opening it, her expression suddenly changed. What a terrifying spiritual power! This is... Ling Yu frowned. She could not see what was in the jade bottle. Liquid medicine? But what kind of medicinal liquid can contain such terrifying spiritual power? Even the liquid made from holy medicine cannot possibly contain such terrifying spiritual power. It's the soup made by the Black Tortoise in Black Tortoise Sacred Land. Ling Xian smiled and said. What? These words struck Ling Yu's heart like thunder. The soup made by that black turtle? What a joke! That is a real demon ancestor. You mean, could it be? Suddenly, her body shook and she looked at Ling Xian in disbelief. If the jade bottle contained the soup cooked by the demon ancestor realm turtle, doesn't it mean that Black Tortoise Sacred Land is not hiding from the world, but is destroyed? The Zhenzong spirit beast was eaten as a dish? Yes, the Black Tortoise Sacred Land was destroyed. It was completely destroyed by the gourd of the junior senior, including their Black Tortoise of Demon Ancestor Realm. Facing her incredible gaze, Ling Xian nodded heavily. Hiss. After listening, Ling Yu immediately took a breath of air. The Black Tortoise Sacred Land, which had been the overlord of the Black Tortoise domain for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed like this? The one who took action was a small gourd? This. Ling Yu's mind was a little confused. Therefore, the Pavilion Master does not need to worry about the settlement of the Black Tortoise Sacred Land's debts in the future. Rather, we should think carefully about how Ling Long Pavilion will face the coming troubled times. Ling Xian took a deep breath and spoke. Are you really sure that Black Tortoise Sacred Land has been destroyed? Ling Yu still didn't believe it. No way. She is from the Black Tortoise domain, and she has been exposed to all kinds of things about how powerful the Black Tortoise Sacred Land is since she was a child. It can be said. The power of Black Tortoise Sacred Land has penetrated into the bone marrow of everyone in Black Tortoise Land like maggots attached to the bones. So, regarding the destruction of Black Tortoise Sacred Land, she couldn't believe it. Pavilion Master, isn't this the best proof? You should know how terrifying the spiritual power contained in this thing is. If you don't believe it, you can try it. This is what Xingyu asked me to bring to you. Ling Xian smiled and answered. Not to mention Lingyu, anyone who lives in the Black Tortoise domain, when hearing about the destruction of the Black Tortoise sacred land, their first reaction would be disbelief. After all, that was the transcendent level force that had dominated the Black Tortoise domain for tens of thousands of years. After countless terrifying battles, it is still a powerful and terrifying existence. How can it be easily destroyed? And it was still destroyed quietly. Lingyu glanced at her and drank the contents of the jade bottle without any pretense. Moment. Her expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but marvel in her heart, what a terrifying spiritual power. No nonsense. Lingyu immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use her exercises to refine the terrifying spiritual power in her danshan. After a long while, she stopped. The expressions on his face are also extremely rich. Shocked, unbelievable, emotional. As the master of Linglong Pavilion, her cultivation level is not low, that is soul formation late-stage cultivation level. However, the soup in this small jade bottle still allowed her to condense the power of several laws. Even if she found it unbelievable, she had to believe that the Black Tortoise sacred land was destroyed. Just a little soup can do this. Except for the demon ancestor who is comparable to the human emperor venerable realm, others simply can't do it. We still underestimated the terror of the little senior. Lingyu smiled bitterly. Chapter 24. I guess no one in the Black Tortoise domain thought of it. The overlord who had suppressed the Black Tortoise domain for tens of thousands of years was unknowingly destroyed because of a 4-year-old baby. Pavilion Master, let's think about the future. At present, only we know about the destruction of Black Tortoise sacred land. In the eyes of outsiders, Black Tortoise sacred land should be hidden away from the world. This kind of thinking will last at least hundreds of years or even thousands of years. In other words, it will be at least hundreds or thousands of years before the Black Tortoise domain is in chaos. For Linglong Pavilion, this is an opportunity. Ling Xian on the side reminded. Just seize this time and seriously improve your strength. By then, Linglong Pavilion will definitely become the new overlord of the Black Tortoise domain. Of course, the premise is that no sacred land from other domains comes to grab the position. You are right, this is my opportunity for Linglong Pavilion to rise. After hearing this, Lingyu's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Pavilion Master, please take all these things. This is my master and servant's compensation for this disaster. Ling Xian took the words and took out all the jade bottles while speaking. With this resource, Lingyu's qualifications are enough to impact the body integration realm. No, this resource should be given to that girl Xingyu. Her cultivation talent is amazing. If it is given to her, it will definitely help her rise. Lingyu shook her head and did not answer. She already knew about Li Xingyu's spirit body upgrade to Dao body. As long as there are huge cultivation resources, Li Xingyu's cultivation will be able to rise all the way up and go straight to the Mahayana realm. Pavilion Master, Xingyu's ambition is not in Linglong Pavilion. Ling Xian naturally knew what Lingyu was thinking. The other party hopes to train Li Xingyu as the future leader of Linglong Pavilion. This is a good thing for Li Xingyu. Because of Linglong Pavilion's support, there will be no shortage of cultivation resources. As long as Linglong Pavilion is still operating, even if Li Xingyu becomes a Mahayana monk in the future, he can still obtain cultivation resources. It can be said, Linglong Pavilion is Li Xingyu's machine for harvesting cultivation resources in the future. However, Ling Xian knew what Li Xingyu was thinking. If she wants to stay in Linglong Pavilion, she must at least help Xiaoling find her mother and herself find her parents. I don't know how long this will take. That's all, young people have their own business. By the way, can you discuss it with me, senior, in exchange for some primordial origin water? Ling Yu, who knew the story about Li Xingyu, did not force it and changed the topic. They already know that Xiaolinger has primordial origin Tian Shui. If you can get some in exchange, it will definitely be a great thing for the future of Linglong Pavilion. I'll go find Xingyu and ask. Ling Xian nodded. Then the two discussed the future development route of Linglong Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the day passed. When little Linger woke up, seeing the monster corpses piled up in the yard, his round eyes shone brightly. Wow, so much meat! She spoke in surprise and swallowed hard. Linger, wake up! Li Xingyu on the side spoke softly. Yeah, I haven't slept like this for a long time. It's so comfortable, hee hee. Xiaolinger stretched, his face full of satisfaction. Then let's get ready and go to the ancient battlefield to find your mother, right? Li Xingyu touched her head. Okay, let's go find my mother. Xiaolinger nodded heavily, very happy. Looking at her innocent appearance, Li Xingyu couldn't help but smile. During her hundreds of years of practice, I've seen too much cowardice, intrigues, and treacherous waves. The innocent little Linger is definitely a beam of light shining into this dark world of spiritual practice. Linger, do you still have your sweet water? Master and the others want to exchange some with you. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xingyu couldn't help but ask. Ling Xian told her last night about the exchange for primordial origin Tian Shui. Yes, I want meat and vegetables. Xiaolinger spoke indifferently. Primordial origin Tian Shui comes from small gourds. In the world of spiritual practice, this is a rare spiritual object. But for Xiaolinger, it's just water to quench thirst and make stews. Because the small gourd has its own space inside, it can continuously refine primordial origin Tian Shui. The Black Tortoise Sacred Land and the entire evil spirit clan that were sucked in by it have now become primordial origin Tian Shui. Seeing that dating weapon spirit chose to acquiesce in this matter, Li Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. If the Great Cauldron artifact spirit disagrees, she has no choice. No longer hesitate. Li Xingyu immediately took out the messenger talisman and sent a message to Ling Xian. Not a moment. Pavilion Masters Ling Yu and Ling Xian came here. I've met the little senior. The two of them bowed respectfully to Xiaolinger. Ah! I'm not a junior, I'm the invincible and most powerful person in the world at the transcendent level. Xiaolinger tilted her head and spoke. As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu laughed immediately. This kid! There were also smiles on the faces of Ling Yu and Ling Yu. Okay, I've seen the best in the world. The two spoke in unison. Hee hee, let me give you some sweet water. I want meat and vegetables. After hearing this, Xiaolinger felt a blush of embarrassment on her face. Okay, I have sent 90% of the people in Linglong Pavilion to hunt monster. I promise I won't let the juniors suffer. Ling Yu nodded happily. You can use monster and spirit medicine to exchange for primordial origin Tian Shui, which is very worthwhile for Linglong Pavilion. Anyway, monster doesn't want spirit stone to buy. Just send people to hunt in Xianling Mountain where monster lives. Okay, do you have a basin? Xiaolinger nodded happily. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yu and the two were obviously confused. Pot? What's the meaning? No basin. What do you use to fill the water? Xiaolinger tilted her head and looked at the two of them. Meet her gaze. Both of their faces twitched slightly. In my heart, I called him a good guy. Use a basin to hold primordial origin water. Who has this condition? Some. Ling Yu reacted and immediately took out a container. It was a jade porcelain vase, which looked like a vase and was about the same size. Hey? This is too small. It can't hold much. Xiaolinger looked at the jade porcelain bottle and said. Just pour it in there, that one can hold a lot. Without waiting for the two to answer, she looked at the copper basin on the shelf in the boudoir. After saying that, he took out the small gourd directly. Seeing the little gourd, Ling Yu and Ling Xian couldn't help but take a step back. Because they know that this is the terrifying existence that will destroy the Black Tortoise sacred land. Xiao Linger didn't notice anything unusual about the two of them. Control the small gourd to pour primordial origin water into the copper basin. Soon, a pot full was filled. Here, there are too many juniors. We can't afford it. Looking at the full pot of primordial origin water, Lingyu was shocked and helpless. What was shocking was that there was so much primordial origin Tian Shui in Xiao Linger's body. Unfortunately, the current Linglong Pavilion cannot afford to exchange for so much primordial origin Tian Shui. The reason why they took the jade bottle was also under their careful control. I never expected that Xiao Linger would give so much. Hey? Can't afford to change it. Old lady, you are so poor. This is only enough to wash vegetables once. Xiao Linger spoke innocently. What? After listening to this, Ling Xian and the two were confused. Washington. Vegetables? Use primordial origin water to wash vegetables? Chapter 25. Ling Yu and Ling Xian looked at each other. They all wonder if there is something wrong with their ears and they are hearing things wrong. You must know that this is primordial origin Tian Shui. Able to produce a spirit body 100% of the time. In other words, a primordial origin Tian Shui can at least allow a force to have one nascent soul seed. As for Mahayana and Saint Realm seeds, it depends on luck. Because primordial origin Tian Shui cannot 100% transform the spirit body into Dao body and sacred body. Even so, primordial origin Tian Shui is also a rare treasure, especially in this era when cultivation resources are relatively scarce. If calculated using spirit stone, a portion of primordial origin heavenly water is worth at least millions of spirit stones. Are these gods used to wash vegetables? What a fuss! Just take one basin, enough for 10 people. In other words, every time Xiao Linger washes vegetables, it is equivalent to consuming 10 nascent soul seeds. Li Xingyu did not show too much surprise at Xiao Linger's arrogant behavior. She was used to it. Senior, we really can't afford to exchange so much. Lingyu said with a grimace. With Linglong Pavilion's background, it would be enough to survive for 3 people. They couldn't eat the pot that Xiao Linger took out. Even emptying out Linglong Pavilion is impossible. Ah? Don't you have any meat or vegetables? Xiao Linger asked, tilting her head. Hear the words. Both Lingyu and Lingyu showed a wry smile. They really can't bring out any more monsters and spirit medicine. Spirit medicine is the most basic resource in the spiritual world. All the spirit medicine stored in Linglong Pavilion has been given to Xiao Linger. As for acquisitions, you can't acquire too much in a short period of time. Let's talk about monster. With the current strength of Linglong Pavilion to hunt monsters, the number of monsters that can be obtained every day is terrifying. But the monsters in the Xianling Mountains are not easy to deal with either. According to rumors, there are many terrifying existences of monster saint and demon emperor realm in the deepest part of Xianling Mountains. If it makes you angry, causing monster riots in Xianling Mountains. For Linglong Pavilion, it was also a huge disaster. Senior, this is already the limit of what we can produce. Lingyu smiled bitterly and said truthfully. It's okay, it's okay. I'll give the extra to you. The gentleman said that if you want a pony to run, you have to support it to death. Xiao Linger waved her hands, looking old-fashioned. Lingyu? Ling Xian? The two of them looked at Xiao Linger in confusion, their minds filled with questions. If you want a pony to run, do you have to hold it to death? What is this all about? Linger, if you want the horse to run, you have to make sure it is well fed. Li Xingyu smiled and corrected from the side. Hey? Hee hee, it's all the same, all the same. Xiaoling blushed and scratched her head in embarrassment. The cute appearance actually put smiles on the faces of Li Xingyu and the others. I wonder what the little senior's orders are. Linglong Pavilion is there to welcome you. Lingyu immediately expressed her attitude. I just want meat and vegetables. Oh, I still need to find my mother. Xiaolinger took over the words. Mother? Lingyu frowned slightly. She naturally knew about Xiaolinger coming out to find her mother. Only little Linger didn't know the other person's name, appearance, and characteristics. How easy would it be to find him? Senior, why don't you let the forces behind you help you find it? Ling Xian spoke curiously. It's confirmed now. Behind Xiaolinger is a fairy mansion, with the power of the powerful tribulation realm. This force is terrifying and huge. I'm afraid that with just one order, I don't know how many forces will surge. It's definitely not difficult to find someone. What is power? Can I eat it? Xiaolinger asked doubtfully. It seems that in her eyes, everything is edible or inedible. That is, your family. Ling Xian took the words. Family? I only have my father and mother. Dad said we were going to retreat to transcending tribulation, so I secretly ran out to find my mother. Xiaolinger spoke innocently. This. After hearing this, both Ling Yu and Ling Xian were shocked. Only one father? Could it be Tribulation Realm Independent Cultivator? The two of them looked at each other and had this idea in their minds. At the same time, it was also extremely shocking. They didn't expect that standing behind Xiaolinger was a Tribulation Realm Independent Cultivator. This is scarier than the Immortal Mansion. Because the current world of spiritual practice is extremely difficult for independent cultivators. In the same way, the more difficult the environment, the more terrifying the people who come out of it will be. It can be said. The independent cultivator that stands out from the crowd is no weaker than the seeds cultivated by the forces. And where is Xiaolinger's father? Not only an independent cultivator, but also a tribulation realm power. This is extremely scary. They also understood. Why didn't anyone else help Xiaolinger find her mother? It turns out that the person behind it is a terrifying independent cultivator, not a huge force. Okay, everyone at Linglong Pavilion will do their best to help the junior find his loved ones. After thinking for a moment, Ling Yu agreed. In the world of spiritual practice, there are many talented people. Just like a divination expert like Tianjaizi. As long as you find a more powerful person in this category, it is still possible to help Xiaolinger fulfill her wish. Finding this kind of thing is not a big problem for Linglong Pavilion. As long as you can afford it. Okay, okay. The gentleman said that there were many people collecting firewood and piling it high. Xiaolinger said happily. As soon as these words came out, several questions popped up in the minds of Lingyu and Lingyu. What kind of classic saying is this? Linger, it's because there are so many people gathering firewood that the flames are high, right? Li Xingyu smiled and explained. After hearing this, Xiaolinger couldn't help but blush and smile. Senior, I will arrange for the disciples in the pavilion to find capable people. Ling Yu answered. Little Linger nodded yet. Subsequently, after leaving behind the monster and spirit medicine they brought, Ling Yu and Ling Xian left with a pot of primordial origin water. At the same time, also let the people who are hunting monster outside start looking for the divination master. Linger, let's go to the ancient battlefield. After the two left, Li Xingyu spoke. The blood pearl is currently the only thing related to Xiaolinger's mother. It is also the only clue in their hands. The blood amber beads originated from ancient battlefields. It is necessary to go there. Okay, okay. Xiaolinger nodded, took out a small gourd and packed up all the monster corpses. Subsequently, the two of them went straight to the ancient battlefield. An ancient battlefield, the place lives up to its name. The sky is filled with yellow sand and filled with bones. There are also broken weapons that can be seen everywhere. Sister, where are we going to find my mother? Little Linger jumped up and down next to Li Xingyu, looking around curiously and asking. In the ancient battlefield, there was a city. There is a very old inn in Fang City called Lai Sha. It is rumored that they know many secrets of the ancient battlefield. Perhaps you can go there and ask about the major events that have happened in the ancient battlefield in recent years. And some odd ones, especially about women. Li Xingyu thought for a while and spoke slowly. Chapter 26. Dating said it before. The blood amber stone is transformed from the blood of a strong man when it encounters the supreme grade spirit stone. But how can a strong person bleed easily? Bleeding represents injury, and injury represents battle. Therefore, as long as you ask in the quicksand whether the wars that have occurred on the ancient battlefield in recent years were caused by women, you can narrow down the scope. He even roughly inferred who the person Xiao Linger was looking for was. Okay. Xiao Linger nodded happily. Not a moment. Figures of one large and one small came to Fangxi in the ancient battlefield. It is said to be a city, but more like a city. Like a giant beast crawling in the desert, every brick and tile is filled with an atmosphere of simplicity and vicissitudes of life. I don't know where this city comes from. The guard is actually the soul formation realm. Looking at the city, Li Xingyu's heart was slightly shaken. If not for anything else, just for the soul formation realm cultivation of the guard standing at the door. Soul formation realm. Placed on the boundary of Linglong Pavilion, it is equivalent to a standing ceiling. However, in this city, they are just guards. This shows how terrifying the people behind this market are. Maybe, it is an existence that can be equal to sacred land. However, she has not heard of any involvement in the Black Tortoise domain. It seems that this city is only responsible for guarding the ancient battlefield. Xiao Linger doesn't have so many ideas. He stared at his two big round eyes, looking here and there like a curious kitten. Moment. Li Xingyu took Xiao Linger to the entrance of Fangxi. Private fights are not allowed in the city. Anyone who violates this will be killed. As he passed two guards wearing armor, a faint voice came. Li Xingyu took Xiao Linger's hand and nodded. They were just here to inquire about information, not to cause trouble. One step. The two of them walked into the market. During this period, we saw carved beams and painted buildings, stone-paved roads, extending in all directions. Not only that, there are also many shops selling food, setting up stalls, selling food, etc. It can be said to be very lively. It is obviously a market for immortal cultivators, but it is no different from a mortal market. Wow, it's so lively. Sister, I want some candy. And that hat, it looks great. Little Linger seemed to have discovered a new world, her round eyes were bright and bright. At just one glance, I noticed the candied haws on sale and the hats that looked like various small animals. Okay, buy it. Li Xingyu smiled softly and touched her head. First, we came to the place selling candied haws on a stick. This candied haws is not made from ordinary hawthorn, but from spiritual fruit. Even the syrup wrapped outside is made of honey. The selling price is naturally not gold and silver used in the world, but spirit stone. A low-grade spirit stone with 2 strands. It's rare to find something that little Linger likes. Li Xingyu was naturally not stingy and took out 100 spirit stones and took down all the candied haws. Hee, sister is so nice. Little Linger licked one string with her left hand and one with her right hand. While laughing, she even licked one bite from the left and the other from the right. He also wore a small tiger skin hat he bought on his head. Coupled with her smart eyes and small body, she looks particularly cute. Passers-by praised her repeatedly and couldn't help but say what a cute little baby. Seeing Xiao Linger happy, Li Xingyu was naturally happy too. I walked around the market with her for a long time and ate various snacks. It was not until dusk that a group of people, one large and one small, came to the ancient inn, Lia Sha Gate. This inn does not have 2 floors, but one on the left and one on the left. Both rooms are about the same size. Hey, sister, this seems to be a yin-yang holding formation. Little Linger, wearing a tiger skin hat and covered with various small items, said while licking the candied haws. Yin-yang holds the town. Li Xingyu frowned slightly when he heard this. He had never heard of this formation. Yet, sir, the yin-yang holding formation can gather the essence of the sun and the moon. Moonlight can be used to cultivate vegetables and make them mature earlier. Rihua can be used to cultivate Rura and speed up the growth of Rura. It's a good formation. Xiaolinger nodded. Li Xingyu was shocked after hearing this. Cultivate vegetables to make them mature earlier? Doesn't that mean spirit medicine can accelerate ripening? How can this be? You must know that spirit medicine is nourished by nature. The only way to cultivate it is to plant it in a place rich in spiritual energy and protect it with formations. As for ripening spirit medicine, she had never heard of it. The only thing I know is to fertilize spirit medicine to create a good growing environment so that spirit medicine can grow better. As for letting monster grow, I have heard of it. But the only way is to feed various spiritual creatures or monster flesh and blood. As for using formations to accelerate monsters' growth, this was the first time she had heard of it. It seems that Linger doesn't know anything about the world of cultivation. Li Xingyu muttered in her heart. Little Linger could see the yin and yang holding formation of this quicksand at a glance. It is enough to show that he still understands things in the spiritual world. As for why I don't know about sacred land, power, and realm. Li Xingyu estimated that the husband in Xiaolinger's mouth did not tell her these complicated things. Or the gentleman didn't bother to teach little Linger such common knowledge, and only taught her things that were relevant to the stage. For example, this yin and yang holding formation. Oh? A little kid like you actually knows the yin-yang holding formation. At this moment, an old man suddenly came out of the void. He had grey hair, wore a green Taoist robe, and looked like an immortal. At this time, the old man looked at Xiaolinger with an extremely surprised look. He never expected it. The 4-year-old baby in front of him could actually see the yin and yang holding formation at a glance. You know, this formation was obtained from that person at a great price. And that person clearly told him that even if the yin-yang holding array was placed in the immortal spirit world, not many people would know about it. Why is a 4-year-old baby seeing it now? Could it be that he was tricked in the first place? It shouldn't be. With that person's background, how could he be fooling himself? The old man stared at Xiaolinger, feeling a little puzzled. But how did he know that the person who taught Xiaolinger these things was the Confucian immortal of the immortal spirit world? A knowledgeable and well-read immortal king. For such an immortal king, is it unusual to know that yin and yang hold a defensive formation? Hee, I know. Xiaolinger smiled. I've met Senior. Li Xingyu cupped her hands and said. Because she could feel that the old man was very strong, and the aura he exuded was far superior to the Lang Wu she had seen before. This old man is most likely a saint realm power. How did you know about the yin-yang holding formation? The old man glanced at Li Xingyu and didn't pay attention. Instead, his eyes fell on Xiaolinger. Sir told me. Xiaolinger spoke innocently. Sir? Which sir? The old man couldn't help but be confused. Who actually knew about the yin-yang holding formation? Sir is sir. Xiaolinger replied immediately. Old man. Good fellow, I listened to your words as if I were listening to you. But I thought about the consequences after the yin-yang holding formation was leaked. His face darkened again. Because he knows very well how incredible the ability of yin and yang to hold the formation is. If only those old guys knew. Thinking of this, his eyes widened and he looked into Xiaolinger's eyes. He wanted to see who actually knew the yin-yang holding formation. Senior. Li Xingyu on the side was shocked. She could see that the old man had used some kind of soul-obsessing technique on Xiaolinger. She wanted to stop it, but suddenly found that she couldn't move at all. "Senior, save Linger quickly." Li Xingyu hurriedly sent a message to Dating. In her eyes, the little Linger is just a saint realm, and the old man is also a saint realm. But little Linger is only 4 years old, and the old man doesn't know how many years he will live. In addition, the other party attacked suddenly, so Xiaolinger might be in danger. However, the great cauldron weapon spirit had no power over her at all. He just murmured with an inexplicable expression, "The little old man from the venerable realm, the Emperor, actually dares to use Ni Soul technique on the little master? Are all the people in true spirit world so brave?" Chapter 27. No reply was received from the great cauldron artifact spirit. Li Xingyu could only secretly worry. Because now she is equivalent to being suppressed by the old man who made this breakthrough. On the other hand, Xiaolinger. Facing the old man's soul-stirring technique, he seemed not to notice at all. He just stared at the old man with round eyes. Not only that. His brows were raised occasionally, as if he was curious about why the old man in front of him was staring at him. But at this time, the old man's heart was already churning with turmoil. Soul catching is a spell that targets the souls of monks. Use your own terrifying consciousness to rush into the opponent's sea of consciousness, achieving the terrifying effect of temporarily controlling the opponent's primordial spirit. Can. The old man discovered. The consciousness that he had injected into Xiaolinger's mind was gone. No. To be precise, it disappeared inexplicably without causing any waves. It was as if Xiaolinger's sea of consciousness was a terrifying abyss, swallowing up all the consciousness he released. The old man naturally knew what this meant. Either the other party has soul defense law treasure, and its level is not low. Either the other party's cultivation level is higher than yours. Primordial spirit is powerful, many times more powerful than himself. The old man didn't know what kind of situation Xiaolinger belonged to. Right now, he has only one thought in his mind. It's over, it's caused great terror. The scene just became inexplicable. Li Xingyu stood aside anxiously. The old man stared at Xiaolinger. But it can be seen at this time. Cold sweat had begun to appear on the old man's face. He looked at the little Linger opposite, staring at him, and raising his eyebrows from time to time. The old man swallowed secretly. Originally, his idea was very simple. Just control Xiaolinger briefly and ask for information about the gentleman who knows the yin-yang holding formation. Because he knows very well how terrifying the yin-yang holding formation is. If those imperial gardens and immortal mansions knew about the yin-yang holding formation, in quicksand will definitely become the target of public criticism. Therefore, he wanted to know the news about the husband Xiaolinger said and see who he was, so as to come up with countermeasures. But he never expected that the little doll in front of him would be so terrifying. What to do now? The old man was thinking in his heart, and cold sweat was flowing down involuntarily. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" At this time, Xiaolinger asked curiously. "Forehead." After listening, the old man didn't know how to answer for a while. As Xiaolinger spoke, Li Xingyu suddenly discovered that the power that had invisibly imprisoned him had disappeared. "Linger, this guy is a bad guy," she reminded hastily. "Bad guy? You're a bad old man." Xiaolinger's face immediately showed anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Damn it! The old man standing opposite Xiaolinger was shocked. He found that under this momentum, he was like a small boat drifting on the rough waves. The kind that can be destroyed at any time. It's over, it's caused great terror. Who is this person? The old man was sweating profusely, feeling frightened. You must know that now he is an emperor with venerable realm cultivation. Although it is only the early stage of emperor venerable realm, it is still a top-level powerhouse in the true spirit continent. But what's going on with this little baby? He is only a few years old, but his cultivation level is actually higher than his own? The old man thought to himself and couldn't help but swallow secretly. Little senior, please calm down. It was abrupt at the next moment. He spoke hastily. No way. He could feel that if Xiaolinger took action, he would definitely die. Li Xingyu on the side was shocked. This scary old man actually changed his name to Senior Xiaolinger? Could it be that Linger's cultivation is not only Saint Realm, still the peak of Saint Realm? Li Xingyu thought in her heart. She couldn't see the old man's state. However, in her opinion, this should be a Saint Realm strongman who lives in seclusion here. As for the Emperor Venerable Realm, she didn't dare to think about it. Because of the existence of this kind of cultivation, it has become a legend in the Black Tortoise domain. Who are you? Why do you want to attack Linger? Li Xingyu walked up behind Xiaolinger and asked. Say, who are you? Xiaolinger followed suit, pretending to be old-fashioned and spoke. Senior, my name is Chen Mo, and I am the second in command of Lia Shaoin. The old man replied truthfully. After listening, Li Xingyu couldn't help but be shocked. Just second in command? In fact, she had already guessed about the old man's identity before. Such a terrifying existence should be the owner of Quicksand Inn. Unexpectedly, a Saint Realm strongman is just a second in command? How terrifying is the owner of Quicksand Inn? Could it be? Thinking about it, Li Xingyu couldn't help but swallowed. Sister, what happens next? Xiaolinger didn't have that much in mind for Xiaojuju, so she tilted her head and asked. The old man standing opposite her was a little confused. Elder sister? He looked at Li Xingyu and instantly saw through everything about her. Soul formation, midterm cultivation, law of water, exquisite Dao body. If you look at the outside world, such a person is indeed good. But in his eyes, it was just okay. How could the young senior in front of him call such a guy his sister? After all, he only has a mere soul formation realm cultivation level. And this young senior is at least a powerful player in the mid-venerable realm, late stage, and even the tribulation realm. Chen Mo was thinking in his heart. Girl, you were so old and rude just now. I think there must be something wrong with you coming to Quicksand. I haven't expressed my apology. No matter what you want, as long as there is Quicksand, I will give it to you too for free. How about this is equivalent to an old man's impulsive apology? He picked up immediately. Although he didn't know what was going on with these two people, after living for tens of thousands of years, he could tell that Xiaolinger had Li Xingyu as his backbone. This. After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but hesitate. This Chen Mo may not be afraid at the moment, but he is only the second in command. Behind it, there is also a suspected master of Emperor Realm. It would be great if Senior Calabash is not afraid of the Quicksand Master. If you can't win. Li Xingyu thought in her mind, weighing the rights and disadvantages. See her like this. The old man was also very worried. He didn't know what Xiaolinger's specific strength was. But no matter what, the origin of the other party must be very terrifying. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such a level of cultivation at just a few years old? If Li Xingyu pursues the case, even if he has the backing, he may not be able to survive. Senior, what should I do? Li Xingyu, who was undecided, asked the cauldron weapon spirit. Go in and talk to him first, and ask where the yin-yang holding formation came from. This is not what your world should be like. The great cauldron weapon spirit replied immediately. As a spirit communication immortal treasure, it naturally knows the yin and yang holding formation. In the immortal spirit world, the yin-yang holding formation is the work of a taboo force. Now that it appears in this small true spirit world, there is definitely a big problem here. Li Xingyu nodded without any trace. We are here for something. How about we go in and talk? She spoke to Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately agreed and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that this matter needs to be discussed. Soon, Chen Mo brought the two of them into the most elegant private room in Li Sha. Where did your yin-yang holding formation come from? Li Xingyu asked straight to the point without any nonsense. Chapter 28. Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes immediately condensed. He didn't expect that Li Xingyu would ask about the yin-yang holding formation as soon as he came up. This is the biggest secret of Li Sha. The girl is sure to ask this. The cause and effect is not something you can bear. Even for her, it's difficult. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo said in a condensed voice. The yin-yang holding formation is not unique to quicksand, to be precise. This yin-yang holding formation is not controlled by quicksand. It is he who is truly in control. And that person is closely related to the upper world. He didn't know which force Xiaolinger came from. But he knows. True spirit world is true spirit world, it can never keep up with the world. The power behind Xiaolinger is nothing more than the immortal mansion. In the eyes of the world, the immortal mansion is aloof and controls the power of life and death in the true spirit world. But Chen Mo knew it very well. Facing that person, even the immortal mansion has to keep its tail between its legs. He chose to reconcile with his abruptness just because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. Senior, you should know that Linger has an extraordinary origin. I might as well tell you that the person behind her is a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. And he's an independent cultivator. After Li Xingyu thought for a moment, he moved out of Xiaolinger's backstage. As for Xiaolinger, she looked around like a normal person. From time to time, he would frown slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Of course I know that this young senior has an unusual background. But the forces behind me are also like this. The yin-yang holding formation is at stake. Even if this young senior is a Tribulation Realm independent cultivator, he cannot afford the consequences. Chen Mo took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. His tone was calm, even respectful. Obviously he wants to turn a big thing into a trivial matter. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu was shocked. In this case, Chen Mo is not afraid of Tribulation Realm? Dare you ask me about your senior's cultivation level? After thinking for a while, Li Xingyu changed the subject. Only now did she react. This Chen Mo is not simple. If it were the Saint Realm, how could it not be afraid of the Tribulation Realm? So what if there is a force behind it? Tribulation Realm is ultimately the ceiling of true spirit world. Saint Realm is unattainable in the Black Tortoise Realm, but in the eyes of Tribulation Realm, it is nothing more than an ant. For power. It is impossible to offend a Tribulation Realm because of a Saint Realm. Old and incompetent, the early days of Emperor Venerable. Chen Mo smiled slightly and replied. This. Although Li Xingyu had already made a guess in his mind, he still couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Is it really the Venerable Realm? Of course, the one who shocked her the most was Xiaolinger. You must know that Chen Mo is the real emperor of the Venerable Realm. Even so, Chen Mo also had to respectfully call Xiaolinger his senior. That little Linger's cultivation. Li Xingyu thought about it, and suddenly remembered what Xiaolinger said about transcendent level being invincible and the most powerful in the world. Senior, what about Linger? Li Xingyu looked at Xiaolinger who was sitting next to him, wearing a tiger hat and looking left and right, and swallowed. I can't see through this young senior's cultivation. At least Emperor Venerable is going up in the midterm. Chen Mo glanced at Xiaolinger with lingering fear. Gilu. Li Xingyu swallowed. She knew that Xiaolinger was powerful. But is this really awesome? No wonder Lang Wu could be suppressed easily. It's no wonder that when Chen Mo used the soul-obsessing technique on Xiaolinger before, the cauldron weapon spirit didn't say anything. Suddenly, She thought again of what the great cauldron artifact spirit had said to her before. Xiaolinger is very strong, so strong that it is beyond your understanding. At first, she thought this so-called understanding should be the Saint Realm and the Venerable Realm. But now when I tasted it carefully, I realized that something was wrong. What does it mean to be beyond understanding? That is to say, Xiaolinger's cultivation has exceeded the realm she knew? But whether it is Saint Realm, Emperor Venerable Realm or Tribulation Realm, she knows it all. So, the only explanation is, Xiaolinger's cultivation has already surpassed the Tribulation Realm. Only this was beyond her comprehension. Because she doesn't know what realm is above the Tribulation Realm. Thinking. Li Xingyu couldn't help but swallow again. If it is like this, where did Xiaolinger come from? And what kind of terrifying existence is the father she talks about? Because Xiaolinger said it before. There is only one father in the family. In other words, Xiaolinger was trained by her father. What kind of terrifying existence could bring up a 4-year-old little Linger to such an extent? The more I think about it, Li Xingyu became more and more shocked. Senior, do you still want to ask about the yin-yang holding formation? She transmitted messages to the cauldron weapon spirit. Ask, don't be afraid. The power behind this old guy is very interesting. It would be more convenient to find the mistress if we can get in touch with her. The great cauldron weapon spirit replied immediately. As for why it didn't talk to the old man by itself, it's because you can't. Because it is Xianling fairy treasure, the real immortal king weapon. If exposed, it will attract the attention of some giants in the immortal spirit world. Now, it knows that Lu Ming has gone to transcending tribulation. Facing the immortal spirit world, with Xiaolinger's current cultivation level, he still cannot be invincible. Even if Xiaolinger has many divine weapons around him, it won't work. Therefore, it cannot appear in the world and can only guide secretly. As for the little gourd appearing in this world, that doesn't matter. Because it knows that the little gourd is the real divine weapon and can easily erase all traces of itself. Even if the giants of immortal world take action, they can't even hope to find Xiao Gourd. This is also the reason why Xiao Gourd can take action at will. As for why not let Xiao Hulu talk about it? Because Xiao Gourd doesn't like to deal with these things. It just wants to protect Xiaolinger and doesn't get involved in other things. Got the answer from the great cauldron weapon spirit. Li Xingyu nodded secretly, since that person said so. It seems that he is not afraid of the power behind Chen Mo. Senior, it's better to tell the truth about the origin of this yin-yang holding formation. We're very interested in this. Li Xingyu spoke immediately. You sure? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, he stared at Li Xingyu, and spoke word by word. Meet the other person's gaze. Li Xingyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar in an instant, and her whole body was chilled. How dare you bully your sister? Xiaolinger, who was sitting next to her, immediately noticed something strange. After saying that, take action. Chen Mo. I was careless and forgot about this. Senior, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. He spoke helplessly, feeling depressed in his heart. I can't really beat him or scold him. Girl, why don't you tell me why you are here first? In case of your purpose, I can help you accomplish it. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to be happy? He spoke helplessly again. This. Li Xingyu began to think after hearing this. It is said that it is better to resolve enemies than to make enemies. Besides, it doesn't hurt to ask Xiaolinger for news about her mother first. If not, it would be a good idea to contact the forces behind it through Chen Mo. I came here to find a mother for Linger. Li Xingyu thought for a while, then his eyes fell on Xiaolinger. Yes, yes, I'm looking for my mother. Xiaolinger, wearing a tiger skin hat, echoed. Looking for your mother? Chen Mo was a little confused after hearing this. He was sure that there was someone powerful behind Xiao Ling'er. It should be easy to find someone with that kind of power. However, he didn't ask any more questions. One more thing would be worse than one less thing. Then why did you come to my Lia Shan again? He continued to ask. Ling'er, show him the blood pearl. Li Xingyu spoke immediately. Okay, okay. Xiao Ling'er nodded and took out the blood pearl. Hey? This is it. Seeing the blood amber bead, Chen Mo's expression suddenly changed on the spot. Chapter 29. What do seniors know? Seeing Chen Mo in such a state, Li Xingyu hurriedly asked. Chen Mo glanced at her, then took a deep look at Xiao Ling'er, but said nothing. Just with a flick of his hand, a blood amber bead appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as what Xiao Ling'er took out. Including breath. Senior, please let me know. When Li Xingyu saw the blood amber bead that Chen Mo took out, she immediately knew that the quicksand was the right one. 2 identical blood amber beads. Obviously, they all come from Xiao Ling'er's mother. And Lia Shan was established on the ancient battlefield for who knows how many years. The opponent actually has a blood pearl in his hand, so he must know a lot of things. This happened 4 years ago. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Seeing that Li Xingyu and Xiao Ling'er didn't interrupt, he continued, 4 years ago. A woman in white entered the ancient battlefield. She went straight to the deepest part of the ancient battlefield, and finally broke out into a shocking battle with an unknown terrifying existence. Later, the woman in white went deep into the ancient battlefield and disappeared. Deep into the ancient battlefield and missing? Li Xingyu frowned after hearing this. On the other side of the ancient battlefield is Zhongzhou. Could it be that Xiao Ling'er's mother wanted to cross the ancient battlefield and go to Zhongzhou? Senior, do you have a portrait or the other person's name? Li Xingyu asked. Now, they know nothing about Xiao Ling'er's mother. If you can get a portrait or name, it will be easier to find. We don't know the name either. Back then, I sent Lia Sha to find out information about this woman. But nothing was found. As for the portrait, Chen Mo took over the words and ended here. I saw him reaching out and hooking into the void. In an instant, spiritual power surged. A woman's figure gathers in the sky. The white clothes are better than the snow, and the face is like a fine sculpture. The figure is also excellent. The most unique thing is the temperament. While not eating the smell of fireworks in the world, it also reveals a domineering aura that looks down on the world and is superior to all living beings. Even if they are both women. Li Xingyu couldn't help but stare. What a unique woman, better than the carefree immortal but also like the emperor in charge of everything. She marveled inwardly. As for Xiao Ling'er, she just stared blankly. This blood amber bead is what this woman left behind. If you want to find her, I'm afraid you have to go deep into the ancient battlefield. That's all the news about my quicksand. After the two of them looked at each other for a while, Chen Mo slowly spoke. While talking, with a flick of his finger, the woman's image disappeared. Ling'er, is this your mother? Li Xingyu asked. Sister, I don't know, I've never seen my mother. Xiao Ling'er shook her head, her voice full of disappointment. That pitiful but cute look. It caused Li Xingyu to feel heartache. Ling'er is fine, sister is with you. She reached out and touched Xiao Ling'er's head to comfort her. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to the cauldron weapon spirit to ask whether it was true or not. Don't ask me, I don't know either. But the blood pearl and the little master do have blood connections. This woman should be the mistress. The great cauldron weapon spirit replied. Whether it's it or the other divine weapon on Xiao Gord or Xiao Ling'er. Lu Ming went to find them all later. Naturally, I don't know the news about Xiao Ling'er's mother. And Lu Ming never mentioned it. Of course it doesn't know. If you want more detailed information, you can go look for the unknown existence deep in the ancient battlefield. It has fought with this woman before, so it should know more. Seeing this, Chen Mo spoke again. Obviously, he was eager to send these two away. This. After listening, Li Xingyu pondered. After all, the yin-yang holding formation has not been settled yet. Let him come up with some compensation and let's go. At this time, the voice of the great cauldron equipment spirit came. At this time, its face was full of inexplicable expressions. Because just now Brother Hulu actually asked him to ignore the yin and yang holding formation. Face this big brother. It can only be obedient. Girl, it's better to resolve enemies than to end them. It's better to do less than to do more, right? The yin and yang hold the formation, I really have no comment. When Chen Mo saw this, he immediately persuaded him. But Senior just took action against Linger. Isn't a piece of news enough to send us away? When Li Xingyu saw him giving the steps, she naturally followed the trend and went down. I wonder what you want? Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and spoke hastily. As long as the other party doesn't ask about the origin of the yin-yang holding formation, that's fine. I want meat and vegetables. As soon as he heard that he was going to give something, Xiaolinger immediately became happy and spoke hurriedly. Meat, vegetables? Chen Mo couldn't help but be confused after hearing this. Precious medicine and monster meat. Li Xingyu explained from the side. Good. Chen Mo agreed readily. The yin-yang holding formation is originally used to cultivate spirit medicine and monster. Liu Shaoan doesn't have much else. Spirit medicine and monster can definitely handle it. Finished. Then he left. When he reappeared, he already had 2 storage rings in his hand. There are 10 strains of level 8 spirit medicine, 100 strains of level 7 spirit medicine, and 500 strains of level 6 spirit medicine. He first handed over a ring and said. After listening, Li Xingyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What a terrifying background! Level 8 spirit medicine is holy medicine and a precious medicine. It is the main material used to refine the elixirs required by the strong men of Saint Realm. Needless to say, the 7th level of spirit medicine corresponds to the Mahayana realm. She didn't expect that Liu Sha would actually produce 10 8th level plants and hundreds of 7th level plants. Such an amount is a considerable resource even if placed in sacred land. Here is monster's corpse. 1 monster emperor, 5 monster saints, and 10 monster lords. Chen Mo spoke again and handed over another ring. Hiss. After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Monster Emperor is equivalent to the human saint realm. Monster Saint is in the human Mahayana realm. The Demon Lord corresponds to the body integration realm. Chen Mo unexpectedly took out 1 Monster Emperor, 5 Monster Saints, and 10 Monster Lords. This number is enough to challenge a sacred land. Is this enough as compensation? Chen Mo spoke helplessly. With the yin and yang holding the formation, the quicksand is certainly not lacking in high-level spirit medicine and high-level monsters. But what we take out today will take a long time to cultivate. Especially monster. But he could only admit defeat. Okay, okay. Before Li Xingyu could speak, Xiaolinger happily took the 2 storage rings. Farewell. Seeing her put it away, Li Xingyu said nothing more. He turned around and left with Xiaolinger. Watch the 2 of them go away. After a while, Chen Mo suddenly spoke respectfully to a corner of the private room. I've met the commander. As his voice fell, a shadow appeared out of thin air in the corner. Dismissed. An indifferent voice came out. Yes, but I don't understand why. Chen Mo nodded and answered. The yin and yang holding formation is of great importance. In his opinion, all unstable factors should be eliminated. He knew that Xiaolinger was very strong, and it shouldn't be difficult to take him down with the power of quicksand. Why? Haha, even I can't see through that little doll. Why did you say? The indifferent voice came again. What? After hearing this, Chen Mo took a deep breath. He is aware of the leader's cultivation. Tribulation realm, and not just any tribulation realm, but 3 tribulation realms. Cultivation to the tribulation realm is no longer determined by the beginning, middle, end, and subversion. Because tribulation realm is divided into 9th layer, 1st layer, and thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation is also called the immortal tribulation. As long as you survive the 9th layer immortal tribulation, you can become a true immortal, ascension immortal spirit world. This leader is a terrifying existence who has survived 3 immortal tribulations. What Chen Mo never expected was that even such a terrifying existence couldn't see through that little baby. How does that little doll exist? That little doll is most likely from the upper world. The commander's words rang out again. Chapter 30. Hear the words. Chen Mo was shocked again. From above? He naturally knows where the so-called upper realm refers to. Naturally, it is the immortal spirit world that is superior to the true spirit world. But how is it possible? Commander, aren't the people in the upper realm not allowed to go down to the lower realm? Chen Mo asked with a frown. This is a rule set by the giants of the immortal spirit world. No force or person can violate it. How could Xiaolinger come from the upper world? What if the other party comes for the Supreme Being? Shadow's voice sounded again, with solemnity in his tone. Are you coming for the Supreme Being? Chen Mo's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly said, if that's the case, then why? Since we are here for the Supreme Being, then it should be erased. You don't have to think about it. Why didn't the higher UPS directly attack True Spirit World, or did they send someone down? Shadow snorted coldly and said. Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately began to think deeply. After a moment, he raised his head and said, the upper world is not sure whether the Supreme Lord has really returned. So they sent people to test him. Shadow nodded. So, you must not take action against that little baby. Otherwise, we will directly inform the upper realm that the Supreme Being has returned. This. Chen Mo frowned, but the yin-yang holding formation has been seen by the opponent. Shadow waved his hand, it doesn't matter, there are still many people in the immortal spirit world who know about the yin-yang conservative formation. It is impossible for the other party to use this to determine whether the Supreme Lord has returned. Chen Mo nodded. After a moment, he frowned and said, but that little girl seems to be here to find her relatives. Ah! A sneer rang out, innocent, if you are really here for the Supreme Being, will you tell the truth? Forward. When Chen Mo heard this, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Think about it too. If you say it bluntly, you are here to see the Supreme Being. Isn't it equivalent to declaring that the entire true spirit world will come and kill you? You don't have to worry about this anymore. Right now, what we're short of is time. Shadow spoke again. Chen Mo respectfully responded with a yes. Xiaolinger and Li Xingyu didn't know all this. At this time, the two of them were stewing meat in the ancient battlefield. What was stewed in the big cauldron was a chicken. Looking at the chicken in the big cauldron, Li Xingyu's face was filled with a wry smile. That chicken is the Monster Emperor sent by Li Sha. Monster Emperor, an existence comparable to the human saint realm. In her eyes, it is even more unattainable. But now, it can only become little Linger's food. Sister, it smells so good. The little Linger wearing a tiger skin hat doesn't care about Monster Emperor or Monster Ancestor. In her eyes, it was all flesh. Li Xingyu nodded. But he smiled helplessly in his heart. Can it not be fragrant? Primordial origin Tian Shui plus various holy medicine and spirit medicine. Even if it is stewed with a mortal beast, it will taste delicious. Sister, where are we going to find our mother? Xiaolinger leaned on Li Xingyu, drooling and looking at the cauldron, and asked. After we have rested, let's go find the unknown being that Chen Mo mentioned. Look where your mother is. Li Xingyu replied thoughtfully. Unknown existence. Sister, is that the old man inside? Xiaolinger took the words and looked towards the depths of the ancient battlefield while speaking. Grandpa. Li Xingyu was stunned when she heard this and followed her gaze. All he could see was yellow sand, dead bones, broken soldiers and broken weapons. Where is the old man? Yes, there is an old man over there. Short. Xiaolinger nodded and said seriously. This. Li Xingyu frowned, she really didn't see the old grandfather. Sister, there is a vegetable over there. Nice looking vegetables. Suddenly, Xiaolinger spoke again, her round eyes shining brightly. Nice looking vegetables? Li Xingyu was stunned. What kind of vegetables? She spoke almost subconsciously. A flower, round, with many petals. Sister, let's go pick some stew. It must be delicious. Xiaolinger stretched out her hand and gestured. Speaking of delicious food, I kept swallowing my saliva. A flower? Round? She thought, and for a moment she really didn't know what Xiaolinger was talking about. Sister, I'm going to pick some stew. That one must be delicious. Xiaolinger continued to speak. After speaking, he didn't wait for Li Xingyu to respond. Her small body went directly into the void and disappeared. Spirit, that's all. Li Xingyu wanted to stop her, but then she thought, why bother? Although she didn't know Xiaolinger's specific cultivation level. But for sure, it's very powerful. Moreover, the Great Cauldron Artifact Spirit didn't say anything. It was obvious that there would be no danger to little Linger by picking the flower. Say it again. Even with her cultivation, she couldn't help much. The only person who can help Xiaolinger is the guide. Making suggestions on what to do and where to go. It only takes a moment. Xiaolinger came back. Sister, look, what a beautiful flower. It must be delicious. She held a white lotus in her hand and spoke with a smile. This is? Looking at the white lotus in Xiaolinger's hand, Li Xingyu suddenly stood up. Tianjinglian, the imperial medicine Tianjinglian. She exclaimed. She had added this thing in ancient divine objects. Tianjinglian, a sacred object that calms the mind and calms the energy. It can save people from inner demons. Its effects are terrifying. After all, monk transcending tribulation and thunder tribulation are just one of them, and the inner demon tribulation is the most terrifying. If the probability of surviving the thunder tribulation is 1%, the probability of surviving the inner demon tribulation is 1 in 1,000. That is to say, Tianjinglian can 100% help people overcome the inner demons. Moreover, this heavenly pure lotus does not distinguish between realms. It can be used by monks of any level. Even if a powerful tribulation realm takes it, the effect will not be weakened by half. Li Xingyu didn't expect that the good-looking vegetable that Xiaolinger mentioned turned out to be Tianjinglian. In terms of year, it is already 100,000 years. Spirit medicine that has reached this level is level 9 spirit medicine, which is also called imperial medicine. Hehe, sister looks good. Xiaolinger said with a smile, not caring about the 37 or 20-year-old. While talking, he took out the primordial origin Tian Shui, washed it once, and threw it directly into the cauldron. The bold action made Li Xingyu smile bitterly. That is Tianjinglian, 100,000-year-old medicinal spirit. Just stewed like this. I'm afraid only Xiaolinger would treat such a divine object like this. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't offer it as a treasure in the palm of their hand? Hehe, sister, the fragrance is even better. This flower must be delicious. Xiaolinger didn't expect so much. In her eyes, it only tastes delicious or not. Li Xingyu nodded. There was a wry smile in his heart. Can it not be fragrant? Can it not be delicious? That is an imperial medicine. Ah! Who? Who the hell stole my Tianjinglian? At this moment, an angry voice echoed throughout the ancient battlefield. This. Hearing this, Li Xingyu's expression changed suddenly. His eyes also fell on the Tianjinglian that Xiaolinger had just thrown into the cauldron. Could it be this one that Xiaolinger went to pick? Chapter 31. Sister, I didn't steal it. I picked this up over there. Xiaolinger said immediately. Hear the words. Li Xingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Picked it up? That is an imperial medicine. Still a very rare Tianjinglian. How can it be so easy to pick up? If it was really easy to pick, someone would have picked it long ago. Of course, she didn't accuse or blame anything. Those who possess treasures will live there. This is an iron law in the world of spiritual practice. But it doesn't belong to anyone who sees it. It's okay, you picked it, it's yours. Li Xingyu touched her head and smiled. At present, she does not know Xiaolinger's specific cultivation level. I only know that Xiaolinger is very strong. In the world of cultivation, those with strong cultivation have the power to own all treasures. At this time, a hurricane rises. In the dust, an old man wearing linen clothes suddenly appeared. It was as if he was made of thousands of gravels. The moment the old man appeared, Li Xingyu felt the hairs all over her body stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. From the crisis of life. At this moment, she only felt that she was as fragile as an ant in front of the old man in sackcloth who suddenly appeared, and could be easily crushed to death. As for Xiaolinger, she blinked her big eyes and looked curiously. You. The old man looked at the two of them, and then at Bai Lian in the cauldron. He was so angry that the little goatee hanging on his chin trembled. There was even an urge to vomit blood. He had guarded that Tianjing lotus for tens of thousands of years. The purpose is to wait for it to mature, then extract and refine it into a pure heart elixir to impact the tribulation realm. What now? He was actually thrown into a pot and stewed as a vegetable? What the hell? This moment, the old man's heart almost collapsed. Tens of thousands of years. I have stayed in this inhospitable place for tens of thousands of years. He wanted to yell now. Do you know how I have lived these tens of thousands of years? Grandpa, do you want to eat? Xiaolinger blinked her big eyes and said. You, me, you. After hearing this, the old man was shaking with anger. Death. I want you to die. He roared angrily, his eyes were scarlet, and he took action with anger. That heavenly pure lotus is the key for him to break through the tribulation realm. For Tianjinglian, he took good care of it and looked at it from time to time. In the past tens of thousands of years, all his efforts have been spent on Tianjinglian. He even regards Tianjing lotus as a treasure in his palm, holding it in his mouth for fear of melting, holding it in his hand for fear of breaking. Now, it is being used as a vegetable for stew. This feeling is as if the little cotton-padded jacket that I have worked so hard to raise has been harmed by yellow hair. Can the old man not be angry? The yellow sand flying all over the sky condensed into a huge palm under the control of the old man. The palm of his hand covered the sky and the sun, like a terrifying mountain, slapping towards Xiaolinger and the other two. Li Xingyu's heart was shocked. Because the feeling this old man gave her was actually stronger than Chen Mo. And it's not even a little bit like that. Looking at the giant palm that was pressing down on his head. Li Xingyu was only in the middle stage of soul formation and could not move at all. I could only watch helplessly as the giant palm pressed down. Grandpa, you dare to hit us? Xiaolinger snorted and spoke angrily. While talking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The giant palm that was photographed dissipated directly between heaven and earth. You! The body of the old man in sackcloth suddenly trembled. What a terrifying aura! Tribulation realm! He spoke tremblingly, feeling angry, helpless, and frightened. How old is this little kid? He is actually a Tribulation Realm powerhouse? What a joke! He has been practicing for nearly 100,000 years, but he is still at the peak of Emperor Venerable. Where is this little doll? He looks like 4 or 5 years old. Tribulation Realm at 4 or 5. The old man's mind was already in a state of confusion, and he only felt that he was violently aroused and hallucinating. Yes, that's definitely the case, it's getting fierce, it's getting fierce. The old man in sackcloth comforted himself in his heart. Grandpa, why do you want to hit us? Little Linger stared at the old man angrily. After hearing this, the old man looked at Xiao Linger blankly. There is no excitement, and it is not an illusion. Really, everything is true. A 4 or 5-year-old Tribulation Realm powerhouse. You stole my Tianjinglian. He spoke confidently. Although I was shocked, I was also really angry. We didn't steal it. I picked up this flower over there. Xiao Linger straightened her back and responded. The old man in sackcloth? He looked at Xiao Linger with an expression of extreme astonishment. My mind is buzzing. Picked it up? Your pure lotus is like a huxia cabbage, so easy to pick up? And it is a Tianjinglian that is 100,000 years old. This is the imperial medicine. Even the terrifying imperial garden forces have to be carefully protected. Picked it up? The old man in sackcloth kept twitching his face. I planted that. He retorted unconvinced. I was also extremely depressed. Because he was taking a nap just now. Suddenly, I felt huge fluctuations in the spiritual energy around my body. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Where the Tianjinglian was originally planted, only one root remained. At that time, his whole body was numb. I obviously picked this up. Xiao Linger refused to admit defeat and spoke. The old man in sackcloth. Pick it up? Pick up your uncle. Is imperial medicine so easy to pick up? His face kept twitching, angry and helpless. Beaten again and again. Be reasonable. What truth can a 4 or 5-year-old kid make? But he was willing. That was the key to breaking through the Tribulation Realm. Li Xingyu did not interrupt. Because this is simply not something she can penetrate. The old man can reason with Xiao Linger. To put it bluntly, it was because Xiao Linger's cultivation was terrifying. Otherwise, she would have disappeared between heaven and earth early in the morning. You said you picked it up, what proof do you have? The old man snorted and said unwillingly. But Grandpa, you can't prove that you planted it. Xiao Linger chuckled. The old man in sackcloth. You. He looked at Xiao Linger and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Beat? If he could survive the fight, he wouldn't waste so many words. Just forget it. He was unwilling to give in. How about this? You go pick up another spirit medicine of the same level. I just believe you picked it up. If you can't find it, you will compensate me. The old man in sackcloth rolled his eyes and spoke. Senior, those who can possess treasures will live there. Linger, don't worry about him. Li Xingyu suddenly took over the words. She knew that the Tianjinglian must have been planted by the old man. Otherwise, these treasures would have been picked off by those who entered the ancient battlefield. But so what? Since Xiao Linger got it, it belongs to Xiao Linger. Not convinced? If you don't accept it, hold it in. Are you looking for death? The old man snorted coldly and looked at Li Xingyu. Just an ant in the soul formation realm. How dare you hurt my sister? Upon seeing this, Xiao Linger immediately stood in front of Li Xingyu and stared at the old man in sackcloth angrily. The old man in sackcloth. Looking at Xiao Linger, he was angry and helpless. Linger, don't worry about him. This is what you picked up. Li Xingyu smiled softly. Yes, I picked this up. Xiao Linger nodded innocently. Chapter 32. Are you guys going a little too far? The old man in sackcloth said calmly. Picked it up? If the emperor-level Tian Jinglian is so easy to pick up, why would he have to sit in this ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Just a little bit, bad old man. Xiaolinger made a face directly at him. The old man in sackcloth. Looking at the little Linger wearing a tiger skin hat. His fists tightened again and again, and his face kept twitching. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been slapped to death. However, Xiaolinger is not an ordinary person. It is an existence whose cultivation is higher than hers. Li Xingye was amused by Xiaolinger's quirky appearance. Senior, those who can possess treasures will live there. This is an iron law in the spiritual world. With your senior's cultivation, you should know this law best. She turned to look at the old man and said slowly. The implication is simple. If you want to explain, it's impossible. You are going too far. The old man in sackcloth was so angry that his body kept shaking. It can be said that I feel extremely frustrated. To know. Since he cultivated to the venerable realm, no matter where he goes. Everyone was respectful and flattering to him. When have you ever been so angry? He couldn't even remember how many years he had not been this angry. Linger, the stew is ready, eat it quickly. Li Xingye was too lazy to pay attention to him. Okay, okay. Little Linger nodded happily and immediately took out the tableware. Hee, this flour must be delicious. She laughed playfully and took out the soft Tian Jinglian and put it on the plate. Finally, in front of the old man, he ate it 3 times, 5 times 5 times 2 times. Wow, sister, it's delicious. Sweet. Xiaolinger spoke with stars in her eyes. Watching all this, the old man in sackcloth was so angry that he was trembling. The mountains are high and the roads are far, we will meet again later. Now that things have come to this, he can only admit defeat. Actually, ever since he discovered that Xiaolinger's cultivation level was higher than his own, the old man in Mai knew that his hard work for tens of thousands of years was in vain. Let's theorize here. It's just because it's really hard to swallow this breath in my heart. Senior, wait a moment, we want to ask you something. Li Xingye stopped him. For them, Tian Jinglian can only be regarded as an interlude. She had not forgotten the true purpose of her trip. Humph, you picked my Tian Jinglian. You still want to get some information from me? Junior, do you think it's possible? The old man in sackcloth snorted coldly and spoke angrily. I think we can still talk about it. Linger, are you right? Li Xingye smiled. Yes, yes. Facing her gaze, little Linger, who was chewing on the chicken leg, nodded. Hear the words. The old man in sackcloth twitched again. His fists tightened even more. That's too much. It's so deceiving. However, the little Linger looked harmless to humans and animals. He could only admit defeat. What do you want to ask? For a moment, the old man in sackcloth took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and spoke. No way. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Senior, have you seen this person? Li Xingye didn't waste any time and went straight to the point and sketched out the portrait of Xiaolinger's mother. Mud. Seeing the portrait of the woman in white, the old man's anger that he had finally suppressed suddenly rose up. Seen it? I've never seen it before. At the beginning, in addition to Tian Jinglian, he also cultivated a Jushin Lingzhu. Tian Jinglian is what he uses to break through the tribulation realm. The 9 heavens spiritual bamboo is used to refine immortal weapon. He has already thought about it. After breaking through to the tribulation realm, leave this ghost place and go to Zhongzhou. Ask your artifact refining friends to help you refine an immortal weapon law treasure. Did not expect. 4 years ago, a woman in white came here and chopped down the Jushin Lingzhu. At last. Naturally, a war is inevitable. However, what made the old man Mai depressed? The woman in white was clearly in the early stages of the emperor's venerable realm, but she forced him to fight. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. That incident was the first humiliation he received when he reached the peak of Emperor Venerable Cultivation. You know her? The old man spoke with a gloomy expression. She is Linger's mother, and we are here to find her. Li Xingyu didn't hide anything and said directly. Damn it! After hearing this, the old man clenched his fists and almost ran away. What a sin! What sin have you committed? The two spiritual things that were cultivated, the Jushan Lingzu, were cut down by Xiao Linger's mother. Now, Jingtianlian was picked again by Xiao Linger for stew. This moment, the old man in sackcloth almost burst into tears. He wanted to know what he had done wrong. He unexpectedly met these two ladies. Both things cultivated were ruined by it. Unfortunately, the big ones can't be beaten, and the small ones can't be beaten either. Seen it? These two simple words seemed to pop out from between the teeth. One can imagine how angry the old man in sackcloth was. Where did mother go? Xiao Linger asked immediately. Look at her extremely expectant eyes. The old man in sackcloth really wanted to turn around and leave, and he also wanted to anger this little baby. Unfortunately, he knew that he couldn't. Otherwise, something will definitely happen. She went deeper. I think I want to transmigrate the ancient battlefield to Zhongzhou. The old man in sackcloth replied extremely depressed. I felt so depressed that I almost had a heart attack. He had already decided in his mind. Leave here, you must leave this hellish place. Otherwise, you might meet other members of the family again in the future. Thank you, Senior, for informing me. After receiving the news, Li Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least there are clues now. Snort. The old man in sackcloth snorted coldly, threw up his sleeves and left. His figure soon disappeared from sight. Sister, I'm going to Zhongzhou. Xiao Linger said. Okay, sister will go with you. Li Xingyu touched her head and smiled softly. Hee, sister is so nice. Sister Tai Tai. Xiao Linger immediately laughed and rubbed against her. It was like a well-behaved kitten, making Li Xingyu's whole heart cute. Sister, you should eat quickly. It's delicious. Xiao Linger rested her head on Li Xingyu's arm and said while chewing on the chicken legs. This is yours, I can't eat it. Li Xingyu shook her head. She is not a fool. I have been in contact with Xiao Linger for so long. I know that Xiao Linger should have some special physique. And he still has a terrifying physique that keeps getting stronger as he keeps eating. This is what makes Xiao Linger stronger. Of course she won't share the food. Eat, sister, hurry up and I'll feed you. Xiao Linger spoke reluctantly, pulled off a piece of meat and stuffed it into Li Xingyu's mouth. Senior, me. Li Xingyu did not move and sent a message to the cauldron weapon spirit. If the little master tells you to eat, you can eat it. The great cauldron weapon spirit replied indifferently. Hear the words. Only then did Li Xingyu dare to eat what Xiao Linger handed over. Just a few mouthfuls. She started refining again. There is no way, whether it is meat or soup, they are top cultivation resources for her now. If it is not refined, it will burst. In the blink of an eye. One tripod of things has been consumed. Of course, 95% of everything went into little Linger's belly. Li Xingyu only ate 5%. Even so, her power of law also increased dramatically, by hundreds of levels. Linger, shall we continue walking? After resting for a while, Li Xingyu spoke. Xiao Linger naturally nodded happily. Chapter 33. In the ancient battlefield. Figures one large and one small were slowly advancing in the yellow sand in the sky. Little Linger wearing a tiger skin hat walked in front. It is better to say that she is walking than to say that she is jumping. His little body was jumping up and down, and he would step on the weathered bones from time to time. Every time you step on it, it feels like stepping on brittle wood, making a soft click sound. Little Linger seemed to like this feeling very much. So much so that wherever she walked, there was not a complete weathered white bone. It can be said that she expresses the child's innocence and love of play to the fullest. As for Li Xingyu, she naturally followed behind without any haste. She didn't urge Xiaolinger to speed up. Just like a biological sister, she silently looked at Xiaolinger with soft eyes. At this moment, she just felt relaxed all over. It's like Xiaolinger is a calming creature. Even if there is no conversation, just watching quietly can make people feel happy. Two fellow deists. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. As the sound rang out, in the curious eyes of Li Xingyu and Xiaolinger, I saw a gentle and elegant young man walking out of the yellow sand. There was a kind smile on the young man's face, which looked particularly bright under the sunlight. He was wearing a green suit, and his long and thin hair was tied up with a hairpin. The whole person also exudes a unique atmosphere. It's like a knowledgeable scholar. Who are you? Li Xingyu frowned and looked at the other party. Because she can't see through young people. Precisely. The young man is like an ordinary person without any cultivation. But Li Xingyu didn't believe this. You must know that this is an ancient battlefield. Full of crises. Besides, this place is already deep in the ancient battlefield. How could an ordinary person without cultivation come here? I, Mo Qingshu, have met two fellow deists. The young man smiled elegantly and bowed his hands. Can I talk to you two and ask for some food? Before Li Xingyu could speak, he continued. Looking for a chance to have a relationship or something to eat. Li Xingyu frowned slightly. Hehe, I won't give it to you. You are dirty. While she was doubting, Xiaolinger said with a smile. Dirty stuff? Hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned again. She looked at Mo Qingshu doubtfully. It's not like I found any evil or ghostly aura in him. Some are just elegant poems and calligraphy. It's as if this guy grew up in poetry. My little sister is really good at joking. I am a scholar, how can I be a dirty thing? Two fellow deists, give me some food. I haven't eaten or drank for several days. I really can't hold it any longer. Mo Qingshu was not angry, and always had a bright smile on his face. Sister, don't give it to him. He is a fallen spirit. Xiaolinger said to Li Xingyu. Fallen spirit. Facing her gaze, Li Xingyu frowned slightly. This was the first time she had heard of this. Yes, yes. Sir, the fallen spirit is a very strange thing. They are just like mortals, but they have weird abilities that take over the world. As long as you satisfy the fallen spirit's request, you are giving it your lifespan, cultivation, and talent unconditionally. It's amazing. Xiaolinger nodded and explained to her. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu was shocked. To satisfy what you want, is it equivalent to giving away your life, cultivation, and talent unconditionally? What ability is this? Isn't that what it means? Ruo had just promised Mo Qingshu to give him food. Is it equivalent to giving everything you have to the other party unconditionally? You. After Mo Qingshu heard this, he looked at Xiaolinger in disbelief. There was a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that there were still people in true spirit world who knew about fallen spirits. Moreover, she is still a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. Are you from the spirit world? No, no, even if you come from the immortal spirit world, there is no way you would know that fallen spirits exist. Mo Qingshu looked at Xiaolinger and spoke in surprise. Fallen spirit. Even in the immortal spirit world, very little is known about it. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can be counted on one hand. Hehe, I am the most powerful transcendent level in the world. Xiaoling smiled and showed two pointed little tiger teeth. Coupled with her baby fat face and tiger skin hat, she can definitely make her daughter slave to death. Transcendent level is invincible and the best in the world? After Mo Qingshu listened, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. If you want to use a pseudonym, just use it. But what kind of hammer pseudonym is this? He has been around for an unknown amount of time, but this is the first time he has heard such an outrageous pseudonym. Interesting. This little lost world is really interesting. There are actually two people who know about the fallen spirits. If I guess correctly, you should also be the reincarnation of a certain powerful person, right? Mo Qingshu looked at Xiaolinger and spoke incoherently. 4 years ago, he once met a woman. Unexpectedly, the other party saw through his identity as a fallen spirit at a glance. However, now I have met someone who can see through my identity. So, he was sure that Xiaolinger must be the reincarnation of a terrifying power from the immortal spirit world. Only those guys know that fallen spirits exist. The reincarnation of the great power? Lost the world. After hearing this, Li Xingyu frowned slightly. The idea of reincarnation is not a strange thing in the spiritual world. Because as long as you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, you can take over others and live a new life. Haha, little girl, reincarnation is different from seizing one's body. Seizing one's body can certainly lead to a new life, but it cannot change one's talent and longevity. Reincarnated people are different. Reincarnated people can gain new talents and new longevity. Mo Qingshu said. He actually saw through Li Xingyu's thoughts. This. After hearing this, Li Xingyu was shocked. Get new talent and new longevity? If this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to achieve the so-called immortality if you keep reincarnating? Interesting, so interesting. In a mere lost world, 2 reincarnated people actually appeared. Is there any treasure in this world? Mo Qingshu muttered to himself. What do you mean? Have you seen other reincarnations? What is the lost world? Li Xingyu asked with a frown. Sister, Mr. Lost World told me. The world where the original power is extracted is called the Lost World. The upper limit of cultivation in this world will gradually become lower as time goes by. In the end it will become a world where cultivation is impossible. Before Mo Qingshu could speak, Xiaolinger explained with a smile. Linger, are you saying that the true spirit world will become a world where cultivation is impossible in the future? After hearing this, Li Xingyu was shocked. Yes, that's what Sir said. Xiaolinger nodded. But Mo Qingshu was the key figure who captured her words, Sir. It's not hard to hear Xiaolinger's words. Whether it was fallen spirits or lost worlds, all knowledge was imparted by that gentleman. Interesting, who is the gentleman you are talking about? There are a lot of things you know. Mo Qingshu asked curiously. Sir is just Sir, a hateful old man. Xiaolinger spoke innocently, her cheeks bulging when she mentioned Sir. Chapter 34. After listening, the corners of Mo Qingshu's mouth twitched slightly. It's really like listening to your words. Is this the answer I want? He complained in his heart, also feeling a little helpless. Originally, seeing that these 2 people were very lucky, he thought of seizing them for his own use. Especially luck on Xiaolinger. It is the strongest luck he has ever seen so far. Even the woman in white whom I met a few years ago couldn't compare. Of course, no matter how many times I calculated, I never calculated it. Since the other party knows what kind of existence he is, I have taken the liberty of disturbing the 2 fellow deists. You 2 want to pass through here and go to the other side. Mo Qingshu sighed and could only give up. As for taking action, he wouldn't dare. Because Xiaolinger is really not simple. He knew about the existence of fallen spirits, and he couldn't see through their cultivation. Moreover, He couldn't get everything he wanted by force. The rules of heaven are fair. Open a window and close a door. Fallen spirits can take over the creation of heaven and earth. But there is a limit. You need the other party to personally agree to your request. If the other person doesn't agree, then no. Otherwise, Mo Qingshu would not be able to stay here now. Yes, yes, we are going to Zhongzhou to find my mother. Xiaolinger nodded. Looking for your mother? Mo Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. This was the first time he heard this reason. The people I met before who wanted to transmigrate here and go to the other side were all pursuing a higher realm. Have you met this person? Li Xingyu came back to her senses and answered. While talking, she traced it gently with her fingers, and her spiritual power flowed. The portrait of Xiaolinger's mother was then sketched. See the portrait. The corner of the fallen spirit's mouth twitched fiercely. Isn't this the ruthless man I met earlier? If I hadn't run so fast, I would have almost been killed. Are you here to see this person? He spoke a little depressed. Yes, she is my mother. I want to find my mother. The innocent little Linger nodded. Your mother. After Mo Qingshu listened, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. Damn it! Who are the people in this family? Forget it if it's big, powerful, or scary. Is the kid so awesome? Are you going to give people a way to live? He finally understood why Xiaolinger knew about the fallen spirit. Emotions are the descendants of that ruthless man. Yes, yes. Xiaolinger nodded happily. She did go that way. Mo Qingshu answered. After saying that, he left directly. It was obvious that he no longer wanted to talk to Xiaolinger. Sister, why is he gone? Xiaolinger asked, not knowing why. I don't know either. Li Xingyu shook her head. However, she didn't care either. Just make sure that Xiaolinger's mother has indeed gone to Zhongzhou. The two then continued on their journey. At the same time, Forbidden Sea. This is an extremely terrifying forbidden place in the True Spirit continent. Because this place is full of space cracks. If you are not careful, you will be sucked into the space cracks, trapped in space turbulence, and separated from the True Spirit world. Moreover, those who enter the Forbidden Sea, whether they are humans or powerful monsters, will never return. So, this place became the True Spirit world. To be precise, it was a terrifying forbidden place that no one in Zhongzhou could visit. However, at this time, deep in the Forbidden Sea, there was a palace located in the void. The main hall is like a fearful beast, suppressed in the Forbidden Sea. From a distance, it looks like an immortal treasure that suppresses the eternity of the palace. In the main hall, a group of people were sitting on black armchairs. Everyone has a mask on their face, all kinds of masks. At the top of the hall, there was also a person sitting. Judging from the figure, it was a woman. Wearing a white dress and a white dragon-patterned mask on her face. The aura that could repel people thousands of miles away, yet span all eternity, was emanating from the woman all the time. Her armchair is also extraordinary. It's a dragon chair. There is news from District D. Someone from the spirit world has arrived. The purpose is just for me. Everyone, do you have any ideas? A cold and majestic voice came from the woman's mouth, echoing in the empty hall. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in the hall. Obviously, everyone else is thinking of countermeasures. Humph, so what about the immortal spirit world? If we find this place, we will destroy it. The person wearing the tiger-like mask spoke, and you could tell from his voice that he was a man. This matter needs to be discussed in the long term. Our foundation is still shallow, and it is not the time to compete head-on with spirit world. The man in the rabbit mask took over. Can't we get rid of it secretly? The man wearing the snake mask followed. No, what we encounter in District D should be just the speculation of Immortal Spirit World. Therefore, if the advance personnel sent here are removed rashly, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling Immortal Spirit World that we are here? People wearing rat masks also have their say. What do you think, Your Majesty? The voice of the person wearing the cow mask is loud and angry, just like the animal represented by the mask, giving people a simple and honest feeling. Hear the words. All the people wearing masks looked towards the main seat. Under their gaze, the woman in the dragon mask fell into silence. It took her a while before she spoke. What the rabbit said is timely. Now our strength is not easy to compete head-on with the people of the Immortal Spirit World. However, the people sent by the Immortal Spirit World cannot be allowed to be investigated by them. Everyone nodded after hearing this. In this case, what should we do? You can't fight, you can't kill. They want answers, so let's give them an answer. The dragon-marked woman's voice sounded again. After listening, all the people wearing masks showed confusion in their eyes. Give them an answer? What do you mean, Your Majesty? Find a reincarnated person to serve as their messenger. The man wearing the rabbit mask asked tentatively. Yes, as far as I know, there is an emperor's garden in Zhongzhou in True Spirit World called Ji family. 1,000 years ago, the Ji family was just a small family in Zhongzhou. But it can become an emperor's garden in just 1,000 years. Among them, a genius was born in the Ji family, Ji Sun. This Ji Sun is the reincarnation of the Immortal King. Do you understand? Your Majesty nodded and spoke slowly. That's all for the sake of talking about it. Everyone naturally understands. Spreading the news about the reincarnated person will naturally attract the attention of people from the upper world. People from the upper world will go and investigate. As for the result, the reincarnation of an immortal king is not the reincarnation of the Supreme Being. Go and make arrangements. Seeing that no one had any objections, His Majesty waved his hand. The words fell. The space was distorted, and all the people wearing masks disappeared. In the huge hall, only Your Majesty is left. She looked at the empty hall, with loneliness in her eyes hidden behind the mask. It's been a few years, and I don't know how you, father and daughter, are doing. And where is the opportunity to condense the divine personality? Your Majesty murmured softly in words that only you could hear. Chapter 35. In the ancient battlefield. Time continued to pass as the big one and the small one walked leisurely. It was already night in a blink of an eye. For monks, there is no difference between night and day. But looking at the little Linger who was jumping around all day, Li Xingyu still said, "Linger, let's rest for one night before leaving." She could already see that Xiao Linger's face looked a little tired. Besides, no one knows how big this ancient battlefield is. It is also unknown how long it will take them to transmigrate the ancient battlefield and reach Zhongzhou. It is still necessary to take a proper rest. Okay. When Xiao Linger heard that she was about to take a rest, a bright smile immediately broke out on her face. Look at her cute and playful look. Li Xingyu also smiled gently. Then, she took Xiao Linger to find a place with a few dead trees and lit a bonfire as a temporary foothold. Xiao Linger took out several monster corpses. "Sister, let's have hot pot." Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Hot pot. Li Xingyu looked at her blankly. This was the first time he heard these two words. Yes, hot pot is delicious. You need to turn the meat into thin slices, then put it in a pot and cook it before you eat it. Xiao Linger nodded happily. As she spoke, she had already taken out the cauldron. And he said, "Dating, I want to eat hot pot." Hearing this, the great cauldron weapon spirit smiled helplessly. What is this thing called? It was originally an alchemy furnace, but it was a spirit communication fairy treasure bred by the Immortal Pill sect in the spirit world using its original power. Used to make elixirs, which can increase the success rate. In the fairy spirit world, there are definitely treasures that others are afraid of breaking when holding them in their hands, and are afraid of melting when they are held in their mouths. Now, it can only be used as a pot for cooking by Xiaoling. Although it was a little helpless, it didn't dare to disobey Xiaoling. Otherwise, with Xiao Gord's temperament, he would inevitably get a beating. Not long after Xiaoling finished speaking, the appearance of the big cauldron began to change, and eventually turned into a large copper pot. This! Li Xingyu couldn't help but stare. In her understanding, any law treasure with a weapon spirit can change. But it's only limited to getting bigger or smaller. As for transforming into other forms, this was the first time she had seen it. Could this cauldron be an immortal weapon? She thought to herself. Sister, cut the meat quickly, into long and thin slices. Xiaoling didn't care what Li was thinking, she only had food in her eyes. While talking, he had already taken out the small gourd and poured the primordial origin water into the big cauldron. Good. Li Xingyu nodded and immediately started to deal with monster as Xiaoling said. Soon, a piece of meat was cut by her. Linger, is that so? She opened her mouth and turned to look but did not see Xiaoling. Linger. Li Xingyu couldn't help but feel anxious. She looked around but still couldn't find Xiaoling. Senior, Linger. She hurriedly sent a message to the cauldron weapon spirit. No need to worry. The great cauldron weapon spirit replied indifferently. Xiaoling is a real immortal king. This realm of Dingtian is only the true spirit world of Tribulation Realm, and there is no one who can pose a threat to Xiaoling at all. Moreover, the real strength of Xiaoling is not his own immortal king realm cultivation, but the divine weapon that is armed to the teeth. Without any exaggeration. Even if she encounters an immortal venerable, little Linger will be safe and sound. Want to pose a threat to Xiaoling? Unless the Immortal Emperor comes in person. How could there be an Immortal Emperor in this small true spirit world? After hearing this, Li Xingyu smiled bitterly. Think about it too. Xiaoling's strength was there, even the powerful Emperor Venerable Realm had to respectfully call him senior, so what did he have to worry about? Thinking. Li Xingyu silently helped Xiaoling process the monster meat. After she has filmed all the monsters, little Linger appeared. Linger, what is this? Li Xingyu frowned slightly as she looked at Xiaoling who suddenly appeared. Because little Linger is holding an egg. The egg is very big, almost the same size as a little Linger. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Xingyu felt a power from the egg that made her heart palpitate. She was sure. This egg is absolutely extraordinary. It should be the offspring of some kind of powerful great monster. However, she couldn't tell what kind of monster's egg it was. Hee, I picked this up over there. It must be delicious. Little Linger hugged the egg, exposed her little head, and spoke with a smile. Picked up? Li Xingyu couldn't help being stunned when she heard this. Of course you can't tell which monster the egg comes from. But the heart-pounding power coming from the egg was enough to prove that the monster who laid the egg was at least a demon lord. After all, she is now in the soul formation realm, and she is still in the middle stage. Li Xingyu is not afraid of monsters below the demon lord level, not to mention an egg, even if they face their true form. Therefore, she was sure that the eggs in Xiaoling's hands were definitely monster eggs from demon lord and above. However, how can a monster egg of this level be so easy to pick up? If it's really easy to pick up, I'm afraid it's the human race. Every family has a powerful guardian spirit beast, right? Moreover, this is still an ancient battlefield, and there are basically no monster activities. At least Li Xingyu has never heard of or seen it. Pick it up? The so-called picking up probably meant picking up the nest of a certain monster that lived in the ancient battlefield. Li Xingyu thought in her heart. Sister, let's bake it and eat it. This egg must be delicious. Xiaoling said with a smile and already placed the egg beside the campfire while speaking. Okay, it's up to you. Li Xingyu smiled bitterly. Monster eggs of Demon Lord and above will definitely attract looting if placed on the boundary of Linglong Pavilion. Because if it can be cultivated and signed, it will be tantamount to having a powerful helper. Especially for the forces. After all, monsters live longer than humans, and cultivating a powerful monster can protect a force for several generations. But what about Xiaolinger? But it's just a meal. Of course, she didn't stop him. Xiaolinger got the egg back. Whether it's eating or staying, as long as Xiaolinger is happy. Linger, eggs can't be baked directly like this. You have to pry a hole in it, otherwise it will explode. Li Xingyu reminded. Ah? That's good. Little Linger nodded, then punched a hole in the top of the egg. Hold head high. The moment the hole was knocked out of the egg, a long cry sounded, and a dragon shadow rushed out of the egg, and finally dissipated above the egg. Hiss! The sound of gasping air came from Li Xingyu's mouth. Although the dragon shadow is as fleeting as fireworks, but it couldn't escape her eyes. She also knew exactly what it was. That's a wisp of dragon chi, the true dragon's energy. There is actually a true dragon's energy inside an egg. Then isn't this egg? Li Xingyu couldn't help but be stunned as she thought about it. Chapter 36. Linger, isn't this a dragon egg? Li Xingyu's voice was trembling as he spoke. A dragon egg. True dragons are extremely famous existences in the true spirit world. Even, it is a legendary existence. Because of the rumors, dragon race has ascended to the fairy spirit world. Moreover, dragon race ranks very high among monster race. It is one of the divine veins. There are also rumors that dragon race was born as a monster sovereign, comparable to the human soul formation realm powerhouse. In early childhood, which is the teenage stage of the human race, the demon lord is comparable to the human body integration realm. If you are talented, you can even become a monster saint comparable to the human Mahayana stage. In the mature stage, which is the youth stage of the human race, he is the monster emperor, comparable to the strong saint realm of the human race. When they reach adulthood, that is, the middle-aged stage of the human race, they are basically demon ancestors, comparable to the human emperor venerable realm. Of course, each stage is not calculated according to secular mortals. It is the stage of a practitioner. Because the lifespan of a practitioner is long, it is naturally impossible to calculate it in terms of the secular mortal stage. The difference is at least 10 times different. In other words, the youth of a practitioner is more than 100 years old. Take Li Xingyu herself as an example. He is now more than 700 years old, but in the world of spiritual practice, he is only in his youth. Even so, she has only cultivated in the soul formation realm. If he hadn't met Xiaolinger, he would have died long ago. What about dragon race? She was born with this level of cultivation. You can imagine how scary dragon race is. Dragon egg? I don't know. I picked it up over there, hee. Xiaolinger replied, looking straight at the baked eggs with her eyes full of expectation. After hearing this, Li Xingyu smiled bitterly. Now she was sure. The egg that Xiaolinger picked up was definitely a dragon egg. There was nothing wrong with that ray of true dragon energy just now. The true dragon spirit is only possessed by dragon eggs. Even a monster egg with dragon race blood in its body cannot have the aura of a true dragon. A monster with dragon race blood in his body. Even if the bloodline is relatively strong, the egg will only produce dragon breath at most. For example, the extremely famous flood dragon family in monster race. Eggs from this family will produce dragon breath. Compared with the real dragon's breath, the dragon's breath is naturally very different. Li Xingyu didn't expect it. Xiaolinger went out for a trip and came back with a dragon egg. And, it's roasted. If only monster race or the human race knew about this. He will definitely scold you for wasting your natural resources. That's a dragon egg. If it hatches, it only needs enough time to grow. In the future, we will surely stand at the pinnacle of true spirit world. In other words, what Xiaoling baked was not an egg, but a pseudo-immortal beast comparable to the human tribulation realm. Sister, the soup is boiling. You can eat meat. Xiaoling's voice came. While talking, he took out a pair of chopsticks from nowhere and started to rinse the meat. Sister, hurry up and eat, it's delicious, she said while eating. Li Xingyu nodded and started to cook the meat and eat it. Have to say, it tastes very good indeed. Of course, Xiaoling's soup base is made from primordial origin water and various medicinal herbs. It's no wonder it tastes bad. Somewhere in the ancient battlefield, 3 men in black suddenly appeared out of thin air under the stars. All 3 of them are tall and look powerful. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the heads of the 3 people. Under the light of stars and moonlight, all 3 of them have a pair of horns on their heads. Obviously, these 3 guys are not human beings. Great Elder, is there really a real dragon egg here? The man on the far left glanced around the surrounding environment and spoke. Of course, it's in the records of my Flood Dragon clan. There was a big war in the immortal spirit world back then. It was a war between 2 immortal emperors. All major races are being forced to participate. Dragon race is one of them. The old man in the middle nodded and spoke slowly. A battle between 2 immortal emperors? The other 2 people were shocked after hearing this. They come from the Flood Dragon clan, with a long heritage and rich heritage. In addition, they are the elders of the Flood Dragon clan, so they naturally know what kind of existence the Immortal Emperor is. Above all living beings, including Immortal Spirit World. What does this have to do with real dragon eggs? The man on the left frowned and asked. He is the 2nd elder of the Flood Dragon clan and the 2nd elder. This ancient battlefield was the place where the great battle took place. To be precise, it's an area in the Great War. Originally, this area was the area of the Immortal Spirit World. Due to the war, the Immortal Spirit World fell off and fell into the True Spirit World to become an ancient battlefield. According to our clan's records, a true dragon died in the ancient battlefield area. However, before the real dragon died, he used great means to condense a dragon egg and placed it deep underground in this ancient battlefield, so as to pass on his bloodline. Tens of thousands of years ago, strong men from our clan came here and successfully found the true dragon egg. It's a pity that our Flood Dragon clan is weak and we dare not bring it back to our clan. We can only put it here and protect it with formations. Now that our clan has established a firm foothold in the Flood Dragon clan, it is naturally time to take this dragon egg back. The great elder of the Flood Dragon clan spoke slowly. Hear the words. The other 2 people were shocked. Unexpectedly, the Flood Dragon clan has such deeds. If a true dragon is hatched, then my clan will be the best. The 2nd elder spoke, and even his breathing became rapid. That's the true dragon bloodline, the top bloodline of monster race. If cultivated, the strength of the Flood Dragon family will definitely rise to the next level. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the dragon race bloodline. Our Flood Dragon clan is, to put it bluntly, hybrid dragons. Although there is true dragon bloodline in our bodies, it is not pure. This true dragon's egg, take it back to the clan and cultivate it carefully. It can be used as a bloodline seed in the future. As long as the clan arranges their marriage and gives birth to children, our clan's bloodline will continue to improve. In the long run, you know what this means, right? The great elder smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Hiss. After hearing this, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder immediately took a breath of air. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. What does it mean? This means that the Flood Dragon bloodline will gradually sublimate over time. Until finally it completely transformed into the real dragon race. That was a real dragon race. The most powerful race in monster race. Ha ha ha, our clan has a bright future. The second elder immediately laughed excitedly. Yes, we, the Flood Dragon clan, will definitely dominate the beast realm in the future. The third elder also spoke emotionally. Let's go and embrace the glorious future of our Flood Dragon family. The great elder smiled, and after speaking, he took the lead and flew forward. The second elder and the third elder followed closely behind. Soon, the three of them arrived at the space underneath where the strong Flood Dragon tribe had placed the dragon eggs. However, what surprised the three of them was that there was nothing in the space underneath. Great Elder, this. The second elder spoke with some confusion. Damn it, was it taken away by the human race? The third elder said with hatred. The great elder did not speak, but stared blankly at the pedestal in the space below. It was certain that that was where the dragon egg was placed. Because it can clearly feel the true dragon breath permeating there. It's just, where are the dragon eggs? Where did my big dragon egg go? Chapter 37. The great elder looked at the platform on which the dragon egg was placed, his expression terrifyingly gloomy. At present, the Flood Dragon tribe has certainly established a foothold in Beast Realm. But there is still a race riding on the head. After all, there are only a few strong people in the Flood Dragon Tribulation Realm, and they are all just immortal beasts. There is no comparison with those terrifying clans. He originally wanted to take the dragon egg and slowly sublimate the Flood Dragon bloodline, transforming it into a true dragon race. Thus, not to mention the Ascension Fairy Spirit World, at least the Flood Dragon clan can become one of the overlords of the Beast Realm and escape the fate of being cannon fodder for those terrifying clans. He has even thought about the future development route of the Flood Dragon clan for thousands of years. It's better now. The dragon egg is missing. Great Elder, what should we do now? The second elder spoke in a low mood. It is not easy for them to enter the ancient battlefield. Because the ancient battlefield was the territory of the human race. Beast Realm has always been at odds with the human race. It can be said that the three of them risked their lives to come to the ancient battlefield. Not only that. In order to reach the ancient battlefield, they did not hesitate to spend more than half of the clan's resources to build a transcendent-level teleportation array. All this just for dragon eggs. Now that the dragon egg is gone, isn't it just a matter of trying to draw water from a bamboo basket? Looking, we must find the dragon egg. This thing is too important to our clan. Before the first elder could speak, the third elder answered firmly. Just kidding, spending so many resources and risking your head on your belt to get dragon eggs here. How could it be possible to go back empty-handed like this? The great elder didn't speak, he just stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered from his sadness. Great Elder. The second elder saw this and called out tentatively. Oh, I'm afraid this dragon egg is. The great elder came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. He knows about the ancient battlefield. The deeper you go, the greater the danger. According to rumors, this ancient battlefield is a terrifying forbidden place where the tribulation realm was buried. Of course, the location where the dragon egg is placed is not at the deepest point of the ancient battlefield. But it's very close. The dragon eggs were taken away even though they were placed here. The person who took away the dragon egg was definitely not an ordinary person, and his cultivation level was at least an Emperor Venerable Realm. For the Emperor Venerable Realm, dragon eggs are also an extremely scarce cultivation resource. It is even said to be a cultivation resource that can only be encountered but not sought. Obtaining this kind of resource will definitely leave the ancient battlefield. There are hundreds of millions of humans, and there are also many who have cultivated the Emperor Venerable Realm. How easy is it to recover the dragon egg? Hold head high. However, before the great elder finished speaking, a dragon roar suddenly came. Hear the sound. The bodies of the three great elders suddenly shook. Dragon roar? You definitely heard that right. Especially the dragon power in this voice. Great Elder. A look of surprise immediately appeared on the second elder's face. There's no monster race in ancient battlefield, let alone dragon race. Now there is a dragon roar coming, it must be related to the real dragon egg. Ha ha ha, okay, okay. The road is boundless, let's go. I want to see who it is that dares to take advantage of dragon eggs. The Great Elder also had a flower-like smile on his face. Humph, even if he is a tribulation realm today, he must obediently hand over the dragon egg. The third elder also spoke. The words sounded arrogant, but they were not wrong. Because the three of them are demon ancestor late stage. The cultivation level is equivalent to the human emperor venerable realm late stage. Moreover, they are the Flood Dragon clan, with terrifying physical bodies and amazing talent and divine ability. Carrying one alone can compare with the human emperor venerable realm perfection monk. If the three of them join forces, they can really take on the tribulation realm powerhouse. Not much to say. The silhouettes of the three people flashed and they headed towards the place where the dragon roar came from. It wasn't just the three of them who heard the dragon's roar. The same is true for those strong human beings who seek opportunities in ancient battlefields. Ha ha ha, okay, okay, I didn't expect there to be a real dragon. God help me, God help me. I lost the Tianjinglian, and now I have encountered a true dragon. My deist, will definitely break through the tribulation realm. Somewhere, the old man in sackcloth laughed, his face full of excitement. A true dragon is a fairy in the true spirit world. He can get it, enough to help him break into the tribulation realm. Chen Mo, who was sitting at Lia Shao'in, also heard the roar of the dragon. I didn't expect that there would be a real dragon in the ancient battlefield. Okay, if done correctly, we can definitely train a powerful monster race force for the leader. You will definitely get a heavy reward when the time comes. He looked far away, staring into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Before the words could be spoken, the person had disappeared. Xiaolinger and Li Xingyu didn't know about all this. Especially Xiaolinger. At this time, she was holding the roasted dragon egg, constantly scooping out the custard inside with a spoon to eat. The baby's fat little face was full of satisfaction. Sister, this egg is so delicious, she said as she ate. After listening to this, Li Xingyu had a wry smile on his face. Can it not be delicious? That's a dragon egg. In other words, it is the essence of dragon. Whether used as food or as a training resource, it can definitely be regarded as the top quality. It's weird if it doesn't taste good. She thought to herself and didn't ask for it. Just eating monster meat in silence. She couldn't eat the dragon eggs and couldn't eat them. The spiritual power contained within it was simply beyond what her soul formation realm could bear. And this monster meat is just right. Ah! At this moment, a tragic cry suddenly sounded. The sudden cry made both Li Xingyu and Xiaolinger tremble. The eating utensils in my hands almost fell to the ground. The two looked towards the source of the sound. She saw three old men with horns on their heads looking at her blankly. Precisely. The three of them were looking at Xiaolinger. These three people were the elders of the three major flood dragon tribes who rushed over after hearing the roar of the dragon. However, the expressions on the faces of the three of them were very dull at this moment. Even the second elder and the third elder would rub their eyes from time to time. No way! They really couldn't believe what they were seeing. Dragon eggs, were roasted and eaten? The hope of the Flood Dragon clan. He was roasted and eaten like this? Hallucination, Great Elder, I have a hallucination. The second elder spoke blankly, unable to accept what he saw. Yes, yes, it is an illusion. It must be an illusion. The Great Elder nodded and agreed. That's a dragon egg. Even if it falls into the hands of the human race, it is still the most top-notch cultivation resource. Moreover, true dragons are also extremely terrifying existences in the eyes of humans. If you get a dragon egg, you will definitely cultivate it into your own spiritual pet. How can you roast it and eat it directly? An illusion must be an illusion. The great elder kept comforting himself in his heart. Grandpa, what are you barking at? I was so scared that I almost dropped my spoon. Xiaolinger snorted and said angrily. After saying that, he picked up the spoon and scooped out a spoonful of custard, put it into his mouth and ate it like ba and ba. Boy, slap me quickly, tell me this isn't true. The great elder came back to his senses and spoke in a daze. Chapter 38. Great Elder, me. The second elder also came to his senses and almost burst into tears. Especially Xiaolinger's squeaking look was like a needle piercing deep into her heart. Dragon eggs, were roasted and eaten like this? You. The third elder was so angry that he was trembling all over and pointed at Xiaolinger. I was stunned but didn't lift it up. Puff. Suddenly, a mouthful of old blood spurted out from the third elder's mouth. Obviously, he was very angry. Brother, it's gone, there's nothing left. She roasted the dragon eggs. The second elder looked sad, obviously angry and sad. The great elder clutched his chest and kept breathing heavily. The whole person was numb with anger. The hope of the Flood Dragon clan was really roasted and eaten. Sister, what happened to them? Are you sick? Little Linger said curiously while eating the dragon egg. Phew. After Li Xingyu heard this, she couldn't help laughing on the spot. Now she could guess a little bit. After all, the horns on the heads of the three old men cannot be faked. The opponent must be the legendary Flood Dragon clan. Li Xingyu had some knowledge of this powerful race. Living overseas in the Beast Realm. The one that connects with the overseas Beast Realm is Zhongzhou. Now this is an ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is separated by a full Zhongzhou from the overseas Beast Realm. How come the Flood Dragon clan appears here? That must be for the dragon eggs. However, the three of them did not expect that the dragon egg was picked up by Xiaolinger and even roasted and eaten. Naturally, anger can heal internal injuries. After all, true dragons play the greatest role to the Flood Dragon clan. Hey, why is it this little baby again? Mad, that's a dragon egg. She just baked it and ate it. At this moment, the old man in sackcloth also hurried over. I saw little Linger holding the dragon egg and eating it. His whole body was numb. Dragon eggs, those are real dragon eggs. If cultivated, there would be an endless supply of true dragon blood. In the true spirit world, the blood of the true dragon is something that can be encountered but not sought. It can be used for both alchemy and artifact refining. If you cultivate a real dragon as a spiritual pet, it's like carrying a vein of spirit stone that can be continuously regenerated. It is no exaggeration to say that with a true dragon egg, even those high-ranking immortal mansions would have to offer it to their ancestors. What about now? Just roasted and eaten by this little baby? This is so meow. At this moment, the old man in Mai no longer knew how to express his feelings. It's the two of them. Hiss, dragon egg. It turns out to be a real dragon egg. She baked it and ate it. Chen Mo, who rushed over in a hurry, was completely stunned when he saw this. Auntie, do you know what that is? Dragon eggs. A real dragon egg. This is how you bring disaster? Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. I saw the three elders of the Flood Dragon tribe directly transformed into three extremely terrifying flood dragons. His whole body was dark and his eyes were bloodshot. The terrifying momentum is like the power of heaven, permeating the ancient battlefield. Hiss, three demon ancestors. When the old man in sackcloth saw this, he took a deep breath. Three demon ancestors, and the special one is demon ancestor late stage. Run away, must run away. He muttered in his mind. Chen Mo's expression on the other side also changed suddenly. Three demon ancestors late stage. This power is enough to compete with Emperor Garden. You deserve to die. The three flood dragons stared at little Linger with their eyes bloodshot. Terrifying murderous intent permeated his body. It was as if these three flood dragons came from the 9 nether hells, full of chilling and bloodthirsty atmosphere. What level of monster is this? Li Xingyu's face changed drastically, under that terrifying aura. She simply couldn't move. Think about it too. She is only in the middle stage of soul formation. Not to mention the demon ancestor. Even a monster saint can render her defenseless. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the 3 demon ancestors late stage. Lao Mo, these should be the elders of the 3 major clans of the Flood Dragon clan, right? At this time, the old man in sackcloth fell on Chen Mo. Monster race late stage, you can't go wrong, it's these 3 old guys. It is rumored that these 3 old guys can fight the Tribulation Realm together. They should come here for the dragon eggs. Now the dragon eggs are roasted and eaten by that little doll. Chen Mo nodded, obviously he knew the old man in Mai. I'm afraid this little baby is in danger. The old man in sackcloth took over. The elder of the 3 major flood dragon tribes. Not only famous in monster race, but also in the human race. Basically, the top combat forces of the human race all know the terror of the 3 elders of the Flood Dragon clan. Chen Mo did not answer after hearing this. Danger? He felt it shouldn't be the case. Because that little baby is something that even the commander can't see through. Wow, meaty. Sister, what a big meat. Looking at the 3 old men who suddenly turned into Flood Dragon. Xiao Linger's eyes lit up instantly. It even felt like the dragon egg in my hand no longer smelled good. He just stared at the 3 huge flood dragons with burning eyes. Damn it! When the old man in sackcloth heard what Xiao Linger said, his face turned dark. Meat? How dare you? This girl is the elder of the 3 major flood dragon clans. It can fight against the terrifying existence of an imperial garden. Such a being actually treats people like flesh? The corner of Chen Mo's mouth also twitched slightly. Even the Imperial Garden wouldn't dare to call the 3 elders of the Flood Dragon clan that way, right? The 3 Flood Dragons who were originally angry heard this. Even more angry. Think of the 3 brothers, not to mention walking sideways in the beast realm, but there is no race willing to offend them. Not to mention, is the Flood Dragon clan or the major clan in beast realm being treated as meat? Die. Without too much nonsense, 3 flood dragons launched talent divine ability directly towards Xiao Linger. I saw them opening their mouths and spitting out. In an instant, a terrifying beam of light erupted from his mouth. 1 white, 1 red, and 1 purple. The light emitted almost lit up the entire dim ancient battlefield. The terrifying beams of light were like 3 loose arrows, killing Xiao Linger with a destructive and heaven-destroying momentum. Wherever the light beams of different colors pass, the appearance also changes drastically. Wherever the white light beam passed, the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. Wherever the red light ancestor passed, the gravel burned directly. As for the purple light, it flashed like thunder, turning the place it passed into pieces of scorched earth. Obviously, the 3 light pillars represent the 3 elements. Ice, fire, thunder. Wow, it looks good, sister. Seeing the killing beam of light, Xiao Linger's expression changed slightly. He even shouted in surprise. It's like seeing an extremely beautiful scenery. The old man in sackcloth? Chen Mo? Flood Dragon Third Elder? Everyone was stunned when they heard Xiao Linger's words. That can be the 3 elements of divine ability. It possesses the 3 major elements of divine ability, the ability to break mountains and rivers, and the power to transform heaven and earth. What does this little doll say? Nice? Are you in front of the fireworks? It looks good? This one is here to kill you. Everyone was thinking, not knowing whether to cry or laugh for a moment. I don't know whether to call Xiaolinger stupid or call her innocent. It can be said. Xiaolinger's words immediately confused everyone, including the attacker, the elder of the 3 flood dragon tribes. They have participated in many wars in their lives. There are 800 if not 1000. This is the first time I heard someone say that his ultimate move is beautiful. Just when Sanzhou Flood Dragon wanted to scold him for being stupid, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their huge eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Mo and the old man in Mai looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 39. Only the front can be seen. The 3 elements of divine ability that were attacking Xiaolinger actually stopped. Precisely. It was fixed in front of Xiaolinger. As if invisible, a terrifying existence took action and froze the void around Xiaolinger. The divine ability of the 3 flood dragon tribes cannot go any further. Sister, these are beautiful. Xiaolinger looked at the 3 beams of light in front of her and talked to Li Xingye with a smile. While talking, she also stretched out her finger and poked at the light beam. Click! When her little fingers touched the white light beam, the light beam shattered like a mirror. Finally, it turned into tiny pieces of ice. Impossible! Impossible! How is it possible? Seeing this, the second elder of the Flood Dragon clan muttered as if he had seen a ghost. That is not only its original divine ability, but also the original power of ice. Monster race is certainly different from the way humans practice. But the paths are exactly the same. Human cultivation, before soul formation realm, they cultivated spiritual power. Soul formation goes to the Mahayana realm to practice the law. The Saint realm to the Emperor Venerable realm is the origin of Tao. The same is true for monster race. However, human cultivation depends on talent. And monster race's training depends only on bloodline. In human cultivation, the better the talent, the faster the cultivation, and the higher the realm one can reach. The same goes for the monster race bloodline. The only difference is, the human race is limited by their lifespan, so they need to practice hard and find treasures from heaven and earth to speed up their practice. Monster race with high bloodline has a long lifespan and only needs to grow slowly. The second elder of the Flood Dragon clan is now in the demon ancestor realm, so he will naturally use the power of the great Dao. Its principle is ice. That white beam of light is the law of ice, containing the terrifying power of ice. It can easily turn a sea area into a field of ice, and it can also turn a scorching desert into a white ice field in an instant. This can be seen from the ice that condenses where the white light beam passes. Of course, such a terrifying power of the great Dao was actually broken by a little kid of how old? What kind of cultivation level does this little doll have? Tribulation realm? Can Tribulation realm really do this? In an instant, the second elder flood dragon was in a state of confusion. Not only it. The other 2 flood dragons, Chen Mo and the old man Mai, were also stunned. Anyone who has cultivated to the venerable realm can use the power of the great Dao. And this power of the great Dao is also called the power of the source. Using the power of the source, the monks can already travel through the world. Changing the weather, changing the environment, changing the landform, etc., in a true sense, we can act on behalf of heaven. Naturally, it is also very terrifying when used in combat. Simply put, the battle between the 2 Emperor Venerable realms is like a battle between 2 exclusive little heavens. Face the power of origin. Even the power of the Tribulation realm cannot easily break it. But what about this little doll? It only took a light poke to break the source of ice of the second Flood Dragon clan leader. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Naturally, Xiaolinger didn't know that her actions caused a huge shock to everyone. After poking out the white light beam, seemingly amused, she poked the red and purple light pillars again. Without exception, the 2 pillars of light also collapsed instantly. The red light pillar turned into clusters of flames, burning on the ground. As for the purple beam of light, it turned into wisps of tiny lightning bolts, which kept making sizzling sounds, like tiny lightning bolts. Hiss! The sounds of gasps came one after another. The 3 divine abilities and the 3 great Dao are also the 3 original powers. It was so easily destroyed by this little doll? This moment, the anger in the eyes of the 3 Flood Dragon clan elders has been replaced by fear. Great horror! This little doll is a transcendent level horror. Run! The great elder spoke and quickly tore the void apart. Such terror is simply beyond what they can deal with. Perhaps only the reclusive ancestors of the Flood Dragon clan can compete with each other. When the second elder and the third elder heard this, they also tore apart the void and prepared to escape. Dragon eggs are important, but they are not as important as life. Rira, don't run away. Just when the 3 elders of the Flood Dragon clan wanted to get into the void, Xiaolinger spoke. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 3 elders of the Flood Dragon clan suddenly changed. Unable to move. They found themselves unable to move. The 3 Flood Dragons looked at each other. They all saw the boundless terror in each other's eyes. What kind of existence is this little doll? Just one sentence can make you immobile? Tribulation Realm? Can Tribulation Realm really do this? When did such a terrifying existence appear in the true spirit world? What's really special is that it's just a 4 or 5-year-old baby. Gord, hurry up. Xiaolinger spoke again. The words fell. The little gourd rushed out, opened the lid, and gently sucked on the 3 elders of the Flood Dragon clan. The elders of the 3 major clans flew towards the little gourd involuntarily. No. Who are you? Who are you? It's not Tribulation Realm. You are definitely not a Tribulation Realm power. Damn it! The elders of the 3 major clans were shocked and angry, and each spoke. It's a pity that they couldn't escape after all, and they were all sucked in by the small gourd. This scene directly shocked Chen Mo and the old man in Mai. Those are 3 demon ancestors. Not only does he possess the dragon bloodline, but he also possesses the late-stage cultivation of demon ancestor. Join forces to fight the terrifying existence of the Tribulation Realm. Is it so easy to accept it? Gilu. The 2 of them looked at each other, their mouths suddenly felt dry, and their feet were trembling involuntarily. At this time, there was only one sentence in the 2 people's minds. Families, I'm in a terrible state of terror. Little senior, I was just passing by. The old man in sackcloth hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling. Especially when I think about what happened to Xiaolinger because of Tian Jinglian. His body was shaking and his feet were shaking even more. Although he is an emperor of the Venerable Realm, he can't even deal with a Flood Dragon clan leader. If Xiaolinger gets angry, he must die. Yes, little senior, do you still remember me? I'm Chen Mo, I'm just here to take a look. Chen Mo also spoke quickly. He was afraid that Xiaolinger would take action against him. I remember you. You are bad old men. Xiaolinger looked at the 2 of them and said. It's over. Hear this. The 2 of them thought to themselves. Children hate bad people extremely. Now that I have been labeled as a bad old man by Xiaolinger, I'm afraid I'm going to die. No, little senior, I'm not a bad old man. I'm here to bring you some meat. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and immediately spoke as he liked. A meat delivery guy. After hearing this, Xiaolinger's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, I'm afraid I didn't give enough to the little senior before. So I'm here to give some to the little senior. Seeing that there was something going on, Chen Mo spoke quickly. In my heart, I wish I could give myself a few big mouths. You had a good stay at the inn, why did you have to come to the muddy water? What about Rira? Where is it? Why did not I see? Xiaolinger looked around and asked. Here he is, he was there. Chen Mo immediately took out all the monster corpses in the storage ring. Although there are not many, there are several, all of them are monster emperors, and one of them is the monster ancestor. Wow, hee hee, good, good. You're not a bad old man, you're a good old man. Send me so much meat. Seeing monster's corpse, Xiaolinger immediately smiled. Little did she know that Chen Mo had started crying silently in his heart. Who wants to bring you some meat? Chapter 40. If only I could choose again. No dogs are coming. If you don't get the real dragon thing, don't talk about it. He also gave away his wealth accumulated over thousands of years. Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. In this world, you still have to face Xiaolinger with a smile. It's just that the smile is uglier than the cry. Yes, yes, the little senior is careless. I'm just here to give you some meat. Now that the meat has been delivered, I will take my leave, little senior. Chen Mo kept talking. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. And it pushes the original power in the body to the extreme. There was no way, he was afraid that Xiaolinger would regret it. After running thousands of kilometers in one breath, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mad, if you leave the inn from now on, I will be the dog. After glancing behind him with lingering fear, he cursed and ran straight to the quicksand. Bad old man, what about you? Are you here to bring me vegetables? Xiaolinger ignored Chen Mo who was leaving and looked at the old man in sackcloth with a smile. Send vegetables? I'll give you a hammer vegetable. After listening to this, the old man in sackcloth complained in his heart. However, a forced smile appeared on his face. Yes, yes, I'm here to deliver vegetables to you. How can you eat meat without vegetables? He spoke quickly. After saying that, he quickly took out the spirit medicine from his body. This is the auxiliary spirit medicine he uses to refine elixirs with pure heart lotus. There are many holy medicines among them, and there are even 2 imperial medicines. Hee hee, you are not a bad old man, you are also a good old man. Seeing so many spirit medicines, little Linger's eyes immediately brightened up. Yet, the old man in sackcloth nodded quickly, crying silently in his heart. Why? After Tian Jinglian was snatched away, why didn't he leave the ancient battlefield immediately? They have obviously made up their minds to stay here. It's fine now, and all my wealth has been wiped out. He roared in his heart. Also left quickly. In just the blink of an eye, he had already escaped thousands of miles. My life is so miserable. Why did I meet these 2 ladies? Did God send me this damn thing to punish me? The old man in sackcloth squatted on the ground and began to burst into tears. Jushin Lingzu was chopped down by Xiaolinger's mother. Tian Jinglian was used as vegetable stew by Xiaolinger again. What now? The spirit medicine that he had been searching for thousands of years was all taken away by Xiaolinger. This moment, the old man in sackcloth almost had his Taoist heart broken, and he felt that he had met his destined nemesis. That shit ancient battlefield is still full of opportunities, full of your uncle. My spirit medicine. He scolded and cried. Finally, with a sideways look, he said, leave, you have to leave this dog place. Go to Zhongzhou. No, they are also going to Zhongzhou and other regions. It's not safe. What if we encounter it again? That's all, I go to Beast Realm, I don't believe I can meet you again. He muttered to himself, now completely afraid of Xiaolinger. Hee hee, sister, we actually met a good old man. Send us so much meat and vegetables. Hey, sir, he also told me that it's very dangerous outside and there are many bad people. There are bad people somewhere. In front of the bonfire, Xiaolinger said while collecting monster's body and spirit medicine. After hearing this, Li Xingyu smiled bitterly. How could she not see that Chen Mo and the old man Mai came here for the dragon egg? If anyone else had obtained the dragon egg, they would have been killed by the two old guys. But I met the terrifying little Linger. Not only do you have to give something, but you also have to give it with a smile. Certainly. She didn't say much, she was just confused. Where did Xiao Linger come from? He's only 4 years old, but he's so powerful. Even 3 demon ancestors can be suppressed easily. Those are 3 demon ancestors, equivalent to 3 powerful human emperors from the venerable realm. And in the same environment, monster race is already more powerful than the human race. Not to mention the Flood Dragon clan with extremely strong blood. Even so, Xiao Linger was still easily accepted. It seems my guess was right. Linger's cultivation is absolutely superior to the Tribulation realm. She was so scary at 4 years old. How terrifying is his father? I'm afraid he is an extremely powerful immortal. Li Xingyu muttered in her heart. The longer she stayed in contact with Xiao Linger, the more frightened she became. Its terrifying origins and powerful strength constantly refreshed her understanding. Sister, eat meat quickly. I haven't finished eating yet. Little Linger opened her mouth and started eating the dragon egg again. Good. Li Xingyu smiled gently. Soon, everything was eaten by 2 people. Of course, most of it went into Xiao Linger's stomach. Even so, what Li Xingyu obtained was also extremely terrifying. There are now more than 5,000 condensed laws of power in the body. After condensing another 1,000 steps, you can break through to the soul formation late stage. Sister, I want to sleep. Sister, give me a hug. After eating, Xiao Linger got directly into Li Xingyu's arms. He seems to be extremely dependent on her. Okay, hug. Li Xingyu smiled softly and held Xiao Linger in her arms. She also liked Xiao Linger very much. Sister, it's so soft and comfortable here. Xiao Linger put her head on Li Xingyu's chest and said with a smile. Hear the words. Li Xingyu was a little shy and a little funny. Let's talk about the old man in sackcloth. After hurriedly walking out of the ancient battlefield, he actually came to Linglong Pavilion. No way. If you want to go to the Beast Realm, you must first go to Zhongzhou. But to go to Zhongzhou from the Black Tortoise Domain, you have to either cross the ancient battlefield or take the cross-domain teleportation array. Now that Xiao Linger is on the ancient battlefield, he doesn't want to take the first path. So the only option was to take the cross-domain teleportation array. But the Black Tortoise Sacred Land has been destroyed by the Little Gourd. He could only find Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace. Because it was relatively close to Linglong Pavilion, I came to Linglong Pavilion. Are you the leader of this small force? The old man in sackcloth looked like an uncle, sitting on the seat of the pavilion master, looking down at Lingyu and his party. A group of soul formation realms are just scum in his eyes. Yes, I dare to ask if there is anything I can do for you, senior. Lingyu spoke respectfully. There was no way, the old man who suddenly appeared was too strong. That was the cultivation level of the Black Tortoise Domain Sealing Emperor Venerable Realm, so she had to bow her head. I heard that you have a cross-domain teleportation array. The old man in Mai asked while eating the fruit prepared by Lingyu and others. Back to senior, Linglong Pavilion does have a cross-domain teleportation array. It leads to the White Tiger Domain. Lingyu replied respectfully. Can't it lead to Zhongzhou? The old man in sackcloth frowned slightly. Senior, Linglong Pavilion is just a small force at the level of ants. Lingyu smiled bitterly, the meaning was obvious, her strength was too low to occupy a stronghold in Zhongzhou. That's all, White Tiger Domain will be White Tiger Domain. Open the teleportation array for me. The old man in sackcloth waved his hand. As long as he could leave this hellish place, he could go anywhere. This. Hearing this, everyone in Lingyu immediately showed pain on their faces. Turning on the cross-domain teleportation array requires terrifying resources. After getting the primordial origin Tian Shui from Xiaolinger, Linglong Pavilion's resources have recovered. But once the cross-domain teleportation array is activated, Linglong Pavilion will have to go back to tightening its belt to live life. What? Don't want to? Seeing this, the old man in sackcloth snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted. Yes, yes. Lingyu's face changed greatly and she quickly spoke. Facing such a strong man, they could neither refuse nor resist. You can only admit defeat. Well, go ahead. The old man in sackcloth nodded with satisfaction and regained some of the feeling a strong man should have in his heart. Pavilion Master, today I am hunting monster for my junior, please take a look. At this moment, an old voice came, and then the third elder of Linglong Pavilion walked into the main hall of the pavilion. Forward. Seeing a stranger sitting in the pavilion master's seat, the third elder couldn't help but be startled. Same. His words also stunned the old man. My monster hunted for juniors? Damn it, this little senior can't be that one. Chapter 41. The old man in sackcloth thought to himself. Because in his impression, only Xiaolinger likes monster meat. What's more, the title the third elder mentioned was junior. Wait a minute, is the senior you are talking about a 4 or 5-year-old baby? The old man in sackcloth asked with a guilty conscience. This. Hearing this, Lingyu and others looked at each other and hesitated. Because this old man in sackcloth is the real emperor of the venerable realm. Such strong men. There is basically no black tortoise domain. Even if there is, it is an existence that they cannot come into contact with. To say that the only force in the black tortoise domain that is qualified to contact the powerful emperor venerable realm is the black tortoise sacred land. In other words, if this old man in sackcloth is a being who has friendship with black tortoise sacred land, revealing Xiaolinger's information rashly may harm her. Because they don't know the specific cultivation level of the old man in my. I don't know Xiaolinger's specific strength either. What if this old man is a very powerful emperor venerable realm? Lingyu and others thought in their hearts. He didn't speak for a while. The so-called people become better with age. The old man in sackcloth is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. How smart is he? Seeing that Lingyu and others were hesitant to speak, I already had a rough guess in my mind. However, he still didn't believe it. Could it be that I am so unlucky? Wherever you go, you can meet someone related to that little doll. Is it her? The old man in sackcloth did not believe in evil. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and flicked it in the air. In an instant, Xiaolinger's portrait appeared in everyone's eyes. See the portrait. Lingyu and others' hearts sank. The other party actually knew Xiaolinger. Could it be that this person is here to avenge Black Tortoise sacred land? Lingyu and the others looked at me and I looked at you, their minds starting to work rapidly. But how could their micro-expressions escape the eyes of the old man in my? Seeing the looks on Lingyu and others' faces, the old man in my knew that Wan Duzi had really met someone related to that little baby again. What to do? Now how to do? If that little kid knew that he had come here to do some mischief. Don't let yourself bleed again? What the hell? The old man in sackcloth thought, feeling extremely depressed. He never expected it. Such a small force is actually related to Xiaolinger. Let's look at this. The relationship is not ordinary. Because Lingyu and others are helping Xiaolinger collect monster corpses. In other words, this small force is helping Xiaolinger, which is equivalent to relying on Xiaolinger. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the old man in linen clothes. Now he only feels one way. Sitting on pins and needles, like thorns piercing his back. He actually came to rely on that little kid's power to dominate. It's like jumping into a pit of fire. The old man in sackcloth thought to himself. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lingyu and others did not dare to speak. Because this old man in sackcloth is powerful. Another thing is that they think this person is here to avenge the Black Tortoise sacred land. The other party must not be allowed to know that Xiao Ling'er went to the ancient battlefield. Ling Yu and the others thought in their hearts and already had an idea. Give the old man a false message. Senior. That. Almost at the same time, the old man Mai and Ling Yu both spoke. Forward. Hear the words. Both of them were stunned. You speak first. You speak first. The words in unison came from the two of them again. This. You two look at me and I look at you. I didn't know how to speak for a while. The old man in sackcloth originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Xiao Ling'er didn't know about it. Apologize quickly and get out of this hellish place. What Ling Yu wanted to do was to tell the other party that Xiao Ling'er had gone to the White Tiger domain, thus giving him false news. Senior, you speak first. After a long while, Ling Yu spoke. Ahem, are you the pavilion master of this force? Come on, please sit down. The old man in sackcloth coughed a few times and spoke with a smile. Finished. He actually took the initiative to leave his position as pavilion master and give it to Ling Yu. His sudden change of expression made Ling Yu confused. I see that you are only one step away from the body integration realm. Actually, I have some friendship with your lord. I'll give you this. It should allow you to break through the body integration realm. The old man in sackcloth spoke again without blushing or heartbeat. After speaking, he took out a pill and threw it to Ling Yu. Received the elixir. Ling Yu couldn't help but take a breath. It turned out to be a level 6 mirror-breaking pill. Level 6 elixirs are elixirs specially designed for those who are strong in the body integration realm. Among them, the broken mirror pill is the most famous. Because this pill is specially used to impact the realm. After obtaining the black turtle soup left by Li Xingyu, Ling Yu's cultivation has reached soul formation perfection. Now that I have obtained this 6th level mirror-breaking pill, I will definitely be able to break through to the body integration realm in one fell swoop. However, she was a little confused. Okay, why would this powerful emperor of the venerable realm give him such a precious elixir? And who is the lord? Well, I think your cultivation is not bad. These are for you to help you improve your cultivation to a higher level. The old man in sackcloth spoke again. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ling Xian and several elders of Ling Long Pavilion. After saying that, several pills fell accurately into the hands of several people. The only exception. They are all elixirs that will greatly help them achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. This. Everyone was holding the elixir, all looking confused. Thank you, Senior. You are such a good person. Yes, Senior is kind, thank you Senior. Everyone reacted and quickly thanked him. They thought they had encountered a strong dragon. They were all prepared for heavy bleeding. Unexpectedly, I met a good person. Hear the words. The corners of the sack-clothed old man's mouth twitched violently. Good guy? Hello, uncle. If that little baby hadn't been too scary, why would I have bitten all of you little scum? He complained in his heart, but he breathed a long sigh of relief. At least the resentment has been resolved. You don't have to be so polite. Humans are all supposed to protect and help each other. Only in this way can the human race be stronger. Okay, I have something to go to Zhongzhou. Where is your cross-domain teleportation array? The old man in sackcloth waved his hand, and his words were very beautiful, but he was very depressed in his heart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stopped pretending like this. It's a good thing now, Mao didn't get any benefits, and he gave away so many pills in vain. Senior, please come with me. Ling Yu put away the elixir and spoke quickly. Soon, she brought the old man in Mai to the cross-domain teleportation formation in Ling Long Pavilion. Maid, we can finally leave this hellish place. Seeing the teleportation array, the old man cursed in his heart. Then, without waiting for Lingyu to make any move, he took out the spirit stone and activated the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared completely. Pavilion Master, I didn't expect that there would be such a good senior in the world. Yes, I have lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I have met such a kind-hearted senior. With this elixir, Lao Chan's cultivation can be improved to a higher level. Haha, to be precise, the overall strength of our Ling Long Pavilion can be improved to a higher level. Several elders sighed with emotion, all smiling from ear to ear. Little did they know that these words had entered the ears of the old man in sackcloth. It also made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Good guy? Kindness? FKU Uncle. Chapter 42. In the ancient battlefield. Naturally, Xiao Linger and the other two didn't know all this. Have a night's rest and eat. They continued on their journey. Little Linger is still so lively. Like a little rabbit, it was jumping up and down, and its two little hands kept shaking. Looks very happy. Li Xingyu followed her silently, smiling softly. After a feast last night. At this time, her cultivation has broken through to the soul formation late stage. Sister, how long do we have to go? Little Linger asked while stepping on the broken bones. I don't know either. Li Xingyu replied with a smile. It was also the first time for her to go so deep into an ancient battlefield. She didn't know how big this area was. Wow, sister, there are so many vegetables there. Xiao Linger's voice sounded again, her eyes staring hotly ahead. Vegetable? After hearing this, Li Xingyu frowned slightly. She followed Xiao Linger's gaze and saw nothing but Lois. Where is spirit medicine? There's another monster there. Sister, shall we ask that monster? Xiao Linger looked ahead and said to herself. Monster? After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be monster? Impossible. Monster is nothing but meat in Xiao Linger's mouth. If it is really a monster, little Linger would definitely say it's meaty. Linger, what is a monster? She asked confused. It's just a monster. Xiao Linger tilted her head and replied. Forward. After hearing this, Li Xingyu couldn't help but be stunned. So what exactly is a monster? A spirit of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the voice of the great cauldron spirit sounded in her mind. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu was suddenly shocked. It's actually the spirit of heaven and earth? She knows this stuff. The spirit of heaven and earth is a strange spirit body born and raised in the legend. They are various and strange. Some look like people, some look like monsters, some look like weapons, etc. In the eyes of the human race, the elves of heaven and earth are very important treasures. Because the elves of heaven and earth can be integrated into the law treasure, the law treasure can possess the weapon spirit and improve the level of the law treasure. Even if it is an extremely ordinary law treasure. After integrating into the elves of heaven and earth, you can also transform into a Dao weapon. It even grows with the holder. It may also transform into saint weapon, imperial weapon, etc. A powerful spirit of heaven and earth, if obtained by artifact refining the great master. Enough to create an imperial weapon, or even an immortal weapon. Unfortunately, with the human race's demand for law treasure, there are now very few elves on earth. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a rare encounter in 10,000 years. She didn't expect that there would be a heaven and earth elf in this ancient battlefield. No wonder this place has become a treasure in the eyes of everyone in the Black Tortoise domain. Sister, let's go ask that monster. Xiao Linger said. After listening, Li Xingyu nodded after hesitating for a moment. The elves of heaven and earth are very powerful beings. Even the most rubbish elves of heaven and earth have the strength of the body integration realm and even the Mahayana realm. This heaven and earth elf in the ancient battlefield was not captured by anyone. It must be a very powerful one. But the elves of heaven and earth hate the human race extremely. Because the elves of heaven and earth are often captured by humans and refined into law treasure. This is the same as being captured as a slave. Therefore, the elves of heaven and earth are full of hatred for the human race. They rushed forward to ask for directions, which could be said to be a collision of guns. But thinking of Xiaolinger's strength, Li Xingyu felt relieved again. It seems that the elves of heaven and earth in the ancient battlefield are not enough to threaten Xiaolinger. Otherwise, the great cauldron artifact spirit had already spoken. Following Xiaolinger, Li Xingyu stopped after wandering around the ancient battlefield for a stick of incense. What a terrifying range of spiritual consciousness! What is Linger's cultivation level? Li Xingyu was secretly shocked. You must know that she is now in the soul formation realm, and she is still late stage. The shield can travel at least 5,000 kilometers in one stick of incense. 5,000 kilometers. Such a huge distance is enough to rival the area under Linglong's jurisdiction. But Xiaolinger can actually see the situation here from 5,000 kilometers away. It is enough to show the terror of her spiritual consciousness. But spiritual consciousness is linked to cultivation. Take Li Xingyu herself as an example, her spiritual consciousness is only 500 miles away. In other words, Xiaolinger's spiritual consciousness is comparable to 10 of herself. Such a huge spiritual consciousness. Li Xingyu has never heard of or seen anything. Moreover, this is not necessarily Xiaolinger's limit. Sister, the monster is here. Xiaolinger stood on the desert, looked ahead and said. Li Xingyu looked around. It was all bare. How could there be any elves in the world? Not even a single spirit medicine plant was seen. Xiaolinger didn't speak anymore. He just stretched out his hand and moved forward slightly. Buzz. Moment. Where she pointed her finger, there were ripples visible to the naked eye. Enchantment. Li Xingyu reacted immediately. I didn't expect that there would be a barrier here. Subsequently, I saw an entrance appearing where Xiaolinger pointed. Li Xingyu immediately felt a strong spiritual power coming towards her face. What a rich spiritual power! Is this a grotto heaven? Li Xingyu muttered in her heart. Sister, let's go in. Xiaolinger said. After saying that, he walked in first. Li Xingyu nodded and followed closely. She felt her vision flicker, and when she saw it clearly again, her surroundings had changed drastically. What comes into view are several towering mountains. At the bottom is a plain. The plain is connected to several mountains, and it looks like a large field surrounded by mountains. Hiss, what a strong spiritual power! And those are actually spirit medicine. What the hell is this place? Li Xingyu's heart was shaken. She felt that the spiritual power here was at least dozens of times stronger than that in Linglong Pavilion. Especially the plains below. All kinds of spirit medicine are like weeds, covering this plain. Among them are imperial medicine and holy medicine. Of course, what caught Li Xingyu's attention the most was the fruit tree in the center of the plain. The fruit trees are almost 12 feet tall. There are red fruits hanging on it. Each fruit exudes a very strange spirituality. Elixir. Is this an immortal tree? Li Xingyu stared at the fruit tree, muttering in shock. Because the spiritual power contained in the fruits on the fruit trees is very terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than those imperial medicines. Only the legendary elixir can contain such terrifying spiritual power. You again. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. His tone was full of anger. Then, a short little old man appeared in front of Xiaolinger and the two of them out of thin air. The little old man has a white beard and white hair, and his height is only as high as Xiaolinger's knees. There are more terrifying existences than those 3 flood dragons. Li Xingyu looked at the sudden appearance of the little old man and muttered in his heart. Strong, very strong. This is her impression of the little old man. Hey? Who are you? Why do you have her breath on you? The little old man ignored Li Xingyu and just stared at Xiao Ling'er doubtfully. Chapter 43. Little Ling'er didn't seem to understand the little old man's words and just stared at him. Seems very curious about him. But Li Xingyu on the side heard it. Xiao Ling'er's mother. This little old man must have met Xiao Ling'er's mother. That's why he said such things. Li Xingyu thought to herself. It has been confirmed that this little old man must have been in contact with Xiao Ling'er's mother. Not only that. It can be seen from the emotions shown by the little old man. It seems that the contact between the two parties was not pleasant, and the little old man may have suffered a loss. After all, when the little old man saw Xiao Ling'er coming, his tone was full of anger at the beginning. Is he the terrifying existence that Chen Mo said? Li Xingyu thought in her heart. Say, who are you? What does it have to do with her? The little old man stared at Xiao Ling'er and scolded him angrily. It looked like a furious lion. Sister, he is cruel to me, we of you. He seemed to be frightened by the little old man's tone. Xiao Ling'er immediately became aggrieved and burst into tears. As he spoke, he threw himself directly into Li Xingyu's arms. He seemed very aggrieved. Seeing Chu Chu's pitiful appearance made Li Xingyu's heart ache. Maid, what the hell are you doing? Do you dare to attack the little master? Li Xingyu hasn't spoken yet. The great cauldron artifact spirit had already flown out and headed directly towards the little old man to suppress it. Xiao Ling'er is the treasure in that person's palm. Not to mention fierce, he is usually reluctant to even blame. How dare a mere elf of heaven and earth dare to harm little Ling'er? The great cauldron weapon spirit said that he couldn't bear it. You. Seeing the cauldron weapon spirit that suddenly flew out, the little old man's expression suddenly changed. Buzz. However, at this moment, the various decorations Xiao Ling'er was wearing began to vibrate. There are earrings, bracelets, anklets, necklaces, hairpins, etc. Then, these things separated from little Ling'er one after another and flew to the head of the little old man. A terrifying aura emanates from these decorations. It's like, everything is a terrifying strong man who suppresses eternity. The little old man looked at the various decorations on his head, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale. Immortal treasures, all of them are fairy treasures? Damn it! This little girl actually carries so many fairy treasures on her body? The little old man was confused, surprised, and a little scared. Because he found that he seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Not just him. Li Xingyu was also confused. Because she could feel that the momentum exuded by those decorations was several times greater than that of the little old man. You must know that the little old man is stronger than the 3 flood dragons before. She had a rough guess about the little old man's strength. Tribulation Realm. The little old man must be a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. After all, Chen Mo, who had cultivated the Imperial Venerable Realm, said that this guy was a terror. However, the aura of each of the decorations flying out of little Ling'er's body was stronger than that of the little old man. Li Xingyu no longer knows what level of law treasure this is. This is beyond her comprehension. Same. She also didn't expect that in addition to the big cauldron and the small gourd, Xiao Ling'er also had so many terrifying law treasures. Buzz. Of course, it's not over yet. After those decorations flew out, waves of fluctuations came from the space around Xiao Ling'er. Then, the little gourd flew out. Not only that, but the pots and pans that little Ling'er usually used flew out with the little gourd. Everything exudes an extremely terrifying aura. Damn! Seeing such a show of force, the little old man was even more confused. Immortal treasures, they are all immortal treasures? A little kid of several years old actually carries dozens of fairy treasures with him? What the hell? What kind of family has this condition? It was not only him who was confused, but also Li Xingyu. Because she never expected it. The pots and pans that little Linger usually uses are actually the terrifying law treasure. Oh my god! Where did Xiao Linger come from? Everything used in life is such a terrifying law treasure. Brothers, what do you think of how to deal with this little guy? The voice of the great cauldron weapon spirit sounded, his tone full of humility. No way. In front of Xiao Linger's equipment, it is the most rubbish one. Li Xingyu and the little old man didn't know the grade of these things. But it is clear. Divine weapon, all of them are divine weapon. It's several levels higher than it. Buzz buzz. The hairpin, the earrings, the small gourd and all the divine weapon made no sound, but vibrated. Big sister. The big cauldron weapon spirit was confused, it knew what the little gourds meant. It depends on the eldest sister. It's just, what kind of eldest sister? Soon. It got the answer. I saw the big red robe draped on Xiao Linger suddenly flying into the air. The aura of terror permeated the air. It's actually a bit stronger than the divine weapon from Xiao Hulu. Holy crap, what level is this? The great cauldron weapon spirit couldn't help but be confused when he saw the flying Dahong Bao. It can feel that this Dahong Bao is more powerful than the divine weapon of Xiao Hulu. You must know that the little gourds are the real divine weapon. This Dahong Bao is even more awesome than them. As Dahong Bao flew out, the little gourds and divine weapon directly gave up the C position. Confused. The little old man was even more confused. Look at the terrifying law treasure floating above your head. He froze on the spot, his mind going blank. Special code. Did you break any rules? Li Xingyu was also confused. She never expected it. Xiao Linger not only uses but also wears the terrifying law treasure. Even what he was wearing was. Oh my god! This. Li Xingyu was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Misunderstanding, everyone, it's all a misunderstanding. Cold sweat kept breaking out on the little old man's face. When he spoke, his voice couldn't stop shaking. I felt even more depressed. Who would have thought that a little kid of 4 or 5 years old would be carrying so many fairy treasures? Especially the big red robe. He couldn't even tell what grade it was. If only I had known earlier. Even if he had 1,000 courages, he would not dare to scold Xiao Linger. You go and ask. Suddenly, the voice of the great cauldron spirit sounded in Li Xingyu's mind. This is naturally the meaning of Dahong Bao's group of divine weapons. Yes, senior. Li Xingyu nodded respectfully. Linger, be good, it's okay. She comforted Xiao Linger first, and then spoke to the little old man. Have you ever met her? While talking, the portrait of Xiao Linger's mother was sketched. I've seen it. The little old man glanced at the terrifying entities suppressing his head and spoke quickly. At that time, when she came to me, she was the Emperor Venerable Realm late stage. But she was interested in the Xianling fruit that I was guarding. I had a big fight with her, although we both lost. But in the end, the Xianling fruit was taken away by her. He continued to speak. This was also the reason why he was very angry when he saw Xiao Linger. The Xianling fruit is the key to his improvement. It would be strange not to be angry if someone robbed you. Really? After listening to this, Li Xingyu thought to herself. It seems that this little old man is the terrifying existence that Chen Mo said. Where is she going? Li Xingyu asked again. Crossing the ancient battlefield, heading to Zhongzhou. The little old man answered honestly. How far is it from Zhongzhou? A journey of thousands of miles. Are there other horrors out there? No, the most powerful one here is the little old man. One question and one answer. Li Xingyu soon got the answer they wanted. Correct. Suddenly Li Xingyu spoke again, do you know her name? At present, the clues they have obtained are only portraits and whereabouts. But Zhongzhou, as the Dingai Shenzhen of the true spirit world, has many imperial pavilions and dozens of immortal mansions with gated areas, so the area must be very vast. Trying to find someone based solely on their whereabouts and portrait is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be better if you know the name. Chapter 44. I don't know. The little old man shook his head after hearing this. After listening, Li Xingyu stopped talking and silently stepped aside while holding Xiaoling. All the questions that need to be asked have been asked. What happens next is not something she can participate in. My lords, is there room for negotiation? The little old man sighed and said, extremely depressed. At this time, he was also extremely regretful. Very good. What are you doing to that little baby? Can't you just be calm? It's okay now, it's okay. Brothers, how do you do it? The big cauldron weapon spirit spoke to the little gourds. Buzz. Da Hongbao trembled. Subsequently. Then he returned to Xiaoling. The same goes for other decorations. As for the tableware used by Xiaoling, they also disappeared. In the blink of an eye. The only things left to suppress the little old man were the small gourd and the big cauldron. The little gourd made no sound. Just open the lid and take a deep breath on the plain. All the spirit medicine was sucked into the gourd uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye. The plain is empty. After collecting the spirit medicine, the little gourd disappeared from the sight of the little old man and Li Xingyu. Looking at the empty plain. The little old man sighed deeply in his heart. That's what it planted to improve its level. Many things are tens of thousands of years old. That Xianling fruit tree is more than 100,000 years old. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything more. This is the world. The weak eat the strong. To blame, it can only be blamed on his low strength. Or rather, little Linger is too scary. Carrying so much horror law treasure. However, what puzzled the little old man was, who is this little doll? He actually carries such a terrifying fairy treasure on his body. Boy, Big Brother said that he would erase you directly, which is too easy for you. Big Brother wants you to be a slave. The sound of the cauldron came into the little old man's mind. Yes, Your Majesty. The little old man nodded heavily, not daring to complain at all. Just a slave. At least you can still be alive. Dating snorted coldly, stopped talking, and turned into Xiaoling's storage space. In the blink of an eye. The little old man, Li Xingyu, and Xiaoling were the only ones left in the huge space. Old slave Muling, I have met the two young masters. The little old man spoke respectfully to Li Xingyu, human venerable. Linger, be good, it's okay. Li Xingyu ignored him and just held Xiaoling and comforted him. Xiaoling glanced at the little old man, said nothing, and just snuggled tightly into Li Xingyu's arms. He seemed extremely unhappy. Li Xingyu smiled bitterly. This was the first time she saw Xiaoling look like this. It seemed that the little old man's scolding really hurt little Linger. Her eyes rolled. An idea soon came to mind. Linger, this guy has been subdued. In the future, he can catch a lot of meat for you. Don't you want to eat meat? Li Xingyu said. When it comes to coaxing children, you naturally have to do what they like. Ah? Really, sister? Sure enough, after hearing Rura, Xiaoling immediately regained her previous agility. Yes. Li Xingyu nodded and winked at the little old man hurriedly. Young master, I can bring you a lot of meat. Muling spoke quickly. Humph, I also want vegetables. Xiaoling glanced at him and hummed. Vegetable? Muling couldn't help but be confused and didn't know what vegetables were. However, he still said quickly, okay, there are vegetables. Let's coax this master first and then talk. You look so ugly. Xiaoling spoke again. After hearing this, Muling rolled his eyes, and finally his body shone with light, turning into a chubby and adorable puppy. It's like a puppy that was just 1 month old. Moreover, it is only the size of an adult's palm. Wow, so cute. Seeing the little puppy that Mu Ling turned into, Xiao Linger's eyes immediately lit up. Forehead. After hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned. Why do these words sound so familiar? Soon, she remembered the first time she met Xiao Linger. That celestial beast turns into a cat. Xiao Linger also praised her for being cute. Finally, I just asked how to eat such a cute thing. Could it be? Li Xingyu thought. But after a while, she didn't hear Xiao Linger asking how to eat. Just grabbing the wood spirit and throwing it around seems to be fun. See her happy. Li Xingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for Xiao Linger to play for a long time, she then said, Linger, let's continue looking for your mother. Okay, okay. Xiao Linger nodded happily. Afterwards, the two people and the dog continued their journey to Zhongzhou. 2 days later, they saw a forest. Crossing this river, you can enter the border of Zhongzhou. The little puppy-like wood spirit spoke. At this time, he had completely integrated into the circle of Xiao Linger and the others. Also accept your fate. Puppy, I want to fly over with you. Xiao Linger said with a smile. In the past 2 days, in order to make Xiao Linger happy, the wood spirit can be said to have taken a lot of effort. Finally, I found something to make Xiao Linger happy. That is to turn into a big-eared dog and fly with the little spirit. Okay, young master. Mu Ling nodded and his body changed. In an instant, he turned into a big-eared dog. The ears are upright and the body is not big, just big enough for a little Linger to ride on. To look cute. The 4 legs are also short, and the dog's head is also very smart and cute. Little Linger chuckled, turned over and sat on the wood spirit's back, and reached out to grab its 2 big ears. Puppy, fly quickly. The words fell. The wood spirit took off immediately. Li Xingyu, who was following silently, couldn't help but smile bitterly when she saw this. Because of 2 days of contact, she already knew the strength of the wood spirit. Tribulation realm, a strong tribulation realm. This kind of strength is naturally the weakest in the tribulation realm circle. After all, it was just a matter of surviving a catastrophe of ascending to immortality. But for Li Xingyu, such terrifying existences are existences that need to be looked up to. Even though she has broken through to the body integration realm with Xiao Linger's support, she is still an ant in the eyes of the strong tribulation realm experts. But this kind of existence made her look up to. In front of Xiao Linger, he could only act like a mount. Cross the river that separates Zhongzhou and the ancient battlefield. Then they entered the forest. Senior, do you know where this place is? Li Xingyu landed next to Mu Ling and asked. This place is called Wuvu Mountain Range. Belongs to Hiang Prefecture. There are 3 great emperor gardens and 2 great immortal palaces in this state. And this Wuvu Mountain Range is the place under the jurisdiction of the Lin family, one of the 3 great emperor families. Mu Ling, who was carrying Xiao Linger, said. Senior, do you know how we can find Linger's mother? Li Xingyu asked again. She finally understood why those terrifying law weapon wanted to keep the wood spirit alive. One is to serve as a mount for Xiao Linger. The second is that wood is very flexible and has far-reaching knowledge, and he knows a lot about the true spirit continent. Therefore, he was spared his life to be a guide for Xiao Linger. There is a force in Zhongzhou called Baixiao Pavilion. This force is spread throughout Zhongzhou and is responsible for selling all kinds of intelligence. We can go to the Baixiao Pavilion branch in Hiang Domain to have a look. Mu Ling said. Chapter 45. Feiyun City. Hiang Prefecture, the most prosperous city within the jurisdiction of Emperor Clan Lin family. Wow, what a cute little baby. Little baby, let me give you a hug. How about I buy you some candies? Little baby, let my sister hug me, and my sister will buy you some animal milk. Wearing a red robe and a tiger skin hat, little Linger walked on the blue stone road full of traces of time and immediately attracted the attention of many women. No way! She's so cute! Big round eyes and chubby little face. Paired with the red robe and tiger skin hat, she is cute and cute, attracting many women to want to hug, kiss, and rub her. Especially the innocent smile on Xiao Linger's face. It would be an understatement to say that he is loved by everyone. Even the cute wood spirit that has turned into a little puppy cannot compete with it. Xiao Linger smiled playfully at the women who were looking at her, showing two small tiger teeth. Wow, little sister, what color sack do you like? It melted, my heart melted. Oh my god, what a cute kid. Wow, this is so cute. I really want one. In an instant, the hearts of many women were directly transformed into cuteness. Sister, I want to eat candied haws on a stick. And animal milk. Xiao Linger said to Li Xingyu. Okay, buy it. Li Xingyu touched her head and smiled softly. Sister is so kind, sister is so considerate. Xiao Linger chuckled and nuzzled into her arms. The cute appearance naturally caused exclamations of exclamation. Child, would you like to stick with your sister? Yes, yes, come to my sister's post. Sister, it's big here and it's very comfortable against me. A group of women spoke. In this regard, Li Xingyu could only smile helplessly. She also didn't expect that Xiao Linger would be watched like this. It seems that since he came out of Wuvu Mountain and entered the city, no matter where he goes, Xiao Linger will be watched. Everyone, please don't disturb the young master. Mu Ling stood up and released a slight momentum as he spoke. Those who were watching Xiao Linger were shocked, and then dispersed reluctantly. Let's go, Linger will buy you animal milk and candied haws. Li Xingyu touched Xiao Linger's head and smiled softly. Needless to say, candied haws on a stick is naturally made from spiritual fruit and spiritual honey. The price is not cheap either. A bunch of 10 spirit stones. Li Xingyu was not stingy and took all the candied haws from the vendor's hands. An animal milk is monster milk. Drinks made through special processing. A favorite among children. Of course, the price is not cheap, 10 spirit stones per pound. After all, it is made of monster milk and spiritual fruit, and it is also a spiritual product for spiritual practice. Li Xingyu also directly took all the animal milk from the vendor's hands. It's delicious. It tastes better than Aries milk. Little Linger held the animal's milk and sucked it, as if she had discovered a new world. Aries milk? Li Xingyu asked. Yes, yes, there is a white sheep in the village, which often produces milk for me to drink. It's not tasty at all, not sweet. Xiao Linger nodded and replied. As soon as these words came out, the great cauldron artifact spirit immediately smiled bitterly. Aries naturally knows. It is the fairy spirit world, one of the 10 great monster lords, Bai. It's a pity that Lu Ming was captured and used as a nanny for Xiao Linger. If Bai knew that his milk was considered unpalatable, he would probably go crazy with depression. Dating thought. Just eat, drink and play like this for a long time. It took 2 people to reach their goal. Baixiao Pavilion. Mu Ling didn't waste any time and took them directly to sit in front of the pavilion master of Baixiao Pavilion. Senior, what are your orders? The middle-aged pavilion master said with a wry smile. He didn't expect to meet a Tribulation Realm powerhouse in a place like this. Although there are many strong people in Zhongzhou Tribulation Realm. But all of them are divine dragons that never see their tail. Even he has never been face to face with a Tribulation Realm powerhouse at such a close distance. The young master asks, you answer. Mu Ling glanced at him and said calmly. A mere emperor with mid-term cultivation in the venerable realm can be considered a strong person in the immortal spirit world. But in his eyes, he was still a little scumbag. Little lord? The pavilion master was stunned and his eyes fell on Xiao Linger and Li Xingyu. Li Xingyu's situation could not escape his eyes. In the early stage of body integration, exquisite Dao body. In such a big country like Zhongzhou, these qualifications can be considered just okay. With such qualifications, even if he comes from a big family, he cannot be protected by a powerful tribulation realm man. His eyes fell on the little linger who was drinking animal milk again. Hiss, you can't see through it? It seems that this person is the real owner. The master of the pavilion muttered in his heart, come here, go and get the best animal milk for the distinguished guest. After saying that, he smiled and said to Xiao Linger, Senior, I wonder what you want to know. My name is not Junior, my name is Transcendent Level, the invincible and the most powerful person in the world. Xiao Linger said in a milky voice. Forehead. Hearing this, the pavilion master was stunned. Transcendent Level is invincible and the best in the world? This pseudonym. Okay, may I ask, what does the invincible and most powerful junior in the world at Transcendent Level want to know? He spoke with a smile on his face, not daring to complain at all. You must know that in Zhongzhou, those who can have Tribulation Realm strong men following them are all extremely favored beings in the Horror Immortal Mansion. Of course Baixiao Pavilion is also very strong. But he is not qualified to complain about such existence. I want to find my mother. Xiao Linger said bluntly. Forehead. The pavilion master was stunned again after hearing this. Looking for your mother? Senior, does he know this person? Li Xing took the words, and with a flick of his finger, the portrait appeared in the air. Is her? Seeing the portrait, the pavilion master's expression suddenly changed. Obviously. He knows Xiao Linger's mother. Tell me everything you know. Mu Ling, who was lying in Xiao Linger's arms, glanced at him and said calmly. This person's name is Bai Yunyan. The talent is amazing, and the appearance is stunning. Especially that cold aura, as if he was born to be an emperor. Especially her training talent. Possessing the legendary immortal physique. The pavilion master spoke slowly. There is immortal physique? After hearing this, Li Xingye was shocked. In true spirit world, special bodies are divided into spirit body, Dao body, and divine body. On top of the divine body, there is a terrifying physique, immortal physique. Spirit body allows the owner to easily cultivate to the nascent soul state. Dao body allows the owner to easily cultivate to the Mahayana state. Divine body allows the owner to easily conquer the venerable realm. As for immortal physique, it naturally corresponds to Tribulation realm. It can be said that the owner of immortal physique is born with Tribulation realm. Then what? Mu Ling continued to ask expressionlessly. Immortal physique? He didn't believe that Xiao Linger's mother was just an immortal physique. After all, carrying so many terrifying immortal treasures with him must have an extraordinary origin. He was sure that the power behind Xiao Linger was very impressive even in the immortal spirit world. It is most likely the immortal king who is respected by thousands of immortals. As Xiao Linger's mother, how could it be as simple as immortal physique? Immortal physique is born with Tribulation realm. Her talent attracted the attention of the 9th level Immortal Palace. Finally, he was admitted to the 9th level Immortal Palace, Tiandao Palace. The pavilion master spoke again. Well. Before Li Xingye could speak, he sighed again. Of course, beauty is a double-edged sword for women. Not to mention this cultivation world that eats people without spitting out their bones. So, she was targeted by Yu Linfei, one of the top 10 Dao children in the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 46. Damn it! After hearing this, Mu Ling called out in his heart, what a good guy. Is this Yu Linfei so brave? Do you even dare to target this mother? He looked at the decorations on Xiao Linger's body. Sure enough, the decorations moved slightly. You go on. Mu Ling asked again. This Yu Linfei is one of the top 10 children in the Heavenly Palace. Similarly, the ancestor of his Yu family is also one of the Dao ancestors of the Dao Palace. 9 tribulation realms are terrifying and powerful. With such a background, Tiandao Palace is naturally willing to help Yu Linfei. So, Bai Union was forced to get married. The pavilion master answered. Damn it! After hearing this, Mu Ling's eyelids twitched wildly. Ox! How awesome! How dare you force this mother into marriage? What a brave girl! He glanced at the decorations on Xiaolinger's body without leaving any trace. Really? All the decorations moved. Even the big red robe on his body moved slightly. This Yu family is going to be miserable. Mu Ling muttered in his heart. Xiaolinger has dozens of fairy treasures on her body. 9 tribulation realm, the strong ones are truly amazing. But dozens of immortal treasures can still destroy it. Not to mention, there is also the terrifying Da Hongbao. He thought to himself. Apparently they don't know that the law treasure of the little gourds is a divine weapon and not an immortal weapon. Anything else? Li Xingyu said. The pavilion master glanced at her, and then said, finally, a group of mysterious people appeared and rescued Bai Union. However, this also angered the Dao ancestor of the Yu family. I heard that he went to chase them, and finally forced Bai Union and his party into the beast realm. This is all the news about Bai Union. Is that so? Mu Ling muttered in his heart. It seems that if you want to find Xiaolinger's mother, you have to go to beast realm. Sister, I want to go to Tiandao Palace. I want to beat up those who bully my mother. Xiaolinger, who had been silent until now, spoke. There was anger in his voice. Clearly, she was angry, very angry. As Xiaolinger spoke, a terrifying aura also spread out from her body. Under this terrifying momentum, the pavilion master couldn't help but change his face. Even the wood spirit looked pale. Horror, big horror. This was the first thought in their minds. Especially Kadama. There was already a turmoil in my heart. Because he felt the immortal power from Xiaolinger. Very majestic immortal power. Why is Tribulation Realm called a pseudo-wonderland? It's because when you reach this level of cultivation, the power of the great Dao in the body will be integrated into the human internal organs, limbs, and bones under the baptism of the immortal tribulation, allowing the monk's body to completely transform into immortal physique. As long as you survive the 9th layer ascension tribulation, the immortal physique will be perfected, and the ascension immortal spirit world will have a lifespan of millions of years. And in the end, after tribulation realm, the monks can then use their immortal power. To be precise, the power of Taoism transformed into the power of immortal law. These are 2 completely different mana powers. True spirit world also calls the power of immortal law fairy power. Kadama is a tribulation realm powerhouse. Naturally, you can use your immortal power. Likewise, he could also feel the terrifying power of immortal law in Xiaolinger's body. The wood spirit has lived for more than 100,000 years, and it is natural that he has seen many powerful people in the tribulation realm. But, he had seen a strong tribulation realm person. No matter how many tribulation realms there are, the immortal power in the body is not as terrifying as that of Little Linger. Even 1% has not been reached. Even the 9 tribulation realm experts are the same. Fairy. True immortal. She turned out to be a true immortal. Oh my god, 4-year-old true immortal? Mu Ling was completely dumbfounded. After seeing those dozens of fairy treasures, I couldn't see through Xiaolinger's cultivation level. He already knew it in his heart. Xiaolinger's cultivation is above his own. But what he never expected was, Little Linger is actually a true immortal. It is the culmination of the pursuit of countless old monsters in the true spirit world. Exactly. Little Linger is only 4 years old. Who is the person behind her? How could he be nurtured to such a terrifying level at the age of 4? Mu Ling muttered in his heart. At the same time, when Xiaolinger's momentum was spreading, a young man from the Ji family, a terrifying family, who was truly practicing in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Immortal King. How is it possible? How can there be a powerful immortal king in this small left-behind world? The young man raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Hiang's Hu, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He is no one else. It is the reincarnation of the immortal king of the Ji family, Ji Sun. It shouldn't be. How could such a being appear in this small world? Didn't the Shizhuo Immortal Alliance have restrictions that prohibited people from the upper realm from setting foot in the lower realm? What's more, it's an immortal king. Ji Sun muttered to himself. Immortal king. As the reincarnation of an immortal king, he knows very well what kind of existence an immortal king is. Even if placed in fairy spirit world, the immortal king is a being that is admired by thousands of immortals. He never expected it. An immortal king will appear in this small true spirit world. And he is not a reincarnated person. Maid, is the water in this true spirit world so deep? No, I have to hold on tight. He muttered. Same. Those in seclusion in the palace in the Forbidden Sea also opened their eyes at this moment. What's going on? Why is there the aura of the immortal king? Is it sent by the fairy spirit world? Impossible, the immortal spirit world has our eyes. They are not paying attention to the true spirit world. They are just focusing on several other great worlds. Sir, what is this? People wearing various animal masks opened their eyes and started talking. And each of them exudes an extremely terrifying aura. With the last words sounded, everyone's eyes fell on Bai Union. That's an immortal king. If you are coming towards them, with their current strength, they simply cannot stop them. Facing everyone's gaze, Bai Union's eyes were full of doubts. I have not been exposed. Even though he was forced into marriage in Tiandao Palace, he did not use all his strength. Instead, he found a group of reincarnated old members to take action. Ignore it for now. The news about Ji Sun has been released. This person should be the person from the upper world who came from Ding district. With Ji Sun as the scapegoat, the other party can't find us. After Bai Union thought for a moment, he slowly spoke. Hear the words. Everyone wearing masks nodded. Sir, the Yu family must be wiped out. They dared to force the marriage in the first place. Their crime should be punished by the 9 clans. The man wearing the snake pattern mask spoke, his eyes flashing with scarlet light as he spoke. Others nodded. This Yu family really deserves to be punished. Let them live for a while. One move affects the whole body. If you take action, it will attract the attention of the supervisor. Not to mention that there is an immortal king from the upper world now. Bai Union thought for a while and said. After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. Also, now is not the time for them to be born. Taking action hastily will only lead to a greater crisis. See this. Bai Union stopped talking, but looked far away, with a lot of longing in his eyes. Gotta speed up. As a mortal he cannot wait long for me. And linger. Bai Union muttered to himself. Chapter 47. At this time, Xiao Linger, who was in the Baixiao Pavilion branch of Feiyun City, didn't know that the aura he revealed had caused a huge shock. She just sat quietly on the chair, her chubby little face full of anger, like a volcano about to erupt. Mu Ling, who was sitting in Xiao Linger's arms, didn't even dare to breathe. Fear. Horrible. Having lived for 100,000 years, he has seen too many strong men. I have also seen many existences that suppressed an era. However, this was the first time he had seen someone with such a terrifying aura as Xiao Linger. This terrifying aura was even stronger than the existences he had seen suppressing an era. At this moment, he was extremely happy. Fortunately, Xiao Linger is young and not that moody old monster. Otherwise, when I scolded him before, I would have probably lost my mind. Little senior. It's none of my business. The pavilion master sitting opposite Xiao Ling'er said with a grimace. Now, in front of Xiao Ling'er's terrifying momentum, he felt like an ant meeting an elephant. Being stared at by Shuo's eyes and shrouded by a huge shadow was so terrifying that he couldn't breathe smoothly. At the same time, he had begun to mourn for the Yu family in his heart. To actually provoke such a terrifying existence. This Yu family. I'm afraid it's going to happen. Ling'er. Li Xingyu also said with a pale face. Even a tribulation realm powerhouse like Mu Ling was so overwhelmed by Xiao Ling'er's terrifying aura that he didn't dare to breathe. The pavilion master of Feiyun City's Baixiao Pavilion branch with venerable realm cultivation was also suppressed to the point where he could not breathe smoothly. Not to mention her initial level of cultivation in the body integration realm. Under Xiao Ling'er's terrifying aura, she felt like a small fish being targeted by a terrifying giant beast. Not to mention breathing, even the heartbeat slowed down several beats. Sister, where is Tiandao Palace? How dare they bully my mother? I'm going to take care of them. Xiao Ling'er turned to look at Li Xingyu. Her originally clear and bright eyes were now red. Tears welled up in the eyes, making people's hearts ache involuntarily. Senior, the sky is covering Cloud Prefecture. Our Baixiao Pavilion branch is there. We have teleportation arrays between all major branches of Baixiao Pavilion. I can activate the teleportation array to send you there. After hearing this, the pavilion master hurriedly spoke, not even daring to mention the fees. Now, he just wants to send these 3 people away as soon as possible. No way. Horrible. If you let Xiao Ling'er stay here. He felt that his heart would collapse. Okay, thank you uncle. You are a good person, and I will definitely retaliate with my fists in the future. After hearing this, Xiao Ling'er nodded calmly. There is no more optimism than before. What? After listening to this, the pavilion master's mind was buzzing. Fist in return? For a moment, he was completely confused, and his mind went blank. Senior, I didn't provoke you. This matter really has nothing to do with me. He muttered in his mind. Ahem, Senior, Ling'er means repaying the spring. Li Xingyu saw this and explained from the side. She didn't forget what Xiao Ling'er said before when she was in Linglong Pavilion. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fist. After listening, the pavilion master breathed a long sigh of relief. Good guy, that's what it means. He patted his chest and said, Senior, there's no need to be polite. It is my honor to serve the juniors. Please. He said, quickly stood up and led the way. Xiao Ling'er didn't speak any more and followed behind silently. Ling'er, it's okay. At least your mother escaped in the end. Li Xingyu looked at the silent little Ling'er and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. From the moment I met Xiao Ling'er, little Ling'er is lively and active, happy and cheerful every day. Like a pistachio. Even people who are in a bad mood will be infected by her carefree, free and active temperament after coming into contact with her, and they will let go of all the unhappiness in their hearts. But what about Xiao Ling'er at this moment? The silence was heartbreaking. Elder sister. Xiao Ling'er looked up at Li Xingyu and just spoke. Tears fell involuntarily. It's okay, be good. Li Xingyu's heart ached when she saw it, and she quickly hugged her into her arms. The atmosphere on the back. Even the wood spirit, which has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, felt angry in its heart. Damn the Yu family! How could such a cute, lively, and cute little girl be sad? Young master, don't worry. Even if I fight for my life, I will support a few of the Yu family. He said angrily. What's the matter with you? Rubbish! Mad, please hurry up, I really can't bear it. As soon as he finished speaking, the cauldron flew out of Xiao Ling'er's storage space. Not only that, the little gourd and the pots and pans used by little Ling'er also flew out. A terrifying aura permeated the air. It's like one terrifying power has arrived. Damn it! When the pavilion master saw this scene, he was stunned. What level are these law treasures? The aura exuded is not inferior to the junior senior at all? Your Majesty! Your Majesty, you are ready. Please, everyone, please. The pavilion master spoke tremblingly, took out the spirit stone and threw it on the teleportation array. All supreme grade spirit stone. Supreme grade spirit stone is the best currency in the true spirit world, and it is also an extremely precious cultivation resource. But at this moment, the pavilion master was throwing stones towards the teleportation array. No way. He was too scared. He was afraid that if he moved slower, he would be dissatisfied with such a terrifying being, and Baixiao Pavilion would be destroyed by him. Hold the little master and let's go. The voice of the great cauldron spirit sounded. Then, it followed Xiaogord and the divine weapons into the teleportation array. Li Xingyu nodded and hurriedly followed. Soon, all the people and objects disappeared in the teleportation array. Maid, it's too scary. The transcendent level is so scary. No, we have to send a message to the pavilion master quickly. Otherwise, if there is any misunderstanding, Baixiao Pavilion will be finished. Seeing all the little Linger disappearing, the pavilion master was relieved and broke out in cold sweat as if he didn't need any money. Finished. He immediately took out a compass. Then, I saw him reaching out and tapping lightly on the compass. Then, an illusory figure appeared on the compass. Hey? Lin Zhang. What happened to make you use the emergency communication compass? The indifferent voice of a man with a hint of doubt sounded. The emergency messaging compass is a very special kind of messaging law weapon in Baixiao Pavilion. Each division owns a piece. Not available for non-emergency situations. Pavilion Master, quickly bring the Yu family, no, Tiandao Palace. Quickly cut off all connections between Baixiao Pavilion and Tiandao Palace. Otherwise, Baixiao Pavilion, may be doomed. Lin Zhang said eagerly. Chapter 48. As soon as these words came out, the shadow on the compass frowned obviously. Lin family, do you know what Tiandao Palace means to me, Baixiao Pavilion? The man's voice then sounded. It represents a steady stream of resources. As long as Tiandao Palace is immortal, Baixiao Pavilion can always cooperate with Tiandao Palace, thus obtaining terrifying cultivation resources. Lin Zhang said without any hesitation. Then you took the wrong medicine. Cut off contact with Tiandao Palace and break your grandma's legs. Baixiao Pavilion can be where it is today. I can have such a cultivation level, and you can have such a cultivation level. Tiandao Palace deserves a lot of credit. Lin Zhang, are you having shit in your head? Use the emergency communication compass and tell me this. An angry voice came from the mouth of the illusory figure. Like a violent monster. Tiandao Palace is the top force in Zhongzhou. It is no exaggeration to call him the leader of true spirit world. There is no harm in cooperating with such a force. Cut off all contact? Only a mentally ill person would make such a self-destructive decision. Pavilion Master, please listen to what I have to say. Oh my god, Dao Palace has provoked a terrifying existence. It will most likely be destroyed. After being scolded, Lin Zhang was not angry, but just smiled bitterly. How could he not know how terrifying the resources Tiandao Palace could provide Baixiao Pavilion? However, Xiao Linger came to the door. Dao Palace will surely fall into a whirlpool of terror. Maybe, all the forces related to Tiandao Palace will be targeted by Xiao Linger. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, the illusory figure laughed directly. He laughed in anger. Lin Zhang, did you forget to take your medicine today? What kind of existence is Dao Palace? A force that has been inherited for millions of years is destroyed. Which force or person in true spirit world has the ability to destroy Tiandao Palace? The Pavilion Master cursed. Tiandao Palace is the top power in true spirit world. There are 9 tribulation realms on the surface, and the strong ones have 10. No one knows how many there are secretly. Moreover, this kind of power that has been passed down for a long time has a very terrifying background. Without any exaggeration, even if the entire beast realm attacks, it is impossible to destroy Tiandao Palace. Pavilion Master, listen to me. Lin Zhang smiled bitterly. Then he expressed what happened to Xiao Linger and the others in a few words. Scary? How scary? After hearing this, the Pavilion Master frowned slightly. A bit scarier than you. Lin Zhang glanced at the illusory figure and said weakly. What? Lin Zhang, do you really know what my cultivation level is? The Pavilion Master became angry immediately after hearing this. Baixiao Pavilion is also one of the top forces in Zhongzhou. Although the background is weaker than that of an established force like Tiandao Palace. But it does not affect Baixiao Pavilion's status in Zhongzhou at all. Otherwise, how could Baixiao Pavilion establish branches in cities under the jurisdiction of various great emperor clans and immortal mansions? As the Pavilion Master of Baixiao Pavilion. Needless to say, his own strength is a strong one in the 9 tribulation realms. After one more tribulation of ascension, you can ascension the spirit world and enjoy a million-year lifespan. In other words, he was already standing in the pyramid of true spirit world. How could there be someone more powerful than him? Pavilion Master, it's absolutely true. Immortal treasures, you know, that little girl has several fairy treasures on her body. Lin Zhang was very helpless and said firmly. Baixiao Pavilion is based on selling all kinds of information. It would be an understatement to say it is an encyclopedia of true spirit world. As the master of a branch of Baixiao Pavilion, Lin Jiang's knowledge is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. After seeing the small gourds, he had already seen that those were all immortal weapons, genuine immortal weapons, not some fake immortal weapon. The immortal treasure is a terrifying law treasure that only true immortal can activate. There are only a few in the entire true spirit world. But what about Xiao Linger? So many pop up at once. It can be said that the number of fairy treasures on Xiao Linger's body is more than the number of fairy treasures in the entire true spirit world combined. Really? After hearing this, the Pavilion Master's tone darkened. Seriously, Pavilion Master, I suspect that little girl should come from the upper world. The Heavenly Dao Palace is indeed powerful, but can it stop the people in the upper realm? Lin Zhang nodded firmly. Humph, they're just people from the upper realm. The Pavilion Master snorted coldly. Lin Zhang couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. When did the Pavilion Master become so awesome? Are you not paying attention to the people in the upper world? Not waiting for him to speak. The shadow on the compass disappeared. But something came. Maid, please go and cut off all ties with Dao Palace. FK, it's not good to offend anyone, it's the immortal world. Deserves to be destroyed. Lin Zhang? Hearing this, he was confused. Pavilion Master, didn't you just say that? He said in a daze. Wasn't he so awesome just now that he didn't take the people in the upper world into consideration? Just now? I didn't say anything. The Pavilion Master's voice came again, and then the compass fell completely silent. Lin Zhang. All of these. Naturally, Xiao Linger and the others don't know. Of course they are not interested in knowing. At this time, they have arrived at the Baixiao Pavilion branch of Cloud Prefecture. Just stepped out of the teleportation array. Immediately a fat man came up to him with a smile. The little man is successful and has met all of you. The fat man spoke respectfully. But there was a shocking wave in my heart. Really, all of them are actually fairy treasures. Just now, he had received a summons from the Pavilion Master. The purpose was to let him confirm what Lin Zhang said. Now it seems that Lin Zhang did not lie. That's Tiandao Palace. Oh, what kind of rubbish do you dare to name it after the way of heaven? The big cauldron floated next to Xiao Linger, his tone full of disdain. At this time, across from them, in the distance, a group of mountains could be seen. Although the mountains tower into the sky, people cannot see the whole picture clearly. But this couldn't block the sight of Xiao Linger and the others. What's more, the level of the Great Cauldron's weapon spirit is not low. It is a genuine immortal king weapon. Naturally, you can see the gold-plated Dao Palace plaque in the clouds. Your Majesty, that is where the heavenly palace is. The Yu family is on the 5th mountain peak. Oh, by the way, the Yu family is holding a happy event today. That Yu Linfei forced another woman into marriage. After hearing this, the fat man hurriedly spoke. After hearing this, Mu Ling, who was huddled on Xiao Linger's shoulder, called him a good guy. Does Yu Linfei like to play forced marriage so much? Snort. Dating snorted coldly and said nothing. Fly directly towards Dao Palace. The same goes for the little gourds. Li Xingyu saw this and followed closely with Linger in her arms. Watching the crowd flying into the sky at Dao Palace, the fat man quickly reached out and touched a handful of cold sweat. What a terrifying fairy treasure! This is definitely no ordinary fairy treasure. What kind of existence has the Yu family provoked? He muttered to himself. Chapter 49. At this time, in Tiandao Palace, on the 5th peak, the brightly colored red water chestnuts have been hung all over the 5th peak, making the entire mountain look red and festive. Congratulations to Yulin Dao child! Congratulations Dao child! I don't know which girl is lucky enough to be chosen by Dao child. Yes, once I get noticed by Dao child, my career will be skyrocketing. There were many people sitting densely in the huge square. The intertwined sounds of conversation made the festive atmosphere even more lively. The ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Feiyang, sat on the high platform, looking down at the people who came to attend the wedding banquet. There was also a smile on his face. Thank you for coming all the way to attend the wedding banquet of my descendants. I would like to toast you all. The flying jade is full of energy and smiles like the spring breeze. As he spoke, he raised his wine glass to all the people attending the wedding banquet. Haha, Senior Fei Yang is so polite. It's a blessing for us to be able to attend Lin Fei Dao child's wedding banquet. That's right, we and I are lucky enough to be able to attend Lin Fei Dao child's wedding banquet. Respect to Senior Fei Yang. Respect Senior. The people sitting below stood up one after another and spoke with flattering faces. Yu Feiyang is a strong person in the 9 tribulation realms. The existence that truly stands in the pyramid of true spirit world. Even representatives of forces at the same level as Tiandao Palace must treat each other with courtesy and courtesy. You're welcome, please. Yu Feiyang smiled, looking extremely kind, but in the depths of his cloudy eyes, there was a hint of disdain. If he didn't need to support Yu Linfei today, he wouldn't bother to deal with this group of people. Because in his eyes, the people who came to the wedding banquet were just some ants. Facing Yu Feiyang's toast. How dare everyone slack off? They all raised their glasses with flattering faces. Linfei takes the bride to pay homage. After drinking a glass of wine, Yu Feiyang shouted. Respectfully invite the bridegroom and bride to come to the stage and worship. The priest then shouted at the top of his lungs. As Si Li finished speaking, a rainbow suddenly stretched out from aloft in the distance. One end of it drew an arc in the air and landed steadily on the high platform. Hiss, this is immortal weapon, 9-color dazzling spirit, right? That's right, it's the immortal weapon, the 9-color dazzling spirit, of the second ancestor of the Yu family. Lin Fei Dao child is indeed highly regarded by the Yu family, and he even uses immortal weapon to pave the way for success. Can you not take it seriously? That is immortal physique. It is destined to become a powerful being in the tribulation realm in the future. There are even many hopes of ascension to the realm. Seeing this, the people who came to the wedding banquet started talking. There was a hint of envy in his words. After all, immortal weapon is a very terrifying law treasure in true spirit world. An immortal weapon is not something that everyone can own. Because the refining of immortal weapon requires the integration of the heaven and earth elves of the tribulation realm as weapon spirits. It can be said that immortal weapon is equivalent to a tribulation realm powerhouse. Nowadays, the elves of heaven and earth are rare, and the elves of heaven and earth in tribulation realm are rare to find in 1,000 years. Therefore, many tribulation realm powerhouses do not have immortal weapon. At least half of the tribulation realm monks who came to the wedding banquet did not have immortal weapon. Now, this law treasure is being used as a marriage guide. The Yu family's heritage is evident. Jingle bell. The next moment, the bell rang, and several 9-colored deer pulled a chariot slowly out of the attic. Saw this scene. The people who came to attend the wedding banquet exclaimed again. It turned out to be a 9-color spirit deer. It is rumored that this 9-color spirit deer is rare in the world. There are not many in the entire true spirit world. Yes, especially the milk of the 9-color spirit deer is comparable to imperial medicine, and its flesh and blood is equivalent to semi-immortal medicine. Is this the Yu family? Such a rare thing is used to pull a chariot. It deserves to be the top family in the true spirit world. Discussions were mixed with gasps of air. Hear the discussion below. The corners of Yu Fei Yang's mouth raised slightly. This is the effect he wants. Soon, Zhuzlu pulled the chariot to the high platform. Then, 2 men in red robes were seen walking out of the chariot. 1 male and 1 female. The man looked handsome, but there was an evil aura about him. The woman's face was expressionless, to be precise, her face was ashen. There is nothing bridal about it. Salute. Yu Fei Yang glanced at the 2 of them and said. Salute. The priest spoke hurriedly. Hear the words. Yu Linfei immediately took action and faced his ancestor. Naturally, this kind of worship is not like the secular worship of 1 to the sky, 2 to the ground, and 3 to the high hall. Practitioners worship only their own ancestors at wedding banquets. I'm not married, I have a husband and children. He forced me to marry. Suddenly, the ashen-faced woman suddenly spoke. Hiss. This. The faces of those who came to the wedding banquet changed when they heard this. Yu Linfei's marriage was known to everyone to be a forced marriage. But no one dared to say anything. After all, the strength of the Yu family lies there. But it's one thing to pretend to be deaf and dumb, and it's another thing to be exposed directly. No one expected that the woman would directly point out the forced marriage. He also said frankly that he has a husband and children. Oh, you have to get married whether you want to marry or not. The only way for the woman I like is to marry. After hearing this, Yu Linfei was not angry at all, but rather proud. You are using your power to bully others. The woman said through gritted teeth. That's right, I'm just bullying others. What's wrong? This world is based on strength. Yu Linfei smiled lightly and said. A good saying relies on strength to speak. You little BD, are you so crazy? Just as he finished speaking, a voice descended from the sky. Damn it! Everyone who came to the wedding banquet was shocked when they heard this. Nima, who is a ruthless person. Dare you speak like this? Saying that Yu Linfei is a little BD, won't Yu Fei Yang become Lao Wang? You know, this is Yu Fei Yang. 9 tribulation realm strong men, existences standing on the ceiling of the true spirit world. How dare anyone dare to curse like that? And he scolded her so openly. They looked up into the air, wanting to see which fierce man was so fierce. Who? Sure enough, Yu Yang Fei's face instantly darkened. Destroy the uncle of your Yu family. The sound of the cauldron sounded. Then, it slowly emerged from the void and suspended in midair in the square. Behind it, there are also a group of divine weapons with small gourds. And Li Xingyu holding Xiaolinger. This is the Mayu family, are you so crazy? In today's world, there are still people who dare to say that they will destroy the Yu family. Immortal treasures, my god, so many immortal treasures. The people below all exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. Immortal treasure. So many fairy treasures. Yu Feiyang was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen so many immortal treasures. What do you mean by respecting your family? Yu Yangfei groaned. With his strength, he is not afraid of immortal treasures, but there are so many immortal treasures that he cannot deal with. What's more, these fairy treasures still have owners. It's no big deal. I just came to destroy your Yu family. A voice that was neither salty nor bland came from the cauldron. Yu Feiyang? Why do you call this no big deal? Chapter 50. Yu Feiyang looked at the cauldron in great confusion, angry and speechless. However, he was not a brainless person. He did not say any big words. He just asked calmly, I wonder what your honor has to do with my Yu family. In his eyes, the big tripod and the small gourd are just fairy treasures. The immortal treasure is the law treasure that can only be activated by true immortal. Without the stimulation of true immortal, the immortal treasure itself cannot be equal to true immortal. As the top family in the true spirit world, his Yu family is naturally not afraid of fairy treasures. The only thing I worry about is the people behind these fairy treasures. After all, big cauldron and little gourd came in groups. There must be someone behind it. A person who can control so many immortal treasures, regardless of his cultivation level, must have a very terrifying origin. So his idea is very simple. Turn hostility into friendship. You bully my mother, I will deal with you. At this time, Xiaolinger broke away from Li Xingyu's arms, walked slowly to the front, and said angrily. Terror erupted from her body, shrouding the entire fifth peak. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaolinger. His face was full of horror. The aura on this girl is so terrifying. Yes, my Emperor Venerable late-stage cultivation was actually suppressed to the point of being unable to move. She won't be a Tribulation Realm strong person, right? Tribulation Realm? Are you kidding? This is only 4 or 5 years old, right? Discussions arose, and the tone was actually unbelievable. All the Imperial Venerable Realm monks present have determined that Xiaolinger must be a strong Tribulation Realm person. Only the pressure of the Tribulation Realm's strong men can stop them from moving. However, even if he was enveloped by Xiaolinger's terrifying aura, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Because Xiaolinger is too young. Especially for Venerable Realm monks like them who have lived for tens of thousands of years. 4 or 5 years old, which is only 4 or 5 years in time. 4 or 5 years, in the eyes of the Venerable Realm monks, is short, and can even be said to be negligible. Not to mention anything else. It takes more than 4 or 5 years to refine just one pill. However, at Xiaolinger's age, he is a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Who dares to believe it? If he told people that he met a 4 or 5 year old Tribulation Realm expert, they would definitely look at him as a fool. No. She's not a Tribulation Realm. It's true immortal, she's a true immortal. Suddenly, an old man in the crowd spoke blankly. He looked at Xiaolinger with very complicated emotions in his eyes. Disbelief, horror, and envy. What? As soon as the old man's words came out, everyone immediately went crazy. True. True immortal? What a joke. That is something that does not exist in the entire true spirit world. A little doll of 4 or 5 years old. True immortal? What a fuss. Immortal Liu Yun, are you serious about this? Yet, she looks about 4 or 5 years old. Lu Yun immortal, did you see it wrong? Everyone looked at the old man and asked. Of course, In normal times, they would not dare to ask such a tribulation realm powerhouse like this. However, now they just can't bear it anymore. After all, Xiaolinger is only a 4 or 5-year-old baby, but he is a true immortal. Such things are simply serious nonsense. The kind that makes dogs shake their heads after hearing this. Can't be wrong. Facing the questions from the venerable realm of the emperors, Immortal Liu Yun, who cultivated in the tribulation realm, was not angry, but just shook his head. He looked up at Xiaolinger and continued in a very firm tone, "She is indeed a true immortal. After a monk breaks through the tribulation realm, the power of Taoism in his body will transform into the power of immortal law. Only by surviving 9 immortal tribulations can the power of Taoism be completely transformed into the power of immortal law. If you haven't survived the 9 immortal tribulations, you will be like me. The power of immortal law in the body is not pure, this is the power of fake immortal law." The emperor's venerable realm nodded. Although they are not in the tribulation realm yet, they have some understanding of this realm. They did not interrupt Immortal Liu Yun with any words, but quietly waited for the next step. This little kid, little senior. What flows through her is the pure power of immortal law. She's definitely a true immortal. In the eyes of everyone, Immortal Liu Yun spoke again. What Liu Yun fellow Daist said is true. This young senior is indeed a true immortal. At this time, another tribulation realm powerhouse intervened. Hiss! Instantly, the sounds of gasping for air began to come one after another. A 4 or 5-year-old immortal. This. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. His face looked like he had seen a ghost. Immortals are legends in the true spirit continent. After all, for millions of years, those who have survived the 9 tribulations of ascension to immortality in true spirit continent have all ascended directly, leaving behind only a few good stories. As for its true appearance, it is impossible for people who are not of the same era and level to witness it. They didn't expect that they would be lucky enough to see the true appearance of an immortal. And the other party is still a 4 or 5-year-old baby. Moment. A thought arose in the minds of everyone present. I have been practicing for tens of thousands of years, and I have been lonely. However, the most shocking thing at this time was Yu Fei Yang. He didn't expect that a true immortal would come to the Yu family. Moreover, he is still looking for trouble. This. Senior, is there any misunderstanding in this? Yu Fei Yang took a deep breath and spoke. His Yu family is certainly powerful. But true immortal is still not something his Yu family can afford to offend. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your uncle. Today, if there is an intact earthworm alive in your Yu family, I will take your surname. Before Xiaolinger could speak, Dating took over. Anyone who has nothing to do with the Yu family should get out of here. Otherwise, kill. The domineering voice came out again. Hear the words. Those who came to the wedding banquet breathed a sigh of relief. They are just afraid of causing harm to the fish pond. Whoosh! Immediately, the sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. The people who came to attend Yu Linfei's wedding banquet left one after another. In the blink of an eye, only the Yu family was left in the entire 5th peak. Even the bride took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Your Excellency, does this have to be the case? My Yu family is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. When Yu Fei Yang saw this, he spoke angrily and helplessly. Are you from the upper world? But are you sure you want to touch my Yu family? At this moment, Yu Linfei slowly spoke. See this? Yu Fei Yang actually took half a step back and stood behind him. That looks like a slave. But Yu Linfei's extremely confident look made everyone in Dating a little confused. This guy is a bit pretentious. I wonder which immortal mansion you are from. Yu Linfei looked at Xiaolinger, the big cauldron, and the small gourd and spoke again. To tell the truth, I am a reincarnated person. My master is a powerful immortal king. Are you sure you want to cause trouble for my Yu family? He spoke calmly and calmly, not at all afraid of Xiaolinger and the others. Everyone, can you sit down and talk? Yu Fei Yang also spoke. Obviously, it has long been known that Yu Lin Fei is a reincarnated person. This is why the Yu family allows Yu Lin to do whatever he wants. After hearing this, the great cauldron artifact spirit twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Mud, I thought you had some terrifying power. Just an immortal king. Just one immortal king will make you confident? Chapter 51. Dating muttered silently in his heart. Just an immortal king. Even if Yu Lin Fei calls him here today, he will still be destroyed. After all, Xiaolinger himself is an immortal king. Not to mention there are also a bunch of divine weapons from Little Gourd. Dealing with the immortal king is something that is difficult to deal with. Not to mention that Xiaolinger also has a big red robe that he doesn't even know what it is. Not to mention the immortal king. Even if there is an immortal venerable standing behind Yu Lin Fei, anyone who dares to come here will be destroyed. What's more, behind Xiaolinger is the big terror who is undergoing the divine tribulation. Who is the immortal king behind you? The sound of the big cauldron came out. It wanted to see who was standing behind Yu Lin Fei. Master, are you immortal king? Yu Lin Fei smiled calmly and spoke calmly. When talking about his master, there was even a proud look on his face. Confucianism, the immortal king is certainly just an immortal king in the immortal spirit world. But because of his profound knowledge, he is very popular. Therefore, our Yu immortal king has a very wide network of contacts in the immortal spirit world. Even some immortal venerable will give our Yu immortal king some thin noodles. He didn't believe it. With the support of the Confucian immortal king behind him, these guys dare to destroy the Yu family. Of course. What Yu Lin Fei didn't know was, when dating heard about our Yu immortal king, a lot of question marks have emerged in my mind. Confucian immortal king. He knows it, and he's very familiar with it. It was the sir who was caught teaching the little Linger how to read and write. It was unexpected. The guy who dared to force his mistress into marriage was actually the immortal king. Seeing that dating didn't make a sound, Xiaolinger didn't speak either. The smile on Yu Lin Fei's face became even brighter. In his opinion, it must have been his master, our Yu immortal king, who calmed them down. Everyone, can you sit down and talk? Yu Lin Fei took out a fan from nowhere and opened it with a swish. As he spoke, he fanned himself to look personable, elegant, and polite. Talk? Talk about your uncle. You must die today, and your Yu family must be destroyed today. Dating snorted coldly. The voice fell. The big cauldron flew into the sky and suddenly grew in size until it enveloped the entire fifth peak. There are a lot of small gourds. It's also not afraid of being discovered. Therefore, it is natural to be unscrupulous. Spirit communication immortal treasure. Immortal king weapon. Yu. Feel the terrifying momentum coming from the cauldron. Yu Lin Fei's face changed in shock. Immortal king weapon is rare even in the immortal spirit world. Only the immortal mansion with deep foundations possesses the immortal king weapon. He never expected it. This cauldron is not a fairy treasure, but an immortal king weapon. Immortal king weapon? Li Xingyu, who was standing far away, was shocked when she heard this. Although, she doesn't know what kind of law treasure the immortal king weapon is. But judging from Yu Lin Fei's performance, he must be an existence that is superior to the immortal treasure. At this time, she couldn't help but think of her first conversation with the great cauldron weapon spirit. No wonder the great cauldron weapon spirit said that saint weapon is rubbish. Sir, do you really want to do this? Your honorable master is the Confucian immortal king. On the other side, Yu Lin Fei spoke with a calm face and once again used the name "Are you immortal king?" What about the immortal king? Dating snorted disdainfully. Not to mention that the immortal king is not here. Even here, he had to kneel down, kowtow and confess his guilt to Xiao Ling'er. After all, Yulin Fei was Xiao Ling'er's mother. She is their mistress. Humph, you're so arrogant. Yulin Fei snorted coldly, and as he spoke, an extra jade pendant appeared in his hand. You can stop now before it's too late. He held the jade bottle and stared at the cauldron and said. Oh? Clone jade? Come on, I'll give you time to activate. Dating recognized the origin of the jade pendant in Yulin Fei's hand at a glance. It is a very common item used by elders to protect their younger ones. It contains a ray of clone. You can rely on the jade maker's ability for a short period of time. What's more, it can even make the person who made the jade appear from a distance. Of course, what appears is the spiritual body, not the real body. Do you really want to kill the fish and defeat the net? Yulin Fei spoke unwillingly. This jade clone is his biggest trump card. I really don't want to use it in vain. Die. Dating was too lazy to talk nonsense and finished his words. Lines of fire shot out from its interior. Like arrows shooting towards the fifth peak. Overwhelming and dense. Then. Puff. Puff. There was a sound like a sharp knife piercing the skin. On the fifth peak, many places began to burn. Those who are burning are the people with the blood of the Yu family in their bodies. Yu. Court death. When Yulin Fei saw this, he was shocked and angry. Didn't think too much about anything else. Just crush the jade pendant in your hand. Buzz. In an instant, the spiritual power of heaven and earth gathered from all around towards Yulin Fei's head. It was as if there was a terrifying abyss above his head, absorbing the spiritual energy around him. With the gathering of spiritual power, a shadow also slowly emerged. Who dares to touch the person I like? A strong voice sounded. Disciple Yulin Fei has met Master. Seeing the spiritual body of Ru Immortal King, Yulin Fei hurriedly spoke. Yulin Fei? Don't have random relationships. I just promised you that the ancestor of the Yu family would accept you as a book boy. I didn't want to accept you as my disciple. Why did you use my clone jade? Ru Immortal King's spiritual body glanced at Yulin Fei and said calmly. There is a spirit communication immortal who wants to end the inheritance of my Yu family. Please sir, please take action to save my Yu family. Yulin Fei spoke quickly. Haha, so brave. I want to see who dares to touch my Immortal King. Ru Immortal King's spiritual body slowly spoke. He looked up as he spoke. Moment. His whole body was stunned. Isn't this the big cauldron that the little devil used to stew? Hey, Ru Immortal King, you are quite majestic. The sound rang out, and the cauldron's weapon spirit actually came out from the top. Ru Immortal King said nothing and looked around. Soon, he saw Xiao Ling'er and the small gourds floating around Xiao Ling'er. Gilu. In an instant, Ru Immortal King's spiritual body swallowed a gulp of saliva. Please sir, take action. Yulin Fei didn't know the situation, so he quickly raised his hands and said. Damn it! Ru Immortal King's eyelids jumped wildly after hearing this. Take action? I'll help you. If you borrow 100 courages from me, I won't dare to take action against this person. He muttered in his mind. Can I ask what happened? The ancestors of the Yu family were kind to me. Ru Immortal King forced a forced smile. Even his speech became subservient. We have news about the mistress. Your apprentice is that boy. Forcing the mistress into marriage. The great cauldron artifact spirit looked at the spiritual body of Ru Immortal King and spoke with a smile. I'm a fool. Ru Immortal King almost peed in fear after hearing this. He naturally knew who the mistress the great cauldron artifact spirit was referring to. What the hell? How dare you? Force that woman into marriage? Ru Immortal King's spiritual body could not stop trembling. Sir, are you also a bad person who bullies my mother? At this time, Xiaolinger stared at the spiritual body of Ru Immortal King and said. Chapter 52. After listening to Xiaolinger's words, Li Xingyu, who stood silently aside, had a look of shock on his face. Come this way. She had often heard Xiaolinger mention Sir. I thought that this so-called gentleman should be a teacher. But now, it's actually an immortal king? Of course, based on her knowledge, she didn't know what kind of existence the immortal king was. But judging from the performance of Yu Linfei and others, she knew that the immortal king was a very terrifying existence even in the immortal spirit world. The so-called careful thinking is extremely scary. Such a terrifying existence, a gentleman who only teaches little Linger how to read and write? How terrifying is Xiaolinger's origin? Li Xingyu never expected it. The little girl he met back then had such a huge background. The other side. The spiritual body of Ru Immortal King suspended above Yu Linfei trembled instantly after hearing Xiaolinger's words. Although he is the teacher who teaches little Linger how to read and write. But that person was also forcibly arrested. In other words, in that person's eyes, he was just a dispensable existence. But what about Xiaolinger and her mother? But that person's treasure and pet peeve. If offended, the one who will definitely erase himself without mercy. Linger, I misunderstood. Actually, I'm here to help you. Ru Immortal King smiled and said hurriedly. He didn't dare to stand opposite Xiaolinger. Because that will be GA. What's more, he also saw that Xiaolinger was very sad now. As that person's treasure. Xiaolinger's sadness was like the sky had fallen for them. Because in his impression, little Linger once felt sad. That sadness was caused by the Phoenix ancestor. Not for anything else. Just because the Phoenix ancestor stepped on Xiaolinger and soiled her favorite shoes. Xiaolinger cried and went to find that person. The results of it? Good guy, the Phoenix ancestor was stewed directly. The Phoenix clan was directly destroyed. The person found all the hidden eggs one by one, shook them up and made tomato scrambled eggs for Xiaolinger to eat. This made Xiaolinger happy. Certainly. It's precisely because Xiaolinger thinks the tomato fried phoenix eggs are delicious. The last one left a few phoenixes to raise as chickens to lay eggs for little Linger to eat. Otherwise, there will be no phoenix family in the spirit world. From then on, no one in the village dared to make Xiaolinger sad. He even tried his best to make Xiaolinger happy. Of course, doing this also brings many benefits. After all, there are too many good things in Xiaolinger. Even if you throw a piece of fruit at random, it will be a rare treasure for all the beings in the village. Even the Confucian Immortal King himself has benefited a lot, and his cultivation has been greatly improved. All in all, just one sentence. Whatever you do is fine, just don't make Xiaolinger sad or angry. This is the tacit idea of various beings in the village, including Taru Immortal King himself. Moreover, he is just a gentleman who teaches little Linger how to read and write and imparts knowledge. Unlike the Phoenix tribe, which can lay eggs for little Linger to eat. In other words, if he made Xiaolinger unhappy, there would be no chance for him to make amends. If that person knew, it would be because someone related to him had made Xiaolinger sad. Confucian Immortal King is sure that the whole family will ascend to heaven if he does not mention anyone who is related to him. He himself is so proud. He even said that the earthworms in his mansion had to be caught and split in half, and the ant nests had to be filled with lava. After the words of Ru Immortal King's spirit body fell, a series of question marks immediately appeared in Yu Linfei's mind. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears and he heard wrongly. Because Yu Linfei knew very well the temperament of Ru Immortal King. Although he is modest, he is very face-conscious. If his disciples or people around him make mistakes, they can only deal with them themselves, and no one else can take action. Even a powerful person who is also the Immortal King cannot do it. Otherwise, it would be enmity with the Immortal King. Yu Linfei knew that although he was not the apprentice of the Immortal King, he was still a personal scholar. Placed in Fairy Spirit World, he is equivalent to the Immortal King. In other words, even if he is at fault, Xiao Linger and the others come to seek revenge, which is disrespectful to the Confucian Immortal King. For such people, our Immortal King will never let go. Not to mention killing, but at least getting some benefits. But now? What's going on with this girl? Sir, it's me. I'm Yu Linfei. I'm your book boy. Yu Linfei spoke quickly. Damn it! Our Immortal King almost ran away after hearing this. You really want your whole family to ascend to heaven, so don't take me with you. Bold, you are just an ant from the lower realm, but you are having a random relationship with me. I have never had a book boy. Our Immortal King snorted coldly, and then came directly to Xiao Linger. Linger, I don't know him. Really, he has nothing to do with me. He smiled apologetically. Finished. He then looked at Dating and Xiaogord. Brothers, please take action and kill this traitor. How dare you try to harm your mistress, you must be destroyed. Yu Linfei? He was confused, he was completely confused. What's going on? Who can tell me? What the hell is going on? He shouted angrily in his mind. Linfei, this? Not only was he confused, Yu Feiyang was even more confused. Actually, he also knew that Yu Linfei's forced marriage was wrong. Because he has lived for 100,000 years, he has witnessed the destruction of some powerful forces because they offended a disciple of a big family who went out for training. He has even seen it before. Together with the Yu family, they are one of the top families in the true spirit world. They were destroyed because of their misbehavior and offended the people in the upper world. However, the reason why he allowed Yu Lin to fly around was that the entire Yu family allowed Yu Lin to fly around. That's what Yu Linfei once said frankly. Even if he meets the upper echelons of the immortal spirit world and the Immortal King, his Yu family will be fine. There is such a tranquilizer. He did not restrain Yu Linfei, and sometimes even used his power to bully others and help others. Certainly. He was also worried about provoking someone stronger than the Immortal King. However, Yu Linfei said that there are only a few strong men above the Immortal King in the entire immortal spirit world. And they are all a group of old monsters who cannot come out of seclusion. It is impossible for them to come to a place like true spirit world where birds can't shit. For the future of the Yu family. So, he let Yu Lin fly around. But now? What the hell is going on? Did you say nothing would happen? Very good. What the hell is going on with this backer switching sides in the face of battle? Facing Yu Feiyang's gaze, Yu Linfei was speechless. You ask me, who the hell am I going to ask? At this time, he himself was confused. He didn't even know who Xiao Linger's mother was. After all, there were too many people forced into marriage by him. Of course, what confused him the most was the Immortal King's defection in battle. What kind of existence could make the Immortal King, a noble man, turn against him in the face of battle, and flatter him? Chapter 53. Ancestor, our Yu family is finished today. Yu Linfei smiled bitterly and replied. His greatest power is not the so-called Yu family, but the Confucian Immortal King. Now, our Yu Immortal King has turned his back on the battlefield. He knows. The Yu family is finished today. What? After Yu Feiyang heard this, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The Yu family is finished? Didn't you say that nothing would happen to the Yu family? Yu Feiyang covered his chest and gasped. His biggest wish in this life, besides Ascension Fairy Spirit World, is to let the Yu family gain a foothold in the Fairy Spirit World. After all, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Ascension Fairy Spirit World, he is sure. If you want the Yu family to gain a foothold in the immortal spirit world, you can only rely on Yu Linfei. Because Yu Linfei is a reincarnated person, he has connections and backers in the immortal spirit world. Yu Fei Yang has even thought of the scene where the Yu family would become a big family in the immortal spirit world several times. What now? Tell yourself that the Yu family is going to be finished? Yu Linfei didn't care about him. He just looked at Xiao Linger. I really want to know, where are you from? And your mother, who is she? He spoke slowly. This is what puzzles him the most. In the immortal spirit world, realms are divided into true immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal saint and the legendary Immortal Emperor. Our Yu Immortal King is a powerful immortal king and an immortal king with extremely wide connections. How could you be so polite to a 4 or 5-year-old girl? As polite as a slave. Therefore, he wanted to know where Xiao Linger came from to be able to make the dignified immortal king behave like this. Also, Xiao Linger's mother. For Xiao Linger to be treated like this by the dignified immortal king, the person behind it must be very terrifying. At least he is superior to the immortal king in terms of cultivation. However, such an existence is very terrifying in the immortal spirit world. How could his wife come to a place like true spirit world that doesn't give a damn? Even if you encounter a great crisis and have to reincarnate and rebuild, shouldn't you choose the great world? I won't tell you. Xiao Linger snorted and said. Yu Linfei. Don't wait for him to speak. Dating took action. The flames fell and burned Yulin directly to ashes. The same is true for Yu Fei Yang. The entire Yu family's buildings were also burned down. Linger, I'm leaving. Our Yu Immortal King spoke quickly, and after speaking, his spiritual body disappeared directly. There was no way, he was too afraid of Xiao Linger. He was afraid that Xiao Linger would think that he was from Yu Linfei's side. Linger, it's okay. The bad guys who bullied your mother are gone. Seeing that Xiao Linger was still a little depressed, Li Xingyu stepped forward to comfort him. Yeah, sister, let's go find my mother quickly, okay? I'm afraid that my mother will meet other bad people. Xiao Linger nodded and said. Okay, let's go to the beast realm. Li Xingyu answered. Judging from the news from Baixiao Pavilion, Bai Yunyan was forced into the beast realm by the Yu family. If you want to find it, you have to go to the beast realm overseas. Little old man, have you seen enough? At this moment, the sound of the cauldron sounded. Then, in the void, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man was wearing a green Taoist robe, with white hair and a long beard. He looked completely like a fairy. Little old man, Ouyang Tianxian, I have met all of you. Seeing that he was discovered, the old man hurriedly raised his hands and said. But his tone was a little shaky. Ouyang Tianxian, are you the current palace master of Tiandao Palace? At this time, Mu Ling answered. Exactly down there. Ouyang Tianxian nodded obediently. What, you want to stand up for the Yu family? The sound of the cauldron sounded. Hear the words. Ouyang Tianxian broke into a cold sweat. Stand up for the Yu family? What a joke! Even the spirit body of the immortal king has to be respectful to Xiao Linger, let alone the Dao Palace. He was sure that if he said even half a word of yes, the entire Tiandao Palace would be destroyed. No, actually the little old man has been unhappy with the Yu family for a long time. It's just that because of the jade clone in Yu Linfei's hand, I can only tolerate it. Now that you have removed the cancer of the Yu family, this is the blessing of Dao Palace and the blessing of True Spirit Continent. He spoke quickly. The big cauldron cut it with disdain, then shrunk and returned to Xiao Linger's storage space. The same goes for the little gourds. In a blink of an eye, only Ouyang Tianxian, Xiao Linger and others were left. Young master, this person may know the news about the mistress. Mu Ling said. Yes, Linger, he is the master of Tiandao Palace. I should know more about your mother. Li Xingyu also agreed. Please, please, I will tell you everything you want. Ouyang Tianxian heard this and hurriedly spoke. Grandpa, do you know the news about my mother? Xiaoling's eyes fell on Ouyang Tianxian. I wonder who the little senior's mother is. Meeting her gaze, Ouyang Tianxian felt his mouth go dry. After swallowing hastily, he hurriedly replied. He saw it clearly just now. All the immortal king's spiritual bodies are respectful to this person. My mother's name is Bai Union. Xiaolinger said immediately. It's actually her. After hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian was shocked. Senior, I don't know much. However, your mother has a master in the Dao Palace. I will take you to find her. She should know a lot. He continued. Mother's master. Okay, okay. Little Linger nodded happily, seeming to have returned to her lively and cute appearance. Please. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Xiaolinger would include Tiandao Palace because of the Yu family's affairs. If that's the case, Dao Palace is a must. However, now it seems that Xiaolinger did not include Tiandao Palace. Soon, Ouyang Tianxian took Xiaolinger and the three of them to a cave mansion. However, cave mansion is blocked by a thick stone door. Roll. When Ouyang Tianxian just approached the cave mansion, a woman's voice came from inside. The voice was filled with endless anger. Senior, this. Li Xingyu looked at Ouyang Tianxian with some confusion. Oh, it's all because of Union. Meeting his gaze, Ouyang Tianxian let out a long sigh. After saying that, he shouted into the cave mansion, Elder Mo, the Union child is here. Don't you see me? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone door was opened immediately. Then, an old woman slowly walked out from inside. Who? Who is Yunyan's child? The old woman spoke with a somewhat excited expression. Old lady, are you my mother's master? Xiaolinger blinked at her with big eyes. The breath of cloud smoke is the breath of cloud smoke. The old woman looked at Xiaolinger, her cloudy eyes seemed to suddenly light up. Child, can you let your mother-in-law hold you? She smiled kindly and said softly. Okay, okay. Hug my mother's master. Little Linger nodded and jumped towards her. Good boy, good boy. The old woman opened her arms happily and excitedly to welcome Xiaolinger. However, her expression suddenly changed. No, leave quickly, you guys leave quickly, if the Yu family finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. She spoke hurriedly. Elder Mo no longer needs to worry, the Yu family has been destroyed by Yunyan's children. Ouyang Tianxian answered. What? Chapter 54. When Elder Mo heard this, his stooped body trembled violently. The Yu family was destroyed? And he was still killed by this child? Palace Master, the Yu family not only has 9 powerful tribulation realms, but also has the support of the upper realm. After a moment of silence, Elder Mo said in a solemn voice. Obviously, she didn't believe that Xiaolinger destroyed the Yu family. After all, how old is Xiaolinger? He looks like he is only 4 or 5 years old. But what about the Yu family? It has a long heritage and profound foundation. Just a 4 or 5-year-old kid. At such an age, the Yu family, which has 9 tribulation realms and is backed by the upper world, is destroyed. If you tell me, who dares to believe it? Putting aside the powerful 9 tribulation realms, just having the upper realm as a backing is enough to make people dare not act rashly. After all, for the true spirit world, the upper world is terrifying. It can be said. With the support of the upper world, no force in the true spirit world dares to threaten to destroy the Yu family. Even a family of the same level as the Yu family and with the support of the upper world would not dare. Elder Mo, I know you don't believe it, but you must not believe it. The Yu family has indeed been destroyed by Yunyan's children. You guys talk, I'm leaving first. Ouyang Tianxian smiled bitterly and spoke. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that a 4 or 5-year-old child could destroy the Yu family. But facts are facts. He can only believe his own eyes. After saying that, Ouyang Tianxian said no more and turned to leave. Child, did you really destroy the Yu family? Mo Chong caressed Linger's little head and asked in disbelief. Ah! Mother-in-law, I didn't destroy the Yu family. It was the Great Cauldron that destroyed it, not me. We. Facing the other party's gaze, Xiao Linger replied with a smile. After hearing this, Elder Mo was stunned for a moment. Was the cauldron destroyed? What is dating? Senior, the big cauldron is an immortal treasure belonging to Linger. It is a very powerful immortal treasure. Li Xingyu explained from the side. Immortal treasure? After hearing this, Elder Mo had a look of shock on his face. She looked at Xiao Linger with shock on her face. There is a fairy treasure at such a young age? You just need to know that the Yu family no longer exists. Let's talk to the young master first about the mistress. Mu Ling answered. Yes, mother-in-law, can you tell me the news about my mother? I miss her. Xiao Linger also spoke. Okay, good boy, I'll go to cave mansion first. Are you hungry? My mother-in-law will make you some food. Eat while you're at it, okay. Elder Mo smiled softly. He seems to like Xiao Linger very much. Okay, okay. When she heard about the food, little Linger immediately became excited. He jumped into Elder Mo's cave mansion. What a cute kid. I didn't expect that Yunyan would have such a cute child. Elder Mo followed silently like a kind elder, with a bright smile on his face. Li Xingyu and Mulin followed closely behind. Wow, that's awesome. And fish. Grandma, I want to eat. After entering Elder Mo's cave mansion, Xiao Linger said excitedly. I saw that there was a small lake inside the cave mansion. Beside the lake, a big black cow was taking a nap. And after hearing Xiao Linger's words, the originally closed eyes of the big black cow suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Linger in confusion. Here, Linger, this black bull is my mount. You have been with me for most of my life, and you are like my best friend. Elder Mo smiled bitterly and said. She didn't expect that Xiao Linger would focus on her mount as soon as she arrived. Moo. The big black cow barked and nodded quickly, as if to say that he had never followed the wrong person in his life. Hey? Then let's eat fish. After hearing this, Xiao Linger said with a helpless look. It's okay, you can eat whatever you want. Hey Niu, get some meat. Elder Mo smiled lovingly and said in a change of voice. Big black bull? It looked at Elder Mo in confusion, its wise eyes full of disbelief. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? It's just a little bit of meat, nothing to lose to you. We have been friends for tens of thousands of years, so why don't we use a little bit of your flesh? Elder Mo said with a straight face. Big black bull? It looked at Elder Mo, with a look of confusion in its wise eyes. It seems to be saying, you know that we have been friends for tens of thousands of years, but you actually want to eat my flesh? How did you say this? Niu, let me take a bite, okay. Xiao Linger stared at the big black cow and said with a smile. Hurry up, this is Yunyan's child, what's wrong with eating your meat? Have you forgotten what Yunyan did to you? Elder Mo also spoke. After hearing this, Niu's wise eyes showed confusion. Then, it stood up, walked to Xiao Linger and sniffed. Moo. After a while, it screamed and jumped lively in front of Xiao Linger, appearing extremely excited. Finally, he directly removed one of his legs. Miraculously. After taking it off, it actually grew again in the blink of an eye. Wow, Daniu Niu is so powerful. Isn't there enough meat left to eat? When Xiaolinger saw this, she spoke in surprise and kept swallowing saliva while speaking. Big Black Bull? Hearing this, it staggered and almost fell to the ground. Linger, you can't treat me like this. It has a very good relationship with your mother and often stays with her. Elder Mo gently stroked Xiaolinger's head and said softly. Ah? Danayuniu, do you often play with mother? After hearing this, Xiaolinger asked in surprise. The big black cow nodded quickly. It's easy for me to play with you. This is equivalent to me playing with my mother. Xiaolinger smiled and said. A simple sentence. But it made Li Xingyu and Elder Mo feel inexplicably painful. Moo. The big black cow barked, gently arched Xiaolinger, and placed her on his back. Then he took her running around in the cave mansion. Little Linger also laughed happily. This kid. When Elder Mo saw this harmonious scene, his face was filled with smiles. Afterwards, he took the beef leg and caught some fish and went to cook. Soon, the fragrance begins to fill the cave mansion. Wow, it looks like my mother-in-law. Little Linger was immediately attracted by the scent. It smells good. Eat more later. Elder Mo looked at her happily and smiled. Yet, mother-in-law, I have a lot of vegetables here. It would be more delicious if I put some vegetables in. Xiaolinger nodded heavily and said. Vegetable? After hearing this, Elder Mo couldn't help but be stunned. That's it. Xiaolinger smiled and took out a lot of spirit medicine. Hiss. Looking at the spirit medicine she took out, Elder Mo was stunned for a moment. Even the big black bull's eyes widened when he saw it, like two big copper bells. Vegetables, are they called vegetables? Chapter 55. Look at the spirit medicine that Xiaolinger took out. Elder Mo and Dahainiu stared at each other in shock and disbelief. Vegetable? This is called a vegetable? There are dozens of imperial medicines and a lot of holy medicines, especially those fruits. If you read it correctly, they are the fairy medicine Xianling fruits? You call these things vegetables? Moo. Without any hesitation, the big black cow rolled its tongue and started showing off. At this moment, it felt like it was so worth it to give Xiaolinger a leg. Old Hey, you are really a bully. Don't waste it. Elder Mo quickly stopped her. If these things were refined into elixirs, it would be enough for her and Dahainiu to improve their cultivation to a higher level. Hehe, mother-in-law is fine, I still have a lot of vegetables. After eating, I can still pick up some. Xiaolinger giggled and took out a lot of spirit medicine. Moo. Seeing this, the big black bull's wise big eyes suddenly stared, and he immediately took off one of his legs and gave it to Xiaolinger. That wise look seemed to be saying, you guys, you're welcome. Eat it slowly, big cow. I still have a lot more. Little Linger touched the big black cow's big head and said with a smile. The big black cow nodded while showing off spirit medicine crazily. Elder Mo on the side looked dumbfounded. Why does she feel like her old friend is going to be abducted? Linger, these things are too valuable. Elder Mo said. Even the heavenly Dao Palace would regard such things as elixirs as valuable treasures. If those guys knew that Xiaolinger used fairy medicine to feed cows. Absolutely crazy. Mother-in-law, they are not expensive. These are easy to pick up. Xiaolinger smiled and said innocently. After hearing this, Mu Ling, who was staying with Li Xingyu, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Easy to pick up. Elder Mo was confused when he heard this. Even the top forces in the true spirit world would regard the elixir as a treasure. Every time a fairy medicine appears, it is enough to cause a bloody storm in the entire Zhongzhou. How can it be easy to pick up? This is not Huxia cabbage. Yeah, it's easy to pick up. Xiaolinger nodded innocently. Senior, take it, Linger doesn't lack these things. At this time, Li Xingyu spoke. Yes, yes. My mother-in-law is my mother's master, and she must be kind to my mother. The teacher said that every kindness should be repaid with fists. Xiaolinger also nodded with a smile. Mu? After hearing this, Elder Mo and Dahainiu were stunned. The kindness of dripping water is repaid with fists and fists? Linger, it's the kindness of a drop of water that is repaid by a spring of water. Li Xingyu laughed out loud and explained quickly. Almost, hee hee. Xiaolinger's face turned red and she scratched her head in embarrassment. This kid. Elder Mo and Dahainiu looked at each other, both dumbfounded. Okay, then my mother-in-law will use these to make a spiritual meal for you. I am a quasi-level 9 spiritual diet master. Even the Tribulation Realm experts will come to me with ingredients to make spiritual meals. Old Hey, give me another leg. Let's let Union's child eat to their heart's content today. Elder Mo nodded heavily and said solemnly. Mu? After hearing this, Dahainiu immediately showed a confused look in his wise eyes. Good guy, you really treat yourself like a leek, don't you? But looking at Xiaolinger's expectant eyes, the big black cow didn't show any pretense, just offered one of its front legs. Niu is so good, Niu tai tai. Little Linger chuckled and hugged the big black cow's head like an octopus. Moo. The big black bull barked, grinning and revealing 2 rows of big teeth. It was supposed to be a smile, but it looked weird. Linger, you play with the black cow first, and I'll cook you a big meal. Elder Mo said with a gentle smile. Come on, Niu, let's go out and play. Little Linger nodded heavily, then pulled the big black cow by its horns and pulled it out. This kid. When Elder Mo saw this, the smile on his face became even bigger. Afterwards, she dove into the kitchen and started making spiritual meals in a big way. As for Li Xingyu and Mu Ling, they stayed together quietly. The other side. Little Linger had already dragged the big black bull by its horns and walked out of the cave mansion. Her round eyes looked around, and finally landed on a direction on the left. Niu, shall we go pick vegetables? Little Linger rubbed the big black cow's ears and said with a smile. Moo? The big black cow looked at her with puzzled eyes. Pick up spirit medicine? Where can I pick it up? There are a lot of them there, let's go pick some up. Xiaolinger pointed to a mountain on the left. Hear the words. The big black cow looked in the direction of her finger and was stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly, it must be the 9th level medicine garden of Tiandao Palace? Suddenly, it seemed to remember something again. The big copper bell-like eyes stared immediately. Xiaolinger just said that spirit medicine is all picked up. This so-called picking up, he didn't know how to pick it up at someone else's spirit medicine garden? You call this picking up? Niu, let's go. Little Linger didn't think too much. She grabbed the big black cow by its horns and headed to the spirit medicine garden. Moo. The big black bull barked in protest. Joke. There is the 9th level spirit medicine garden of Tiandao Palace, where all elixirs are grown. It can be said that medicine garden is more important than the lifeblood of Dao Palace. If he goes with Xiaolinger and causes trouble, the old man Yu Yang Tianxian will not be able to get angry. It's okay, let's just pick up a little bit. Xiaolinger chuckled and said in a sneaky way. Moo. Really, just pick up a little bit. Moo. Then, one person, one cow, one big and one small got into the void. Wait until she appears again. We have arrived at the 9th level spirit medicine garden of Tiandao Palace. All that comes into view are all kinds of elixirs. Wow, there are so many vegetables, Niu, hurry up and pick them up. With bright eyes, little Linger started picking in the spirit medicine garden. The big black cow looked around cautiously. After all, these elixirs, Dao Palace, are more important than their own lives. If they find out that Xiaolinger is here to pick up spirit medicine, they will definitely get angry. Hey, this is so ugly. It definitely doesn't taste good. Hehe, this looks good and must be delicious. Wow, this looks great. Little Linger didn't care so much, and her little body jumped up and down in the spirit medicine garden. Moo. After she picked some elixirs, the big black cow called out hurriedly. The meaning is obvious. It's almost time to go. Oh, pick up a little more, just pick up a little more, okay. Little Linger blinked her big eyes and looked at the big black cow. Looking at her cute appearance, I looked at the huge spirit medicine garden. The big black cow gritted his teeth and nodded. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you pick up a little more, it's still within the range that Tiandao Palace can bear. Consider it a form of compensation for what happened to Yunyan. The big black cow thought like this. Na Yunyu is so good. Xiaolinger smiled and continued to work. After a while. Moo. The big black cow barked, it's time to go, it's really time to go. This has reached the limit that Tiandao Palace can bear. Pick up a little more, a little last. I have to bring some for my mother-in-law. Xiaolinger replied immediately. After hearing this, Dahainu fell into deep thought. Soon, it nodded. Indeed, Yunyan's incident had a great impact on his old friend, so it was only natural that he should take some elixir as compensation. After another moment. Moo. The big black bull urged. Pick up some more. I want to bring some to my sister. Dainiu knew, my sister is a guest. My husband said that you should treat your guests with delicious food. Xiaolinger answered. After listening to it, Dahainu thought about it and it seemed to be right. It already knew that Li Xingyu had been accompanying Xiaolinger all the way. And he came from a place like the Black Tortoise Domain. Treating them with some elixir is a matter of course and a matter of course. However, the big black cow didn't know. Ouyang Tianxian, who was watching all this in secret, twitched the corner of his mouth again and again. Chapter 56. In fact, he came when Xiaolinger picked the first fairy medicine. After all, this spirit medicine garden is the lifeblood of Tiandao Palace. It can be said. This 9-level spirit medicine garden is one of the secrets of Dao Palace. Even if he, as the palace lord, wants to use it, all must be approved by the supreme elders. To protect these elixirs, Tiandao Palace has restrictions on every plant. As long as the elixir is touched, he can sense it immediately. But when he came here, he found that it was Xiaolinger who was picking the fairy medicine, so he didn't show up. After all, even the Yu family was wiped out easily by this person. Especially the spirit body of the immortal king, everyone must treat this person with respect. How dare he jump out and say anything? What's more, Xiaolinger also said that he would only pick a little. Just pick a little. Just think of it as a way to avoid bankruptcy. But it's been picked off bit by bit, when will it be over? There is also a big black cow. What the hell is that if you keep saying it and nodding your head? Ouyang Tianxian muttered silently in his heart, but he could only pretend not to see it. After all, Yu Linfei's forced marriage had nothing to do with Tiandao Palace. Besides, Xiaolinger's strength is there. In terms of reasoning, he doesn't take advantage of it, and in terms of strength, he is not as good as the other party. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart. What Xiaolinger said about picking a little more was really picking a little more. Inside the spirit medicine park, Dahainu and Xiaolinger didn't seem to know that Ouyang Tianxian was in the dark. Little Linger still picked up the spirit medicine silently. Of course, only pick good-looking ones. The big black bull acted as a sentry, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Only. At this time, doubts appeared in the wise eyes of the big black bull. It already sensed something was wrong. Logically speaking, Xiaolinger should have already alerted the old man Ouyang Tianxian by picking so many fairy medicines. Why haven't you come yet? Isn't Ouyang Tianxian in Tiandao Palace? If it is like this. De Niu thought, his eyes fell on those elixirs, and he had a bold idea in his mind. Okay, Daniel, let's go. After a while, Xiaolinger seemed to feel that he had almost picked it up and said, Moo moo. After hearing this, the big black cow shouted quickly. Ah! Bring some for mother. Yes, yes, I want to find my mother, so I should bring her some vegetables. Daniu Niu, you are so smart. After hearing this, Xiaolinger chuckled. After that, he continued to pick spirit medicine. Hear the words. The mouth of the big black cow was split open, revealing 2 rows of big teeth. Damn it! Ouyang Tianxian, who was watching silently in the dark, could not help but tighten his fists when he saw this scene. This dead cow! Aren't you urging me to leave? What happens now? Ouyang Tianxian thought, if Xiaolinger hadn't been there, he will definitely rush out and beat up the big black bull. Ahem! Seeing that Xiaolinger still wanted to pick the fairy medicine, Ouyang Tianxian had no choice but to walk out of the darkness. If Xiaolinger is allowed to take it off again, this elixir will definitely be drained. Moo! Seeing Ouyang Tianxian, De Niu's eyes widened and he quickly ran to Xiaolinger to protect her behind him. His eyes were fixed on Ouyang Tianxian, as if he wanted to fight him desperately. Ouyang Tianxian! He looked at the big black cow speechlessly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother, do you think I dare to take action against this person? He muttered in his mind. Grandpa, it's you. Are you here to pick vegetables too? Little Linger showed her little head and looked at Ouyang Tianxian with a smile. Hearing this, a row of question marks suddenly appeared in Ouyang Tianxuan's mind. Picking vegetables? Do you regard the elixir garden of my Tiandao Palace as a vegetable? And the wild kind? He thought in confusion. Senior, these were planted by my god, Dao Palace. Ouyang Tianxian smiled bitterly and spoke. The implication is also very simple, I hope she can stop it. Wow, it turns out that Grandpa planted it. Grandpa, can I pick some more? Bring it to Mother. You can just plant some again when the time comes. Xiaolinger blinked her big eyes and answered. I. After hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian felt depressed and speechless. This is a magic medicine. What about your really ordinary vegetables? Planting elixirs requires 300,000 years for light to mature. And it has to be protected. Otherwise, all efforts will be wasted. The reason why there are so many elixirs here is that they have been passed down from the Dao Palace for millions of years. However, he did not dare to refuse Xiaolinger. No way. Little Linger is really scary. If the refusal makes her unhappy, everything in Dao Palace will probably be ruined. Okay, Senior, pick some more. But, Senior, can you leave some for me? Ouyang Tianxian said helplessly. He was afraid that Xiaolinger would pick them all off. Okay, okay. Little Linger nodded happily and continued to pick the fairy medicine. Big Black Bull? It looked at Ouyang Tianxian and then at Xiaolinger, its wise eyes full of confusion. What's going on? When did this old boy Ouyang Tianxian become so easy to talk to? This fairy medicine garden is the lifeblood of Tiandao Palace, just let Xiaolinger pick it. Snort. Ouyang Tianxian glanced at it and snorted coldly. Why couldn't he see the big black bull's thoughts? But what can he do? Isn't that okay? Fortunately, Ouyang Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief. After Xiaolinger picked some more, she really stopped picking them. Grandpa, I've picked it. She jumped up to the big black cow and said. Thank you, Junior, for showing mercy. Ouyang Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, Senior, there are actually vegetables in that place. After speaking, he pointed in a direction. Moo? The big black cow looked in the direction of his finger, his face full of confusion. If I remember correctly, there seems to be another force over there, the location of the Evergreen Gate, right? What's going on? Tell Xiaolinger to go to Changqingmen to pick up the fairy medicine? De Niu was thinking in his mind, full of doubts. Because it remembered that Ouyang Tianxian and Mu Chongqing, the leader of the Chongqing sect, were close friends. Why would Xiaolinger be allowed to go to the Evergreen Gate to pick up the elixir? Hey, we don't all share the blessings, and we share the hardships. Ouyang Tianxian smiled as he seemed to see through the big black bull's thoughts. Damn it! After hearing this, the big black bull called him good guy in his heart. You really regard Mu Chongqing as a good buddy? It murmured in its mind. Daniu, let's go back to eat. After dinner, go over there and pick up some vegetables, hee. Xiaolinger glanced at the direction of Ouyang Tianxuan's finger and said with a smile. De Niu nodded and left with Xiaolinger. It walked in front, and the little Linger jumped behind it. Soon, they arrived in front of the cave mansion. But little Linger's eyes kept staring at the big black cow's tail. Daniu, why do you have two big meatballs? Are you sick? Can I help you cut these two big meatballs? Xiaolinger said while watching. Moo? The big black cow was confused after hearing this. When it turned its head and glanced at what little Linger was looking at, its expression suddenly changed. Damn it! Suddenly, it tensed up and jumped away quickly, away from little Linger. I regard you as a good buddy, you actually want to talk to me? Chapter 57. Daniu, what's wrong with you? Little Linger looked at it in confusion, not understanding why it kept away from herself. Moo? De Niu looked at Xiaolinger with astonishment on his face. What's wrong? You've got my big bell, how can I dare to get close to you? Is that thing possible? De Niu thought a little speechlessly in his heart. Although its regeneration ability is strong, how can it be said that the big bell is just a root? Linger, that's Senior Hainu's treasure. Not meatballs. At this time, Li Xingyu walked out of cave mansion and explained in a funny way. Naturally, everything outside the cave mansion did not escape her spiritual consciousness. Hey? Baby. Xiaolinger tilted her head and looked at Li Xingyu. Yes, that is a treasure that cannot be lost by Senior Black Niu. Li Xingyu explained with a smile. Xiaolinger is good at everything, but she doesn't know anything about men and women. Of course, considering her age of 4, this is quite normal. It turns out to be a baby. Daniu, I won't want your baby, hee. Xiaolinger smiled. Hear the words. De Niu glanced at her, as if to say that even if you ask for it, I can't give it to you. Let's go, the food is ready. Li Xingyu smiled and touched her little head. Okay. When she heard about the food, little Linger immediately jumped into the cave mansion. Senior Hainu, please forgive me, Linger doesn't know this. Li Xingyu looked at the big black cow and explained. Moo. The big black cow barked and grinned, revealing its iconic 2 rows of big teeth. As if to say, it's okay, as long as you don't miss your 2 big bells. On the other side, Xiaolinger has already ran into cave mansion. The table is already filled with various spiritual meals. Wow, it smells so good. Xiaolinger's eyes shone in wonder. I'm back, just in time, let's eat. Elder Mo smiled gently and stroked her head. Okay. Little Linger nodded obediently, climbed onto the chair and sat obediently. Others also took their seats one after another. Even the big black cow came and sat at the table. Eat, let's talk while we eat. Elder Mo smiled softly. While talking, he also picked up some food for Xiaolinger. Hee, thank you, mother-in-law. Do you want mother-in-law to say mother-in-law? Xiaolinger smiled and picked up the bowl. Elder Mo nodded with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, she spoke slowly. At that time, a secret realm, immortal secret realm, was born in the Wuvu mountain range. Dahainu and I went to investigate on the order of the section. But we were severely injured by the terrifying existence in secret realm. At the time of life and death, thanks to Union's rescue, Hainu and I survived. The big black cow who was listening silently on the side nodded heavily. Later, Union took the initiative to ask me to take her to Dao Palace to practice. She can help me and Hainu, so I agree. Union has a cold temperament and doesn't like talking to outsiders. Only Hainu can get close to her. Elder Mo continued. The big black cow continued to nod. However, Union works extremely hard for her cultivation. She will go wherever there are treasures that can help her cultivation. Regardless of the risk, there have been narrow escapes several times. And she will give me a share of the cultivation resources she works so hard to obtain. It is precisely because of Union's help that I was able to step into the Tribulation Realm. After entering the Tribulation Realm, I became the Elder of Dao Palace, and Union also became one of the top 10 Dao children. Everything was going in a good direction, but who knew that I would meet the Yu family? That Yulin Fei forced Yunyan into marriage. Even though I am an elder, I am powerless in the face of such a behemoth as the Yu family. I once thought about leaving Tiandao Palace with Yunyan and Hainu and escaping from here. But the Yu family is keeping a close eye on us, and Yunyan is even put under house arrest by them. Fortunately, Yunyan escaped on her own, and I have closed myself off from now on, no longer contacting anyone in Tiandao Palace. Until a year ago, a couple came to see me. Elder Mo said slowly. Speaking of this, her eyes fell on Li Xingyu involuntarily. Speaking of which, the woman in that couple is very similar to you. Hear the words. Li Xingyu's body trembled. May I ask, Senior, their Taoist name is Azure Lotus Taoist. Facing her shocked and expectant gaze. After thinking for a moment, Elder Mo nodded. It seems so, isn't it? Li Xingyu nodded and replied, they are my parents. The tone was full of surprise. She didn't expect to get news about her parents here. And after? Mu Ling interjected. The couple came to me and told me that Union was safe and asked me not to think about it. Elder Mo replied. This. After hearing this, Li Xingyu was stunned. In this case, don't my parents know Xiao Linger's mother? Suddenly, she remembered Ling Xuan's words. She said her parents seemed to be following an expert. Could it be that expert is Xiao Linger's mother? Li Xingyu thought in her heart. Did you tell me the location? Mu Ling asked sharply. No. Elder Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head. I also asked the couple where Yunyan was. But they didn't dare to tell me. It seems that Yunyan is hiding from some powerful enemy and cannot easily expose his position. Escape from a powerful enemy? Mu Ling muttered in his heart. He quickly realized that this so-called enemy should come from the fairy spirit world. Because it has seen that Xiao Linger's mother is also a reincarnated person. The only thing that puzzled him was, why is it that only Xiao Linger comes out to find his mother? It can raise a little Linger who is only 4 years old to the level of fairyland. The person who trained Xiao Linger must be very scary. Why didn't he come out to help Xiao Linger find his mother? Mu Ling thought to himself. It will be difficult for you to find Union. Unless she comes to you on her own initiative, you will be here. Should I let someone get the news out? Elder Mo continued. This. Mu Ling and Li Xingyu looked at each other in understanding. It's not safe. Although I don't know what's going on with the young master's family. But there should be a big problem with this. Especially the enemies that the mistress wants to hide from. According to my guess, the mistress should also be a reincarnated person. Her enemies are most likely people from the immortal spirit world. It would be inappropriate to release the news rashly. Mu Ling said after thinking for a moment. It has lived for 100,000 years and is naturally very shrewd. To be able to raise a 4-year-old little linger to the fairyland, the person behind the little linger must be extremely terrifying. But even so, that mother didn't come to look for linger in person. The only explanation is that he is afraid. That's why he secretly ran out to find his mother. If the news about Xiao Linger were released and his enemies found out, it would be a danger. Elder Mo and Li Xingyu also nodded. This is true. Then we can only use this girl's parents as a breakthrough. Elder Mo's eyes fell on Li Xingyu. Your parents know the whereabouts of Yunyan. As long as we find your parents, we will definitely find Yunyan. Of course, it's not easy to find anyone. We can also divide our forces into 2 groups. I am here to look for the whereabouts of the monk Azure Lotus. You go to Beast Realm to find clues. Chapter 58. Mu Ling and Li Xingyu nodded. This is indeed a good idea. One more thing, who was the force that rescued the mistress in the first place? They can also be a breakthrough. Mu Ling answered. I don't know that either. It should be said that no one knows. That group of forces seemed to appear out of thin air in true spirit world. No news could be found. The Yu family tried their best to trace it back then, but nothing was found in the end. Elder Mo shook his head and replied. Don't even Baixiao Pavilion know. Mu Ling frowned slightly. Baixiao Pavilion is said to know 3,000 from the top and 30,000 from the bottom. There seems to be no secret in true spirit world that Baixiao Pavilion doesn't know. If Baixiao Pavilion knew about it, I think Yunyan would have been poisoned by the Yu family. Elder Mo smiled. Really? Li Xingyu and Mu Ling nodded in agreement. If only Baixiao Pavilion knew. The Yu family had already followed the example and started targeting Xiao Linger's mother. However, you can ask your parents from Baixiao Pavilion. Elder Mo changed his tone and his eyes fell on Li Xingyu. Hearing this, Mu Ling and Li Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. After all, the 2 of them appeared in Zhongzhou a year ago. We should be able to get the news from Baixiao Pavilion. Finally, after some discussion, the 3 of them decided on a plan. Elder Mo helped find Li Xingyu's parents. They took Xiao Linger to Baixiao Pavilion to ask about the Azure Lotus Taoist monk. If not, head to the Beast Realm to see if you can find any clues. After having a meal, Li Xingyu and Mu Ling took Xiao Linger to Fuyun City, the branch of Baixiao Pavilion. Saw 3 people arriving. The fat man hurried up to greet him. After all, he has received definite news. The Yu family has been destroyed. 3 of you, please bring me the best animal milk in the world. The fat man said while entertaining the 3 of them. Do you know anything about Azure Lotus Taoist monks? Mu Ling asked straight to the point without any nonsense. Azure Lotus Taoist. The fat man muttered with his brows, and after a moment he said, I heard a little bit. Azure Lotus monk, from Black Tortoise Realm, Black Tortoise Sacred Land. 2 people were once hunted by Shuramen, and then disappeared. He appeared in Fuyun City a year ago. After listening, Li Xingyu's expression changed. His parents were being hunted? Do you know their current location? Mu Ling glanced at Li Xingyu and then asked. I haven't paid much attention to it, but give me some time and I should be able to find it. The fat man replied immediately. Okay, help us find these 2 people. Why are they being hunted by Shuramen? Mu Ling asked again. Obviously, this was a question for Li Xingyu. Li Xingyu also cast a grateful look at him. As for Xiao Linger, he sat aside and drank the animal milk silently. For a secret skill in their hands. It seems to be a weird secret technique to create a spirit body. The fat man thought for a while and replied. After hearing this, Li Xingyu's body couldn't help but tremble. She has not forgotten Lang Wu's words. Speaking of which, this Azure Lotus Taoist monk is also pitiful. The fat man didn't notice anything strange about Li Xingyu and continued. Oh. Mu Ling looked at him with interest. Based on the information we have at Baixiao Pavilion, Azure Lotus Monk was hunted down by the Black Tortoise Sacred Land for helping his daughter create a spirit body. And he was also accused of colluding with the Poison Spirit clan. But the fact is that they were tricked. The fat man chuckled. What game? Li Xingyu asked hurriedly. Hey, actually that's the so-called secret technique of creating a spirit body. It's a incomplete evil technique from ancient times. As the name suggests, grafting is grafting other people's things onto one's own body. And this secret technique has always been in the hands of the Shura sect. It's a pity that due to the incompleteness of the secret technique, the Shura sect can't really succeed in grafting on the past. But, among all the people in this world, there are always geniuses. If they can't do it themselves, then find wizards to do it. The fat man sat on the chair and talked. Hear this. Li Xingyu understood. So, Shura sect gave this secret technique to Black Tortoise Sacred Land. And ended up in the hands of my parents. She answered. No. The fat man shook his head, and it took him a long time before he said word by word, it was arranged in the hands of your parents. Arranged? Li Xingyu frowned. Your parents are recognized as the strongest geniuses in the Black Tortoise domain. She has good talent and understanding, but she only has a mediocre daughter. So, Wu Tiange helped the two of them and gave away the secret technique of grafting flowers and grafting trees onto trees. This Wu Tiange is also a character, and he has grasped the weakness of being a parent. Your parents lived up to their expectations and actually mastered the secret art of transplanting flowers and trees to create you. This secret technique is against the heavens, especially for those forces that don't have any good seeds. In order to prevent the secret technique from being leaked, your parents must die. This is why, even after hundreds of years, Black Tortoise Sacred Land still hasn't given up on hunting your parents. The fat man said slowly. This is actually the case. After listening to this, Li Xingyu looked extremely complicated. Okay, if you have any news about them, come to Elder Mo's cave mansion in Dao Palace. Mu Ling saw this and said. Yes. The fat man nodded respectfully. Afterwards, the three of them left Baixiao Pavilion and returned to Elder Mo's cave mansion. In that case, how about waiting here for a while? If there is no news, go to Beast Realm. Union is definitely safe now. Elder Mo pondered and spoke. Linger, what do you think? Li Xingyu did not make his own decision, but looked at Xiao Linger. Okay, my mother-in-law's cooking is delicious. I want to eat for a few more days. Xiao Linger agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll make delicious food for you every day. Elder Mo smiled gently. Okay, Daniel, let's go out and play. Little Linger spoke happily, her eyes falling on the big black cow. Meet her gaze. The big black cow's legs suddenly tightened. It was afraid that Xiao Linger was still thinking about its two big bells. However, seeing Xiao Linger's eyes full of expectation, he still stood up and went out to play with her. One man and one cow soon walked out of the cave mansion. Daniu, let's go pick vegetables, okay? Xiao Linger said while grabbing the horns of the big black cow. Moo? Hearing this, Daniu was stunned. This is what you call play? Don't wait for it to respond. Little Linger pulled its horns and entered the void. Soon. Most of the day passed like this. Xiao Linger and Daniu also returned to the cave mansion. Hey, there are so many vegetables here, it's so good to pick them up. She was jumping and walking in front of the big black cow with a face full of joy. The big black cow followed silently, not daring to speak. Now it has only one thought in its mind. Zhongzhou will definitely explode. Because within this half-day, Xiao Linger took it to the elixir gardens of all the transcendent level forces in Zhongzhou. Chapter 59. Look at the little Linger jumping up and down in front of you. The big black bull's wise eyes flashed with confusion. Because Xiao Linger went to other forces' fairy medicine gardens to pick spirit medicine. No one came to stop it. It's like those fairy medicine gardens are wild. But it doesn't know it is. When Xiao Linger went to pick up the spirit medicine, Xiao Gord secretly blocked all the induction. Naturally, it is impossible to be discovered when picking the elixir. Mother-in-law, sister, we are back. Little Linger jumped into the cave mansion and shouted happily. You're back. Where did you go to play? Elder Mo looked at her tenderly, his face full of love. Niu and I went to pick vegetables. I picked up a lot. Xiao Linger said with a smile. Picking vegetables? After hearing this, Elder Mo couldn't help but be stunned. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling looked at each other in a tacit understanding. There is only one thought in each other's eyes, Zhongzhou is going to blow up. After all, Xiao Linger took the big black cow out for a long time. A full half-day. Half a day is enough to visit many medicinal gardens. Yes, this is for my mother-in-law. Xiao Linger nodded, took out the small gourd and poured it in front of Elder Mo. In an instant, light overflowed. 1 or 2 pearls of elixir fell in front of Elder Mo. Just make a small pile. Hiss. Saw so many elixirs. Elder Mo immediately took a breath of cold air. Star grass. Isn't this the elixir unique to Heavenly Star sect? And this Xianming bamboo seems to be a unique elixir of the Yinling sect. Qingtian Xianteng, the elixir unique to the Evergreen sect. Soul-shaping flower, ice fire holy lotus, and phoenix grass. Hey, Linger, where did you get these fairy medicines? She muttered, feeling extremely shocked. Because every elixir Xiao Linger took out was unique to each major force. These elixirs are basically not sold to the public. Therefore, it is not available on the market in Zhongzhou at all. Even if the independent cultivator accidentally gains money, it will be quickly taken by the major forces and pocketed. How could Xiao Linger have so many precious elixirs? I picked it up, hee hee. Xiao Linger said innocently. Finished. She came to Li Xingyu again, sister, I brought this for you. After saying that, he took the small gourd and poured it out, and another pile of precious elixir was poured out. There are puppies too. Under Elder Mo's gaze as if she had seen a ghost, she fell a little closer to Mu Ling. But the number is not as large as that of Li Xingyu and Elder Mo. Old slave, thank you young master. Mu Ling spoke quickly. These elixirs are of great use to it, at least it can improve its cultivation to a higher level. Linger, did you really pick these up? Elder Mo spoke with a somewhat solemn tone. Yeah, it's easy to pick up. They are all in big pieces. Xiao Linger nodded obediently. I'm dizzy. After hearing this, Elder Mo almost gasped. Easy to pick up? A big piece? She was already sure. Xiao Linger is going to visit the medicine gardens of the major forces in Zhongzhou. And, such a quantity of elixir. I'm sure every medicine garden has picked them. Old hey, Linger is ignorant, why don't you understand either? Elder Mo looked towards the big black bull. She knew that Xiao Linger was powerful. But each of the top powers in Zhongzhou has been passed down for a long time. If they come to your door one after another, it's no joke. After hearing this, the big black cow's face was filled with grievances. It's not that it's ignorant, it's that it really can't do anything. Because Xiao Linger's strength is too terrifying. It couldn't resist at all, so it could only be dragged by the horns and followed to visit one medicinal garden after another. Elder Mo, the palace master has asked you to come to discuss matters. Just then, a voice came from outside. After listening, Elder Mo's expression suddenly changed. She had already roughly guessed the content of the discussion. Linger, I'll go and come back. You just stay here and don't go out again. When your mother-in-law comes back, I'll prepare delicious food for you, okay? Elder Mo said helplessly. Okay, okay. Xiaolinger nodded happily. Well. With a long sigh, Elder Mo left Cave Mansion and went straight to the Tiandao Palace. At this time, the hall was already full of people. The one at the top is Ouyang Tianqian. Elder Mo is here, please sit down, please sit down. Yes, please, Elder Mo. Seeing Elder Mo's arrival, everyone spoke with a smile. As of today, all the senior officials of Dao Palace already know about the destruction of the Yu family. And the ruthless person who destroyed the Yu family is Elder Mo's cave mansion. So, their attitude towards Elder Mo was naturally polite. Elder Mo nodded calmly, then found a place to sit down. I called you here because of the theft of the elixir. All the elixir gardens of all the major forces were stolen. Including my god, Dao Palace. After Elder Mo took his seat, Ouyang Tianqian spoke. Really? Listening to his words, Elder Mo sighed inwardly. Yes, now the entire Zhongzhou is in panic. The murderer must be caught. That's right, my god, the things in Dao Palace are not that easy to get. Yes, once the murderer is caught, he will be announced to the world and executed. The elders of Tiandao Palace say something to you or me. Damn it! Hear their words. Ouyang Tianqian almost fell off his chair. You can't say this nonsense. Come if you want to die, don't take me with you. Ouyang Tianqian muttered in his heart. Ever since he learned that the elixirs from various major forces were stolen, he knew that it was Xiaolinger who did it. Because look at the entire Zhongzhou. Only the mysterious and terrifying little Linger has the ability to unknowingly enter the elixir garden and pick up the elixir without being discovered. Now these elders, one sentence to the left is to die, the other to the right is to kill. If it reaches Xiaolinger's size, it will definitely be a disaster for Tiandao Palace. Shut up, me. Ouyang Tianqian glanced at Elder Mo without any trace, and scolded him suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became silent. Dao Palace, pretend that this matter never happened. Do you understand? Ouyang Tianqian glanced at everyone and said solemnly. What? As soon as these words came out, a series of question marks immediately appeared in the minds of everyone present. They looked at Ouyang Tianqian with astonishment on their faces. They all wondered if there was something wrong with their ears and they heard wrongly. Tiandao Palace Fairy Medicine Garden, more than half of the fairy medicine is missing. How could it be possible to pretend that nothing happened? And the person who stole the elixir visited the elixir gardens of various major forces. The number of elixirs on his body must be huge. Such a fat sheep, how can you miss Dao Palace? Humph, put your thoughts away. My words are here, who dares to participate in this matter or pursue this matter? Expelled from Dao Palace. Including all blood relatives. Ouyang Tianqian snorted coldly and warned. That was a person who even the spirit body of the immortal king had to treat with respect. Even the combined power of the entire Zhongzhou apex level is not enough to be slapped in the face. Want to make an idea? It's just like lighting a lamp in the latrine, seeking death. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. This. Everyone looked at each other and frowned. Because in their impression, Ouyang Tianqian is a person who dares to risk his life. Why would you give up such an opportunity to obtain a large amount of elixirs? Shouldn't it be a good idea to give it a try? But now, not only do they not fight, they also pretend that nothing happened, and they don't even allow anyone to participate. Palace Master, do you know who did it? After a moment of dead silence, an old man asked. She cannot be offended by Dao Palace, nor can the entire transcendent level forces in Zhongzhou unite. Understand? Ouyang Tianqian snorted coldly and said. After listening, many elders had questions in their heads. They all looked at Ouyang Tianxian with an expression that said, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Chapter 60. The elders looked at Ouyang Tianxian with confusion in their eyes. Tiandao Palace is a 9-level immortal palace, and there are 10 powerful people in the 9 tribulation realm. In addition, there is also a terrifying ancient formation. It can be said, even facing true immortal, Tiandao Palace still has the capital to fight. But what did Ouyang Tianxian say? Can't afford to offend? Of course, just because Dao Palace can't afford to offend him, forget it. However, there is also a sentence that the entire Zhongzhou Transcendent Level Alliance cannot afford to offend. This is a bit surprising. You must know that Zhongzhou is the Dingai Shenzhen of the true spirit world, and all transcendent level forces have been inherited for millions of years. The background is very scary. Some forces even have thunder tribulation but no ascension terror. If these forces unite, no race in the true spirit world can resist. Even those alien worlds can be destroyed. Now, face a man who stole the elixir. Ouyang Tianxian actually said something that even the entire transcendent level forces in Zhongzhou would not be satisfied with if they unite. How could they not be surprised? How dare you believe it? Humph, a bunch of frogs in a well. Ouyang Tianxian snorted coldly. If faced with an ordinary true immortal, Dao Palace would not be afraid. After all, Tiandao Palace is a force that has been inherited for millions of years. Apart from its own terrifying background, there are also several ancestors of Ascension Fairy Spirit World. Facing the ordinary true immortal, Tiandao Palace has the confidence to fight. In fact, any 9th level immortal mansion with long inheritance has the background to dare to compete with true immortal. However, this is just facing an ordinary true immortal with no background. But what about Xiaolinger? That's an existence that even the immortal king's spiritual body has to be respectful and apologetic. The heavenly Dao Palace has been inherited for millions of years, and there are several ancestors of the Ascension Immortal Spirit World. Naturally, the understanding of the Immortal Spirit World is far beyond ordinary people. The first one is the realm division of the Immortal Spirit World. True Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, Immortal Saint and the legendary Immortal Emperor. As the master of Tiandao Palace, Ouyang Tianxian knows very well how valuable an Immortal King is in the Immortal Spirit World. If Tiandao Palace encounters a powerful person in the Immortal King realm, no matter how deep the foundation is, the entire sect must ascend to heaven. Even the ancestor of Dao Palace, who has now established a firm foothold in the Immortal Spirit World, cannot stop him. However, the terrifying Immortal King had to apologize respectfully when facing Xiaolinger. This shows how terrifying Xiaolinger's origin is. Ouyang Tianxian estimated that even in the Immortal Spirit World, few would dare to touch little Linger. Such existences, not to mention the entire true spirit world transcendent level forces unite. Even if you include the beast realm and those alien worlds, it's probably not enough for little Linger. That's all I've said, so you can take care of yourself. Ouyang Tianxian glanced at everyone and said, "Finished." His eyes fell on Elder Mo again, with a respectful look on his face. "Elder Mo, if that young senior has any requests, you must be satisfied. Don't worry, no matter what she wants, as long as God has it, Dao Palace will give it to her for free." What? Hear the words. All the elders present were shocked. Free gift? Are you kidding me? Palace Master, is there something wrong with this? Yes, if she wants the inherited fairy treasure from Tiandao Palace, can she give it to her for free? Palace Master, think twice. They spoke quickly, with puzzled looks in their eyes. Just destroying a Yu family, is it worthy of Ouyang Tianxian's attitude? Although the Yu family is powerful, in the eyes of Tiandao Palace, it is just like that. The reason why Tiandao Palace chose to turn a blind eye to the Yu family's misdeeds. It is because the Yu family is of great value to Tiandao Palace. If the Yu family really wants to be destroyed, it's not like Tiandao Palace can't do it. Shut up! Ouyang Tianqian glanced at everyone and said coldly. After seeing the terror of Xiaolinger, he only had one thought in his mind: he could only make friends, not offend. Otherwise, Tiandao Palace will surely follow in the footsteps of the Yu family. Does the palace master really mean what he said? Facing Ouyang Tianxuan's gaze, Elder Mo spoke slowly. This is natural. I wonder what the little senior needs. Ouyang Tianqian nodded heavily. I really need to ask the palace master for help with something. Elder Mo thought for a while and continued, there is a girl beside Linger named Li Xingyu. This person came from the Black Tortoise domain with Linger. The purpose is to find his parents. That girl's parents are known as Azure Lotus Taoists. Palace Master, can you ask someone to help search for you? She spoke slowly and did not say anything about Xiaolinger's desire to find her mother. The reason for this is naturally due to Mu Ling's analysis. In any case, Xiaolinger's identity cannot be revealed directly. Of course, this is also their own idea. If they knew about Lu Ming behind Xiaolinger, they would naturally not have such scruples. Azure Lotus Taoist? Okay, no problem. Any more? Ouyang Tianqian nodded heavily. He was just looking for two people. For him, it was just a matter of words. After all, as one of the transcendent level forces in Zhongzhou, there are many forces attached to Tiandao Palace. It's not hard to find two. No, I'll thank the palace master on behalf of Linger. I have to go back to cook for Linger, so I'll take my leave first. Elder Mo shook his head and said. It seemed that she didn't want to stay with the people in Tiandao Palace. Okay, this is a big deal, please ask Elder Mo. Ouyang Tianqian nodded quickly. As soon as these words came out, the other elders were all filled with questions. Event? Have you made any mistake? What is cooking and eating a big deal? They looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Palace Master, my little great-grandson hasn't eaten yet, so I have to cook for him. Suddenly, one of the elders stood up and spoke. Palace Master, me too. Me too. Then several elders also spoke. Apparently, they all wanted to leave. Yet, Ouyang Tianqian glanced at Ziyi Cheng, then waved his hand and said, if you haven't eaten, you haven't eaten. If you're hungry, just be hungry. We still have things to discuss. Are your little great-grandchildren going to starve to death? What? The elders who spoke were immediately surprised. What did this girl say? Then Elder Mo. One of the elders spoke unconvinced. Why can people just leave if they want to cook? Can't you do it yourself? Elder Mo is Elder Mo, you are different. Sit down, we have something to discuss. Ouyang Tianqian raised his eyelids and said calmly. Elder Mo is going to cook for Linger. Even if I lend him 100 bear gall bladders, I don't dare to stop him. Elders. They looked at Ouyang Tianqian with resentful eyes, and they all had strange looks like, Palace Master, you have changed. Okay, let's talk about Xianyun's secret realm. Xianyun's secret realm is about to open, aren't you ready to let people of your own lineage participate? Ouyang Tianqian waved his hand. Chapter 61. Xianyun's secret realm? When everyone heard this, their bodies were shocked. Xianyun's secret realm is one of the most precious secret realms in Zhongzhou. Because this secret realm is rich in elixirs. Rumor has it that this secret realm was transformed by a certain spiritual plant family in the immortal spirit world. This secret realm opens once every 10,000 years. There are many elixirs in it. It can be said that Xianyun's secret realm is the source of elixirs for all major transcendent level forces in Zhongzhou. However, there are restrictions on Xianyun's secret realm, and only the Emperor Venerable Realm and below can enter. Nowadays, all major forces have seriously lost their elixirs. So the competition will be extremely fierce this time. Don't hide it and bring your own apex level geniuses, okay? Ouyang Tianxian sighed and said helplessly. There are 10 peaks in Tiandao Palace. Each peak has a secretly cultivated transcendent level genius. These geniuses are the future of Dao Palace. However, most of the elixir was taken away by Xiaoling. Nowadays, Xianyun's secret realm can only replenish the elixirs in the elixir garden by allowing these transcendent level geniuses to go there. Yes. The elders nodded heavily. Time passed and 5 days passed quickly. Tiandao Palace, inside Elder Mo's cave mansion. You mean my parents entered the Xianyun secret realm? Li Xingyu looked at the fat man and frowned slightly. That's right. The fat man nodded heavily and answered in a very affirmative tone, for some unknown reason, your parents are secretly spreading the news that Ji Sun of the Ji family is the reincarnation of the immortal king. In the end, they were chased by people sent by the Ji family, and finally they disappeared in a space crack. The location of the space crack is exactly where the Xianyun secret realm is located. Based on my Baixiao Pavilion's analysis, the space crack is caused by the imminent opening of Xianyun's secret realm and the restriction of fluctuations. So, it is very likely that your parents entered the Xianyun secret realm in advance. Is that so? Li Xingyu murmured in her heart and looked towards Mu Ling. In that case, let's go to Xianyun's secret realm and have a look. Mu Ling thought for a moment and then said. At present, Azure Lotus Taoist Companion is the key to Xiaoling finding her mother. If we can really find the Azure Lotus Taoist Companion in Xianyun's secret realm, it will be equivalent to helping Xiaoling find her mother. You must go to Xianyun's secret realm. We, Baixiao Pavilion, will also send people into Xianyun's secret realm. This is the token of the Pavilion Master. Anyone who sees this token is like seeing the Pavilion Master. If these seniors enter the Xianyun secret realm, they can use this token to let the people of Baixiao Pavilion do whatever they want. The fat man smiled slightly, took out a dark token and placed it on the table. Ha, you, Bai Xioj, are quite good at life. Mu Ling chuckled and accepted the token directly. I have also heard of Xianyun's secret realm. The interior is extremely huge, even larger than the ancient battlefield. Find the Azure Lotus Taoist inside. Naturally, the more people, the better. I wish the seniors can get their wish, and I will take my leave first. The fat man smiled and left. When the young master calls back, we will go to the Xianyun secret realm. Mu Ling looked at Li Xingyu and said. In the past 2 days, Xiaoling has been staying with Da Hainu. Every time I go out, it takes me a long time to come back. Of course, every time I come back, I will bring out all kinds of spiritual objects from heaven and earth. Good. Li Xingyu nodded and started practicing after finishing speaking. Under Xiaoling's feeding, her cultivation also increased crazily. At this time, it is already the body integration late-stage cultivation level. The wood spirit glanced at her and began to close his eyes, nurturing spirit. Not waiting for Xiaoling to come back, Elder Mo hurried back. Her information is exactly the same as what Fatty provided. It is very likely that the Azure Lotus Taoist monk will enter the Xianyun secret realm in advance. The palace master said that after entering the secret realm, everyone in Tiandao Palace will help search for it. Elder Mo said while drinking tea. Good. Mu Ling nodded lightly. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of something, you are called ABD. Since Dao Palace is willing to work hard, let's wait for them to sell. Free labor, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't use it? Hee hee, mother-in-law, sister, I'm back. At this moment, Xiaoling's laughing voice sounded. Then, she jumped in from outside. The big black cow followed behind with an angry sound. His wise eyes were full of fear for Xiaoling. It's too scary. This little girl is too scary. He actually ran directly to the hinterland of the Sea Clan and the Six-Eyed Flying Fish Clan and captured their ancestors. You must know that he is a strong person in the 9 Tribulation Realm. Where did you go to play? Elder Mo gently stroked her little head and asked softly. Niu and I went to catch fish. Hehe, I caught a big fish. Xiaolinger replied with a smile. Catch fish? Elder Mo and Li Xingyu were both stunned. Xiaolinger nodded, and then took out the small gourd. I saw her taking off the lid and falling to the ground. Moment. A huge fish appeared in Cave Mansion. This is... Looking at the giant fish, Elder Mo's expression suddenly changed. Six-eyed flying fish. And all 6 eyes have been opened. Mu Ling was also stunned. The six-eyed flying fish are considered an extremely powerful clan among the Sea Clan. The most powerful thing about this family is their eyes. Rumor has it that every time you open an eye, you will gain a terrifying divine ability. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it has naturally seen 6-eyed flying fish. But the most powerful one is a being with all 4 eyes open. With 6 eyes open at the same time, this was the first time even it had seen it. Moo! The big black bull barked. You mean, this is the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish clan? Elder Mo spoke in shock. The ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish was, in her mind, an immortal beast of 7 tribulations. Equivalent to the 7 powerful tribulation realms of the human race. Moo! The big black cow nodded and barked twice more. This. After hearing this, Elder Mo couldn't help but be confused. Because Da Hainiu said, Xiaolinger ran to catch the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish. It was because they were playing at the beach and little Linger was picking up shells. A small 6-eyed flying fish spat out a mouthful of seawater towards Xiaolinger. In the end, little Linger chased the little 6-eyed flying fish for most of the sea area. He chased him all the way to the 6-eyed flying fish clan's lair and captured the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish clan. This kid. Elder Mo had already smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Dare to go directly to the 6-eyed flying fish clan's lair to catch their ancestor. I'm afraid only Xiaolinger dares to do this. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling were also a little unable to hold back and laughed out loud. The ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish may not be able to close his eyes until he dies. Just because of a mouthful of seawater from a little guy in his clan, he lost his life. Mother-in-law, can we have grilled fish today? Xiaolinger said with a smile. Okay, let's eat grilled fish. Elder Mo smiled and nodded. This is the 7 tribulations immortal beast. Even if she eats it, it can improve her cultivation. Linger, we are going to Xianyun secret realm. My parents entered the Xianyun secret realm. As long as you find them, you can find your mother. Li Xingyu answered. Wow, really? Then will I be able to see my mother soon? After hearing this, Xiaolinger's round eyes seemed to be a little brighter. Chapter 62. Yes. Li Xingyu smiled and nodded. As long as you enter the Xianyun secret realm and find her parents, you can learn the location of Bai Union from their mouths. At that time, it will naturally be the time when Xiaolinger sees Bai Union. Wow, great, I want to see my mother. After hearing this, little Linger was so happy that she jumped in the cave mansion. Niu, I want to see my mother and kiss her. Mother-in-law. I want to see my mother, hee. Little dog, I want to see my mother. She ran to the big black cow one moment, and then ran to Elder Mo to express her excitement. Look at her bouncing little body. Whether it was Elder Mo, Li Xingyu, or Mu Ling, they were all exaggerated by the joyful little Linger, with a smile on their faces unconsciously. Even the big black bull, who looks extremely wise, grins widely, revealing 2 rows of iconic big teeth, making it look even more honest. Linger, let's have a full meal first. Only when you have enough food can you find your mother better. Elder Mo smiled lovingly, but in the depths of his cloudy eyes, there was a hint of reluctance. She knew in her heart that the time to say goodbye had come. Now that Xiaolinger is gone, there's no telling whether he will come back. Although I only had contact with Xiaolinger for a short 2 or 3 days. However, the lively, cute and slightly dull little Linger was like a beam of light, illuminating her lifeless heart. If possible, she hoped that Xiaolinger could stay and spend more time with her. But, she knows, this won't work. A person's life is a process of constant separation. She can't keep Xiaolinger, and it's impossible for Xiaolinger to stay with her. All she could do was to take out the treasured ingredients and cook a big meal for Xiaolinger on the eve of their departure. It's not just Elder Mo who is like this. The same goes for the big black bull. It looked at Xiaolinger, its big copper bell-like eyes full of reluctance. If Elder Mo is similar to a grandmother, then he is similar to an uncle. Especially these 2 days. It takes little Linger to play every day, buying her candied haws, taking her to fish, watching shadow puppet shows, etc. These little bits and pieces, insignificant things. On the eve of separation, they all became a needle, piercing the heart of the big black cow. Xiaolinger nodded heavily. As Elder Mo continued to be busy in the kitchen. Soon, there was a large table of delicious food in Cave Mansion. Wow, it smells so good and rich. Xiaolinger looked at the large table of delicious food and her mouth watered. Then eat more. Elder Mo sat next to her, smiling softly and picking up food for her. The big black cow squatted on the left side of Xiaolinger silently. Okay, thank you, mother-in-law. Little Linger tilted her head and smiled, as if she was transformed into a happy elf and basically wouldn't feel sad. Moo. When the big black cow saw Elder Mo picking vegetables for Xiaolinger, it also used its hooves to steady its chopsticks and frantically put vegetables into Xiaolinger's bowl. Thank you, Daniel. Xiaolinger also smiled at it. Time passed like this as Elder Mo and Dahainu kept picking up food for Xiaolinger. Soon the meal ended quietly. Senior, we are ready to leave for Xianyun's secret realm. At this time, Ouyang Tiangxuan's voice came from outside Cave Mansion. Hear the words. Elder Mo and Dahainu both trembled. Parting has arrived. Linger, go ahead and go with the people from Tiandao Palace. This is the spiritual meal I prepared for you. You can eat it when you are hungry. Elder Mo gently stroked Xiaolinger's head and handed her a storage ring. Moo. The big black bull howled and opened its mouth to spit out a storage ring. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling didn't speak, they just watched silently. Mother-in-law, you are so awesome. As if knowing that they had to separate, Xiaolinger couldn't help but feel depressed. Be good, it's okay. When you find your mother, you can come and see us, okay? Elder Mo smiled slightly, but his smile was a little stiff. Moo. The big black cow also nudged the little Linger with his head. Okay, mother-in-law, Niu, when I find my mother, I will definitely come and see you. Little Linger nodded, touched the big black cow's head, and hugged Elder Mo. Okay, go ahead. Elder Mo nodded with moist eyes. After saying that, he took the initiative to send Xiaolinger outside the cave mansion. The big black cow followed silently. After walking out of cave mansion, Ouyang Tianqian was already waiting outside. Mother-in-law, big black cow, I'm leaving. Xiaolinger sat on Mu Ling's back, waving to one person and one cow. Elder Mo and Dahainu both smiled and nodded. In their eyes, the figures of Xiaolinger and his group gradually disappeared into the sky. But even though Xiaolinger and his group could no longer be seen outside the cave mansion, Elder Mo and Dahainu still looked far away and remained silent for a long time. It took a while. Elder Mo reluctantly looked away. Old hey, we are the only two left again. Alas, this cave mansion has become quiet again. Elder Mo let out a long sigh. Moo. The big black cow barked in a low tone. Old hey, to Linger, we are just passers-by. She has a wider, more exciting world. It's a blessing for us to be able to stay with us for 2 days. Elder Mo touched the head of the big black cow. Moo. The big black cow nodded, but its big eyes like copper bells were full of reluctance and tears. How old are you and you still cry? It's not a separation between life and death. Elder Mo touched its head and said softly. Moo. The big black bull replied unconvinced. I didn't cry, it was just that the wind was a bit strong and sand got into my eyes. On the flying boat of Dao Palace. Linger, the separation is only temporary. When you find your mother, you can come and play with the big black cow, and you can also ask your mother-in-law to cook for you. Li Xingyu held Xiao Linger, who was feeling a little depressed, and comforted her. Elder sister. Little Linger looked at her, tears sparkling in her round eyes. It's okay. When I find you and my mother, you can come back to see them. Li Xingyu comforted. After I find my mother, I will take my mother-in-law and the big black cow to the village. Let my mother-in-law prepare delicious food for me every day. Xiao Linger nodded heavily. Good. Li Xingyu echoed. One night passed in the blink of an eye. When the Dao Palace flying boat stopped, it was already noon the next day. Senior, we have arrived at the location of Xianyun's secret realm. Ouyang Tianxuan's voice came from outside. Hear the words. Li Xingyu pulled Xiao Linger out of the private room. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was Ouyang Tianxian. On the plywood behind him, stood the major transcendent level geniuses from Dao Palace. At this time, everyone was staring at Xiao Linger curiously. Because this was the first time they saw Ouyang Tianxian treat someone so politely. Little Linger also stared curiously at the people in Tian Dao Palace with her big round eyes. Senior, it will take a quarter of an hour before Xianyun's secret realm opens. Entering secret realm, the people of Dao Palace are at their mercy. Ouyang Tianxian smiled and spoke to Xiao Linger, trying his best to appear affable. Oh, sister, there are so many vegetables in it. Xiao Linger nodded, looked at the mountains in front and said. After saying that, she walked forward in vain, minding her own business. Senior, no. Ouyang Tianxian saw this and hurriedly reminded him. The Xianyun secret realm has not yet been opened, and the consequences of breaking into it will be disastrous. Because there was once a 9 tribulation realm strongman who wanted to force his way into the Xianyun secret realm, but in the end he ended up in ashes. Chapter 63. What does she want to do? I don't know. Is it possible to forcefully break into the Xianyun secret realm? Forcibly break into Xianyun secret realm? Are you kidding me? Yes, the restrictions in the Xianyun secret realm can be easily obliterated by even the 9 tribulation realm experts. Although she is strong, she can't force her way into the Xianyun secret realm, right? The other people in the Tian Dao Palace looked at Xiao Linger's figure and started talking about it. Xianyun's secret realm cannot be broken into forcefully, it is something engraved in the bones of Zhongzhou people. Because for tens of thousands of years, there have been many people who wanted to force their way into the Xianyun secret realm. After all, it is rich in elixirs. If you can force your way in, you will no longer be short of cultivation resources. However, for tens of thousands of years, those who have forced their way into the Xianyun secret realm have been wiped out in the face of the restriction, without exception. These include several 9 tribulation realm independent cultivators. Therefore, in the eyes of the people of Zhongzhou, if you want to enter the Xianyun secret realm, you can only wait for the secret realm to open by itself. Now Xiao Linger looks like he wants to force his way into Xianyun's secret realm. How could they not be surprised? Not only the people from Tian Dao Palace, but also people from other forces noticed Xiao Linger. Look, that little doll. Which naughty kid is this? How dare you come to Xianyun's secret realm? It seems to have come out of the Dao Palace flying boat. Let me go, what does this kid want to do? Doesn't he want to force his way into the Xianyun's secret realm? Forcibly breaking into Xianyun's secret realm, are you kidding me? That's right, this Xianyun's secret realm is called the Boneyard of Intruders. Looking at the entire Zhongzhou, who dares to intrude? Yes, even the top 9 level immortal mansions don't dare to force their way into it. They just wait obediently for the Xianyun's secret realm to open every time. Don't be afraid of the ignorant. After all, he looks like a little kid of 4 or 5 years old. Various discussions intertwined. At this moment, almost everyone who wanted to enter Xianyun's secret realm to obtain cultivation resources focused on Xiaolinger. No way. Xiaolinger's behavior was too conspicuous. Pavilion Master, what do you think? On the warship of Baixiao Pavilion, the fat man glanced at Xiaolinger, and the middle-aged man leaning on him cast a consulting look. The middle-aged man was none other than the Pavilion Master of Baixiao Pavilion, Bailey Wen. How do you see it? Of course you see it with your eyes. Bailey Wen glanced at him and took a sip of wine before speaking. Fatty. Hearing this, his expression froze. Listening to your words is really like listening to your words. He complained in his mind, never expecting to get such an incorrect answer. Doesn't this person have many immortal treasures on his body? The immortal treasure has a spirit. I guess it was arranged by the person behind her. It is equivalent to protecting Deist, but in this case, none of the immortal treasures came out to stop it. Why did you say? Bailey Wen glanced at the fat man and said calmly. That's what the Pavilion Master means. The fat man was immediately shocked. If those fairy treasures are really acting as guardians, and they have not come out to stop him now, it means that the fairy cloud secret realm poses no threat to Xiaolinger. But, how is this possible? That's Xianyun's secret realm. The terrifying secret realm that killed several people who tried to break into the 9 tribulation realm. It may not be possible for others, but this one is really possible. Bailey Wen said calmly, as if he had read through the fat man's thoughts. Pavilion Master, according to the ancient books passed down by me, Baixiao Pavilion. This Xianyun's secret realm is a very powerful fairy medicine garden in the Xian spirit world. The fat man still said in disbelief. His implication is also very obvious. The restriction of Xianyun's secret realm is the immortal formation, a real immortal formation. Xiaolinger is strong, he doesn't deny it. But it shouldn't be possible to ignore an immortal formation, right? Just watch it. Bailey Wen laughed softly without explaining too much. Because he had already gotten the word from Wu Yang Tianxian. That is a terrifying existence that even an immortal king must treat with respect. In the immortal spirit world, I want to be treated respectfully by a powerful immortal king. At least you need immortal venerable cultivation. In other words, the person behind Xiaolinger is at least a terrifying power at the level of immortal venerable. There are very few existences of this level in the immortal spirit world. And what about the fairy secret realm? It's just the ruins of an immortal mansion that has been destroyed. With only an immortal formation protecting him, how could it stop the little Linger who was born into the immortal venerable family? Unless, the predecessor of this fairy secret realm was originally an immortal venerable level force. But if that were the case, how could it be destroyed so easily? Even if it is destroyed, how can the immortal spirit world give up the medicine garden left by the immortal venerable forces to the true spirit world? So, Bailey Wen dares to be sure. This restriction that can stop all the powerful people in the true spirit world will definitely not be able to stop Xiaolinger, a being with a very terrifying origin. Pavilion Master, do you know anything? The fat man looked at him suspiciously. Don't ask, I just don't know if I hear it. Bailey Wen smiled lightly and replied. Fatty. Okay, let's play like this, right? He muttered in his heart, stopped talking, and watched silently. And at this time, little Linger, who was sitting in front of Xianyun's secret realm, seemed to turn a deaf ear to the voices around Ouyang Tianxian and did not say anything to refute. She just silently took out an old-looking broken knife. "Mother, I'm here to find you," little Linger muttered to herself. Then, he took the short knife and gently slashed in front of him. In an instant, a crack appeared in the terrifying restriction of Xianyun's secret realm. "Sister, little dog, let's go in." After breaking through the restrictions of Xianyun's secret realm, Xiaolinger turned to Li Xingyu and Mu Ling and said, "This." Dead silence. The whole scene fell into a terrifying silence. People from all the major forces stared at the crack behind Xiaolinger, all dumbfounded. Opened? The secret realm of Xianyun, which is said to be one that can only be waited for but cannot be entered by force, was easily opened by a child of 4 or 5 years old. What's going on? Damn it, I'm so horny today. I'm definitely horny today. A hallucination, this must be an hallucination. You're so irritated, why the hell are you beating me? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Oh my god, she just opened the Xianyun secret realm like that. Who is this person? He has such terrifying abilities. Since when did such a terrifying person appear in Dao Palace? I remembered, isn't this the one who went to trouble the Yu family before? Yes, that's her. There are rumors that the Yu family has been completely destroyed. Could it be? Hiss. It took a while for everyone to react and speak one after another. The tone was full of shock and disbelief. What's more, they directly recognized Xiaolinger. After all, there were quite a few people who went to the Yu family to attend the wedding banquet. Of course, besides being shocked, they were more curious. I am curious about what kind of existence Xiaolinger is. Not to mention the destruction of the Yu family. Now it is even easier to get rid of the ban on Xianyun's secret realm. Is this really the person who should exist in the true spirit world? Chapter 64. People from all the major forces complained in frustration. You know, Xiaolinger looks only 4 or 5 years old. At such a young age, 90% of them are still playing in the mud. Even the major immortal mansions can't deal with such children. It is just to let them learn to read and write, or to cultivate their interest in practicing various arts and make plans for the future. But what about Xiaolinger? Suddenly appeared in Zhongzhou and destroyed the apex-level family Yu family with thunderous means. Now in front of so many forces, he can easily open the ban on Xianyun's secret realm. Two things. Whether it is destroying the Yu family or opening the Xianyun secret realm, it is impossible for those in the true spirit world. Even those old monsters with 9 tribulation realms who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years cannot do it. However, little Linger, who was only 4 years old, did it. And he seemed to be relaxed. Such an unnatural thing. Who is not surprised and who is not shocked? Not to mention ordinary people, even Ouyang Tianxian who just reminded Xiaolinger became dumbfounded. He looked at the entrance behind Xiaolinger. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, as if he wanted to confirm whether he was out of vision. Because in his opinion, the most powerful thing about Xiaolinger is the terrifying origin. As for itself, it should be just like that. But now it seems that Ouyang Tianxian knows that he seems to have thought wrong. Not only does Xiaolinger have a terrifying origin, he is also extremely terrifying himself. Otherwise, how could it be possible to open the Xianyun secret realm so easily? Let's go, why are you dazed? Mu Ling said to Li Xingyu. It seemed that Xiaolinger was not surprised at all when he was able to open the Xianyun secret realm. Oh. Li Xingyu nodded quickly. One person and one dog quickly came behind Xiaolinger. Sister, little dog, let's go in and find mother. Xiaolinger put away the knife with a smile. Okay, let's go. Li Xingyu smiled gently. Just like that, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, 2 people and 1 dog stepped into the Xianyun secret realm. Only the people of Zhongzhou were left in shock. It took a long time for the major forces to react. Hiss, did you really go in? Then can we also? Yes, can we go in too? Those who reacted spoke one after another, staring at the entrance created by Xiao Linger with burning eyes. There are a lot of elixirs in the Xianyun secret realm. Among them is the inheritance of immortals. However, each time it is turned on is very short, it will only be turned on for half a day. Now Xiao Linger actually opened Xianyun's secret realm in advance. Doesn't that mean you can enter in advance? This is a great thing. After all, if you enter early, you will get more elixirs. Palace Master, us. The people in Tiandao Palace looked at Ouyang Tianxian with fiery eyes. No one would not want to enter Xianyun's secret realm in advance. Unless you are a fool. Facing the gazes of everyone in Dao Palace, Ouyang Profound Heaven pondered. That was the entrance created by Xiao Linger. It is exclusive to Xiao Linger. What should I do if I enter rashly and make Xiao Linger unhappy? Baixiao Pavilion listened to the order and all members entered the Xianyun secret realm to help the junior find the person. While Ouyang Tianxian was hesitating, Bailey Wen's voice sounded. Maid. After Ouyang Tianxian heard this, he secretly cursed the old fox. The old guy is so treacherous. He found such a perfect excuse. The Dao Palace obeyed the order, and everyone entered the Xianyun secret realm to help the junior find the person. Ouyang Tianxian also spoke in the same manner. Other forces reacted and followed suit not to be outdone. Evergreen Mountain obeys the order, and everyone enters the Xianyun secret realm to help the junior find the person. Xianling Pavilion obeyed the order, and all members entered the Xianyun secret realm to help the junior find the person. The Taking Cult obeys orders. The leaders of the major forces spoke one after another. Oh, what you all said is so beautiful, but do you know who the junior is looking for? Bailiwen glanced at the leaders and said with a smile. Forward. The leaders of the major forces were all stunned when they heard this. They know shit. It's just an excuse to enter the Xianyun secret realm. As a partner, I will give you a piece of news for free. The person that the junior needs to find is the Azure Lotus Taoist couple, the couple in the early stage of the Venerable Realm. After entering, you must keep your eyes open, otherwise if you kill people you shouldn't kill, you will be exterminated. Bailiwen glanced at everyone and reminded. The leaders quickly thanked them. Oh, by the way, the Azure Lotus monk was once hunted by the Shura sect and the Ji family. Bailiwen said again as if he remembered something. Damn it! After hearing this, the Ji family and Shure men who were among the crowd all stared. What the hell, brother, are you doing this? In this case, in order to prevent you from playing dirty tricks, the Ji family and the Shura sect should not enter the Xianyun secret realm. Yet, what if they hunt down the Azure Lotus Taoist monk again? That's not Senior Luan's business. That's right, people from the Ji family and Shura sect, please don't come in. All the leaders spoke tacitly. After hearing this, people from the Ji family and the Shura sect were angry and helpless. Anything to mess with the junior-senior's affairs is just an excuse. Don't you just want to reduce the number of wolves so that everyone in your family can eat some? However, facing so many transcendent-level forces, they had no choice but to break their teeth and swallow them. At the same time, deep in the Xianyun secret realm, in a simple and magnificent palace. There is nothing else in the huge palace, only lifelike stone statues. What's going on? Who actually broke our restrictions? Suddenly, a strong voice sounded in the hall. Break our restrictions? How is it possible? There are such people in the lost world of the second dimension. Yes, even in the past millions of years, no one can break our restrictions. Is it someone from the immortal spirit world? Humph, so what about the people of the immortal spirit world? Even if a powerful celestial immortal comes in person, it is impossible for him to break our restrictions. Damn it, what's going on in this lost world? Even if that person comes here, why does he still exist like this? Hey, let's take it one step at a time. I hope the other party is not coming for us. One after another voices sounded in the hall. Oh, what a troubled time. A sigh sounded, coming from the most special one among the stone statues. The stone statue is all black and white, as if it were carved from a simple piece of jade. Don't panic. They just broke through our restrictions. They shouldn't be able to discover our existence. Unless the person coming is an immortal king, how could a strong immortal king come here with such a careless attitude? The voice came from the jade carving again. Wow, sister, little dog, there are so many soul-sealing stone statues here. However, before the jade statue finished speaking, a young voice suddenly sounded. Jade carving? Chapter 65. Hear sounds. The jade carving was dumbfounded on the spot. Madhu. No, what's going on? Did you get it wrong? Then. I saw the palace door being opened. Xiao Linger walked in with Li Xingyu and Mu Ling. This. Seeing a man and a dog walking in, all the immortal souls in the stone statues in the hall were stunned. No, what if it was promised that it would be impossible to be discovered? What's going on now? Wow, there are so many soul-sealing stone statues. Little Linger jumped into the hall, looking curiously at the stone statues with her round eyes. Soul-sealed stone statue? Li Xingyu and Mu Ling both had confusion in their eyes. This was the first time they heard this. Linger, what is the soul-sealing stone statue? Li Xingyu asked curiously. Sir, the soul-sealing stone statue is made of a strange stone called the sky-deceiving stone. You can send the immortal soul into the stone statue to lock your lifespan. If you meet someone with good talent, you can swallow other people's souls and live a new life. Xiao Linger explained, looking here and there. After listening, Li Xingyu and Mu Ling were both shocked. They didn't expect that this stone statue would be so defiant. Can you lock your own longevity? Wouldn't that be another way to achieve so-called eternal life? Of course. Compared to the shock of the two of them, the numerous immortal souls in the soul-sealing stone were even more shocking. Because soul-sealing stones were extremely rare in their time, there are very few people who know about the soul-sealing stone. Only some terrifying beings know. Not to mention this day and age. Moreover, the person who spoke about the soul-sealing stone was still a 4 or 5-year-old child. Is it possible that in this era, soul-sealing stones have become extremely common? Is it so common that even a 4 or 5-year-old kid can understand it? Of course, what frightens many immortal souls the most is this little doll actually has that person's aura. If I remember correctly, the two people who accidentally entered this place before also had the aura of that person. Immortal King. At this time, words of astonishment, shock, and even confusion came from the jade and stone statues. What? As soon as these words came out, the immortal soul in the soul-sealing stone trembled violently. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Immortal King is strong? A 4 or 5-year-old Immortal King? Is there any mistake? Is this era already so prosperous? Can a 4 or 5-year-old kid cultivate to the Immortal King realm? Many immortal souls thought. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling were equally shocked. Regarding Xiao Linger's specific cultivation, both Li Xingyu and Mu Ling had a rough assessment in mind. True immortal realm. But now? Immortal King? Xiao Linger is actually a powerful immortal king? This. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling looked at each other with shock and disbelief in their eyes. After experiencing what happened to the Yu family, they know that the powerful immortal king is also an extremely terrifying existence in the immortal spirit world. After all, there was a tribulation realm strongman who said that Xiao Linger was a true immortal. Yu Linfei was not afraid at all. So, sure. The Immortal King is a powerful person who should be a terrifying existence above all immortals in the immortal spirit world. But now, Xiao Linger himself is an Immortal King. Sect Master, did you sense something wrong? Yes, how can a 4 or 5-year-old baby be the Immortal King? The powerful Immortal King is not common even in our time. The immortal souls in the soul-sealing stone sculpture reacted and spoke one after another. Immortal King is strong. Both were rare in their time. Of course, it's just rare. There are still a lot of immortal kings in the entire immortal spirit world. But the problem is, little Linger is only 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old immortal king. Even immortals have never appeared in the history of spirit world. If you tell others that you met a 4 or 5-year-old immortal king, you will definitely be regarded as a fool. Because he is an immortal king at the age of 4 or 5, even if he is the heir of an immortal emperor, it is absolutely impossible. Wow, you can still talk. Little Linger didn't seem to feel anything, and just stared at the many stone statues in surprise. Little old man Wang Feiyun has met the immortal king. After the words fell, the jade statue seemed to come to life. It walked out from among the many stone statues and saluted Xiao Linger. Buzz! Just as Wang Feiyun finished speaking. But the big tripod suddenly flew out of Xiao Linger's storage space. The Immortal Refining Cauldron. It's the Immortal Refining Cauldron. Oh my god, why is this Immortal Refining Cauldron on her body? Immortal Refining Cauldron, you were not destroyed. Seeing the big cauldron, exclamations kept ringing out. The Immortal Refining Cauldron is actually you. Wang Feiyun's tone was also full of shock. At the same time, there is joy. I didn't expect you to still exist in the world. The cauldron weapon spirit flew out and looked at Wang Feiyun and the others with complicated eyes. Because these were the subordinates of his previous master. Hey, dating, do you know them? Xiao Linger spoke in surprise. Go back, little master, I know you. Immortal Refining Cauldron replied respectfully. This. But the attitude of the Immortal Cauldron made Wang Feiyun and the others dumbfounded. You must know that the original Immortal Refining Cauldron was their master's Immortal King weapon. But the relationship with their master is more of a cooperative relationship. Their master used the Immortal Refining Cauldron to refine the elixir. Similarly, their master also used the 5 elements Immortal Source to nurture the Immortal Refining Cauldron. It can be said that we help each other. What about now? The Immortal Refining Cauldron actually treated a person with such respect. Immortal Refining Cauldron, you. Wang Feiyun spoke in disbelief. How proud was the Immortal Refining Cauldron back then? How could he become so groveling now? The weapon spirit of the Immortal Refining Cauldron glanced at him without explaining. Okay, what happened back then? At that time, I was absorbing the 5 elements Immortal Source and didn't know anything. When I woke up, the Immortal Plant Garden was completely gone. Immortal Refining Cauldron asked doubtfully. Well. After Wang Feiyun heard this, he let out a long sigh. His eyes fell faintly on Xiao Linger. It has something to do with her. Immortal Refining Cauldron couldn't help but be confused after hearing this. How could it be related to Xiao Linger? To be precise, it has something to do with the people she is related to. Wang Feiyun said again. What the hell are you doing with my tongue twister? Immortal Refining Cauldron rolled his eyes at him. Why are you here? Wang Yunfei did not answer, but asked instead. Come to see my mother. Xiao Linger immediately answered. Mother? After Wang Feiyun heard this, his heart was shocked. Maid. This little girl can't be that girl's daughter? Who is your mother? He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Mother is mother. Xiao Linger spoke innocently. Wang Feiyun. Okay, that's a great answer. He was speechless. Do you know anything? Immortal Refining Cauldron stared at Wang Feiyun and said in a deep voice. Xiao Linger's mother is a mystery to everyone. Perhaps only that person knows it clearly. I'm not sure either. Do you have any portraits? Or a name? Wang Feiyun sighed and answered. Senior, this is a portrait. Hearing this, Li Xingyu took a step forward and sketched the portrait. It's really her. You are really her daughter. How is it possible, how is it possible? When Wang Feiyun saw the portrait, he was completely stunned and became incoherent. Chapter 66. Wang Feiyun murmured incoherently, his voice full of disbelief. The immortal refining cauldron in front of him, as well as Li Xingyu and Mu Ling, all looked confused. Whose daughter is it? Why is it impossible? What do you know? Tell me. Immortal refining cauldron said in a deep voice. Both it and the little gourds were brought back by Lu Ming later. Therefore, it can be said that I know nothing about Bai Union. Do you know that there were 2 giants in the immortal spirit world back then? Wang Feiyun took a deep look at Xiaolinger before speaking slowly. The 2 giants of the spirit world? Hearing this, immortal refining cauldron fell into deep thought. It took a while before it slowly spoke, Yin Heavenly Emperor and Yun Yan. It said. At this point, there was a sudden pause. The whole spiritual body trembled violently. You mean? Immortal refining cauldron glanced at Xiaolinger in disbelief, and felt a little thirsty. If that's the case, isn't Xiaolinger's true identity too terrifying? Yes, she is the daughter of Union Immortal Emperor, one of the 2 giants in the immortal spirit world. Wang Feiyun looked at Xiaolinger faintly and answered. What? As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu and Mu Ling both trembled violently. Little Linger is actually the descendant of an immortal emperor? Union Immortal Emperor, Bai Union. That's it, that's it. Immortal refining cauldron kept sighing with emotion. At this moment, it finally understood why the man didn't come to help Xiaolinger find his mother. Instead, be prepared to go through the true divine tribulation and condense your divine personality before looking for it. It turned out to be because Xiaolinger's mother's identity was too terrifying. Even it didn't expect it. Xiaolinger's mother is actually the Union Immortal Emperor, one of the 2 immortal emperors in the immortal spirit world. This moment, the immortal refining cauldron was a little envious of Xiaolinger's background. His father is an immortal emperor who is undergoing the divine tribulation. His mother is also an immortal emperor. As the daughter of these 2 terrifying powers, Xiaolinger can be said to be the truly strongest 2nd generation. Then what's going on with the mistress now? Reincarnated. After a while, Immortal Refining Cauldron recovered from the shock and asked. That's right, the Heavenly Emperor Yin and the Immortal Emperor Union got into a fight for some reason. That battle involved countless immortal courts, and the immortal spirit world was also beaten to pieces. In the end, the Heavenly Emperor relied on a real divine weapon to be slightly better. Our fairy garden was also involved and became what it is now. Of course, what surprises me the most is that Union Immortal Emperor actually has a daughter. She is the beauty in the eyes of countless powerful people in the spirit world. I didn't expect that after reincarnation, he would get married and have a daughter. If people from the immortal spirit world know about it, I'm afraid. Wang Feiyun spoke slowly. Union Immortal Emperor, the person who is admired by countless powerful people in the immortal spirit world. Now, I actually have a daughter. If only those admirers in the immortal spirit world knew about it. Something will definitely happen. After all, the current Union Immortal Emperor is no longer the Union Immortal Emperor of the past. Oh, do you think the master is bad? Immortal Refining Cauldron glanced at him and spoke mockingly. That person's strength is definitely the most powerful existence today, bar none. Not even the Yin Heavenly Emperor can compare. Immortal Refining Cauldron, this is the true spirit world. What kind of strong man can there be in a mere lost world? Wang Feiyun glanced at him and answered. Oh, you seem to have forgotten that the little master is an immortal king. The immortal king at just 4 years old. It didn't even exist in your time. Immortal Refining Cauldron sneered and replied. Wang Feiyun's eyes immediately narrowed. You mean? He stared at the immortal refining cauldron and said in a concentrated voice. From the owner's hand. My little master was able to possess the cultivation of Immortal King at the age of 4. It was all cultivated by the master. Do you think the Yin Heavenly Emperor can do this? Immortal Refining Cauldron smiled slightly. Hiss. After Wang Feiyun heard this, he was instantly stunned. Raise a 4-year-old child into a powerful Immortal King. No one in Spirit World can do it. Not even the current overlord of the Spirit World, the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, how could there be only 2 Immortal Emperors in the Spirit World? But, who in the world today can do this? Who is her father? Wang Feiyun asked in a deep voice. Have no idea. Immortal Refining Cauldron responded immediately. What the hell? After hearing this, Wang Feiyun was confused. Don't know what the hell it is? You have already called me master, how could you not know? I really don't know. I've never heard of him in the immortal spirit world. Immortal Refining Cauldron smiled bitterly. This is the truth. If Lu Ming hadn't taken the initiative to catch it, it would never know. There are still such horrible people in the world today. Then what do you know? Wang Feiyun spoke speechlessly. They all call me master. Don't know anything? What a joke. All I know is that he is very strong. Even the Yin Heavenly Emperor can't compare. He will be the first person to break the shackles of the immortal spirit world. Facing his gaze, the Heavenly Refining Cauldron slowly spoke. What? After Wang Feiyun heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Can't even compare to Heavenly Emperor? What a joke. You know, now that Union Immortal Emperor is reincarnated, the immortal spirit world is the Yin Heavenly Emperor alone. It would be an understatement to say that Heavenly Emperor Myriad Worlds is the only one in the world. How could this child's father be more powerful than the Yin Heavenly Emperor? Certainly. What shocked him the most was the last sentence. Break the shackles of the spirit world. Wang Feiyun knew very well what the so-called shackles meant. Also shocked were Li Xingyu and Mu Ling. Xiaolinger's father is actually more powerful than an immortal emperor? What kind of existence is that? The two of them thought and couldn't help but look at each other. Not to mention Immortal Emperor. Even the true immortal realm is a level that is difficult for them to access in this life. But what about Xiaolinger? Her mother is the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor, and her father is still a terrifying existence more powerful than the Immortal Emperor. This has nothing to do with you. Let me ask you, did anyone else come in before we came in? Immortal Refining Cauldron opened the topic. The most important thing now is to help Xiaolinger find her mother. Are you talking about that couple? Wang Feiyun didn't ask any further questions. Because the affairs of Xiaolinger's family have little to do with him. Certainly. It is impossible for him to come into contact with such terrifying existence in this life. Yes, where are they? Immortal Refining Cauldron nodded. Left. You know, our current situation requires us to seize the bodies so that we can see the light of day again. Originally, we valued those two people very much, but unfortunately they smelled like the Immortal Emperor. How dare we touch the people of Unzan Immortal Emperor? So, let them out. Wang Feiyun said slowly. Although Bai Union is now reincarnated, he is still not someone they can provoke. You guys, hey, why did you just let me go? Where have people gone? After hearing this, Immortal Refining Cauldron was angry and helpless. Chapter 67. It was not easy to find the location of Li Xingyu's parents. Not here now. Of course, it's hard to blame Wang Feiyun. After all, judging from the current situation, Li Xingyu's parents were probably helping Xiaolinger's mother. That was the powerful Immortal Emperor. If it were it also didn't dare to leave behind two people who worked with the former Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, he might have to ascend to heaven. Probably Beast Realm. I once heard the two of them talking about going to Beast Realm to find a leader. Wang Feiyun answered helplessly. If I had known earlier that there was such a connection between Li Xingyu's parents and Xiaoling, there was no way he was going to let it go. Maybe, we can use this to form a good relationship. Beast Realm, Commander. After hearing this, Immortal Refining Cauldron spoke with thoughtful eyes. Yes, I think Union Immortal Emperor must have rebuilt or recalled the original 12 Immortals territory. The couple went to the Beast Realm to find the leader. It should be one of them. Wang Feiyun nodded. Is that so? Immortal Refining Cauldron pondered. It seems that I have to go to this Beast Realm. Moreover, judging from the clues currently under control, maybe, Xiaoling's mother is in Beast Realm. Senior, it seems we have to go to Beast Realm. Li Xingyu spoke at this time. Then let's go. Immortal Refining Cauldron nodded. After saying that, he returned to Xiaoling's storage space. Sister, there are a lot of vegetables here. Let's go pick some vegetables before we go. Xiaoling opened her big round eyes and took over the words. Wang Feiyun couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. You both have an Immortal Emperor mother, and a father who is more powerful than the Immortal Emperor. Why are you still thinking about our elixir? He muttered in his heart, but he had to pretend not to hear anything. He was sure. If he said even half a word of step, he would definitely be torn apart by Xiaoling. Good. When Li Xingyu saw Wang Feiyun didn't say anything, she just took him as his acquiescence. Subsequently, Xiaoling started the crazy picking mode in Xianyun's secret realm. Still the same as before. Accept all the good-looking ones and ignore the bad ones. She didn't leave Xianyun's secret realm until she was satisfied. After leaving Xianyun's secret realm, everyone headed towards the Beast Realm without stopping. At the same time, it is forbidden to enter the sea. The Yu family was destroyed. Doubtful voices sounded in the hall. The person who spoke was Bai Union, who was wearing a dragon mask. Yes, this is the news brought back by the Azure Lotus couple. Under the white clouds, the man wearing a sheep pattern mask replied respectfully. He is the sheep immortal leader among the 12 immortal leaders. Specialized in collecting all kinds of intelligence. Do you know who did it? There was a hint of doubt in Bai Union's voice. The Yu family is not a small force. With the Dao Palace at its back, there are 9 powerful tribulation realms in the clan. Want to destroy the Yu family? None of the forces in True Spirit World should be able to do this. I don't know. They were being hunted by the Shui men and the Ji family. The information that can be heard is limited. It seems to be a little girl. Commander Sheep pondered. A little girl? After listening, Bai Union's eyes became even more confused. How could a little girl destroy the Yu family? Is it someone from the Immortal Spirit World? After a moment, she guessed. If they were from the Immortal Spirit World, they would have the strength to destroy the Yu family. It's very possible, because of the news coming from District D. A little girl too. Commander Sheep replied. Then why did she destroy the Yu family? Bai Union's eyes became even more confused. Although True Spirit World is just a lost world, but it is also one of the sources of new blood in the Immortal Spirit World. As far as she knew, several powerful immortals from the Spirit World came from the True Spirit World. Logically speaking, the people of Immortal Spirit World should not attack the forces of True Spirit World. Is it possible that this is for you? Commander Sheep thought for a moment and then replied. After all, the Yu family had forced this person into marriage. Maybe the Immortal Spirit World people noticed something. Went to the Yu family to inquire, but there was a conflict and the Yu family was destroyed. Check their news. Bai Union took the words without thinking about Xiaoling at all. After all, in her impression, Xiaoling and his daughter are ordinary people. Even if Xiaoling has the qualifications to practice, it is impossible to find this place from such a remote place. Not to mention destroying the Yu family. Yes. Yang Tongling nodded respectfully, then turned and left. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yunyan was the only one left in the hall. Alas, just restored to the celestial immortal realm. It's too difficult to return to the Immortal Emperor realm. Can he still wait for me? Bai Yunyan sat on the dragon chair, looking into the distance, her eyes full of sorrow. At the same time, Beast Realm is on a beach near the sea. Maid, this is better. You should have come here earlier to enjoy the blessings. The old man in sackcloth was leaning on the deck chair, holding a fishing rod and fishing in the sunshine. Beside him, there were also two women who looked like human beings but had plush ears waiting on them. One helps to pinch the legs, and the other helps to pinch the shoulders. Yet, comfortable. The old man in sackcloth closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfortable pressure on his legs and shoulders, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Since coming to Beast Realm, he found a small hilltop and relied on the Emperor's venerable realm cultivation to occupy the mountain and become the king. Every day I live a life of reaching out for clothes and opening my mouth for food. It focuses on a carefree and happy life. Hey, that's not right. Why do your eyelids keep twitching? The old man in sackcloth muttered and touched his left eyelid. Is it because you are older? He muttered in his mind. Sudden. I saw the fishing rod in his hand suddenly pulled forward. Hey, there's a fish. The old man in sackcloth suddenly became energetic, grabbed the fishing rod and started to exert force. The terrifying power of law emerged. He suddenly lifted it with force in his hand. He saw a colorful fish lifted out of the water. 5 spirit fish, good, good. As expected of the beast realm, the training resources are really abundant. Looking at the fish caught, the old man in my had a smile on his face. These 5 spirit fish are rare delicacies. It is also a kind of cultivation resource. He happily put the 5 spirit fish into the wooden barrel next to him. The old man in sackcloth frowned slightly. What's going on? Why are your eyelids jumping so fast? Is it dangerous to get close? He muttered in his heart and spread his spiritual consciousness. There is no strong monster race, and there is no strong tribulation realm person. The old man in sackcloth frowned and muttered. I really can't understand why my eyelids are twitching so wildly. Forget it, never mind it, the soldiers will come and cover it up with water and earth. I don't believe I can meet that girl again. Unable to understand, the old man in sackcloth stopped thinking. Subsequently, he cast the rod again and started fishing. However, the frequency of eyelid twitching is getting faster and faster. Damn, what happened today? He spoke in confusion. I really don't understand why my eyelids are twitching so fast. There aren't any big terrors nearby. However, the next moment he was dumbfounded. Wow, Grandpa, it's you. A crisp sound suddenly came. Damn it! Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the old man in sackcloth trembled and almost fell off the recliner. Chapter 68. If you heard something wrong, you must have heard something wrong. That little girl should be in Zhongzhou now, there is no way she could have come to the beast realm. The old man in sackcloth kept comforting himself. Grandpa, are you fishing here? The next moment, Xiao Linger's voice sounded again. Then, she, Li Xingyu and the wood spirit slowly walked out of the void. At this time, Li Xingyu and Mu Ling had shock on their faces. Horrible, too scary. Zhongzhou is millions of kilometers away from the beast realm. If traveling normally, even a tribulation realm expert would need at least 10 days and a half. Not to mention Li Xingyu, who only has the body integration realm cultivation level. But what about Xiao Linger? Taking him across the void, he arrived at the beast realm in less than half a day. Li Xingyu was sure that if they had known the direction when they went to Zhongzhou from the ancient battlefield, with Xiao Linger's terrifying speed, it would only take a stick of incense to cross the ancient battlefield. Compared to the shock of Li Xingyu and Mu Ling, the old man in sackcloth was depressed. Met again, unexpectedly met this little girl again. Damn it! At this moment, the old man in Mai was completely numb. Why did he toss and turn to the beast realm, which is said to be forbidden to humans? Isn't it just to avoid Xiao. He never expected that he would come across beast realm and meet him. When did the true spirit world become so small? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Why is your face twitching? Are you sick? Little Linger stared at the old man in sackcloth like a curious baby. The old man in sackcloth. Why do you twitch one after another? It's not because I met you that I'm so special. He complained in his mind. Senior, we are really destined. Li Xingyu on the side smiled. Xiao Linger couldn't see the condition of the old man in Mai, but she could. That depressed look on his face. Seeing this made her laugh in her heart. Certainly. She was also extremely surprised to meet the old man in Mai here. Aunts, please let me go. Can't I give you 2 knocks? The old man in sackcloth was speechless and depressed at the same time. He was really afraid of Xiao Linger. The first time they met, the Tianjinglian that he had guarded for tens of thousands of years was taken away. The second time, he took out all the spirit medicine that he had obtained after searching hard. There was also the 9 heavens black bamboo that he wanted to use to refine the immortal weapon, but it was also cut down by Xiao Linger's mother. Therefore, he was really afraid of Xiao Linger. He even said that he didn't want to meet anyone who had anything to do with Xiao Linger. I didn't expect that whatever I was so afraid of would come to me. Now, the old man in Mai was somewhat doubting whether Xiao Linger had used some tracking method on him. Otherwise, how come you have come to the beast realm now, and how come you can still meet him? Grandpa, are we friends now? Sir, he said that when friends come, you should bring out good things to entertain them. Xiao Linger spoke with a smile. As she spoke, she looked directly at the 5 spirit fish in the bucket of the old man in Mai. Damn it! The old man in sackcloth almost ran away after hearing this. Here it comes again. Depend on. He cursed secretly in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about Xiao Linger. Can't beat him. As for running, even if I run away, I can still encounter beast realm. Damn it! The old man in sackcloth murmured in his heart. At this time, he finally knew what it meant to be untouchable and unable to escape. That's natural, please, Junior. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying and said. If you can't afford to offend and can't hide, what else can you do? You can only admit defeat. Hee, Grandpa, you are so kind. Xiao Linger said with a smile. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched slightly and said nothing. Good? If I couldn't beat you, I would have to let you know why the flowers are so red. He thought to himself, mentioned the 5 spirit fish and headed towards his destination. Xiao Linger and the other 3 followed slowly. Soon, a large table of spiritual meals was placed in front of Xiao Linger and the 3 of them. The spiritual meals are all made by the old man in sackcloth. Of course, these were all made with tears in his eyes and with the little money he finally saved. Why did you come to the beast realm? The old man in Mai asked curiously while eating. This is what puzzles him the most. He knew that Xiao Linger was looking for his mother. Logically speaking, Xiao Linger should be in Zhongzhou at this moment. Why did you come to beast realm? Because mother is here. Xiao Linger replied while eating 5 spirit fish crazily. What? After hearing this, the old man in Mai almost collapsed. Is it such a coincidence? We found clues in Zhongzhou. Now all the clues point to the beast realm, so here we are. Li Xingyu also echoed. Depend on. After hearing this, the old man in sackcloth almost couldn't help but slap himself twice. Why did he want to come to beast realm by some strange combination in the first place? It's fine now, and the cultivation resources that I worked so hard to obtain are gone again. Well. He sighed deeply in his heart, and then asked doubtfully, "Are you sure it's the beast realm? This is known as a restricted area for humans. Even my Emperor Venerable cultivation level doesn't dare to go deep into the beast realm." Although his words were cryptic and smooth, the underlying meaning was not hidden from Mu Ling. "The power of my little master's mother is not something that an ant like you can understand." Mu Ling immediately replied. The implication of the old man in sackcloth is simple: Xiao Linger's mother cannot be in beast realm. "Who are you calling an ant?" After hearing what Mu Ling said, the old man in Mai suddenly became unhappy. He is rightly afraid of Xiao Linger. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of everyone around Xiao Linger. What? Not convinced? Mu Ling sneered, and a terrifying aura spread. "Depend on." The old man in sackcloth shrouded in this aura was like an eggplant beaten by frost, instantly wilting. I'm so convinced." The old man in sackcloth opened his mouth and said the most cowardly words in the most disgusting tone. Mu Ling snorted coldly and did not argue with him. "Senior, how long have you been in beast realm?" Li Xingyu on the side took over and asked. "It's been a few days." The old man in Mai replied honestly. "Then have you ever heard of the human race living here? Have you ever seen anyone?" Li Xingyu continued to ask. "No." The old man in sackcloth thought for a moment, shook his head and said. "No." Li Xingyu frowned instantly. "In this case, wouldn't the clue be broken again? Where can I find people in this huge beast realm? Can't we just go directly to the monster race master and ask? Don't forget the master's strength." Mu Ling glanced at Li Xingyu and then spoke. "Yes." After hearing this, Li Xingyu's eyes lit up. Xiao Linger is an immortal king. This kind of strength can suppress the entire monster race without any problem. With such strength, you can definitely go to the Demon Lord and ask. After all, the Demon Lord is the ruler of the Beast Realm. You must know a lot about Beast Realm. There is no Demon Lord in Beast Realm now. Suddenly, the old man in sackcloth suddenly interrupted. Chapter 69. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling immediately focused their attention on him. "No more Demon Lord? What's the meaning?" Literally, this Lord of the Beast Realm was originally a heavenly phoenix, an existence infinitely close to the bloodline of the divine phoenix. But for some reason, this Demon Lord died inexplicably 3 years ago. Facing their gazes, the old man in sackcloth explained. "Died inexplicably?" Li Xingyu and Mu Ling looked at each other. "Are you sure? Every generation of Beast Realm masters are half-immortal beasts." Mu Ling asked in a solemn voice. The so-called semi-immortal beast refers to a beast that has survived 9 immortal tribulations but does not have the existence of the Ascension Immortal Spirit World. This existence is stronger than the 9 tribulation realm and weaker than the true immortal. The reason why it is weaker than true immortal. It is because he is suppressed by the laws of heaven in the true spirit world that he cannot display his true strength. To be precise, the true spirit world does not have enough fairy power to drive. Therefore, this kind of existence is called a half-immortal. The human race is called half-immortal, and the monster race is called half-immortal beast. Although this kind of half-immortal cannot exert its full power. But for the people of true spirit world, it is still a dimensionality reduction blow. It is no exaggeration to say that this being is the real helmsman of the true spirit world. As far as Mu Ling knows, all the demon lords of the beast realm are half-immortal beasts. Because only in this way can the entire beast realm be suppressed and chaos in the beast realm be avoided. How could such a being die inexplicably? What Mu Ling didn't know was, after listening to the words of the old man in Mai, Immortal Refining Cauldron's face was filled with confusion. It remembered that 3 years ago it was the time when the phoenix in the village stepped on little Linger. And finally, the entire phoenix clan was almost wiped out. And the demon lord of Beast Realm is a heavenly phoenix. I don't really believe it either, but that's the news circulating in Beast Realm. The words of the old man in my continued to sound. Then what's the situation in Beast Realm today? Mu Ling asked. The 5 royal families have divided up the Beast Realm, and each family occupies a territory. The area we are in is the jurisdiction of the 9-tailed fox clan. The old man in sackcloth replied honestly. Then suppress them one by one and ask questions. Mu Ling spoke very domineeringly. Senior, this is inappropriate. Li Xingyu spoke hurriedly. Mu Ling looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with this? Senior, have you forgotten the grudges against Linger's mother? I think the reason why Mother Linger is hiding is not because of the Yu family, right? Meeting his gaze, Li Xingyu reminded. You're right. Mu Ling nodded. From Xianyun's secret realm, they already know the true identity of Xiao Linger's mother. Also understood. How terrifying is Xiao Linger's mother's enemy? That is a powerful Immortal Emperor. If Xiao Linger made too much noise and the Immortal Emperor found out, it would be a big trouble. Although Xiao Linger is powerful, she can never protect herself against the Immortal Emperor. What you said is true. This matter cannot be too big. There are people up there watching True Spirit World. If the identity of the young master is spread, the situation will be very bad. At this time, the immortal refining cauldron flew out of Xiao Linger's storage space. It is clear. Now Lu Ming is in retreat to attack the True God realm. In this case, no one can stop the Heavenly Emperor. Not even a group of small gourds. After all, the little gourds are certainly divine weapons, but without the urging of a strong person, the power they can exert will not be too strong. At least, it is impossible to face a strong Immortal Emperor. In other words, none of them can stop the Yin Heavenly Emperor now. If Xiao Linger is found out by the Yin Heavenly Emperor, the consequences will be disastrous. Then what should we do? Call Daddy to come out. Xiao Linger held the minibus and answered. Young master, you can't do that. The master is in an extraordinary situation now and cannot alarm him. Immortal Refining Cauldron spoke quickly. The worst thing to do is to avoid being disturbed when you are in the impact realm. Because it will make people's minds unstable. In the least case, they will become obsessed with it, and in the worst case, they will die. This is an iron law in the spiritual world. Not to mention that now Lu Ming is not hitting some small realm, but the True God realm. But senior, the Yu family was destroyed. After hearing this, Li Xingyu's expression changed slightly and reminded him. That's nothing. It's just a Yu family, and it's not enough to attract the attention of the immortal spirit world. But if you boldly look for the mistress, it will be very dangerous. Immortal Refining Cauldron explained. The Yu family, in the eyes of the immortal spirit world people, is equivalent to an ant nest. If it's destroyed, that's okay. After all, this kind of drama happens every day in the 3000 worlds. Another point. Yu Linfei has forced many people into marriage, and he can also confuse the public. However, what if Xiao Linger blatantly attacks Beast Realm because he is looking for Bai Union? That's different. Because Bai Union's identity is too sensitive. It would be okay if it didn't attract the attention of the immortal spirit world. Once the attention of fairy spirit world is attracted, the consequences will be very serious. Don't take this risk. It seems that it can only be done secretly. Sneak into the palaces of those leaders and interrogate them. Ask for news about this girl's parents. After Mu Ling thought for a moment, he answered. This plan works. Immortal Refining Cauldron spoke in agreement. This can be regarded as pulling Li Xingyu's parents out as a shield. What about Zhongzhou? Li Xingyu frowned and said. During their journey, many people knew that Xiao Linger was looking for her mother. It doesn't matter, those people in Zhongzhou only know that the young master is looking for the mistress. But they don't know the true identity of the mistress. As for the immortal spirit world, I probably haven't noticed the true spirit world yet. So now we need to keep a low profile. As long as there is enough time, I still don't know who will win by then. Immortal Refining Cauldron said slowly. At present, what they lack is time. Once Lu Ming successfully survives the divine tribulation, he will no longer be afraid of the heavenly emperor. If possible, the best way at the moment is to let Xiaolinger go back and wait slowly. Kalian Xianding knows. Since Xiaolinger has sneaked out, she definitely doesn't want to go back. So, what they can do now is make plans to help little Linger find her mother without attracting the attention of the fairy spirit world. Could find better. Even if they are not found, the family can still be reunited when Lu Ming comes out of confinement. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling nodded. Now, they all know the stakes. You really should keep a low profile. No, are you planning to take action against the heads of the 5 royal families? Are you kidding me? Can it be done? The old man in Mai who was listening silently suddenly answered. Each of the 5 royal families of the beast realm is a 9 tribulation pseudo-immortal beast, comparable to the 9 tribulation realm experts of the human race. Moreover, monster race is inherently more powerful than humans. He knew that Xiaolinger was strong, but that was the 9 tribulations immortal beast, standing at the top of the true spirit world. Can this little girl have that kind of strength? Why can't it work? It's just some 9 tribulations pseudo-immortal beast. The master is the immortal king. Mu Ling glanced at him and said lightly. The old man in sackcloth? Chapter 70. Confused, the old man in sackcloth was completely confused after hearing this. Although he is only an imperial venerable realm cultivator, as an independent cultivator, he is full of ideas for the future. His ideas are on top of the world. Therefore, he had an in-depth understanding of the realm. Especially for the realm above the Emperor Venerable Realm. True Spirit World is certainly just a small world, insignificant compared to the Fairy Spirit World. However, True Spirit World has also seen many people from Ascension Fairy Spirit World. Likewise, for thousands of years. There are also people from the Immortal Spirit World who come to the True Spirit World or are reincarnated into the True Spirit World. This category of people just makes up for the scary area above True Spirit World's tribulation realm. On the surface, the people of True Spirit World do not seem to understand the realm of Immortal Dao. In fact, there are still quite a few. The old man in sackcloth is one of them. Because he has understood it before, he is clear about the realm of Immortal Dao. True Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, Immortal Saint, Immortal Emperor. This is the realm of Immortal Dao he knows. You're not kidding. The old man in sackcloth glanced at Xiaolinger and spoke to Mu Ling. Immortal King Realm. It spans the 5 realms of True Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal and Golden Immortal. This kind of existence, even if placed in the Immortal Spirit World, would belong to the upper class, right? How old is Xiaolinger? He looks like 4 or 5 years old. Immortal King at the age of 4 or 5. The old man in Mai absolutely couldn't believe it. Because this is simply an outrageous special girl opening the door for outrageousness. It's outrageous as hell. Senior, this is true. Li Xingyu smiled bitterly and spoke in agreement. She knew this was hard to believe. Not to mention the old man Mai. Even though she had been getting along with Xiaolinger day and night, she was shocked when she learned about Xiaolinger's cultivation. Don't even believe it. But facts are facts. Otherwise, how could Xiaolinger do it and come to Beast Realm from Zhongzhou in just half a day? Moreover, it also easily opened the ban on a terrifying secret realm. Seriously? Her? Immortal King? Girl, do you know what kind of existence the Immortal King is? Mai's voice suddenly rose, like a roar. No way. This information was really shocking to him. No, to be precise, it was shocking. Only 4 or 5 years old. Immortal King at the age of 4 or 5. How dare he believe it? What did we lie to you for fun? Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him and spoke. Tisk, frog in the well. Immortal Refining Cauldron also mocked. Is she really an immortal king? The old man in my still couldn't believe it. After listening to this, Mu Ling and the Immortal Refining Cauldron were too lazy to talk to him. Only Li Xingyu smiled and said, Senior, it's true. Gilu. The old man in sackcloth swallowed hard. His eyes fell on Xiaolinger, as if he was looking at a terrifying existence that should not exist in the world. Did she start practicing while she was still in ball form? The old man in sackcloth muttered in a daze, feeling his scalp numb for a while. At such a young age, his cultivation has reached the terrifying Immortal King realm. This. He didn't even know what words to use to express how he felt now. Grandpa, what did you say? Little Linger tilted her head and looked at her curiously, not knowing how much her cultivation had shocked the old man in my. No. Nothing. Facing her gaze, the old man in sackcloth shook his head quickly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Especially after learning about Xiaolonger's specific cultivation level. He didn't dare to look directly at each other. Suddenly, the old man in sackcloth moved his eyes. The person in front of me is a powerful immortal king. And he is still only 4 or 5 years old. Talent is scary, the future is scary, and its origins are definitely not bad either. If only I could follow you around. The old man in my thought to himself, and he had an idea in an instant. This thigh must be hugged. Master, please accept my respects from this old slave. The old man in sackcloth spoke quickly and knelt down to Xiaolinger on the spot. As for her face? Go away from Te Niang's face, as long as she can hug her thighs, it's just face, not at all. Seeing the actions of the old man in sackcloth, Li Xingyu, Mu Ling and the Immortal Refining Cauldron were all stunned. What the hell kind of operation is this? Mad? Shameless? Mu Ling immediately cursed. Li Xingyu shook her head in amusement and said nothing. As for the Immortal Refining Cauldron, he looked at the old man in Maya with admiration. His appearance seemed to say, okay, old boy, he is really good at it. Ah? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Xiaolinger looked at him puzzled. That's right, this old slave will be your servant from now on. A servant who can cook for you and help you find vegetables and meat. The old man in sackcloth quickly spoke. Can I find vegetables and meat? Little Linger's round eyes lit up instantly. Yes, yes, I promise you will be able to eat different meat and vegetables every day from now on. The old man in sackcloth nodded his head as if pounding garlic. This moment, when he looked at Xiaolinger, his eyes became extremely friendly. What kind of destined nemesis is this? Absolute wealth comes from heaven. He thought to himself. Okay, then I will eat different meat every day. Xiaolinger nodded. Inevitable. The old man in sackcloth clapped his chest and assured. To this, Li Xingyu, Mu Ling and others didn't say anything. Because it's Xiaolinger's business. Besides, it doesn't matter if there is one more old man in sackcloth in the team. There are even certain benefits. After all, the old man in Mai has lived for tens of thousands of years, so he must know a lot. Actually, about what you said. I have a better proposal. When the old man in Mai saw this, he immediately spoke as if he was eager to show his value. What proposal? Immortal Refining Cauldron glanced at him and said lightly. As far as I know, the current heads of the 5 royal clans of the monster race are actually the 5 most capable generals under the original Demon Lord. The Yaotian Tiger clan that mainly kills and fights. The 9-tailed Fox clan focuses on resource collection and management. There are also the Phantom Black Crow clan who specializes in assassinations and sneak attacks, and the Long-tailed Monkey clan who specializes in studying the human race's various arts. And this last clan is the spirit-eating ant clan that focuses on information collection and exploration. We want to find someone, and going to the spirit-eating ant clan is undoubtedly the best choice. Because this place rules all the ants in the beast realm. It can be said that they are everywhere and pervasive. It's no exaggeration to say that his eyes are everywhere in the beast realm. The old man in sackcloth smiled slightly and said respectfully. He knew about the immortal refining cauldron. This is something Xiaolinger can use at any time. I don't know how many times higher than him, a newcomer who just joined the team, high level. You mean, just go find the soul-eating clan? Immortal refining cauldron pondered. That's what it means, because they have spies in every area of the beast realm. If you want to find someone or something, their family is undoubtedly the best choice. The old slave suggested that we go to this clan first. If there is no news, we can go to other royal clans. The old man in sackcloth nodded heavily. You old boy is still useful, so let's go to the spirit-devouring ants first to see what's going on. Immortal refining cauldron said. Since it has spoken, Li Xingyu and Mu Ling naturally have no objection. Xiaolinger didn't say anything, just showed off the food on the table crazily. Wait until she has eaten, drank, and enjoyed herself. Everyone got up and went straight to the leader of the spirit-eating ant clan. Chapter 71. The hinterland of the spirit-eating ants is not far from the hinterland of the nine-tailed fox clan. Coupled with Xiaolinger's terrifying cultivation level. In just a moment, they arrived at the territory of the spirit-eating ant clan. So many strange ants. And that one, it's so big. After arriving at the territory of the spirit-eating ant clan, Xiaolinger looked around and finally landed on their left side. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling were already used to this. Because they know the terror of Xiaolinger's spiritual consciousness. Even the formation that isolates spiritual consciousness cannot stop it. Especially wood spirits. A very powerful formation to isolate spiritual consciousness was set up where it was originally located. Moreover, it was an ancient formation that it spent a lot of money to obtain. Even if it is a strong person with 9 tribulation realms, it is confident that it will not be discovered. But it couldn't escape Xiaolinger's eyes. Not only did it not escape Xiaolinger's eyes, but it also didn't escape his mother's eyes. There was that moment. It all felt that the person who originally traded the formation to it had deceived it. They thought it was nothing, but the old man in Mai looked confused. Where are they? Where are the strange ants? He followed Xiaolinger's gaze and said doubtfully. Didn't see anything. Have you forgotten your master's cultivation? How can her spiritual consciousness be comparable to your venerable realm spiritual consciousness? Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him and explained. Forward. Hearing this, the old man in Mai reacted instantly. Yes. This is the immortal king. Master is amazing, the transcendent level is invincible and the most powerful in the world. In an instant, he was a series of rainbow farts. Xiaolinger was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her face turned slightly red. Let's go. Mu Ling said. Follow what Xiaolinger said. They easily met the queen of the spirit-devouring ant clan. Strange indeed. The upper body is bumpy and looks big and round, but the lower body is like a big ant tail. Of course, the most aesthetically affecting thing is the head, which actually retains the shape of an ant. The slave family has met the junior. And you all. The queen ant looked at Xiaolinger and his group who came to the door, but she didn't get angry at all. Instead, she greeted them with a smile. Wow, you are just like Da Niu, you also have big balls. Let me cut it for you. Little Linger looked at the upper body of the queen ant and spoke with surprise. The queen ant was obviously taken aback when she heard this. She looked at Xiaolinger, looking like she was hesitant to speak. Mu Ling and others were dumbfounded. Senior, I'm joking, but you can't cut me off. The queen ant smiled helplessly and spoke very politely, as if she knew she couldn't afford to offend little Linger. Oh, it's the same as Daniu Niu, is it a baby? Xiaolinger nodded and answered. That's right. The Queen Ant replied somewhat dumbfounded. You seem to know us. At this time, Mu Ling interjected in a deep voice. According to the habits of the demon ancestor. When I saw the human race, they were all shouting to fight and kill. Not to mention, this queen is still one of the current owners of Beast Realm. Of course. To be so polite now is obviously not in line with common sense. That's natural. Junior is the one who destroyed the Yu family. The Queen Ant smiled and said. Hear the words. Li Xingyu and others were all shocked. There are indeed many people who know about Xiaolinger's destruction of the Yu family. But, that's only limited to Zhongzhou. Now this is the Beast Realm. Moreover, it is only a few days away from the destruction of the Yu family. No matter how fast the news spreads, it cannot reach Beast Realm in just a few days. What our clan is good at is collecting information. The Queen Ant glanced at them and spoke slowly. Li Xingyu, from Black Tortoise Domain, Linglong Pavilion. Oh, the disappearance of Black Tortoise Sacred Land seems to have something to do with Senior. Ma Yi Daist, Chen Hui, was born in the Ling Yuan sect which has been destroyed. He is very good at cultivating spiritual plants. The Wood Spirit, the spirit of heaven and earth, was born in the White Tiger Domain. It was almost captured by the White Tiger Saint to refine the Dao weapon. She glanced at everyone one by one and kept talking. After listening, whether it was Mu Ling, the old man in sackcloth or Li Xingyu, their expressions darkened. This Queen Ant is far away in the Beast Realm, and she actually knows the details of each of them? Fear. It's really scary. Looks like we found the right person. Mu Ling spoke slowly. Even the details of each of them are well known. Maybe, we can get news about Xiaolinger's mother directly from the Queen Ant. I wonder what the junior wants to know. The Queen Ant smiled, her eyes fell on Xiaolinger and asked. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where my mother is? Facing her gaze, Xiaolinger said with a smile. May I ask, Junior, who is your mother? The Queen Ant was stunned for a moment, seemingly not knowing who Xiaolinger was looking for. Senior, let's find Taoist monk Azure Lotus. Li Xingyu hurriedly interjected. Xiaolinger's mother's identity is too sensitive. Not easy to leak. It should be by union, right? The Queen Ant glanced at Li Xingyu and smiled. Hear the words. Li Xingyu and Mu Ling both sank. Does the Queen Ant even know this? Actually, it's not hard to guess that what the junior is looking for is a woman. In recent years, many human women have come to Beast Realm. However, the only one who can be related to the Yu family is by union. Back then, Yu Linfei forced by union into marriage. The junior learned about this, so he destroyed the Yu family. The Queen Ant said, minding her own business. It's not good to know too much, little one. This is the immortal refining cauldron flying out of Xiaolinger's storage space. The aura of terror also spread. Senior, have mercy on me, I know the news about Bai Union. The Queen Ant spoke quickly. Since she knows the details of Li Xingyu and others, she naturally also knows the horror of the immortal refining cauldron. You know? Where is the mistress? Immortal refining cauldron put away his momentum and asked. When Bai Union entered the Beast Realm, the Demon Lord was already dead. The realm she entered is the realm of the Phantom Black Crow clan. Although she was already in the Tribulation Realm at that time, she was still unable to fight against the entire Phantom Black Crow clan. Later, a mysterious strong man appeared and picked her up. The Queen Ant said slowly. The mysterious strongman took it over? After hearing this, Mu Ling and others frowned slightly. Who was that person? Where did he take him? Immortal Refining Cauldron asked. I don't know, that person is very powerful. He is a powerful person in the fairyland. The Queen Ant smiled bitterly and replied. What? Li Xingyu and others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Immortal Dao strong person? Xiao Linger's mother was picked up by the Immortal Dao strongman? Is it possible that Xiao Linger's mother is no longer in true spirit world? Are you sure you picked him up, not captured him? Immortal Refining Cauldron asked in a deep voice. If you just pick it up, that's fine. But if he is captured, the matter will be serious. After all, now they know that the enemy lurking in the dark is the Heavenly Emperor. It was indeed picked up because the man was extremely respectful to her. Looks like a subordinate. The Queen Ant said in a condensed voice. As soon as these words came out, Li Xingyu and others breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Immortal Refining Cauldron replied neither salty nor bland. It knew that the one who took Bai Union away should be his former subordinates. After all, Bai Union was once a powerful immortal emperor. Such beings definitely have a group of very loyal subordinates. Even said, the group of people from the Yu family may have been his old tribe. Do you know what that person looks like? Or his name? Immortal Refining Cauldron continued to ask. I don't know what he looks like, because he is wearing a sheep-headed mask. As for his name, it seems to be the sheep leader. The Queen Ant thought for a moment and replied. Chapter 72. Sheep leader? After Li Xingyu and the other three listened, they couldn't help but look at each other. Wang Feiyun once said this before in Xianyun's secret realm. The Azure Lotus Taoist monk came to Beast Realm to meet a leader. Could it be that this commander is the so-called sheep commander? Xiao Linger's mother's subordinate, one of the 12 immortal leaders? Several people were thinking in their hearts. Then where should we find the sheep commander? Sister, can you tell me? I can give you good fruit to eat. Xiao Linger suddenly answered. After listening to her words, a series of questions suddenly appeared in the Queen Ant's mind. Good fruit to eat? Doesn't this serve as a warning to the human race? I have told you all the information, how can you still give me good fruits to eat? The Queen Ant was a little confused. After Li Xingyu and the other three listened, they couldn't help but look envious. Because they know what Xiao Linger's so-called good fruit is. That magical peach that can increase your lifespan. All three of them had it. Although the effect can only be increased once, it is also a valuable training resource. Even wood spirits with Tribulation Realm cultivation can be improved a lot after refining. And this Queen Ant is actually the 9 Tribulations pseudo-immortal beast. If Xiao Linger eats the good stuff, he might be able to hit the fairyland and become a real immortal beast. Senior, I really don't know where to find the sheep commander. His strength is too terrifying. If he wants to hide it, it cannot be found by a being like me. So, let's spare the good fruit. The Queen Ant spoke with a bitter look on her face. What it fears most is that Xiao Linger will do something to it. After all, even the little Linger of the Yu family can be destroyed. How could the spirit-devouring Ant clan have any chance of survival? But after hearing what the Ant Queen said, Li Xingyu and the other two people stared. Good guy. Is this Queen Ant so rich? You don't even want that fairy thing? Okay. Xiao Linger spoke with some disappointment. The Queen Ant breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing this. Where are this girl's parents? Do you know its whereabouts? At this time, Mu Ling pointed at Li Xingyu and asked. Since you can't find a sheep leader, then settle for the next best thing. As long as they find Li Xingyu's parents, they can still achieve their goal. No. Facing the gazes of several people, the Queen Ant nodded. Where? Mu Ling asked quickly. After all, they can't find the sheep commander now. So, Li Xingyu's parents are particularly critical. As long as she finds her parents, it means helping Xiao Linger find her mother. There is a place in our beast realm called the Immortal Burial Ground. After her parents entered the beast realm, they went to the Immortal Burial Land. The Queen Ant didn't hide anything and told the truth. Immortal Burial Place? After listening to this, Li Xingyu and others frowned slightly. What place dares to claim to be the burial place for immortals? This immortal burial land is an extremely terrifying forbidden place. That area has been separated from true spirit world. It belongs to, in the gap between the fairy spirit world and the true spirit world. It is rumored that there is a fairyland inside. The Ant Queen looked at everyone and said slowly. Wonderland exists? After a few people listened, there was no reaction. After all, Xiaolinger is a real immortal king. There are also those terrifying fairy treasures on him. So what if there is a fairyland in this immortal burial land? For this reason, why is it called the Immortal Burial Land? Mu Ling asked doubtfully. The Immortal Burial Land, as the name suggests, is the place where the Immortal Burial Land exists. Now, the Wonderland is actually inside. Isn't it contradictory? I don't know about that. The Queen Ant shook her head. Wonderland has gone beyond the limits of true spirit world. She is only in the 9 tribulation realm, so how can she dare to inquire about the powerful people in the fairyland? After Li Xingyu and the others listened, they looked towards the immortal refining cauldron. Then go here and have a look. The immortal refining cauldron spoke in a neutral tone. Putting aside Xiaolinger's own cultivation level. The divine weapon of Xiaogord is not a vegetarian either. Without any exaggeration. As long as the Immortal Emperor doesn't take action, there will be no existence in the world that can pose a threat to Xiaolinger. It's just a small place between true spirit world and fairy spirit world. It doesn't believe that there is a powerful Immortal Emperor inside. Location. Immortal Refining Cauldron glanced at the Ant Queen and asked. Go south to the end. The Queen Ant said honestly. Afterwards, everyone said no more and turned to leave. Only. The wood spirit fell at the end and couldn't help but sigh. You don't even want the good fruit that will increase your life expectancy. Quite rich. What? The Queen Ant was stunned on the spot after hearing this. What did you say? She looked at Mu Ling in disbelief and asked blankly. Good fruit. The good fruit the master said he wanted to give you is a kind of peach. It should be a fairy that can prolong your life for thousands of years. If you get it, maybe you can hit the fairyland. I didn't expect you to refuse. Mu Ling smiled and explained. After hearing this, the Queen Ant froze on the spot. Extending your lifespan to 10,000 years, you can reach the fairyland. This. Me. It took her a long time to react, and she was about to cry but had no tears. It turns out that this good fruit is really good fruit. Looking at Xiaolinger's little body drifting away. She always wanted to rush up, catch Xiaolinger and ask for good fruit. However, he restrained himself in the end. Because she was afraid that it would arouse Xiaolinger's hatred. You refuse such a good thing. You are this. Mu Ling sighed with emotion, stretched out his dog's paw and gave the queen a thumbs up. After hearing this, the Queen Ant felt like crying but had no tears left, with a look of despair on her face. You should have known earlier that this so-called good fruit can increase your lifespan by 10,000 years, and can also help you advance to the fairyland. Who the hell would say no? She thought to herself that she could only give herself 2 big words in her heart. Such wealth was sent from heaven, but he was rejected by me in such a confused way. Xiaolinger and the others had no idea about the Queen Ant's inner activities. After leaving the hinterland of the spirit-eating ant clan, they headed south. Not a moment. They came to the place where the Queen Ant said. Certainly. Along the way, I also encountered some weird monster races. It's a pity that in the end, it became Xiaolinger's reserve rations. Is that the entrance to the burial immortal land? Li Xingyu said while looking at the space cracks on the sea ahead. No, this is a one-way teleportation array. The old man in sackcloth stared at the crack in space for a moment, then corrected him. One-way teleportation array? Li Xingyu and Mu Ling looked at him in confusion. It is indeed a one-way teleportation array, with the aura of Ji Kong stone inside. This kind of stone is usually used to build teleportation arrays or to refine law treasure. Facing their gazes, the old man in sackcloth nodded with a very firm tone. The space crack here is a teleportation array. And it's one way, you can only go in, but you can't go out. He continued. Can only enter but not exit. After Li Xingyu and Mu Ling heard this, they frowned slightly. That being the case. So why did Azure Lotus Taoist monks get involved? Chapter 73. After all, it's a place you can only enter but not leave. Isn't it the same as a prison? What's the difference between entering it and entering the cage yourself? Wow, what a big bowl! At this time, Xiao Linger's voice suddenly sounded. Bowl? The eyes of the three wood spirits fell on her instantly. Linger, what kind of bowl is it? Li Xingyu asked in confusion. That's it. It's such a big bowl. Xiao Linger pointed to the entrance of the burial immortal land and said. Li Xingyu and the other two looked at each other and frowned slightly. The immortal burial ground is a bowl? Interesting, it turned out to be a mutilated saint-level immortal weapon. At this time, the immortal refining cauldron suddenly emerged. Saint-level immortal weapon? What level of treasure is this? Li Xingyu and the other three were confused when they heard this. The immortal saint's original law treasure is the saint-level immortal weapon. Immortal refining cauldron explained to them. Immortal saint? After hearing this, the old man in sackcloth trembled suddenly. A strong man of this level is only ranked below the Immortal Emperor. In other words, if the Immortal Emperor doesn't come out, the Immortal Saint is the most awesome existence. The Immortal Burial Land turned out to be a law treasure of the Immortal Saint? Even if it is incomplete, it is still very terrifying for their cultivation level. Go in and have a look. The sound of the immortal refining cauldron sounded again. Subsequently, the group of people stepped into the immortal burial ground. With a change of sight, they came to an extremely unfamiliar environment. At a glance, it was actually empty, with nothing else except the porcelain-like floor beneath my feet. There are no buildings, no rocks, or trees. It was as if I had entered a void space with only porcelain floors. Welcome everyone. Just when everyone was looking around curiously, a voice suddenly sounded from all directions. It's as if the person speaking is everywhere, making it difficult to tell where the source of the sound comes from. Who? Mu Ling glanced around and said in a deep voice. Li Xingyu and the old man Mai also looked around warily. Grandpa, it's you. Suddenly, Xiao Linger spoke. As she spoke, her big round eyes looked straight in one direction. Grandpa? Hearing this, Li Xingyu and the other three looked at each other and frowned slightly. It seems. Has Xiao Linger seen the man in the dark? Haha, it's me. The voice sounded again, and then a person slowly walked out from the front. He was tall and tall, wearing a white robe that seemed to be filled with writing. The face is wearing a sheep head mask. Sheep leader? The three wood spirits frowned slightly. There seems to be something wrong with this situation. Grandpa, why are you here? Do you know where my mother is? Xiao Linger looked straight at Commander Yang and asked. Linger, do you know him? Li Xingyu frowned slightly. Yes, he is the old man from Daniu Niu's family. Xiao Linger nodded and said. What? After Li Xingyu and Mu Ling heard this, they were shocked. Ouyang Tianqian. Mu Ling said in a deep voice. Good. Commander Sheep smiled strangely and took off his mask on his own initiative. The face under the mask is none other than Ouyang Tianqian. You, how could it be you? Mu Ling spoke with disbelief on his face. He never expected it. Ouyang Tianqian turned out to be the so-called sheep commander. No, we're afraid we've fallen into a trap. Suddenly, Mu Ling came to his senses and spoke. Did you just find out now? Sorry everyone, it's too late. Yang Tianxian smiled kindly. While talking, his eyes fell on Xiaolinger. I didn't expect it. It's really surprising. She actually has a daughter. After listening to this, Li Xingyu and the others couldn't help but look down. This guy has bad intentions. So, you have been guiding us all the way to this place. Immortal Refining Cauldron spoke. That's right, Immortal Refining Cauldron, Immortal Refining Cauldron. I didn't expect that I could still see you. Yang Tianxian said with a smile. Do you recognize me? Who are you? Immortal Refining Cauldron's tone was full of doubts. Haha, none of this matters anymore. What matters is that you entered this place. With this little girl here, I think she will be obedient. Yang Tianxuan's eyes fell on Xiaolinger, with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Li Xingyu looked at him and said in a deep voice. Oh, I almost forgot, you are also looking for your parents. Your parents have helped me so much, so naturally I should let you meet them. Yang Tianxian glanced at her and smiled kindly. Finished. I saw him waving his hand. A couple emerged. Father, mother. Seeing the two of them, Li Xingyu shouted out on the spot. Because she had already felt the breath coming from her bloodline. Xingyu, run, run away. He betrayed your majesty. Li Xingyu's father hurriedly spoke. Haha, it's useless. This is the Immortal Saint weapon, although it is only incomplete. It's no big deal to trap you. Yang Tianxian smiled. Interesting, I think I know who you are. Suddenly, the Immortal Refining Cauldron spoke. Oh. Yang Tianxian looked at it. In my time, there was an extremely strange immortal saint in the spirit world. He likes to pretend to be a beggar and travel around the spirit world. Someone once received a little charity and the opportunity he gave them soared into the sky. Some people have had their families exterminated because of insults. That strange immortal saint's law treasure is a bowl. Tian Qi Sheng, Yang Xian, am I right? Immortal Refining Cauldron said slowly. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyu and others couldn't help but be shocked. This man is an immortal saint? However, your cultivation is only earth immortal. Also, are you not a spiritual body, reincarnated? Immortal Refining Cauldron said, minding his own business. Haha, I didn't expect that you still know me. Your master also established the immortal plant garden because of my gift. Even when you were born, I gave you some fairy mines. Immortal Refining Cauldron, should you thank me? Yang Tianxian said with a smile. I would like to know why this true spirit world deserves so much attention from you. The mistress reincarnated into the true spirit world, and you reincarnated into the true spirit world. I have also met other reincarnated people along the way. Does this mere lost world deserve your attention? Immortal Refining Cauldron did not answer, but asked rhetorically. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Back then, the yin-yang turtle ancestor once calculated that someone would have a great opportunity to break the shackles of the immortal spirit world. This destined person is Union Immortal Emperor. The Yin Heavenly Emperor naturally couldn't sit idly by and ignore it, so the war started. In the end, Union Immortal Emperor missed a move, leading to his defeat. Unexpectedly, she didn't die, but was reincarnated in the true spirit world. However, she doesn't know that there are so many capable people and strangers in the world. The Yin Heavenly Emperor is a heavenly emperor, and how terrifying are his methods. After Union Immortal Emperor successfully reincarnated, he knew that he was in the true spirit world. But, opportunity is the most bizarre thing, and you can't force it. So, he secretly arranged for someone to be reincarnated in the true spirit world and responsible for investigating the situation. I am one of them. Only when the opportunity arises will the Heavenly Emperor take action. Yang Tianxian explained slowly. This. After hearing his words, Immortal Refining Cauldron was stunned. To break the shackles of the immortal spirit world is to become a true god. But now Lu Ming is already impacting this realm. Could it be that this so-called opportunity is his own master? It thought in its mind. Chapter 74. As a spirit communication fairy treasure, it is the immortal king weapon. The immortal refining cauldron naturally knows a lot. After all, it has existed for millions of years. For this so-called opportunity. Basically, people in the past planted trees and people in the future took advantage of the shade. What does that mean? It is a legacy left by a strong person that allows a person to have the opportunity to change his or her inherent conditions and pursue a higher realm. In the spiritual world, there are many such people. However, I want a person to break through to the true God realm. Among those who knew the immortal refining cauldron, only the mysterious and powerful Lu Ming had that ability. After all, Lu Ming himself was on his way to the true God realm. As long as you succeed, you will belong to the immortal spirit world, a pioneer for higher level cultivation. So, the immortal refining cauldron is basically certain that the opportunity that can allow people to break through to the true God realm is Lu Ming. Moreover, Ouyang Tianxian also said that Bai Yunyan was the one who got the opportunity. Now, Bai Yunyan and Lu Ming are husband and wife, don't these things just match up? Okay, you can stay here peacefully. When the opportunity comes, with her here, I believe Bai Yunyan will give it up. Ouyang Tianxian spoke, and when he spoke, his eyes fell on Xiaolinger. Obviously, he was going to take Xiaolinger hostage to make Bai Yunyan go away. Ha, are you so sure you can trap us? After hearing this, Immortal Refining Cauldron became happy on the spot. It's just a mutilated saint weapon. Counting a ball in front of Brother Hulu? Not to mention the incomplete one, even the intact saint weapon cannot stop Brother Gord. Perhaps. Only Ouyang Tianxian is still in the saint immortal realm, and after activating a complete immortal saint weapon, he can withstand the little Gord 1 or 2. Pity. Ouyang Tianxian is not in the holy immortal realm now, but only has the earth immortal cultivation level, and the holy immortal weapon is already incomplete. What can you do to resist the little Gord? What if? I know you're an immortal king weapon. But, that's all. Ouyang Tianxian smiled and said with great confidence. What? But his words shocked Li Xingyu and the others. The immortal refining cauldron turned out to be an immortal king weapon? All the time. They thought that the immortal refining cauldron was just an immortal treasure. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an immortal king weapon? Little Linger uses an immortal king weapon as a pot? The three of them thought and couldn't help but look at each other. They knew that Xiaolinger was arrogant and had many treasures. But, is this arrogance? He even used an immortal king weapon as a pot. Suddenly, Li Xingyu thought about the other fairy treasures on Xiaolinger. Aren't those immortal treasures all immortal king weapons? She thought to herself. The more I thought about it, the more shocked I became. In this case, doesn't it mean that Xiaolinger uses and wears immortal king weapon? Really? Hee. It seems that you still know too little about my little master. Your calculation is good, but unfortunately, you underestimate the little master's background. Immortal Refining Cauldron's mocking voice sounded. Its words made Ouyang Tianxian frown slightly. How many other fairy treasures did you mention? Those immortal treasures are indeed extraordinary, but my sky-covering bowl is the immortal saint weapon. Even though it is incomplete, it is still considered a top-notch law treasure. Unless the immortal saint takes action personally or uses the Immortal Emperor weapon, it cannot be broken. Soon, he reacted and said with a smile. The powerful immortal saint is very rare in the immortal spirit world. He didn't believe that little Linger had such a level of cultivation at the age of 4 or 5. As for the Immortal Emperor weapon, that is a rarer existence than the immortal saint. Even in the immortal spirit world, there are no more than 5 Immortal Emperor weapons. Because the Immortal Emperor weapon needs to use the heaven and earth elves of the Immortal Emperor realm as the weapon spirit. Only the elves of heaven and earth at this level can withstand the immortal power of the Immortal Emperor. In other words, if you want to create an Immortal Emperor weapon, you must capture an Immortal Emperor realm spirit of heaven and earth alive. Putting aside the rarity of existences of this level, how difficult is it to capture them alive? He didn't believe that little Linger would have the Immortal Emperor weapon on him. Haha, please bring me brother. Immortal Refining Cauldron smiled disdainfully and said. As the words fell, the little gourd flew out. Seeing this little gourd, Ouyang Tianxian frowned slightly. Gourd, I want this bowl. Xiao Linger smiled and spoke to Xiao Gourd. The little gourd buzzed and vibrated, as if it was nodding. Ha, naive. Sky-shaking bowl, town. Ouyang Tianxian laughed disdainfully. As he spoke, he could see the magic fingers in his hand pinching, and the terrifying fairy power filled his body and poured into the void. Next moment, the space above Xiao Linger and his group was seen fluctuating, and dark holes emerged one after another. Then, the dim light cast down and moved towards Xiao Linger to suppress them all. Buzz! It was also at this moment that the little gourd moved. I saw the little gourd shaking slightly in place. In an instant, waves of air swayed from the center of the small gourd to all directions. Wherever the air wave passed, there was a distortion visible to the naked eye in the space. The suppressed dim light was directly dispersed by the air waves. It was at the moment when Xiao Gourd took action. Ouyang Tianxuan's expression suddenly changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Immortal Emperor's pressure. He felt the pressure of the Immortal Emperor from Xiao Gourd. Moreover, it is not the half-step of Immortal Emperor, but the real pressure of Immortal Emperor. It was as if the little gourd was a real Immortal Emperor. But, how is this possible? Because now the small gourd is driven by the spirit inside it. There is no master's fairy power as a source of power. Law treasure, which is activated independently, can only exert half of its strength. Even the Immortal Emperor weapon is the same. But, what's going on with the little gourd in front of me? The weapon spirit activates independently, can it be comparable to a real Immortal Emperor? This is so noisy. What level of law treasure can do this? Ouyang Tianxian was shocked, confused, and scared. A true divine weapon, you are a true divine weapon. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is a true and intact divine weapon in this world? He shouted in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Law treasure, which is activated independently, can only exert half of its power. Now, this little gourd is able to act independently and is comparable to a powerful Immortal Emperor. Only the legendary and true divine weapon can do it. But, for thousands of years, there is no real divine weapon in the spirit world at all. There is only one half-used divine weapon, controlled by the Heavenly Emperor. Now, a real divine weapon flew out of Xiao Linger's body. How could he not be surprised? Really divine weapon? After listening to this, Li Xingyu and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. What level of law treasure is this? It is completely beyond the scope of cognition. Nothing is impossible. I said, you don't understand the little master's background too much. Immortal Refining Cauldron chuckled. This is just one thing. If those tableware also appeared, wouldn't they scare you to death? Especially the red robe that even the little gourd calls big sister. Immortal Refining Cauldron thought to himself.